Chapter 371. Finally, Han Zhu followed Shenruo and Long Wei for a while, intending to find a town to settle in before discussing his future plans. Although Long Wei's wing injury had been treated with medicine, the hole was quite large. Without timely sutures with magical threads, the injury wasn't severe, but it left a permanent scar. Of course, there were ways to reduce the size of the wound in the continent's medical system. One method was to find a plant that could cut along the edge of the wound again and suture the fresh wound together. However, this would still leave a scar and imperfections, because the wound could no longer heal as perfectly as it had when it was first injured. Compared to the dragon's injury, this is nothing, Long Wei said, quite philosophically. Besides, heartbreak is also a wound. You lost your mate, children, and subordinates. Compared to that, I'm already doing very well. Long Wei looked at Han Zhu as he said this. Han Zhu seemed to have recovered somewhat from her grief, and said to Long Wei, "There's nothing I can't say about this. I don't want the other cold serpents to know, but that doesn't mean I don't want to confide in them." She probably had this planned all along. I don't know why. What could be worth risking such a chance of winning using? Using our child? Shenru thought of the snake-like blue light emanating from the cold serpent candidate and guessed a possibility. But if that were the case, why would the cold serpent candidate be honest with Han Zhu? If she revealed her plan, why would Han Zhu be willing to let her carry his child? Is that a secret technique of your cold serpent clan or her own? Shenruo skipped over the earlier questions, because at this point, pressing Han Zhu about how, and when he knew would feel like reopening old wounds. I only learned about this secret method when she decided to face the dragon, but she didn't tell me directly. It was, you might not believe it, but it was a kind of intuition, a kind of feeling. After we had a close relationship and a child together, I had a vague sense of it, and in the end, I just confirmed it. Han Zhu let out a difficult breath, revealing what he wanted to confide. What are you two talking about? It sounds like a riddle to me. Long Wei muttered, Eru, you don't have much more information than me. So how do you and this snake know what each other are saying? Long Wei's words broke the somewhat somber atmosphere. Han Zhu seemed to let go of something, giving Long Wei a bitter smile and saying, "Since you don't understand, little dragon, I'm no longer little dragon." Long Wei refused that title. Then? Han Zhu was momentarily at a loss for words. He wasn't usually so inarticulate, but he couldn't shake off what he was sensing. So, when faced with unexpected topics that didn't align with his interests, his mind went blank, and he instinctively maintained what he considered politeness. My name is Long Wei. The enemy dragon of that dragon, the antagonistic dragon. Long Wei introduced himself to Han Zhu. Alright, since Mr. Long Wei doesn't understand, then let me explain. Han Zhu said, Elali, you might be more familiar with her identity. She's from the Frost Serpent clan, one of the candidates chosen by the gods. She possesses a magical secret art, one that doesn't belong to the Frost Serpent clan of the Dust Sand continent. It can only be assumed she mastered it before arriving on the Dust Sand continent. If I'm not mistaken, this secret art can only be used while conceiving her own offspring. She can transform the child in her womb into magical energy, allowing her to unleash power several times greater than her own strength in battle. The more children she conceives at once, the stronger this power becomes. The child is merely a vessel for storing her power. I just don't know, if the Dragon Clan candidate hadn't come, would she have given birth to the child? Would she have been willing to stay on the Dust Sand continent forever with me? Han Zhu's unfinished words were wishful thinking. He hoped it was just a coincidence. He hoped that Elali, the Frost Serpent clan candidate, hadn't initially planned to kill the Dragon Clan candidate in this way. But rather, in a moment of desperation, she used her child to enhance her own power. Whether it is or not, Ellie is dead. This thought might make Han Zhu feel a little better. Have you decided where you're going next? Shenru asked. Back to the Cold Spirit Mountains? After all that's happened, I can't go back. Han Zhu's voice was full of pain. I probably go to the Tower of Eternity, seeking the protection of its rules for a while. That's quite a coincidence. We're also going to the Tower of Eternity. I'm a craftsman there. At this point, Han Zhu chuckled, you may indeed be a craftsman there, but you are that Eastern human craftsman named Shenruo, right? Sort of. Shenruo, her identity exposed by Han Zhu, momentarily misused words, even referring to herself. You're quite interesting. What do you mean by sort of? Han Zhu said, yes or no? Or do you think the old you was you, and now that your strength has declined, you're not yourself anymore? No, it's just that this is the first time I heard someone describe myself, and I feel a little uncomfortable. Shenru explained. I noticed how they died. The they Hanju referred to were the frost serpents, who blocked their escape and were destroyed by Shinruo's dragonfire crossbow. Using weapons, you killed a frost serpent, whose strength was similar to mine. Although you exploited a slight gap in their reaction time, the rumors about your weakened state are false, right? Regardless of her own strength, Hanju was, after all, the heir to a large ice lake settlement belonging to the frost serpent, and her knowledge was considerable. Don't worry, I don't know why you wanted the rumors to spread, but if you don't want other beings to know about this, I won't mention it. However, I also hope you will forget that her ability to fight the dragon to a standstill might have been due to the sacrifice of the child within her. Hanju expressed her hope. That's not difficult. We don't want to discuss this with anyone. Besides, this might not have been her original intention. Perhaps she was forced into it. Shinruo said, and you? Would you like to travel with us to the Eternal Tower? I don't seem to have any reason to refuse. A significant reason Hanju didn't refuse Shinruo's invitation was that his thoughts were still in turmoil. If he didn't go with Shinruo and Long Wei, Hanju knew that although he seemed to have decided to go to the Eternal Tower, he didn't actually know if he would lose his way and get disoriented. Of course, when he remembered, he could use a map and biopointers to determine his direction, but could a lost mind escape this state of confusion? Hanju couldn't find the answer at the moment. By choosing to travel with Long Wei and the Rising Star Craftsman of the Eternal Tower, he could at least clear his mind and simply follow them. As for whether Shinruo and Long Wei had other motives, Hanju no longer cared much. He had just experienced an unspeakable separation of life and death. In this world, there seemed to be few things left that could concern him. I still don't understand. Long Wei returned to his room and collapsed onto the bed. There were many things he didn't understand. He too had experienced the loss of loved ones, but he couldn't comprehend why Hanju was in that state after losing her. What don't you understand? Shinruo didn't want to say anything in Hanju's presence, but Long Wei asked him alone, and if he understood, he could answer. I don't understand why this happened. Did they even love each other? Besides this, there were other things Long Wei didn't understand, but he didn't know how to ask, so he could only ask what he felt was the easiest question to express. I don't know either. Shinruo said, you haven't experienced love, and neither have I. I'm completely clueless about these things. However, if you're asking about the candidate from the Frost Serpent clan, well, her name is Ellie, and whether Ellie was forced to fight the dragon in such an extreme way simply because she was about to give birth when it arrived, or if it was premeditated. I think it's most likely the latter. Hanju probably sensed it too, like he said, an intuition born of close relationships. I never had that kind of intuition, so I don't know if his intuition is correct, but I think he had it. This is probably one of the reasons he was in a daze, and ultimately didn't choose to fight the dragon alongside his beloved serpent at that moment. She had this planned all along? Long Wei hadn't considered this at all. He had always thought that although Shinruo and Hanju were discussing the secret technique for the Cold Serpent clan candidates, this technique was their only option to fight for survival, since the dragons were already at their doorstep. He hadn't considered the possibility that this might be part of the Cold Serpent clan candidates' plan, or even a deliberate attempt to manipulate things. As a result, he listened to Shinruo and Hanju's conversation as if it were a riddle. Moreover, there was a big problem here, and Long Wei asked as soon as he thought of it, even if that's possible, how can she guarantee that the dragon candidates will find them before she gives birth? Shinruo sighed. Don't you think that the timing of the Great Serpent obtaining their location and finding the dragon candidates was a bit too coincidental? She did it on purpose? Long Wei gasped. Was it worth it? Whether it was worth it is a mystery. Whether it was intentional is also a mystery. Actually, we can no longer get the answers. She's already dead. Shinruo said, everything we're saying now is just guesswork, or rather, the truth lies in which we choose to believe. It's far more difficult for Hanju to decide which outcome to believe than for us. If he chooses to believe it's a coincidence, then returning to the Cold Spirit Mountains to continue his engagement with the Great Serpent would undoubtedly be a betrayal of Ellie after she gave her life. If he chooses to believe it was Ellie's deliberate act, then he have to convince himself that their love was a grand lie. It all stemmed from Ellie's desire to gain the power to fight the strongest candidate. Hanju would also have to accept that he and their child were merely offerings prepared by the other party to become the one ultimately chosen by the gods. And this offering failed. It could even cause Ellie to. Since the offerings have all been made, what exactly is Ellie pursuing? What divine promise could be so important to Ellie? If Hanju believes Ellie did this intentionally, he may never understand it in his entire life. He sounds so pitiful, Long Wei said. In comparison, although my father also died at the hands of that dragon, at least I know I love him, and I know he loves me." "That's true," Shinruo said. "Your father's greatest wish was for you to live happily. Even so, you still choose to fight him?" "Yes, my mind hasn't changed, and I decided that from now on, I will no longer use my eyes." After saying this, Longwei actually tore off a strip of cloth, covered his eyes, and tied a knot behind his head. Chapter 372. On the second day, when they set off, Hanju showed no curiosity about why Longwei was blindfolded. He seemed to have become indifferent to everything that happened in this world. Regarding the Cold Serpent Clan candidates' thoughts on this battle between candidates, Shinruo was more inclined to believe she was taking a high-stakes gamble. However, the stakes of this gamble were far too unbelievable. Previously, having only heard rumors about the Cold Serpent Clan candidate and the love triangle between the Giant Serpent and Hanju, Shinruo wondered why the Cold Serpent Clan candidate would pursue this relationship without considering the 8-year time limit. It even reached the point of childbirth. Now it seems that although the Cold Serpent Clan candidate ultimately died in the battle with the Dragon Clan candidate, she clearly felt she had something she was willing to risk her life for. It's just that even risking her life, she still failed. What reward she sought from the gods was now lost to history with her passing. Just as whether she truly sacrificed her feelings and child for the sake of fighting the Dragon Clan candidate remains a mystery forever. Shinruo's inclination towards the Frost Serpent Clan was a gamble because the Frost Serpent Clan candidate, empowered by the secret technique, was indeed very strong and had inflicted the most severe damage on the Dragon Clan candidate since their appearance. She didn't choose to fight when she had no chance of even putting up a fight. To become the ultimate victor among the candidates, defeating the dragon was an inevitable stage. The combination of Zhezhe and He, before the Frost Serpent Clan candidate used the secret technique, was already the strongest force among the candidates besides the Dragon Clan candidate. However, they failed to inflict any truly permanent damage on the Dragon candidate. The Frost Serpent candidate, however, succeeded. This was the closest they came to killing the Dragon candidate, because the Dragon candidate believed that Elia the Frost Serpent was a serpent about to give birth. Theoretically, any life form is at its weakest when nearing childbirth. Therefore, he hadn't anticipated how things would unfold. After this battle, the Dragon candidate, Lord Delong of the Kingdom of Shilai, lost an arm, undoubtedly weakening him in terms of raw power. However, he would likely become even more formidable in other ways. Because nothing can transform a proud and arrogant dragon's spirit more effectively than a bloody lesson. Shinruo didn't choose to finish him off because, under the circumstances, he lacked a stable position to strike. He was blown into the air by the intense magical elemental force, only able to use the wind elemental crystal and his glider to avoid being swallowed by the water flow. By the time the violent landslide subsided, the dragon candidate would likely be long gone. In this situation, if Shinruo were to search for and finish off the opponent, too many unforeseen consequences could arise. Moreover, Shinruo felt that Longwei might not accept this approach. Personally killing his enemy was what Longwei desired. The flying vehicle sped into the Eternal Tower. Upon arrival, Hanju alighted from the vehicle. Having remained silent the entire way, he suddenly asked, "You can contact." He abruptly stopped, seemingly unsure how to continue. Shinruo asked, somewhat puzzled, "Who do you want to contact?" "A female frost serpent. I know she's in the Tower of Eternity, but I don't know her name now." Hanju hesitated, probably because he didn't know how to describe the physical characteristics of the frost serpent race. Because to other races, different frost serpents all look very similar, only the frost serpents of their race can distinguish the differences between each one at a glance. "I only know one female frost serpent in the Tower of Eternity," Shinruo said. "However, her temperament is rather peculiar. I don't know if she'd be willing to meet you." The female frost serpent Shinruo was referring to was, of course, Saensin. Given Saensin's strength, it wasn't surprising that she knew Hanju, but Saensin didn't seem to like the Frost Spirit Mountains very much, so Shinruo wasn't sure if she was indeed the female frost serpent Hanju knew. Saensin certainly recognized Hanju. As one of the 10 greats, who loved all sorts of gossip, Hanju was a famous frost serpent of the frost serpent race, and Saensin was very familiar with his stories. However, recognizing someone doesn't necessarily mean knowing them. More importantly, Shinruo felt that if they didn't know each other, then Sains would definitely want to meet Hanju after hearing about the dragon snake battle. But if they did know each other, things might be different. Seeing Hanju's hesitant expression, and Sains' statement about disliking the cold, Shinruo felt that if they did know each other, there was probably some unpleasant past between them. "Could you ask that female cold serpent you know, if she knows me? If she does, you can tell her what happened before." What happened before was naturally the great battle that took place in the mountains not far from the border between the Darkfall Kingdom and the White Tree Kingdom, and the Cold Serpent Clan candidate, Ellie, fighting a fierce battle with a dragon while on the verge of childbirth. Hanju didn't want Shinruo and Long Wei to mention or discuss with other beings that Ellie's increased strength was related to their unborn child. That's why he specifically stated that if Saensin knew him, Shinruo could explain the situation to him. Of course, Shinruo said. However, if she knows you and is willing to contact you, do you plan to have her contact you directly, or leave a communication crystal? Leave the communication crystal. If she is, then please give her this communication crystal for me. If she isn't, you actually saved me. If you need my help later, use this to contact me. I can help you unconditionally this once. Hanju finished speaking and handed a communication crystal to Shinruo before walking away, clearly intending to find a place to stay in the Eternal Tower on his own. With Shinruo's reminders and guidance along the way, Long Wei could now barely adapt to some daily life without blindfolding him, although he still needed a cane to walk and scout the ground in front of him beforehand. Since Zhezhe and Ishi, the previous candidates, had demonstrated to Jimu how to use elemental power to explore their surroundings, Shinruo felt that Long Wei could learn this method of using elemental power as an extension of his vision, although it was very energy-consuming. However, achieving the same level of precision as Ishi's candidate was too difficult for Long Wei at his current level. Comparatively, learning just the basics, enabling Long Wei to sense the location of various entities using elemental power, even without sight, would be sufficient. Among the 10 absolute techniques of dust and sand, the spirit rank Herxi Duing had already mastered a semblance of its form in the Thousand Silence Plains, and applied this technique to identify obstacles at night in the absence of light. Furthermore, aside from the potential for improvement in this area, Shinruo felt he had already taught Long Wei everything he could during his 2 years at the Eternal Tower. After all, Shinruo was human, while Long Wei was a dragon, and Shinruo hadn't held back any methods that could help Long Wei improve his strength through shared characteristics. As for training the 5 senses, Long Wei started too late, and only with his talent, coupled with the technological advancements developed on Shinruo's home planet Earth, was Shinruo able to achieve control over his sense of time, something Long Wei currently couldn't grasp. In contrast, the original Holy See possessed considerable resources suitable for Long Wei's cultivation. Moreover, it was originally part of the Dust and Sand continent, making it more suitable for a native like Long Wei to cultivate. Thinking of this, Shinruo suggested to Long Wei, "Actually, you could go to Twin Tower City to cultivate." Long Wei was somewhat reluctant and puzzled, "But aren't we supposed to be practicing our teamwork? Why do you want me to go to Twin Tower City?" Shinruo explained to Long Wei, "Because the Herxi clan candidate in Twin Tower City possesses spirit rank magic capable of locating all opponents hidden within a certain range in the forest. Of course, you can't possibly achieve the same level as him. Besides the difference between spirit rank and non-spirit rank cultivators, the most important thing is that if you were to achieve the same level of precision, all your elemental power would be wasted on detection. And if you want to defeat that dragon, simply knowing its location and what it's doing isn't enough to win. Moreover, he can now perform a certain amount of spatial displacement, though the distance isn't far. However, going to Twin Tower City has more than one advantage. First, you and the dragon candidates will inevitably be enemies. Twin Tower City's strength is inherited from the Holy See, and one of its important forces, the Light Dragons, has chosen not to remain in Twin Tower City. The appearance of the dragon directly caused the Holy See to lose a Light Dragon team. The current Twin Tower City will definitely welcome other dragons who oppose that dragon. When you get there, don't mention me. Because in reality, no matter how well the candidates cooperate, they will ultimately be competitors. If they think of me as the candidate who hasn't been confirmed yet, they won't wholeheartedly help you improve your strength. Once you're in Twin Tower City, you can tell them about the dragon losing an arm in that battle. Regarding the matter concerning Hanju, we promised him, so don't mention his entanglement with Ellie. Furthermore, the Great Serpent, the Zhezhe town, have a certain cooperative relationship with that dragon. You need to tell them this information. The spirit rank behind the Zhezhe town is the former spirit rank Zhezhe the Holy See. While they outwardly still accept the leadership of Twin Tower City, they have actually chosen to become its enemies. This information should make them willing to give you considerable cultivation resources. However, even if they don't, it doesn't matter, the best cultivation resources are already there and won't leave. Beneath the 8 statues lies the best cultivation ground on the continent. Especially now that you can use mental magic, try using mental magic to sense the divine aura left behind there. It will make you stronger. After learning the magic of the Hercynian candidate, you must practice how to perceive more with minimal elemental power. In this process, you must gradually reduce the amount of elemental power you release. During this process, you must maintain a constant awareness of your surroundings. Ideally, you should be able to perceive changes in the outside world without relying on elemental power, using your senses such as changes in the wind, subtle sounds, and vibrations. Only when you can act normally without the aid of your eyes and elemental power can we begin the next stage of training. I can definitely do it within 6 months. Longwei set a timeline for himself and, without further hesitation, went to prepare for his departure for Twin Tower City. After seeing Longwei off, Shenruo was finally able to return to the house prepared for him by the 10 absolutes of dust and sand in the Eternal Tower, a place he had left long ago. After entering his bedroom, Shenruo first placed the crystal ball in its designated spot, then took a quick shower. When he came out, the crystal ball was flashing, indicating that the other 10 absolutes were discussing recent events. Han Ju of the Cold Serpent clan has actually come to the Eternal Tower. He came with Shenruo and Longwei, and Sayensen, have you considered contacting him? It was Duing who spoke. Upon hearing this, Shenruo immediately understood that Sayensen and Han Ju knew each other, and the female Cold Serpent Han Ju was looking for was most likely Sayensen. Chapter 373. Sayensen and Han Ju are related? Shenruo asked. Han Ju said he knows a female frost serpent in the Tower of Eternity. I wonder what her name is now. Could it be Sayensen? Wow, you're trying to scare someone to death with that sudden comment. Sayensen's tone was exaggerated, but in Sherju's opinion, her exaggeration was just right. Since Shenruo and Longwei went to the Dragon War Zone, they had been attending crystal ball meetings from time to time, but for the past few dozen days, the two of them had disappeared without a trace. It is said that the last sighting was of Longwei in his dragon form flying over the kingdom of Shilai, and then Lord Delong gave chase. Dragonlaw City, where Lord Delong resides, is currently an intelligence vacuum for all parties, so Sherju knows nothing about what happened to Shenruo and Longwei after they were caught by Lord Delong. However, when they received further information about the dragon candidate, Lord Delong, the spirit rank members of the Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes only felt that details were missing and the amount of information was enormous. For example, there were reports of heavy losses in Weha Town, sightings of enormous dragon and snake shadows, and the appearance of huge water spheres and curtains in the mountains. Finally, it was said that the dragon was injured, but this was not confirmed, because Lord Delong had already returned to his territory. Subsequently, rumors and gossip unfavorable to Lord Delong began to circulate on the continent. Judging from the content, it was clear that these rumors were likely spread by Zhizhe and He of Twin Tower City. In Shenruo's time, even on their home planet Earth, they could still receive news from some well-known figures among humans, who had already traveled through interstellar space and settled on different planets. However, because these things were so far removed from Shenruo's life, even though he received these messages through the designated communication devices, he paid no attention to them. Just as humans thousands of years ago had a form of entertainment called eating melons, spectating their own kind, people in Shenruo's era were no longer enthusiastic about it. The fundamental reason is that over the long course of history, humans have developed their mental abilities, enabling them to perform high-intensity calculations and deductions. Therefore, people have become more interested in precise information. This particular form of entertainment, which exists in history and aims to muddy the waters, a way to generate buzz by using ambiguous information to spark debate among different groups, has lost its appeal for humans who have achieved higher goals. As a result, Twin Tower City itself is now playing the role of muddying the waters, subtly pushing the dragon race candidate to the opposite side of the candidate's positive image by spreading different rumors. In fact, neither Twin Tower City nor the 10 Absolutes of Dust and Sand possessed the truth before Shenruo returned to the Eternal Tower. However, this did not prevent Twin Tower City from taking the initiative. The initial rumor was that after the Dragon Clan candidates received the sacred demonic fire, they failed to purify the evil will abandoned by the gods, and instead succumbed to its temptations. This rumor cleverly attributed the Dragon Clan candidates' actions to the allure of the sacred demonic fire, without denying that their original intentions as candidates were good, and that they were guided by the gods. Failure to resist the temptation of the sacred demonic fire was also plausible, because it was highly possible that the sacred demonic fire itself was part of the catastrophe. When the gods created the continent, they buried this power deep within the abyss of demons, foreseeing that it would one day develop its own will and bring calamity to the continent. In fact, many of the demons' long-standing acts of contempt by other races are likely due to the corruption of this evil will. This evil will also corrupted the minds of several powerful individuals, Shuzha, and Ishi, who ventured deep into the abyss and entered the Demon King's city. This corruption is irreversible, and the dragon candidates, simply unprepared, became yet another victim. However, because of their immense power, the consequences of their fall from grace were particularly severe. According to this version of the rumor, under the temptation of the evil will, the dragons intended to kill other candidates who wanted to cooperate in preventing the cataclysm. This is supposedly witnessed by Gangshur, a candidate from the Stone Elf race, and Lan He, a candidate from the He-Shi race, who can testify to this. Of course, since most of the original inhabitants cannot access these two individuals, this so-called testimony is merely a pretext to bolster the rumor's credibility. These two were rumored to be being hunted by the dragon candidates. One of them was investigating the death of a spirit-ranked individual, accompanied by two other spirit-ranked individuals from Twin Tower City, and happened to have arranged for the other to witness the event. This allowed him to escape the hunt. The Cold Serpent Clan candidate was not so lucky. It is said that when she was being hunted by the dragon candidates, she was in seclusion cultivating at the border between White Tree Kingdom and Darkfall Kingdom. As a single spirit-ranked individual, she was no match for a spirit-ranked dragon. Therefore, she not only tragically perished, but the sacred relic she carried with her also disappeared without a trace. This was the first rumor released by Twin Tower City. Twin Tower City also released another rumor, one that questioned from its very source whether the dragon candidate was still the chosen one by the gods. The reason for this rumor was coincidence. The Horn Tribe Nation, where the dragon candidate appeared, happened to experience an unexplained infection. That nation, as the source and center of misfortune, was first ravaged by dragons, then the survivors showed signs of becoming evil creatures, and finally, most of the native inhabitants and even the animals there transformed into evil creatures similar to those found in the Great Palace of Helter. Although Shenruo, Long Wei, and a few other spirit-ranked beings on the continent were well aware that the wild dragon that appeared in the Horn Tribe Nation was the dragon candidate, due to the statement from the Kingdom of Shilai and the dragon candidate's efforts to maintain a positive image over the following 2 years of dust and sand, the initial doubts gradually disappeared. The doubts arose primarily because it was said that the rampaging wild dragon had inquired about the direction of the Kingdom of Shilai. After receiving an answer, it devoured the human who answered it, and then flew toward Shilai. This timing, coinciding with the Dragon Chin Lord's challenge to the dragon candidates, seemed too coincidental. Furthermore, after the survivors of the Horn Tribe witnessed the dragon flying toward Shilai, the wild dragon disappeared from the continent. It couldn't possibly be the dragons of Shilai who silently killed the wild dragon, could it? The inhabitants of the continent certainly believe that the dragon-human hybrids of Shilai possess such abilities, but a battle between dragons couldn't be silent. It must have been a massive, high-profile affair. Now, with the devastating battle between the Dragon Clan and the Frost Serpent Clan candidates, a battle that leveled mountains and rendered the continental highway between White Tree Kingdom and Darkfall Kingdom completely unusable, the topic of the Dragon Clan's destructive power has once again become a subject of discussion among the various factions on the continent. Spreading the news that the Dragon Clan candidate is actually the Wilderness Dragon at this juncture is perfectly timed. It's unclear what Twin Tower City was thinking. Perhaps they felt that while the previous version of the rumor leaned towards the truth, this version should take a different approach. The second rumor can be said to be true in the first half, but the latter half, concerning the Dragon Clan candidate's alleged evil nature, is completely illogical. Although it's a mix of truth and falsehood, it's a ridiculously hard-edged mix. Soon, supporters of the two rumors emerged, one adhering to logic and the other not. That's right, Twin Tower City will guide the two sides supporting different rumors to refute and debate each other. This kind of discussion will generate even more buzz for both rumors. Regardless of the rumor, it's detrimental to the Dragon Clan candidate. Given the candidate's rumored injury, even if he responds promptly, the seeds of doubt have already been sown. Meanwhile, Twin Tower City can use this opportunity to confirm the candidate's injury and its severity. If the candidate doesn't respond immediately, it's highly likely his injury is serious, preventing him from intervening in the situation in the short term. In either case, Twin Tower City benefits greatly. The latest development regarding Twin Tower City's actions is that it has begun calling for unity among various nations and forces. They also explained the reasons for the appeal. Firstly, there were rumors that powerful mages transformed into evil creatures within the Horn Tribe Nation had already breached the blockade. Secondly, the dragon candidate's situation was unclear. It was unknown whether he had been tempted and corrupted by evil wills, colluding with the sacred demonic fire, or whether he had already met with misfortune upon appearing, and had been transformed into evil creatures. However, due to his status as a candidate, he often remained lucid, and if he were to act out, the indiscriminate killing of innocents could very well occur again. Therefore, while appealing for unity, Twin Tower City also hoped that these forces would store certain sacred relics, designated by the gods to combat calamities, within Twin Tower City, for future use against evil creatures or even larger, more severe catastrophes. Twin Tower City also mentioned that the dragon candidate was collecting these items, which could very well be the way the sacred demonic fire countered the gods' remaining will to save the continent from calamity. Under these circumstances, if weaker nations or forces continue to possess these sacred relics, it could very well attract dragon calamity. That's right, dragon calamity. Although it's still just a rumor, and it's unclear which rumor is true, or even if the rumors themselves are true, Twin Tower City has already defined the Dragon Clan candidates' future actions of demanding quest items from different countries and forces as dragon calamity. After hearing the latest developments, Shenrua couldn't help but marvel at Twin Tower City's speed and execution. They must be from a world with a very advanced journalism system. Shenrua couldn't help but think to herself, and the races protected by the God of Light and the God of Darkness are enemies on the continent, yet Zhizhe and Hishi from their respective worlds get along so well. Their inherent interests must be exactly the same, right? Who says otherwise? Sanes agreed with Shenrua. As a native of the continent, she wouldn't comment on the relationships between gods, so she mainly agreed with the first part of Shenrua's statement. Although there is no term or discipline like journalism on the Dusan continent, the language unification law probably used a word that Saensin could understand to express what Shenrua said, so Saensin could fully understand Shenrua's meaning. Chapter 374. After Shenrua and Long Wei were intercepted in the skies above Shilai Kingdom, there was no news of them until the Dragon Clan candidates caused a great commotion. Although the 10 Masters of Dust and Sand had received news of their entry into the Eternal Tower's territory, after verifying Shenrua's experiences, these spirit rank members of the Eternal Tower still felt their curiosity was not yet satisfied. However, aside from the details of the 2 battles, the sacred relics possessed by the Dragon Clan candidates, the Twin Tower City, and the Cold Serpent Clan candidates, and their strength, as observed by Shenrua, it seemed unlikely that any valuable information could be obtained from him. Jimu sighed, noting that while Shenrua wasn't a particularly prominent figure among the candidates, the events he had encountered since arriving on the Dust and Sand continent were truly befitting of a candidate's legendary status. After all, he had been extremely cautious, discreet, and had tried his best to distance himself from any events related to the candidates, but by sheer coincidence, he had encountered 2 battles between candidates during his trip. Of course, calling the latter encounter a bit of a stretch. Even if there were objective reasons, such as Long Wei's momentary pride leading him to transform into a dragon and fly back to the Eternal Tower, and his belief that flying over the kingdom of Shilai was no big deal, Shenrua and Long Wei's experience on this trip was still quite dramatic. After marveling at this, and feeling that there might be a follow-up to this matter, such as he quickly remembered the matter of Saensin, who had been forgotten because of Shenrua's participation in the Crystal Conference. Speaking of which, Saensin knows Hanju, right? The frost serpent he asked Shenrua to find for him was you, wasn't it? It was you? El's voice was full of teasing. So what's your relationship? Are you going to see Hanju? Shenrua couldn't help but ask. To be honest, having witnessed the fall of the Cold Serpent Clan candidate and Hanju's strange behavior, he still didn't quite understand what the Cold Serpent Clan members were thinking. I only know him, but seeing him is possible, The topic rarely turned to Saensin, and she gave a very formulaic answer. The other spirit rank members simply made a few light-hearted comments about topics the members were unwilling to discuss in detail, and then changed the subject. The new force mentioned this time was one Shenrua had just encountered in Shilai Kingdom. However, before discussing the new force, they first talked about the most important event on the Dusan continent. Speaking of which, the Horn Tribe Nation, the One-Horned Kingdom where the dragon appeared, has seen some Horn Tribe members, now transformed into evil creatures, cross the blockade. Their intelligence seems to have evolved. Since this happened recently, Shenrua clearly didn't yet have the details, so Yuki specifically mentioned, although Twin Tower City has spread rumors through various channels that this infection was brought by dragon candidates, implying that the dragon candidates were already corrupted by evil creatures when they arrived on the Dusan continent. We all know that's not the truth. Indeed, Shenrua affirmed Yuki's statement. Twin Tower City has 2 candidates, Zhizhe and Hishi. They certainly know about the candidate's mark, which protects them from the evil will. Otherwise, in Demon King City, they would already be like the corrupted spirit rank Zhizhe and Hishi, becoming parasitic beings possessed by the Demon King's will. This situation, where normal people can be transformed into evil beings, is actually quite similar to the situation in the Great Helter Palace. However, a few years ago, all the entrances and exits of the Great Helter Palace collapsed overnight. In fact, there have always been scholars on the continent who specialize in studying the Great Helter Palace. Because the situation in this palace is very special, some beings who have entered its depths have discovered that the beings there are no longer evil creatures, but earth spirits. Yuki's main hobby is studying medicine, and some rare raw materials for potions come from the Great Helter Palace. Furthermore, the Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes are a very well-established organization on the Dust and Sand continent, so Yuki has no shortage of research documents on the Great Helter Palace. He himself doesn't want to waste time going to the Great Helter Palace. In terms of obtaining raw materials there, Yuki believes it's too random and requires constant fighting. In contrast, he only needs to earn more gold coins at the Eternal Tower's Medicine Hall, and then use those gold coins to buy the harvests that mercenaries or warriors bring up from underground. Speaking of which, your sword, it seems, was retrieved from beneath the Great Palace of Hurt? Diying's voice came from the crystal ball. Referring to the Great Palace of Hurt, he was clearly asking about Shinruo. As a swordsmanship enthusiast, and having had Shinruo forge a sword similar in effect to Shinruo's short sword, but more suited to his physique, Diying had discussed the origins of Shinruo's sword in depth. Having joined the 10 Absolutes of Dust and Sand, Diying already knew Shinruo's identity, so Shinruo no longer needed to hide the fact that he had ventured into the depths of the Great Palace of Hurt, a place accessible only by a spirit rank. However, Shinruo only mentioned that this sword was a collection of the god who governs the earth element. Indeed, this sword is the only one in the deepest part of the Hell Grand Palace. Shinruo roughly knew what Diying wanted her to talk about. I entered the Hell Grand Palace with Junja for some reasons. There, we encountered an ancient mage, who had become an evil creature because he hadn't left the palace in time. When we reached the depths requiring a spirit rank to pass through, Junja, who hadn't yet crossed the spirit rank, comprehended the method to cross it. We discussed some topics about light elemental magic, and then we met the King of Soldiers, Hishi. I must say, your experiences are always too fascinating. Sanes resumed her usual tone, but she also knew that every spirit rank member at the Crystal Ball Conference, their achievement of the spirit rank itself signified extraordinary encounters and talent surpassing ordinary beings. As a human who couldn't use elemental magic and lacked any innate racial abilities, Shinruo's ability to possess strength equivalent to a spirit rank cultivator, and the numerous times he was forced to fight monsters in the Hell Grand Palace, only to encounter spirit rank cultivators, was hardly surprising. After all, encounters are also a part of one's strength. Well, because Junja's strength was insufficient at the time, and I really wanted to explore the deepest part, I reached an agreement with the King of Soldiers, Hishi, and we briefly cooperated. Shinruo briefly described what happened, but even though he only briefly mentioned Junja and Hishi's behavior, the 10 Absolutes of Dust and Sand could imagine the situation. You see, back then, the Twin Tower City didn't exist, and Junja and Hishi naturally disliked each other. It was said that Junja's biggest resentment was that Hishi was a spirit rank cultivator while he wasn't. Unfortunately, Shinruo's voice didn't seem inclined to satisfy their desire for detailed information. So this is the origin of the rumor spread by the King of Soldiers, Hishi, about rescuing the Eastern humans, who were being used as bait from Junja? Sainzen found it rather amusing. He really is a genius, ha ha ha. Our focus should be on the evil creatures and earth spirits, aiming to determine if the Hell Grand Palace is related to this infection of evil creatures. Shinruo stopped Sainzen's wandering thoughts. In fact, the Great Palace of Hurt is very likely the embodiment of the remaining will of the God of Earth, and the evil creatures within are undead beings formed from a part of the God of Earth, who cut himself off. Yuki steered the conversation back to the original point. Regarding the Abyss, it was actually formed when the God of Fire cut off a part of his will that was not befitting a god, and then the power of the God of Wind suppressed and sealed it into a fissure in the earth. The Holy See had already deduced this from their vast collection of records related to the gods, which is why they claimed, when attacking the Abyss, that the demon race was no longer protected by the remaining will of the gods. Although Shinruo didn't entirely agree with their stated opinion, because the Abyss could be entered because the laws of the continent had completely entered the Cataclysmic Law. Under the Cataclysmic Law, the ancestral home of all races was no longer an inaccessible place preserving their racial flame. However, later events proved that the demons living in the Abyss were a race born from the power of the god, who controlled the wind element, mixed with the thoughts of the god, who controlled the fire element, which were not in accordance with the proper conduct of gods. Having obtained the items carried by the demons, and, through descriptions in the encyclopedia, discovered the relationship between the Demon King and the Holy Demon Fire, Though born from the thoughts rejected by the god of fire elements, Shinruo also considered the similarities between the Hell Grand Palace and the Demon Abyss. However, the two are also very different. Firstly, while the demons living in the Demon Abyss behave erratically, and their thinking differs somewhat from other races on the continent, they still possess a certain degree of logical thinking. Except for the demons living in the Demon City, within the Demon King's sphere of influence, they have independent consciousness. Even those demons strongly influenced by the Demon Kings will have their own independent thinking abilities, and their behavior is not entirely uniform. They also communicate with each other. Demons farther from the Demon King City are even less controlled by him. On the other hand, most of the evil creatures in the Hell Grand Palace lack independent will, and have no need for communication. Among the deeper levels of evil creatures, some possess combat intelligence and appear in pairs. But that's all. Their method of distinguishing friend from foe is incredibly simple, and they possess the unique characteristic of being immune to attacks of their own kind, something even mages or warriors of the same race in a cooperative relationship cannot achieve. Immunity for teammates is something that would only exist in ancient games on Earth, designed for entertainment purposes. The evil creatures of the Great Helter Palace, however, could do it. Now, Yuki's deduction about the nature of the Great Helter Palace, using the Abyss as an example, is surprisingly convincing. Shinruo even intuitively felt that this was very close to the truth. If we follow the possibilities proposed by Yuki, Shinruo recalled his experiences in the Great Helter Palace, and a strange thought surfaced in his mind. So, the god who governs the earth element chose to separate his will from his inappropriate thoughts, then created the Great Helter Palace to confront the parts of himself that were not divine, and to treat this as a necessary trial on his path to a higher dimension. Chapter 375. The Great Palace of Helter opens periodically, allowing warriors and mages from across the continent to slay the evil creatures within. If this is orchestrated by the will of the god of earth elements, it's not a bad design. Warriors and mages gain experience while slaying the evil creatures in the Great Palace of Helter, and these creatures, trapped within, won't negatively impact the continent. Otherwise, the fact that these evil creatures won't die naturally unless hunted, and their continued regeneration during the palace's closure, would cause significant problems for life on the Dust Sand continent. Without divine control, these immortal evil beings would have roamed the continent in its early stages. Their presence would have been a devastating blow to the various races that hadn't yet developed cultivation systems, and were still learning and accumulating power. However, are the beings existing in the Great Palace of Herd merely evil creatures formed from the thoughts stripped away by the god of earth? Or do they also incorporate parts stripped away from other gods? After all, in the continent's historical records, the will of the god of earth rarely appears on the continent, because he is the earth itself. Did all the gods strip away a portion of their will? Shinruo tended not to. Shinruo wasn't entirely certain about the other gods, but he had come into contact with the god of space. Shinruo remembered that the god of wind and the dragon soul of the Far East Dragon Tomb both believed that the will of the god of space was complete, only partially eroded by time. Although the image of the god of space appears on the 8 statues in the sacred temple and in the 10-direction star array, this could simply be because special spaces require the power of the god of space to support them. However, if the god of space is the very essence of all space on the Dust Sand continent, why would his will slumber alone within the space totem stone? Or perhaps his power simply divides into 2 spaces, one existing within the space totem stone and all gems with spatial storage capabilities, the other existing within the space that all life on the Dust Sand continent can live in and sense. Regardless of the reason, for Shinruo, understanding the connection between the god of space and space itself, and the true nature of his existence, is far too difficult. Even with Long Chi's recognition that he could comprehend the laws through his body, thus achieving a spirit rank, and even with the god of space's ambiguous and cryptic instruction on the use of the space totem stone, a vast chasm of consciousness still exists between him and the gods, especially the god of space, the strongest among the 8 gods. The construction of the Great Palace of Health could not have been completed independently by the god of earth elements without the power of the god of space. If the evil life forms appearing on the continent are related to the evil life forms trapped within the Great Palace of Health, then what is the reason these evil life forms can now appear on the surface and infect other life forms? Is it because of the activation of the cataclysmic law? However, the activation of the cataclysmic law is preceded by the arrival of candidates on the continent, and officially occurs after Zhizhi crosses the rare waters. In contrast, what special events occurred before and after the residents of the Horn Tribe Nation and other creatures living there became evil? Twin Tower City could spread rumors related to the Dragon Clan candidates to counter them, and the 10 absolutes of dust and sand wouldn't refute them. However, if they chose to believe them, they wouldn't be worthy of their positions. Could it be that the god of space has reclaimed a portion of his power? Is it because the god of space, who was originally slumbering within the space totem stone in the Far East Dragon Tomb, has awakened and left the stone? Shinru recalled that at the ancient Eastern human ruins, the god of dark elements, to replenish his power, reclaimed the perpetual darkness beneath the Valley of the Undying. The Horn tribe also originally used earth elemental power, but their strength seemed somewhat inferior to that of the Stone Spirit tribe. They rarely achieved the spirit rank in the history of the continent. Currently, in the Eternal Tower arena, Horn tribe warriors utilize a combination of physical strength and earth elemental power in combat. In the kingdom of Shachin, Shinru and Seiensen had both witnessed the Horn tribe using sand boats in battle. In that process, they relied heavily on formations, sand boats, and physical strength. In the ancient Tronisha ruins of the kingdom of Shachin, both the golden masks crafted from sacred relics and the beliefs depicted in their murals seem to tell of a nation that, in ancient times, nurtured an evil will within the sands, worshipping it as a god. This was a rare sight among the nations of the Dust Sand continent. However, before humans created crystal-powered flying wings and chariots, it was a considerable effort for any race on the Dust Sand continent, except for dragons, to traverse the continent's diverse terrains and reach another region. Not to mention that the kingdom of Sandy City is located in the middle of a desert, where cities are like oases. For the native inhabitants of other countries and settlements, crossing the desert, and potentially getting lost, just to reach the towns established by the Horned Ones for living or trading, is simply inconceivable. Therefore, before the kingdom of Sandy City established its current transportation system and navigation methods, it was completely an isolated island in the sand. The culture that the Horned Ones developed independently there, no one knows why they chose to build such cities, and coexist with evil gods in ancient times. Even now, the kingdom of Sandy City can only be considered partially disconnected from the major countries and organizations of the continent. For example, the Lord of Sandy City used to issue A-level quests in the Tower of Eternity, and when the kingdom of Sandy City changed kings, they would issue announcements to the outside world. But that's all. No one knows exactly what's happening in the kingdom of Shachin. While the information relay stations of those organizations in Dragon City of Shilai Kingdom were taken down by the dragon candidates, no organization in Shachin Kingdom is willing to establish an office there. Speaking of which, because evil creatures broke through the blockade, they appeared in some towns across the continent. After compiling the information, we discovered not quite a pattern. When it comes to research-related information, Shimu always has more knowledge than other spirit-ranked individuals. Because many of the evil creatures on the continent were originally innocent residents, who mutated, unlike the evil creatures that arose spontaneously in the Hell Grand Palace, these mutated creatures retain their memories and self-awareness for a period afterward. The psychological experience of killing them is vastly different from killing the evil creatures within the Helter Grand Palace. Not to mention that some infected individuals' relatives and friends haven't been corrupted by evil. Faced with infected family and close friends, some individuals are unable to change their treatment of them, and their own bodies undergo changes after continued contact. Others cannot bring themselves to kill their loved ones or allow the military to deal with them, ultimately leading to the spread of the infection. Therefore, reversing the infection before it completely corrupts has become a pressing need for various organizations and nations across the continent. Yuki, as a renowned healer, has naturally conducted research. It is said that among the plant spirits, there are spirits of the rank who sense their natural lifespan and voluntarily donated their sap. The plant spirit's sap can only be produced when someone willingly exchanges their life for the life of the one being treated. The healing sap, after being diluted and given to infected patients who haven't yet completely corrupted, has proven to be an effective treatment. However, the proportion of sap needed to treat patients at a certain stage of infection is fixed. In other words, the plant spirits already have a very limited supply of this extremely scarce healing sap, and treating infected individuals requires a sufficient quantity. The lower the level of infection, the less sap is needed. Once this was determined, donated sap was allocated to those just showing signs of infection, in order to help more infected individuals. However, this amount of sap is far from sufficient to address the growing problem. The seemingly irregular pattern that Yuki mentioned had nothing to do with the plant spirit sap, but rather with the infected races. First, the most susceptible race is the Horn tribe. I think the reason this has developed to this point so quickly is related to the fact that it occurred in a Horn tribe country. And, unfortunately, it seems the second most susceptible race is the humans. Humans are numerous and widely distributed, especially considering the professions they engage in, which have brought obvious changes to the comfort and convenience of life for various races. Therefore, apart from areas like the Abyss of Demons and the hidden and inaccessible origins of the Illusion clan, humans are practically scattered across different races and countries on the continent. The main races living in the Unicorn Kingdom are the Horn Tribe and humans. Yuki was recounting the statistics from this period. After a Horn Tribe member who had reached near spirit level and transformed into an evil creature broke through the blockade, nearby countries implemented controls on the infected areas. However, the retention of self-awareness among the infected between infection and complete transformation into an evil creature has led to the current situation. However, during this process, a new organization has been quite active, Sign said. It's a human organization called the Mutual Aid Society. Because humans are one of the races most affected by this infection, they are both easily infected and lack magical talent, making them easy targets for execution once infected. The Mutual Aid Society now claims they can use potions to reduce the likelihood of infection. At the same time, they are mobilizing their members to voluntarily isolate themselves if infected, and providing dedicated isolation locations. They pre-selected many remote and secluded locations, set up camps there, and then called upon the infected to live in designated areas. They also left poison in those places, saying that if a drug to reverse the infection couldn't be found, the infected could die with dignity before completely losing their minds and turning into evil creatures. It sounds pretty good, but there's one thing I don't understand. Sainzen raised his doubts. Evil creatures are immortal unless killed by someone, but those who hunted evil creatures in the Hell Grand Palace were warriors, mercenaries, and mages, not poisoners. How can the Mutual Aid Society guarantee that poison will ensure these infected beings die in their final moments, instead of becoming poisonous evil creatures themselves? It must be said, Sainzen's question lacked compassion. Theoretically, the Mutual Aid Society's approach provides infected individuals with end-of-life care, and a community where they can live like normal people, without affecting those around them, or causing the spread of infection, a very good solution. Shinruo believed that this would allow the Mutual Aid Society to expand. However, Sainzen's doubts were valid because, in the past, methods of killing evil creatures did not involve poison. Therefore, without a person in charge of monitoring these camps to ensure timely intervention if poison fails to kill humans on the verge of becoming evil creatures, this model would only lead to a continuous increase in the number of evil creatures. Chapter 376. The violent institutions of various countries have now taken notice of this, and a spirit rank archmage is currently leading a team to observe one of the camps, Yuki told Sainz, providing the latest update on the matter. However, this only happened after the Mutual Aid Society greatly expanded its influence and attracted attention recently. Whether the people they previously directed to the camp have died or transformed into evil creatures can only be known after the observation is complete. The Eternal Tower isn't very close to the Unicorn Kingdom, but we recently begun preparing to set up barriers and checkpoints, said Stone Spirit Qianhong. Speaking of which, if the Great Palace of Health is an underground labyrinth created by the will of the Earth Elemental God to control the thoughts abandoned by the gods, the Horn Tribe, because they are a race that uses earth elements, is particularly susceptible to being influenced and thus transformed, becoming an evil creature. Then why don't stone spirits undergo this change? Stone spirits don't? Shinruo asked, how is this proven? Stone spirits have always been among the spirit ranks of the 10 absolute dust and sand, so of course we have connections and interactions with them. As you know, the way stone spirits die is very different from other races. Irreversible cracks appear inside our bodies. These cracks inevitably appear with age, injury, exposure to fire, and other reasons. The oil used to maintain the body can only slow down this process, not stop it. Increasing our strength can make our bodies more stable, which in turn can extend our lifespan. Therefore, when our bodies are actually full of cracks inside, we maintain their appearance by using maintenance oils that seep into our bodies. Other races might not see the signs, but we ourselves know we are nearing the end of our lives. It's understandable that dying stone elves would choose to coexist with those infected, soon to become evil beings, to observe their changes and to see if they, as a race also endowed with earth elemental power, would be more susceptible to infection. Shinruo easily understood how the stone spirit Qianhong had reached her conclusion through her explanation. Shinruo addressed Qianhong as she because Qianhong mimicked a female voice. In reality, the stone spirit race is a genderless race. It's strange that the Horn Tribe, both races born on the continent from the power of the earth elemental god, are unaffected by the fact that they are most prone to becoming evil creatures. However, the deep underground of the Hell Grand Palace, accessible only by a spirit rank, is inhabited not by evil creatures, but by earth spirits. These beings, condensed from extremely concentrated earth elemental power, exist between consciousness and unconsciousness, making it impossible for Shinrua to determine if they are living beings. But these beings are clearly not evil, they possess no evil aura, no aggressive desires, and are remarkably calm, merely repeating unintelligible whispers. The plant spirit race hasn't been found to be infected yet, and given that their healing sap can partially restore those infected by evil, it's highly likely that the plant spirit race won't, or at least is unlikely to, mutate into evil creatures. It was Jimu who spoke. He was quite qualified to speak about the plant spirit clan. Both the stone spirit clan and the plant spirit clan have very special bodies. Shinrua thought for a moment. These two races often only exhibited a form of mimicry. To make other races understand that they possess sentience, they altered their physical form to be easier to understand. Perhaps, whether to understand the origin of this evil biomorphism or to find a solution, one must look at the source of the problem. In Shinrua's knowledge of his home planet Earth, many highly poisonous substances and their antidotes often coexist. Some very effective medicines are often accompanied by corresponding venomous snakes and insects. However, this symbiotic relationship seems to lack similar examples on the Dusan continent. The reason Shinrua has this idea is that if the great underground palace of Helter is the place where the god of Earth uses his will to seal the evil creatures created from his stripped-away thoughts, then the will of the god of Earth and the evil will are, in fact, coexisting within the great underground palace of Helter. Shinrua suddenly recalled how, in the great underground palace of Helter, the king of soldiers, He, now the Dark King Feng He, transformed Earth spirits into shimmering brown beads when demonstrating his power with his dark elemental force. Back then, when Feng He was still the elite soldier He told him it was a divine relic called the Sai of the Earth God. The elite soldier He even offered to give it to him. What was his response? Very powerful, but I don't need it. That was a product of the 6th underground level of the Hell Grand Palace. The Earth spirits on the 7th underground level produced a divine relic very similar to the Sai of the Earth God, only called the Blessing of the Earth God. Could this thing be a byproduct, an antidote that could reverse the transformation of beings that hadn't completely become evil? Shinrua suddenly slammed his fist on his head, blurting out, the Sai of the Earth God, and the Blessing of the Earth God. A divine relic created by the Earth spirits of the Great Palace of Hurt through spirit-level magic? Jimu repeated Shinrua's words. As a spirit-level plant spirit skilled in medicine, he keenly sensed Shinrua's intention. You think these two things might be able to undo the process of the infected's evil biological transformation? I do have that thought, but I don't know, I'm not sure. Shinrua said, after comparing the world I lived in before coming here with the differences between here and this world, I feel there are some. Shinrua couldn't immediately summarize the connection. These two worlds are actually very different, but they have some strange similarities. Sexuality. I don't know how to describe it. But in short, in my world, antidotes and poisons often have a symbiotic relationship. And in my world, the serum of those who have recovered from plagues often has a therapeutic effect on plague sufferers. I know it's not a perfect analogy, but the god who governs the earth elements has always been able to control the activities of evil creatures within the great palace of Helt. If these evil creatures are similar to the sacred demonic fire or demon kings of the abyss, only not as advanced. Or perhaps the god who governs the earth elements has decreed that they exist in a more dispersed form, in order to gradually weaken them through the hands of the stronger warriors and mages on the continent. Then, in the great palace of Helt, the only being clearly related to divine power is the earth spirit. Shinrua's words flowed from his train of thought, and didn't form a fully coherent logic, but Jimu completely understood his meaning. The gods use power to suppress, seal, and control these evil life forms, and this power manifested in concrete form, one of which was earth spirits. If the power of the god who governs the earth element has consistently suppressed these evil life forms, and controlled their behavior within the Hell Grand Palace, then the earth spirits, manifested by this power, after being transformed by spirit-level magic, might form divine artifacts that could potentially influence the process of evil life's transformation. Of course, this is only a hypothesis, a possibility. Whether it's possible and effective remains to be seen. Historically, few spirit-level beings have reached the levels below the 6th floor of the Hell Grand Palace, but they have not been absent. However, the Hell Grand Palace only opens once every few centuries or decades. The size and blessings of the Earth God brought back by spirit-level beings from various periods, after circulating in the market, were used to create various magical potions and magical items, and many were even inlaid into weapons. Even if all the Sai of the Earth God and Blessing of the Earth God currently circulating in the market were collected and proven effective through testing, it would likely be insufficient for the infected individuals requiring treatment. However, the 10 absolutes of dust and sand could still produce enough of these Sai of the Earth God and Blessing of the Earth God for testing. Even Shenrua could find a few after searching through his collection. After all, Feng He had converted 2 of these items in the Helter Underground Palace, and later gave them to Shenrua upon parting. He had originally mentioned to Shenrua that he could give them to her when they discussed traveling together in the Helter Underground Palace. Several spirit-rank dragon souls from the Far East Dragon Tomb are also kept as collectibles. However, mentioning the serum and recalling the transformation of the soldier King Hishi into an earth spirit, Shenrua thought of something more potentially effective. But asking Feng He for such a thing was a bit difficult. Because, at the entrance to the lowest level of the Held Grand Palace, blocking Shenrua and the soldier King Hishi, was an ancient spirit-rank elder of the Hishi clan. After being transformed by the soldier King Hishi's spirit-rank magic, this elder also became a core similar to the Sai of the Earth God and the favor of the Earth God, but that thing. How to define it? If this were on their home planet Earth, would it be considered a once popular practice of pressing ashes into diamonds? If so, getting Feng He to agree to hand over that core to Jimu for research felt somewhat. Shenrua felt that even with his emotional intelligence, it was something he felt was inappropriate to bring up. He decided it was best not to bring this up in the Crystal Ball meeting. Furthermore, if that core is useful, the subsequent logic for drug production would likely involve using spirit-rank magic to transform beings that have become evil creatures, examining which ones, after transformation, can still form a core-like substance, and then using that to make medicine. Although Shenrua himself, having grown up without much exposure to society, doesn't actually have this psychological burden, he knows from his education that the ethical and emotional impact involved would be considerable. Spirit-rank magic can transform beings like the ancient elders of the Herxi race, who have become evil creatures into something like a core. Shenrua believes that, besides the candidate's mark, mastering spirit-rank magic is probably another way to avoid infection. Perhaps we should ask Tian Shui for help. She should be able to increase our success rate in creating magical potions to combat this evil creature transformation, Shenrua suggested. Because Tian Shui is a spirit-rank mage capable of using fire elemental power, her flames are infused with the power of spirit-rank magic. Adding ingredients like Earth God's Sai or Earth God's Blessing, perhaps the resulting potion, even if it cannot reverse the existing infection, can at least suppress its progression. Chapter 377. When the blindfolded Long Wei arrived in Twin Tower City, Zizha, who had received the news, was quite surprised. According to the information he had obtained, Long Wei had spent the past 2 years at the Eternal Tower, supposedly assisting Shenrua in forging weapons. During this time, the weapons produced and sold by the Eternal Tower were consistently of high quality. Some practice pieces, supposedly pre-forged to create divine-level weapons, also circulated, and their quality was quite good. Most importantly, the number of Dragonfire weapons had increased significantly. In the history of the continent, dragons have always held themselves in high esteem. Aside from internal Dragon Clan exchanges and their own needs, they rarely contribute Dragonfire. The Dragonfire weapons circulating in the market were mainly those that were not perfectly forged, and that the dragons had requested be reforged. Furthermore, dragons considered craftsmen to be the exclusive profession of humans, and for him to be constantly breathing fire for human craftsmen was an insult to the dragon status. This led to a severe shortage of Dragonfire weapons, and as a result, Longwei's constant fire breathing over the past 2 years gave other factions the impression that he had abandoned even the dignity of a dragon. While it's understandable that a dragon needs to vent its grief over its father's death, no one has ever heard of a dragon expressing its sorrow in this way. Other factions also coveted the Dragonfire weapons, but they couldn't openly poach dragons from the Eternal Tower. Therefore, rumors circulated throughout the continent that the 10 Masters of Dust and Sand had somehow managed to get a noble-born dragon to work as their craftsman. Since the 10 Masters of Dust and Sand hadn't shown any indication of supporting or opposing any candidate, Twin Towers City couldn't directly negotiate with them about which candidate they supported. To ensure friendly relations between the two sides, Twin Towers City purchased a considerable amount of weapons from the Eternal Tower. Of course, the Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes always upheld fairness in trade, and the prices Twin Towers City paid for the weapons were reasonable. The only trade that truly showed Twin Towers City's intention to cultivate good relations with the Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes was the Flame Coral deal, which was slightly below market price. Therefore, Longwei's arrival in Twin Tower City at this time, supposedly to become a force against the Dragon Clan candidates, was something Zizha hadn't anticipated. Zizha had always suspected that the candidate from Shilai was Shenrua, but he hadn't directly told Zizha and the candidate Hishi. As for the reason, he hadn't said it. Zija's suspicion stemmed from many sources, but the strongest reason he believed Shinruo was the candidate from Shilai was that the candidate used mental magic. Zija was aware of Shinruo's involvement in the Holy Sea's celestial spirit priest selection process, even though Shinruo didn't pass. But who knew? After all, Shinruo suddenly reminded Zija to seek out a celestial spirit priest to see fragments of his future. This could be seen as indirectly saving Zija's life, but Zija leaned towards the conclusion that Shinruo hadn't seen any of his future fragments. Because the few celestial spirit priests who had seen his future fragments all suffered severe backlash to varying degrees, but Shinruo didn't seem to have been affected. If Shinruo was indeed the candidate from Shilai who intervened, then Zija believed this would make sense. Perhaps Shinruo was originally a candidate skilled in mental arts, possessing some unique secret technique that allowed him to sense his future and redirect the backlash. However, such speculation lacked evidence, and while Zija was in Twin Tower City, he wasn't absolutely loyal to Zija or the Hishi candidate. His silence wasn't due to a lack of evidence, but rather because Shinruo aroused his suspicion. Shinruo had given him a glimpse into his future. In Zija's view, Shinruo hadn't yet revealed her candidate mark, clearly indicating she didn't want to reveal her candidate identity. Given the choice between revealing Shinruo's suspicions and remaining silent, Zija felt there was no need to do something that felt like betrayal. He wasn't incapable of betraying Zija, but in Zija's mind, betraying someone meant indirectly saving his life, and that reason had to be sufficiently compelling. If he did this lightly without a reason, Zija's image would become that of a completely untrustworthy Zija. Such an act would severely damage his reputation. Moreover, leaving a degree of uncertainty for other candidates, always needing to guard against an unknown and potentially powerful being, is quite interesting, isn't it? However, Long Wei's arrival made Zija hesitate about his previously almost certain deduction, which lacked only concrete evidence. Because when Zija first met Shinruo, Shinruo was with Long Wei. At that time, both Shinruo and Long Wei were unknown. Of course, Long Wei had a father who was a renowned spirit-ranked dragon, so if one were interested, one could investigate Long Wei's background. Later, the famous spirit-ranked dragon, Lord Dragon Qin, perished, and Long Wei went to the Eternal Tower with Shinruo. Afterwards, human and dragon craftsmen collaborated to forge one dragon fire weapon after another. Even the Twin Towers, having inherited the Holy Sea's organization, could only look on with envy. Zija believed that if Shinruo were a candidate, Long Wei wouldn't be unaware of it. Given the relationship between Shinruo and Long Wei, if Shinruo were a candidate, Long Wei would have no reason to bypass Shinruo, and instead come to Twin Tower City, seeking help to avenge his father. On my way back to the Tower of Eternity after my father's fall, I was intercepted by that dragon, Long Wei told Zija. I know the details of his battle with the Frost Serpent. I can't miss any opportunity to kill him, even if I don't do it myself. You mean, influenced by the candidate mark, you feel your chance of defeating him is non-existent, so you come to us, the candidates of Twin Tower City, for help? Zija said, although you may be very anxious, as a friend, I need to first check on your eyes. Since you know the details of the battle between the two candidates, I think our current candidate leader of Twin Tower City would be very willing to set aside time for you alone. I don't think we're friends. Long Wei shook his head. Until I learn of that dragon's death, I think it's better for me to make fewer friends. Besides the fact that his cultivation of mental arts made him more sensitive to the emotions of those he encountered, he had overheard Shinruo and Zija's conversation outside of Shilai, and their words before and after the conversation, leading him to a conclusion. Shinruo didn't like Zija. Long Wei believed that Shinruo's decision not to treat Zija as a friend must have its reasons. Now that he was alone in Shuangda City, Long Wei felt that he could not let his guard down around Zija, who had chosen to be his friend. Sensing Long Wei's unfriendly attitude, Zija wasn't particularly upset. Nearly 5 dusty years had passed since he started working for the Holy See, until the Holy See became Twin Tower City. Initially, the Holy See valued Zija's consistently warm and welcoming personality, regardless of race. They hoped he would give other races a different perspective on the Holy See's Zija, and Zija had done a good job. He even influenced some Zija of lower status. As the son of a grand archmage of light from Qingzi Kingdom, he could humble himself and greet visiting the Holy See with smiles to captains of mercenaries and caravan leaders of different races. However, Zija knew that his outward enthusiasm masked a heart that remained largely indifferent to most beings. He wasn't quite like Junja, who was so engrossed in cultivation that he was indifferent to the affairs of his surroundings and the joys and sorrows of other beings. Although he often said things were interesting, he actually found most things tedious. It's incredibly difficult to truly evoke any different feelings in him, so Zija would deliberately do things against his own nature. His aim was to see if anything in the process could stir up any ripples within him. Now that Long Wei was showing signs of wariness, Zija stopped there, not emphasizing his friendship with Long Wei. His interest in Long Wei wasn't as great as his interest in Shenruo. Long Wei's strength was to be expected, and in Zija's eyes, Long Wei was somewhat simple, his emotions readily apparent, unlike a human whose strength was impossible to fathom. This made Zija feel that Long Wei was worthy of in-depth study. However, the Dragon Clan candidates are currently the greatest threat to Twin Tower City. As one of the leaders of Twin Tower City, Zija still needs to fulfill his duties, making time for Zija and the He-She candidates, so they can learn about the latest situation of the Dragon Clan candidates from Long Wei. Meanwhile, in the Eternal Tower, within the space of Ji-Mu, research on drugs to counteract the infection of evil creatures is in full swing. The most troublesome part is verifying the effectiveness of the drugs. The Eternal Tower has not yet been infected by any residents or outsiders whose bodies have changed. The Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes also do not want any infected beings to appear. To this end, the organization has set up barriers and checkpoints, and their method of confirming whether various races coming to the Eternal Tower have undergone physical changes is simple and not brutal. The Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes have left openings in several directions leading into the Eternal Tower. These openings are all along the main roads of the continent. Before entering the Eternal Tower, the Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes have used magical power to construct simple-looking buildings for consumption. Upon entering these buildings, a mandatory expense is taking a bath. Separate bathing areas for men and women offer comprehensive bathing services. However, changing clothes is required before entering. At the entrance and exit for changing clothes, stone elves provide guidance to all races visiting the Eternal Tower. The bathing fee is low, and a complimentary snack is included, so it won't cause any offense to those being inspected. The only problem is that the outer perimeter of the Eternal Tower is quite large. Maintaining such a barrier requires a significant amount of crystals and a considerable number of rotating members. In this situation, to confirm the effectiveness of the medicine, the only option is to go outside and find infected individuals whose bodies have already undergone changes. I want to go to the source, Shenruo said, lying on her back in bed, looking at the ceiling, the crystal ball beside her emitting faint light. Perhaps our speculation about the god, who controls the earth elementals, will find the answer there. Besides, I'm a candidate, I have the mark, so I won't be infected. On the way, I can also try the medicine on the various infected races to confirm its effectiveness. However, since I can't use magic, I can't adjust the medicine constantly, so I just keep testing it. I go with you, Ji-Mu suggested. Theoretically, I'm a spirit-rank plant spirit, so I won't be affected. Your target is too big, Shenruo pointed out. Ji-Mu is a famous healer on the continent. His portrait can be found at any place that sells information, by buying a list of well-known healers. I can change my mimicry, Ji-Mu said. Most of the time, the plant spirits are unwilling to change their existing mimicry. They have no enemies. Mimicry is simply a way for other races to remember them. Even if they change their mimicry, the plant spirits still have ways to recognize each other. However, to recognize someone who has changed their mimicry, they need to have met and known each other. Even among plant spirits, one cannot recognize another plant spirit who has changed their mimicry based solely on a portrait. Chapter 378. You specifically called me here, and even went so far as to transform into a mimic to come with me. Tell me, what's the reason? Shenruo asked in Ji-Mu's spatial dimension. You see, Ji-Mu had already deduced the possible truth about the Held Grand Palace. It was unlikely that the spirit-rank plant spirits would be transformed by evil creatures. There was no reason for him to wait until Shenruo brought it up before thinking of using Earth God Sai and Earth God's favor to develop the medicine. Of course, since no particularly powerful beings among the evil creatures had appeared before, and no incidents of crossing the blockade had occurred, it was understandable that Ji-Mu hadn't rushed to develop the relevant medicine. However, after developing the medicine, only expressing his desire to go with Shenruo, when she mentioned going to the center of the infection source to test the medicine for improvement and modification, made Shenruo feel that Ji-Mu was deliberately waiting for her. Of course, it's because I'm after your spatial totem stone. Yuki pointed to Shenruo's necklace. This trip is different from our previous journey to the abyss. Shenruo recalled the scale of Yuki's preparations for that trip. Back then, Yuki had led a medical team, and each healer carried a huge basket filled with neatly stacked spatial gems. Along the way, Yuki had researched and prepared medicines for any monsters that interested him. The necessary equipment, tools, and medicines, including raw materials and finished potions, were enormous. This time, because leaving the Eternal Tower meant traversing areas already infected and ultimately heading to the source, Yuki couldn't afford to take healers who hadn't reached the spirit rank with him on this adventure. But Shinrua glanced at the items Jimmu was organizing and felt a wave of dizziness. Couldn't this plant spirit understand that storing and retrieving items with a spatial totem stone is nowhere near as easy as with a regular spatial gem? Jimmu seemed to sense Shinrua's pressure and offered what he thought was a very considerate suggestion. You always think your eye color is very eye-catching, right? I failed many times in my potion experiments before, but during the time you and Longwei were away, I succeeded in one, although the effect was less than satisfactory. How so? Shinrua finally recovered a little from the shock of having to use her mental power to identify Jimmu's mountain of luggage. I remember you met Juinja because of the water flame lotus, right? What happened after that? Jimmu asked. This was Shinrua's private matter, but after Shinrua became one of the 10 great dust and sand masters, Jimmu, out of interest and a desire to share some of his resources with Shinrua, traded the story of how he and Juinja met. Regarding the water flame lotus, Shinrua didn't describe in detail how it remained within his body or its current state. In reality, Shinrua can now use the water flame lotus's water elemental power to activate some of the weapon's crystals without needing special gloves. However, this requires high-quality weapons, and the connection point requires water elemental power. Furthermore, once the water flame lotus's power is absorbed, it will not be restored. Having experienced the benefits of water elemental power circulating through his meridians, with his true chi in the Hell Palace and the Demon Abyss, Shinrua has never wasted the water flame lotus's power. Shinrua would only choose not to use gloves to activate her crystal weapon when facing exceptionally powerful enemies, to avoid the gloves affecting her grip on the weapon and potentially impacting her attack accuracy. I do still have some water elemental power remaining in my body from the water flame lotus, Shinrua said. But what does that have to do with eye color? Elemental power has its own color of expression, Yuki explained. For example, water elemental power manifests as blue. Blue pupils are quite common among humans. The potion I later tried to make could theoretically make your pupils appear blue. Theoretically? Shinrua asked doubtfully. Didn't you usually test it on a large number of animals, especially those that weren't doing anything good, to confirm the effect? I couldn't confirm it, Yuki said. Because this potion makes the dominant elemental power flowing through the body manifest as the pupil color. These animals' pupil color is the color of the elemental power accumulated in their bodies. Using them only proves the potion is harmless, not that it's effective. So you have to let me try it to prove it, right? Although Shinrua asked, he was already quite certain that Yuki intended to use him as a guinea pig. However, besides him, probably no one else on the continent has such a need. Moreover, this potion, which only reflects the color of the dominant elemental power within the body onto the pupils, will only be effective against him. All races other than humans naturally have pupils that match the color of the elemental power they can control. Humans don't possess a dominant elemental power, otherwise, they would be able to use magic. Only in extremely rare cases like his, where he coincidentally absorbed the water flame lotus into his body, would this potion be useful. Here, try it. Yuki handed Shinrua a vial of the potion. Just drip it into your eyes. I don't know how long it lasts. Shinrua muttered, but still took the potion and applied it. Is it useless? Yuki waited for a long time, but didn't see any change in Shinrua's pupil color, his disappointment evident. For a top-tier healer like him, strange potions that could alter the bodies of different races were something he was very willing to research. Shinrua thought for a moment, then slowly guided the water elemental power left in his body by the water flame lotus with his true energy, following the meridians and concentrating it around his eyes. This is somewhat similar to the method of changing eye consciousness. Changing eye consciousness requires condensing true energy in the meridians of the eyes, so it's not an ability without any cost. Success? Yuki shouted, watching the change in Shinrua's pupil color. However, Yuki immediately recalled that Shinrua's pupils changed color only after he expressed disappointment, and Shinrua seemed thoughtful. He couldn't help but ask, wait, does it require you to do something for it to change color? I did do something, Shinrua said. Now I need to know how long its effect will last if I don't continue doing this. After saying this, Shinrua guided the water elemental power back to his dantian, simultaneously using internal observation to sense whether the water elemental power was being consumed. The consumption of water elemental power was about the same as when he usually guided it through the circulation of water elemental power. If it wasn't used to expand his meridian capacity, it was practically negligible. After obtaining the water elemental power of the water flame lotus, Shinrua used it to expand his meridians. However, given his physique, the capacity of his meridians wasn't simply a matter of expanding them as much as possible. There was a limit to how well they could be integrated with his body. After waiting, Shinrua and Yuki determined that the change in his eye color would take approximately 2 days. 2 days later, to maintain his blue eyes, he would need to reapply the potion and briefly concentrate the water elemental power into the meridians around his eyes. This was already a very good result for Shinrua. Because of this, the extra load on Yuki's suitcase became acceptable. Ever since the dragon candidate caused Shinrua's blood to drip onto the spatial totem stone, he could feel the connection between the sacred relic and himself strengthening. Furthermore, the cultivation of the spatial totem stone's inheritance required combining it with mental techniques, making it a suitable combination for Shinrua when paired with the star spirit scales. Previously, under the dragon's watchful eye, he couldn't retrieve the celestial scales, and could only comprehend the inheritance within the space totem stone. After returning to the Eternal Tower, Shinrua's speed in mastering the space totem stone's inheritance significantly increased. Therefore, although Yuki had a lot to bring, Shinrua packed it up much faster than when he and Long Wei went to Shi-like Kingdom. To help Shinrua quickly understand what he needed, Yuki even made a notebook. The notebook contained small illustrations of all the items he needed, allowing him to easily find what he needed by referring to the pictures. Shinrua couldn't help but admire Yuki's resourcefulness. After ordering Shinrua around, Yuki realized he might have gone a bit too far, so he said to Shinrua, "To thank you for carrying so much luggage for me, I think I can use a mimicry that you absolutely be satisfied with to go out with you." With that, Yuki transformed into his new mimicry, a shape resembling a cane made of tree branches or saplings, reaching Shinrua's shoulder height, with a hook-like shape at the top. It was like a cane, reaching Shinrua's shoulder height, and the hook seemed perfectly positioned to rest on Shinrua's shoulder. If Shinrua were sitting, holding this cane would be Yuki, well, Shinrua really didn't want to imagine that. "This is the mimicry you think I'd be satisfied with?" Shinrua had serious doubts about Yuki's idea. Of course, the hook can hold a light element crystal lamp. The hook was actually Yuki's original hair, or rather, the crown of a tree, bent backward. If this part were used to hang a lamp, the light wouldn't shine into Yuki's eyes. Of course, Yuki's mimicry didn't include eyes, so Shinrua had no idea how he could see his surroundings. However, Yuki's mimicry included a bump resembling the top of a cane, a natural knot on a branch. Yuki's voice came from this bump, clearly his mimic mouth. "The most amazing thing is, if you use me for defense or attack, it looks like just an ordinary human holding a cane. Who would guess that this cane can use spirit-level magic?" Yuki persistently explained the superiority of his mimicry to Shinrua. It did sound incredibly unexpected, and Shinrua, after imagining the scenario, admitted he was deeply tempted. With the eye drops that changed his eye color and the wig, he wouldn't have to worry about his identity being questioned, he could act freely without restraint, and he wouldn't have to worry about attracting attention because of his strength. Although Shinrua wasn't the type to enjoy fighting, it was still frustrating to have to worry about her identity being exposed, and not being able to give someone a good beating whenever trouble came knocking. Now that she didn't have to worry about that anymore, the biggest question was, "What should I call myself?" Shinrua asked. Chapter 379. Forgive my bluntness, but apart from this hooded robe that covers you from head to toe, you don't resemble a hermit living deep in the mountains at all. In a desolate town not far from the border between the Unicorn Kingdom and the Wind Breath Kingdom, a man in a cloak walked along the road. Residents here, after being tested and found not to be infected, are granted permission to leave the town. Because of this, many residents have already left, and the streets are deserted, save for the howling wind. The man walking along the road, though seemingly alone, is talking. It's precisely because there are so few people on the road that it doesn't inspire fear, because if one listens closely, one will discover that the voice isn't coming from this strangely dressed man talking to himself, but from a cane draped over his shoulder. It's called a cane, but it's rather large and disproportionate to the wearer's height. Rather than using a cane to walk, this person seemed to be carrying it on their shoulder, a truly bizarre behavior. This person and the cane belonged to Shinrua and Ji Mu, who had been heading towards the Unicorn Kingdom after leaving the Eternal Tower. They had already passed through several infected towns along the way. Because becoming an evil creature was a terrifying prospect for most of the native inhabitants, the infected, their families, and those who were not yet infected were in a state of extreme antagonism. This made it extremely difficult for them to discreetly find infected individuals, who had not yet fully become evil creatures to test their drugs, and once they entered an area with several infected individuals, leaving required passing through numerous layers of checks. The wishes of their respective district control organizations or nations are for the complete isolation of the infected, including their own relatives and uninfected residents. If they are found to be attempting to cross the blockade, or if they have already fully transformed into evil creatures, it is best for powerful mages to eliminate them all. Residents whose relatives or friends are infected, or who are infected themselves but have not yet been completely transformed into evil creatures and still retain self-awareness, have far more complex emotions. Residents whose relatives or friends have become infected place their hopes on magical potions, somewhat like grasping at straws. On the one hand, they believe that as long as they haven't become evil creatures, or even if they have, as long as they remain within the blockade, there is no need for annihilation. In this process, mutual aid societies frequently appear and gain increasing support. Because humans have a higher reproductive capacity than other intelligent races, human communities and kinship ties are inherently closer than those of other races. Under these circumstances, some human warriors choose to unite with those among their race capable of using crystal weapons to form a fighting force, intending to seize control of their respective towns. Even with the aid of crystal weapons, humanity still has a limit to its strength. Therefore, human settlements with this tendency are mostly towns and villages not covered by the main armed forces of certain nations. However, even among humans, this tendency has not reached a consensus. Under these circumstances, Shinruo and Jimu only managed to find infected individuals suitable for drug trials by occasionally encountering newly infected humans in chaotic areas. Yuki developed numerous medicines, divided into two types, one for internal use and one for external application. Both Sai of the Earth God and Blessing of the Earth God are extremely precious, making it impossible to create high-concentration medicines. Therefore, Yuki experimented with varying proportions of the raw materials in the medicines to confirm their effectiveness and the necessary dosage. To avoid trouble, Shinruo, at Yuki's suggestion, had to make what was essentially a simple matter of administering medicine to the infected appear like a criminal act. In each town where infected individuals were present, Shinruo would first use altered hearing to identify any infected individuals who had slipped through the cracks and didn't want to be caught in the blockade. Then, she would track them down, knock them unconscious, and drag them to the tents they had pre-set up in the town. As the number of infected individuals increased, designated camps appeared in various towns, primarily for those who, after verification, were decided to relocate. Upon arriving at each location, Shinruo and Yuki would first find one of these camps, setting up a tent in a secluded corner away from the crowds. Because infected individuals were difficult to obtain, Shinruo and Jimu would administer drugs to them in stages, drugs that might have no effect, some might have an effect, and some might have a good effect, through trial and error. They would first use topical medications, then oral medications. Topical medications required transdermal absorption, necessitating the use of water elemental power or magic unique to the plant spirit race. The advantages and disadvantages of traveling with Jimu became apparent. Shinruo considered himself quite prepared, but Jimu was 100 times more so. Many of the things Jimu packed were likely items he would never use on the journey, but he not only prepared them, he prepared more than one item at a time. This perfectly embodies the concept of prevention. Therefore, the magical crystal device used by healers to replace water elemental power in treatment was naturally placed in Jimu's luggage. Through Shinruo and Jimu's practice along the way, they had roughly summarized the patterns of the infected's evil biological transformation process, as well as which drugs were effective, their effectiveness, and whether they could cure the disease. For example, the Sai of the Earth God and the Favor of the Earth God are indeed two effective medicinal ingredients, but the potion has requirements for the content of these two ingredients. If the requirements are not met, then the formula containing the healing juice of the plant spirit clan can also achieve a similar effect. Once the concentration takes effect, the main function of oral potions is to stop the infection from further affecting the body, but the changes that have already occurred in the infected person cannot be reversed. The drawback of this type of potion is that if it is only ingested, then those enforcing the lockdown and isolation cannot distinguish which parts of the infection have stopped changing further, and which parts will change further. Furthermore, since neither Shinruo nor Jimu are susceptible to infection, they cannot determine whether the infected individual will continue to cause symptoms in other previously uninfected individuals. Based on her home planet Earth's medical knowledge, Shinruo considered the origins and development of ancient vaccines. However, the production of ancient vaccines on Earth requires an inactivation process, and the necessary equipment is likely unavailable on the Dust Sand continent. Even if the magic here possesses technology similar to that of Earth, It's impossible to simply extract blood from an infected individual whose infection has stopped worsening and then rashly inject it into different people. Even disregarding other factors, blood type compatibility, and the presence of other pathogens in the blood are daunting problems. While telescopes made by embedding polished crystals in the lens tube exist on the dust-sand continent, microscopes, especially those like electron microscopes, have not been developed. Therefore, despite having access to infected blood, Shinruo has not proposed any related treatments. They are still exploring the field of pharmacology. Topical potions, delivered through transdermal magic, can alleviate the infection in the areas they reach. However, without ingestible potions, the infection will soon recur. The infection progresses from the limbs to the torso, with the head being the last area affected by skin discoloration. Once the infected person's face has completely changed color, the potions are ineffective, and the infected person will be fully transformed into an evil creature. While Shinruo and Jimu tested the potion's effects, Jimu optimized its proportions and the ingredients of other drugs besides the main component. Jimu's goal was to ultimately create as many effective potions as possible using the fewest Sai of the Earth God and Blessing of the Earth God, two rare and highly sought-after divine relic-level raw materials. However, even if all the Sai of the Earth God and Blessing of the Earth God circulating in the market were used to make potions, it wouldn't be enough to meet the needs of the infected settlements across the entire Dust-Sand continent. Moreover, once the potion's effects became known, many people might purchase it as a precaution, and the hope it brought could potentially trigger a riot among the infected who felt they had reached their end. In short, Yuki didn't intend to publicly disclose the progress of his drug research until he devised a way to prevent the various factions on the mainland from descending into chaos and forcing the infected and their families to make desperate gambles. This was also why he had Shinruo conduct various ambushes and hypnosis sessions to make the infected forget what had happened. Yuki's requirements for the hypnosis method were quite detailed. If the infected were completely cured, he would have Shinruo hypnotize them until they forgot they had ever been infected. If the infected had only used the ingestible drug, Yuki required Shinruo to make them only forget what happened after he ambushed them. Of course, if other forces were to develop similar drugs, the Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes didn't intend to interfere. Yuki believed that with the drug materials the Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes could currently gather, they could only protect their members within a limited scope. If necessary, non-core members might have to be sacrificed. Yuki's idea gradually took shape and became increasingly firm on his journey to the Unicorn Kingdom. The speed at which the blockade was breached and the infection spread was simply too fast. On their way to a town called Kalen, located on the border between the Wind Breath Kingdom and the Unicorn Kingdom, Shinruo and Jimu had already witnessed more than one town making the decision to kill residents who had turned into evil creatures. Some towns were more radical. If these towns had archmages and powerful magic warriors maintaining order, or were even military strongholds of some country, then it wasn't just a simple matter of killing residents who had become evil creatures. Those in these towns, who could use powerful magic to prevent the spread of the infection, would immediately detain any infected individuals found at the town's entrances and exits, and kill them using fire elemental magic in designated areas. This method of killing was intended to completely incinerate the infected, preventing further infection. At the same time, the town's residents were regularly screened, leaving no one suspected of being infected unchecked. While this approach was undoubtedly cruel and ruthless, Shinruo knew very well that in the history of human development on their home planet Earth, before vaccines were invented, large-scale epidemics were often ended in this cruel way. Or perhaps, due to the ruler's benevolence, incomplete isolation, or other reasons, the epidemic ended in another way. This ending stemmed from the disease claiming enough lives until the continent became sparsely populated, naturally forming a buffer zone, or perhaps a few who contracted and recovered developed antibodies, continuing the human bloodline. In contrast, seemingly cruel methods often resulted in the fewest deaths. Cruelty and mercy, harshness and kindness in the world are never absolutely measured. Therefore, Shinruo and Jimu did not intervene in the events unfolding in these towns. They even chose to detour around such towns. Chapter 380. Upon arriving in Kalen town, Shinruo, mocked by Jimu for not dressing like a hermit, but having fabricated a hermit identity for herself, walked through the deserted streets and entered the town center. Many houses were already empty, only those planning to leave remained. Aside from Shinruo, there were no outsiders. In fact, by the time Shinruo and Jimu arrived, even the few remaining normal people were few and far between. Thingxi Kingdom was a nation primarily composed of the plant spirits, the Hishi clan, and humans. The plant spirits were the dominant race, So like other plant spirit nations Shinrua had visited, towns, those that humans typically understood, were located on the borders. The towns existed solely to facilitate the lives of other races and trade with the plant spirits. Because it bordered the Horn Tribe's Unicorn Kingdom, this town originally had many Horn Tribe shops, inns, and houses, but now, not a single Horn Tribe member could be seen in Kalen Town. The plant spirits are not easily infected, but most are unwilling to leave their daily lives and cultivation areas. Therefore, the main force sealing off Kalen Town consists of Herrscher warriors. To this end, the plant spirits have appointed a near-spirit rank mage to participate in the affairs of Kalen Town, but the main command on-site is currently in the hands of a spirit rank Herrscher. The blockade is one way. Traveling towards the Unicorn Kingdom will not be questioned or stopped, but before Shinrua's arrival, people here would only go in the opposite direction. So although the Herrscher responsible for sealing off the area will not prevent Shinrua from entering the town, they couldn't help but ask him a few questions. Once you go in, it'd be difficult to get out. Are you sure you want to head towards the Unicorn Kingdom? Although the city guard, Hershey, showed goodwill, he maintained a certain distance from Shinrua. In his view, anyone going against the flow at this time was very likely already infected. Having been under lockdown in Kalen Town for so long, some of the Hersheys or their human colleagues had been infected. Because this was the front line of the lockdown, the methods used here were seemingly ruthless. Once infected were discovered, they were generally killed and burned on the spot. The Hersheys, plant spirits, and a few human warriors on duty here had accumulated some practical experience. For example, what distance and level of contact would prevent infection. This information was gained at the cost of their lives by their comrades. I am a reclusive apothecary, though I am human. Shinrua said, I went there to find the ingredients for a medicine that can treat this infection. Oh! Are you confident? Although the Herxi warrior felt that there were currently no well-known human apothecaries, Shinrua's seemingly frail physique and willingness to go against the grain made the Herxi warrior wonder if Shinrua truly had a solution. Not really. Shinrua's answer disappointed the Herxi warrior, but it made sense. How could he expect a human apothecary to bring any hope of reversing this disaster? Shinrua continued, I'm just following the logic and experience of medicine preparation recorded in books, deducing that the most likely effective medicine is produced in the place where the infection originated, so I decided to take the risk. After all, I have no relatives or friends who care about me, it's just a gamble. There are some infected people gathered in the central area of Kalen Town. If you're not infected yet, stay away from there, the Hershey warrior kindly reminded Shinrua. However, there are rumors that some of those whose infection isn't severe have decided to go to the Unicorn Kingdom. Their thinking is different from yours. They want to go there to hunt other evil creatures before they completely transform into evil beings. If you're determined to go to the Unicorn Kingdom, you can follow them from a distance, just keep your distance. Also, don't get bitten by those mutated evil creatures in the Unicorn Kingdom. Take precautions. You still have a very small chance of not being infected. However, this small chance is practically no chance. The Hershey warrior felt a little sorry for the human apothecary before him. Well then, good luck. The Hershey warrior then let Shinrua pass. After entering Kalen Town, Shinrua didn't follow the warrior's advice to stay away from the infected people. Instead, he considered whether to blend in with them. The town center of Kalen is now inhabited entirely by infected, but young and vigorous humans who possess some, but not many, crystal weapons. The original residents who could leave have already done so. Because their departure was forced rather than planned, they couldn't take many belongings with them. Those who haven't left, and aren't infected, but are waiting to leave, live together on the other side of the blockade, in a corner of the town near the entrances and exits. These residents are now few and far between. The extent of the blockade has been adjusted more than once during this period. By the time Shinrua arrived, Kalen Town was vastly different from when the blockade was first established. To show concern for the infected while they remained conscious, and to prevent them from gathering together to break through the blockade. Although they were physically incapable of breaking through, the spirit rank Hershey in charge of sealing off Kalen Town felt it unnecessary to add to the trouble that would waste resources, and besides, he wasn't the kind of Hershey who enjoyed killing infected. Under this spirit rank Hershey's command, items and houses that the departing residents of Kalen Town couldn't take were considered ownerless and allowed for the infected's use. Most of the infected had already accepted their ultimate fate. The few who hadn't couldn't be incited to join them in conflict with the warriors sealing off the town, who weren't actually the source of their infection. Releasing the town's remaining resources for their use would allow these infected to remain content with their current situation. In fact, after being infected, the infected lose their sense of hunger. The only difference between them and evil creatures is that they still retain some sensory feedback and their original memories and emotions. In this situation, occupying the resources in the town center meant being able to enjoy life more before they lost their memories, consciousness, and the ability to feel pleasure. Therefore, after this period of lockdown, new unspoken rules have emerged in Kalen Town. The best resources in the town center are enjoyed by the stronger infected. When an infected's neck changes color, the other infected will kill him. After Shinruo and Jimu arrived, they quietly observed from an inconspicuous spot for a while, and quickly discovered that these people who claimed to be invading the Unicorn Kingdom were just a rabble. Their idea wasn't bad. They believed the infection in the Unicorn Kingdom was leading them to their deaths, so hunting down some evil creatures there before that was their way of avenging themselves. After all, in the Kingdom of Kalen, they were just experiencing the changes in their bodies day by day, sinking deeper and deeper into despair. However, their strength and weaponry were less than impressive to Shinruo and Yuki. To hunt down the evil creatures, they would likely need a large group working together, outnumbering their opponents, and employing tactical coordination. During their observation, Shinruo and Yuki couldn't discern any tactical skill among them. These people simply planned to go to the Unicorn Kingdom together. They had no plan for how to operate there, or how to find the evil creatures. Should we still go with them? Yuki understood Shinruo's intentions, but these people who intended to go to the Unicorn Kingdom were still gathering weapons, and Yuki felt that following them would be completely pointless. Yes, we will. Shinruo answered Jimu in a low voice, explaining, none of us will be infected. If we discover any potentially useful ways to reverse the infection, who will test the medicine on us? That makes sense. Jimu was convinced. These infected people prepared for 2 more days after Shinruo and Jimu arrived. Although Shinruo and Jimu entered the central area of the town, they didn't take any resources left by the local inhabitants. Even when eating, they hid in a corner and secretly ate dry rations. So for a while, no infected people noticed their presence. It wasn't until they felt they had to leave, lest the infection worsen, and they had to kill each other before the evil creatures were even killed, that Shinruo silently carried the staff that Jimu had transformed into and followed at the back of their group. A day after entering the Unicorn Kingdom, the ground beneath the marching group suddenly turned to sand, plunging this tactically ill-equipped team into chaos. "What's going on?" shouted one of the infected, completely unaware of magic. "Horn Tribe, it's Earth Elemental magic." This was another infected who knew a little about the Horn Tribe's Earth Elemental magic, but had no countermeasures other than screaming and running away. As humanity gained acceptance from other races and settled in towns, the original human society, where everyone was skilled in magic and combat, a society of universal military strength, changed. Over time, some humans withdrew from combat, primarily engaging in cooking, service, gathering, and processing raw materials. They remained in towns, thus avoiding contact with battles between mages or magical warriors. Even though they could use some crystal tools and implements for convenience, the logic of using these everyday tools was completely different from the logic of magical combat. Some of the infected were caught off guard, while others reacted quickly enough. Regardless of their shouts, their actions were unified. They wanted to run away from the area where the ground beneath their feet was constantly turning sandy and sinking. "Huh?" Yuki exclaimed. "The evil creatures that came here are quite powerful." However, for Shinruo, a spirit-rank plant spirit who had already witnessed battles between candidates, somewhat powerful was merely a literal translation. Yuki, in its staff-like form, extended and retracted, and Shinruo immediately understood. Using Yuki's body as a fulcrum, Shinruo pulled his legs back and stepped onto the tree trunk behind him as Yuki changed length. Then, using the momentum, he flipped over and nimbly carried Yuki, who had reverted to his staff form, up the tree. Changing his perception to scan the surroundings, Shinruo easily located the hiding place of the evil horned creatures lurking nearby. Chapter 381. After transforming into an evil creature, both intelligence and agility decrease. This is true for those who couldn't leave the Helt Underground Palace in time, and thus transformed into evil creatures, and it's also true for the evil creatures attacking the group now. As the infected scattered, Shinruo drew his short sword and cleaved an evil creature that had fallen from the treetop in two with a single strike. Unlike when using other swords in the Helt Underground Palace, where the evil creatures needed to be dealt with after death, Shinruo's sword cleaved the creature into dust along the path the sword had pierced. When leaving the Helt Underground Palace, Shinruo and the soldier King Hishi used a marking crystal, following a route already cleared of evil creatures. Therefore, although they had already discovered that this short sword seemed to have a special restraining effect on the crimson energy in the demon abyss, they hadn't expected it to be so effective at killing beings very similar to the evil creatures in the Hell's underground palace. I have a nascent idea, Yuki said after seeing the effect Shinrua's short sword had on the evil creature. If I used your sword to cut off the infected part of the infected person, could I stop the infection from spreading further inside their body? That would only be effective if only the skin of the limbs was infected. Shinrua pondered for a moment before offering her thought, and if it's just skinning that works, that's fine, but if not, wouldn't it be amputation? Given the choice between losing a limb and losing one's life, I think most people can make that decision easily. Yuki said, I just don't know if they'd be infected again after this treatment. After Shinrua drew her sword, the evil horned creatures that had attacked them turned and ran away before Shinrua could even react. Shinrua was certain that before she drew her sword, she had clearly seen the creatures preparing to use magic in her direction. In other words, the infected who scattered and fled were not the evil horned creatures' intended targets. Combined with the attack she had received from the small evil creatures lurking in the treetops before she drew her short sword, Shinrua made a guess. It seems these evil creatures see the infected as beings just like themselves, and they're afraid of my sword. So, during the sand-transforming magic attack earlier, the other infected were just collateral damage? Yuki asked. That should be correct. Shinrua jumped down from the tree after speaking. If anyone doesn't want to be attacked by the evil creatures, holding the short sword will achieve their goal. But we still need to confirm further. Who are you? I don't think I've seen you before. Previously, because she was wearing a full-body black robe with a hood covering most of her face, and these infected individuals felt their days were numbered, they hadn't paid much attention to the inconspicuous Shinrua. As a small group, they were connected by searching for suitable weapons and discussing entering the Unicorn Kingdom together to hunt evil creatures. While the infected individuals weren't particularly familiar with each other or had any emotional bonds, they were at least familiar with the other members of their group. Shinrua had used the tree for leverage to climb up and then jump down, causing the hood of her robe to slip down naturally. Among the infected individuals who had regrouped, some noticed that Shinrua was a completely unfamiliar face. Well, looks like we've been discovered. Yuki spoke to Shinrua in a barely audible voice. Shinrua detected no worry in Yuki's tone. He was clearly unconcerned. I wanted to look for some medicine to treat the infection, but I was worried I couldn't make it deep into the Unicorn Kingdom alone, so I followed you. Shinrua wasn't good at lying. He avoided lying whenever possible. So, when asked to come up with an excuse, he again performed clumsily, giving Yuki the impression that if you can't make up a reason, you shouldn't bother. Most of these infected were ordinary urban dwellers, their way of thinking and lifestyle completely different from the cunning and shrewd dust and sand 10 absolutes or the powerful continental spirit rank cultivators. If it weren't for this sudden turn of events, they would never have imagined themselves fighting and killing like this. However, this idea of fighting and killing was entirely just a figment of their imagination. They hadn't grasped one crucial point. The evil creatures had already accepted them as one of their own and wouldn't normally attack them. Like the evil creatures in the Hell Grand Palace, they were even immune to magical damage from their own kind. However, this simplistic view was held by the majority of the infected. A few infected not only sensed something amiss in Shinrua's words, but also noticed suspicious aspects of his behavior. Judging by your agility in descending the tree just now, it made no difference whether you were with us or not, right? Although the infected scattered and fled when Shinrua climbed the tree, no one paying attention to what he was doing, things were different when he came down. Having found no source of danger, after the initial fear, some of the infected emboldened, brandishing weapons, and looking around suspiciously. That's why some saw Shinrua descending the tree. And you dared to come here looking for something, yet you didn't just tell us you wanted to join the group. The infected stopped mid-sentence. Because the infected suddenly realized something. While Shinrua was somewhat suspicious, what was the point of exposing his suspicions, proving his suspicions? Currently, no medical clinic or organization on the entire continent had announced the development of a magical potion that could cure infection. In Kalen Town, after being infected, all one could do was wait to become an evil creature. They were just clinging to life, thinking that since they were all going to become evil creatures anyway, they should at least do something meaningful in their final moments, right? If everyone was nearing the end, what could Shinrua possibly gain from them? Forget it, since we're all here, let's keep going. The realization that becoming evil creatures meant certain death for the infected was a shared understanding within this group. These human infected were incredibly weak, so weak that they couldn't realize the evil creatures were only attacking Shinrua. They were being attacked because they were in his group. When they realized they couldn't figure out what benefit Shinrua could gain from them, they simply dismissed Shinrua as delusional, a pathetic person infected and desperately clinging to life, just trying to survive. A burly man accompanied Shinruo. The group had only a few crystal weapons, one of which was in his hand. Clearly, he was the tallest among the weak infected. How far has your infection progressed? Shinruo wasn't in a hurry to leave. His discussion with Yuki about the short sword had given him some ideas. However, whether it would be effective remained to be seen. He wasn't entirely sure if any of the infected were willing to try, but if they were, they would likely delay their journey, and as the one receiving treatment, they would become a burden to the group, because amputation might be necessary. These people who were able to form a team to enter the Unicorn Kingdom were all infected relatively recently. If the infection had progressed to the torso, then it wouldn't be long before it reached the face. According to current research, the time from the first change in skin color on the limbs to the final discoloration of the face is approximately 30 to 40 days. Those with weaker abilities are more susceptible to infection than those with stronger abilities. After being infected, those with greater strength changed more slowly. We told you to come with us, and you're asking questions? The burly man holding the crystal weapon looked at Shinruo strangely. You don't actually think you're a healer, do you? I am. Shinruo said this very frankly. After arriving on the Dust Sand continent, he studied various medicines, read many books on treating illnesses on the Dust Sand continent, and even studied the meridian pathways of Hishi and Shizha. Although he was still at the level of a temporary worker at the Jimu Medical Hall, Shinruo felt that as a human, his current level of skill in treating injuries and illnesses was no worse than that of human healers in the Darkfall Kingdom. However, the various races and inhabitants of the Dust Sand continent, given a choice, would not prioritize human healers for treatment. While potions made from the Sai of the Earth God and the Blessing of the Earth God could halt the progression of infection in infected individuals, these potions were scarce. Shinruo and Jimu had been extremely frugal in their testing of their effects along the way. Now, facing these infected individuals, whether the existing potions would be sufficient was one issue, but even distributing them would present a significant problem. Then, if the potions were taken orally, the existing infection symptoms wouldn't subside after ingestion, they would only stop the infection from progressing. However, these uninformed individuals might perceive the potions as ineffective and thus disbelieve them. To gain their trust, topical potions were necessary. However, with topical potions, the infection would soon spread towards the torso. The patches that had disappeared on the body would reappear closer to the torso. This meant that to gain their trust, both types of potions would need to be administered simultaneously, and since they were a group, their concern wouldn't be about scarcity, but rather unequal distribution. Another problem is that once the medicine cures these infected individuals, the evil creatures may no longer recognize them as one of their own. Shinruo and Jimu originally came here to seek a way to resolve the infection on a larger scale. If they get bogged down in saving these people, then exhausting all the medicine and raw materials, and finally becoming too busy protecting them to bring them back to Fengshi Kingdom, then not only will Shinruo and Jimu's goal be unattainable, but they will also have to face questioning from the Fengshi Kingdom's blockade. Questions arose about why precious medicines were prioritized for these infected individuals, and why the drug's formula wasn't disclosed. This was why Shinruo and Jimu had consistently avoided treating infected individuals who retained any memories. Now that these infected individuals had reached the Unicorn Kingdom, altering their memories through hypnosis would inevitably result in omissions, and their sheer numbers made it impossible to perform similar procedures as before. Therefore, Shinruo wanted to try his short sword. Before that, he needed to persuade the infected individuals to allow him to try. Because it was a treatment method that caused damage, theoretically, the earlier it was performed, the less damage would occur. You all prepared to die, even coming here intending to end your lives in a mutual destruction manner. Answering my questions and trying treatment wouldn't hurt, would it? Shinruo made his final attempt at persuasion. If none of the infected individuals still felt they wanted treatment, he would give up. He and Yuki would continue with the team deeper into the Unicorn Kingdom, then select 1 or 2 infected individuals to survive and control their condition. The purpose was to test the drug. Perhaps this approach contradicted many so-called worldly moral standards, but Shinruo knew very well that these standards only truly existed in the era of highly advanced civilization on their home planet, Earth. The Dust Sand continent was a world where such moral standards didn't exist at the individual level. They were only brought up when attacking powerful forces. Chapter 382. Mine hasn't even reached my knees. Although they didn't believe Shinruo's identity at all, some of the infected still spoke the truth. Driven by fear, they rushed into the territory of the Unicorn Kingdom without any real thought about how long they could live, or whether they would be afraid of the evil creatures. They figured that since they weren't afraid of death anyway, killing a few evil creatures before they died was better than waiting to die in Kalen Town. But when the sand appeared under their feet, and they instinctively scattered, they realized that their instinctive fear didn't truly disappear just because they knew their death was near. Therefore, even those plant spirits or stone spirits, who knew their days were numbered and their time was up, secreting healing fluids or actively entering the infected to find patterns in the infection, were still admirable acts. If amputation can make the infection in your body subside, would you like to try it? Shinru asked. Of course. But you mean here? The infected person, who had described his condition, initially thought he should act without hesitation, but he quickly realized that if he recovered, how would he, a disabled person, survive in the Unicorn Kingdom, in this environment surrounded by evil creatures? Yes, because I don't plan to turn back to Windbreak Kingdom right now. I can only guarantee that if the treatment is effective, I will help you stop the bleeding and treat your wounds. Shinruo didn't hide her plans. But how you survive, whether you try to limp along with the group or find your own way back to Windbreak Kingdom, is a decision only you can make. The infected person hesitated. If your infection is indeed below the knee and only one leg has symptoms, then you still have a chance if you receive treatment now. If the infection has spread to your torso, then I can't help you. Even if both legs were infected, Shinruo felt that even if the treatment was effective, the infected person would have a hard time surviving. Unless Yuki had a sudden burst of compassion, and was willing to use the unique magic of the plant spirit race to create tree-shaped prosthetics to replace the limbs, allowing the infected person to maintain mobility. However, Yuki hadn't shown any intention of revealing that he wasn't a cane, so Shinruo could only assume that he didn't want to intervene yet. Regardless of Yuki's reasons for not participating in Shinruo's proposed treatment plan, Shinruo had no intention of persuading him to participate. Offering one's ideas and having Yuki interested in testing or solving the immediate problem together was fine, but forcing Yuki to invest in treatment for their survival simply because these people were victims of infection was something Shinruo had no interest in. Explaining the pros and cons, whether the infected person is willing to risk their life is their own business. My infection only reaches my elbow, I give it a try. If losing a leg doesn't guarantee survival, then losing only an arm is, as Yuki said, enough to make some infected people willing to take the risk. Even in the current environment, surviving with only an arm is difficult. But at least there's a chance. Under these circumstances, the infected people no longer doubted Shinruo's motives. They stayed in Kalen Town, where they would eventually be treated as evil creatures anyway. Why would Shinruo follow them to the Unicorn Kingdom, only to suddenly decide to harm them? The infected individual who decided to give it a try had already rolled up his sleeve, revealing his mottled forearm and elbow. To sever it, he'd probably have to cut off half of his upper arm as well. However, compared to the surgery Jimu performed on Zhizhi in the Demon Abyss, where his wounds were contaminated by the power of the Demon Abyss, severing this arm was nothing. Let's not waste any more time, shall we go? One of the infected suggested. After all, not every infected person's infection was still confined to one limb, and not every infected person believed they could survive in the Unicorn Kingdom after amputation. Some simply didn't believe it, and didn't even want to try. Others wanted to stay and see if Shinruo was truly a healer, and if not, what he wanted to do in the Unicorn Kingdom. Shinruo and the others who wanted to leave had mostly left. After so much time, those who remained were probably still clinging to a sliver of hope, still wanting to see if they could be saved. These infected individuals likely hadn't yet reached the point where they couldn't survive without the necessary medical intervention. To ensure those seeking treatment could endure the upcoming pain, Shinruo retrieved a bottle of painkillers from Jimu's potion stash. This was a commonly used painkiller in the island's medical clinic. After the infected individual drank it, Shinruo cut open their sleeve and retrieved some equipment from her spatial totem stone, having them sit under a tree with their hands resting on a shelf. Finally, she handed them a piece of cloth. If you can't bear it, you can bite it. With everything prepared, Shinruo performed a simple disinfection on the infected individual's arm, and then disinfected the short sword in her own hand as well. There was actually no need to disinfect the short sword. As a sacred relic, it seemed to possess the ability to remain clean, but Shinruo didn't want the infected to focus their attention on it. You're not planning to use this sword to cut off his hand, are you? Another infected couldn't help but ask Shinruo. It was said that in the early stages of the infection, some horned children and humans among the infected of the Unicorn Kingdom had already tried this method. If cutting it off worked, the infection wouldn't have caused such severe consequences, right? Shinruo glanced at the infected who asked the question, not intending to answer. He only intended to cautiously observe others trying it, and if it worked, he wanted to be treated himself, while simultaneously saying things that would shake the resolve of infected to seek treatment. Shinruo didn't intend to explain further to this type of person. He simply looked at the infected who was about to lose half an arm and asked him one last time, "Ready? No regrets? Go ahead." This infected, having witnessed Shinruo waiting for the other infected to leave and seeing Shinruo disinfect the short sword, was actually quite nervous. But he had finally mustered the courage, repeatedly telling himself not to be afraid. Now, he used every last ounce of his strength, shouting to express his will. Upon hearing his words, Shinruo didn't hesitate any longer, her sword flashing down. If Shinruo wanted to, her speed was such that even a demon on high alert wouldn't realize what was happening before being decapitated, let alone severing a human's arm. Before the infected could even feel the pain, half of his upper arm had been severed. Before the blood could even splatter, hemostatic medicine was already poured onto the wound. Just as Shinruo and Jimu had suspected, a portion of the severed arm began to turn to dust even before hitting the ground, but the area near the cut did not completely disintegrate. While the civilization of the Dust Sand continent lacked the technological sophistication of their home planet Earth, its development in the field of magical potions for stopping bleeding and relieving pain was unparalleled. However, the belated, excruciating pain still emanated from the arm, causing the infected to cry out in agony. Shinruo looked down at the wound. Unsurprisingly, black powder seeped from the wound, mixing with the hemostatic agent and dripping onto the ground. What truly caused the infected unbearable pain was the small amount of infection that had spread to the unremoved portion of the upper arm. These infected parts were connected to the still healthy flesh. After being severed, influenced by the divine power on the short sword, the infected flesh turned to dust. The resulting pain is like undergoing excruciating surgery, a level of agony that cannot be completely alleviated even with prior painkillers and hemostatic agents. Shinruo's attempt to prove whether the short sword is effective against newly infected individuals has been confirmed. These infected individuals were delayed for 2 days in Kalen Town while collecting weapons, and they were infected before Shinruo and Yuki arrived. If they were newly infected, and only a patch of skin showed a different color, then cutting away that patch with a short sword might save them. The method of cutting off limbs has actually been tried on infected individuals before, and the patches would reappear. You're not suggesting that the medicine and hemostatic agents we gave them earlier will stop the infection, are you? Another infected bystander raised a question. Shinruo didn't answer, but instead bandaged the man who had lost an arm, promising him, "Your infection is cured, but I don't know if you'd be reinfected if you come into contact with infected people or evil creatures again, and whether you can safely return to Kalen Town in this state. What are your plans? Hey, what's with your attitude when I talk to you?" The infected who had questioned Shinruo earlier, not receiving a reply, couldn't help but accuse him before the man who had just finished treatment could answer. Shinruo didn't quite understand the mentality of these infected people. After all, although the books he had read recorded the words and actions of many ordinary people in society, those words and actions were research samples. Most people's behavior in different situations was insufficient to be recorded in the annals of history. What was recorded was mostly the words and actions of extraordinary individuals. Even if some of these people were criminals, they were criminals of major crimes. Shinruo could only refer to psychology books to understand the mentality of ordinary people in this situation. He couldn't understand why these infected individuals were suddenly showing such strong displeasure over their attitude at this crucial moment. Will the infection symptoms reappear? We know it a few days, right? Shinruo said to the infected individual who questioned him. Even if I said something, you wouldn't believe me. You were too afraid to try it directly anyway. You don't want to take any risks, yet you want to be told you can survive. Isn't that a bit too cunning? Even if I told you the medicine I gave him earlier worked, wouldn't you have to wait a few days until you see his infection symptoms reappear before you can confirm it? Or what if, in a few days, your infection symptoms have spread to your torso? By then, even if you know my treatment is effective, it will be too late, but right now, I really have no other way to prove the treatment is effective. You either choose to believe me, or you can only carry out your original plan and go kill a few evil creatures, so your trip to the Unicorn Kingdom won't be in vain. Chapter 383. Shinruo's words clearly failed to persuade the infected who remained to observe. These infected were not outstanding humans on the continent, they were merely ordinary residents who had settled into town life. Initially, when infected crossed the blockade, due to the heavy defenses of Kalen Town, those who crossed did not choose the route through Kalen Town. Hearing that infected had appeared elsewhere outside the town, but not in Kalen Town, the residents of Kalen Town were naturally unwilling to leave their home. They pinned their hopes on the tight blockade to protect the town. However, although Kalen Town had spirit rank magisters, near spirit rank magisters, and magic warriors on duty, it still needed supplies. No one knew whether the infection in Kalen Town stemmed from infected individuals in the supply teams who refused to disclose their infection and were missed by the soldiers responsible for checking, or whether the soldiers who were checked had been infected despite being discovered and executed. Or perhaps some very small, evil creatures had crossed the blockade without being detected. These tiny, malevolent creatures are incapable of long-distance travel and typically have fixed habitats. However, given that Kalen Town borders the Unicorn Kingdom, it's not surprising to find such creatures whose original habitats were located on the border between the two countries. After these creatures transformed into malevolent beings, the army responsible for sealing off Kalen Town repeatedly carried out harmless treatment of the town's walls, such as using fire elemental crystals to periodically burn along the blockade line. The hesitation of Kalen Town's residents to relocate delayed their escape from the source of the infection, and by the time they discovered infected individuals within the town, it was too late. The town of Kalen has a large population, and the troops stationed there have developed some experience in checking for infection, allowing them to minimize contact with residents being checked. However, this makes the checking process too slow compared to the town's population. This is why, when Shinruo and Jimu arrived in Kalen, it wasn't a ghost town, and some of the infected hadn't yet been infected to the body. These infected individuals didn't delve into the suspicious nature of Shinruo's presence there, because their presence in Kalen at this time clearly indicated they weren't the type to act decisively or with foresight. Despite not being particularly bright, one of the infected realized something. If he thinks cutting off his hand cures the infection, then if he's infected, why doesn't he treat himself? His limbs are still intact. He's using us to test the effectiveness of his drugs. Shinruo admitted that she did intend to use them to test the short sword's healing abilities, but had this infected forgotten something? Shinruo reminded him, I can use it for testing, but if I'm using it for myself, the longer I wait, the harder the infection should be to treat, right? Oh, right. The infected were stumped by Shinruo's question. Weren't they waiting here, but unable to accept the outcome of that wait? They were questioning Shinruo because if they waited any longer, the infection would progress, and they might not be able to be cured even with amputation. That means you're not infected, or you have a way to treat us without amputation. The infected finally reached a correct conclusion, but then made a wrong choice. He must have a way to treat us without harming our bodies. I bet it's because it's too precious and there aren't enough. So, if we just take care of him, we can each divide the medicine he carries, and then everyone can be normal again. Incited by this infected, some of the other infected were clearly tempted and surrounded him. Heh, those of you who aren't going in, are you planning to get something for nothing later? Not so easy. Seeing that two of the remaining infected hadn't joined the encirclement, the infected responsible for inciting the surrounding Shinruo, feeling he had seen through the other two's thoughts, loudly voiced his idea. Will you help me? Shinruo stood in the circle of infected, his words sounding like he was desperate, and could only hope for help from the remaining two. However, if you listen carefully, you would find that his voice was very calm, without any tremor that should be present in someone in fear. Of the remaining two infected, one drew his weapon, while the other hesitated before joining the group surrounding Shinruo. The two infected had different motivations. The one who drew his weapon didn't intend to attack Shinruo, he simply lacked the courage to help beforehand. After Shinruo's suggestion, he drew his weapon to bolster his courage, but this action led the other, who hadn't acted, to conclude that he had chosen to help Shinruo. The other, who hadn't acted, simply wanted to observe the battle's outcome and then try to profit from it. He had noticed Shinruo jump down from the tree and figured that since this person dared to follow their group into the Unicorn Kingdom, he probably had some fighting ability. So he planned to observe the battle before making a move. Ideally, both sides would be evenly exhausted, with Shinruo dealing with the other infected while also becoming fatigued from fighting so many. He had some judgment, but it was limited by his strength. He had initially assumed the infected who had drawn his weapon shared his thoughts, and that they could work together to defeat the victor. However, he hadn't expected the infected to draw a weapon, seemingly to help Shinruo. Therefore, he had no choice but to side with the majority. In his view, defeating Shinruo was essential to obtaining the medicine, and the infected who had drawn his weapon seemed rather foolish. Shinruo's question was merely to confirm friend or foe, and now he had. He was about to make his move when he heard the person who had drawn the weapon speak. Shinruo then realized that this infected wasn't intending to help him. The purpose of drawing the weapon was simply to bolster his courage. His courage stemmed from his desire to persuade the infected. Listen to me. Even if we defeat him and obtain his storage gem, we might not know what's inside that's usable. Besides, since he's here to research medicine, wouldn't more people benefit if he succeeds? We were already prepared to die, so why do we have to? Why do we have to? These infected were, after all, ordinary residents. The stronger ones were simply those with greater brute strength. Asking him to act as a persuader on the spot was a real stretch. He couldn't even organize his thoughts properly. Haha, you put it well. We were all planning to die, but now we have a chance to survive with all 4 limbs intact. Why not give it a try? The infected who had initially incited the attack on Shinruo was clearly somewhat clever. His argument flowed much more smoothly than the one trying to dissuade them. In my hometown, there's a story called 2 peaches kill 3 warriors, Shinruo said with a sigh. I don't have the intention of 2 peaches kill 3 warriors, but if I didn't have enough of the potion, wouldn't you all fight each other? After the fight, how do you know you still have all 4 limbs intact, or that you won't be the one who dies? Shinruo finished speaking, giving the other party no further chance to argue. As Shinruo finished speaking, he already had a bowl inlaid with fire elemental crystals in his hand. The infected who had incited the attack, just as he was about to retort again, suddenly felt a burning sensation in his throat. A fire magic arrow had already pierced his throat. Before the other infected, who were about to surround Shinruo, could even turn and flee in fear, Shinruo had already turned and fired several fire elemental arrows in quick succession, each one accurately piercing their hearts. I'm still not used to it. I don't like killing, Shinruo said to Yuki. Actually, they just wanted to survive. But they chose the wrong way, Yuki said. Everything in this world comes at a price. If we had a potion that could be mass-produced, of course we could save them, but we don't. Using less than perfect solutions to save people makes them unhappy. We can't please everyone. The infected man wielding the weapon belatedly realized what was happening. He suddenly retreated abruptly, shouting, "The staff! The staff is talking!" Although the Dusan continent is a world where magic is commonplace, its magic is primarily elemental magic, which cannot make objects speak. The plant spirit's usual mimicry manifests as eyes and a mouth, making them easier for other races to understand. They normally wouldn't conjure a staff. Furthermore, while the staffs transformed from the giant trees of the plant spirit's sacred mountain can converse, their voices are inaudible to anyone other than the wielder. And it's a sacred. Ordinary people like these infected would never have the chance to see such relics. Therefore, the fact that the cane could talk during the conversation between Yuki and Shinruo completely exceeded the comprehension of the remaining infected, directly frightening him. The shock he felt was even stronger than when Shinruo killed several infected in an instant. The cane and I didn't intend to kill you. Are you shouting so loudly to attract evil creatures? Shinruo said to the remaining infected, I do have a potion that can stop the infection from further eroding your body after you drink it, but the infection that has already occurred won't subside. Here, take this bottle. What's your name? Zelta. The infected took the potion Shinruo tossed him. It was an internal medicine containing the Sai of the Earth God. The benefit of the potion was that it could stop the infection from spreading further in the body, but the drawback was that the patches that had already appeared on his body would remain. Zelta took the potion without suspicion, tilted his head back, and drank it in one gulp. Aren't you worried? Having witnessed the behavior of the infected earlier, Shinruo was somewhat surprised by Zerta's unwavering decision to drink. With your strength, is there any need for you to lie to me? Zerta asked afterward. Can I continue to follow you? Sure, I actually have some things I want to verify, and your willingness to come along will certainly be helpful to me, Shinruo said. However, I assume that since you haven't had your limbs amputated and have confirmed that you won't become an evil creature, you would choose to return to Kalen Town. Chapter 384. Even if I go back to Kalen Town, I still have to stay with the infected, and I don't know what I am now. Zerta stammered. Alright, set up the tent first, he needs to rest. The he Shinruo was referring to was the person who had received treatment and had now lost an arm. Shinruo had been dealing with other infected and only now realized that this person had fallen unconscious. This, Master Healer, how should I address you? Zerta asked boldly. Canned. Shinruo used the identity that Yuki had assigned him before they set off. Lord Candor, how long will we be staying here? Zerta asked worriedly. You said I could help you, but I don't see how I can be of any help. Just come into contact with everything in the Unicorn Kingdom, stay with me, and receive treatment that may or may not be effective. That'd be helping, Shinruo said. Tonight, the two of you will stay in the same tent. I'd be on night watch nearby. After saying this, Shinruo stopped answering Zerta's questions. Zerta was already shaken by how Shinruo had dealt with so many infected in an instant. It was hard to imagine that such a frail person was actually a killing machine. He could only settle the wounded under Shinruo's watchful eye before going into his tent. After confirming that Zerta had done what he was told, Shinruo, carrying the staff that the tree had transformed into, walked over 100 meters, and then climbed a tree with the tree's help. Once on the tree, he took a few deep breaths, trying to blend into the night, clearly intending to become part of the natural environment. But the tree wasn't going to let him have his way. Hey, I said you ran all that way up the tree. Were you trying to see if the evil creatures would target them? But this way we can't tell who their target is. Is it someone who's been drugged, or someone who's lost a hand? Shinrua could only draw her short sword again. I was planning to meditate, and then sleep here. With the evil creature's intelligence, they probably wouldn't be able to find us. But are you trying to lure them here? Didn't you see I put my sword away? Sleeping with a sword in my hand is too tiring, isn't it? Okay, but I'm not sleepy. Of course, Yuki wasn't sleepy. Using a cane was too relaxing, and most of the time, his voice as a cane was rather unsettling, so he could only observe in silence. There were even people acting as porters, carrying him along. Such a comfortable experience. Wouldn't he easily fall asleep on the way? Yuki was always in a state where he could sleep at any time unless something serious happened. Now that he had enough sleep, he was full of energy. If you're not sleepy, do whatever you want. Shinrua waved her hand. If you expose my location like this, I have to find another tree. Alright, anyway, we have the tent, so we won't lose contact. After saying that, Jimu suddenly changed his form, transforming into a short plant spirit, jumped down from the tree, and disappeared into the darkness. Plant spirits have a natural ability to sense their environment, and Jimu is a spirit-level plant spirit. Most of his luggage was with Shinrua when he left the Eternal Tower, but Jimu brought a storage accessory with communication crystals and his usual weapons. Regarding Jimu's abilities, Shinrua felt that even if he encountered evil creatures, he wouldn't need to worry too much, as these creatures were all transformed from the original inhabitants and creatures of the Unicorn Kingdom. The Unicorn Kingdom didn't have any spirit rank beings, and there were currently no records of spirit rank beings being infected. Therefore, if these evil creatures didn't attack collectively but only in small groups of 3 to 5, they would be no match for Jimu. Moreover, if Shinrua remembered correctly, Jimu carried a very powerful weapon, capable of burning through 20 or 30 mutated horned beasts in one go without a problem. As for himself, to observe whether the two being treated would be marked as uninfected again by the evil creatures, he would have to find a different location. Thinking this, Shinrua sheathed his short sword and moved to another spot to rest. In the middle of the night, Shinrua heard a slight sound and sensed a familiar aura. He reached out and grabbed in the direction of the sound, indeed grasping a cane that was difficult to fully grip with one hand. In the distance, a ghostly blue light was swimming closer. At this moment, Yuki was focused on making his walking stick, and Shinrua knew his intention was not to disturb the ghostly blue light. Therefore, aside from a slight change in his breathing for a brief moment after waking up, he quickly allowed his breathing to return to its natural state. The ghostly blue light was a giant water serpent, with an evil creature before it, which, judging from its appearance, was a mutated horned beast. Led by the horned beast, the water serpent approached Shinrua and Yuki's location. It seemed as if the evil horned beast was leading the water serpent to find Shinrua and Yuki. However, Shinrua knew very well that he had adjusted his breathing rhythm before falling asleep. This evil horned beetle shouldn't be targeting him. Could it be that Yuki had provoked such a being, leading it to him? But soon, Shinrua realized he was wrong. The water snake's target was the camp. If he didn't know the horned beetle was already an evil creature, and that his current behavior was like the water snake's guide, thus concluding that the water snake was probably not a good being, the scene before him would have been quite fairy tale-like. In the night with only faint starlight, a ghostly blue light flickered in the forest, and a glowing water snake slithered through the woods. Shinrua knew that to figure out the water snake's purpose, it was best to let it continue. But since he had already rescued the two infected individuals, even if he had the idea of using them to test medicine, it wasn't to use them as bait. Having just escaped the risk of becoming an evil creature, he was now likely to encounter an attack from this water snake, which was clearly of a higher level than the evil horned beetle. This was not what Shinrua wanted. The water snake arched its body in front of the tent, its posture suggesting it intended to bury its head inside. Shinrua attached a fire element crystal to his slingshot. Upon closer inspection, one would notice a slight difference between this crystal and the ones beside it. A more intense red hue, more concentrated than the fire element crystal, was pressed onto its surface by Shinrua using his inner energy. It resembled the flame coral cut into rice grain-sized pieces. Shinrua's plan was still to launch the fire element crystal to create an explosion, but by pressing down on this piece of flame coral, the explosion of the fire element crystal would activate the flame coral, triggering a second stage of combustion. Shenrua chose to use a fire element crystal containing a grain-sized piece of flame coral to deal with the water serpent, because it reminded him of the giant water serpent beneath the ruins of ancient Tronisha. This water serpent also gave him a sense of abnormal divinity, like sacred demonic fire. The moment the water serpent lunged towards the tent, the fire element crystal exploded at its head. Jimmu had already prepared to act when Shenrua took out the crystal. He moved towards the tent like a plant root, following the plant roots on the ground. In the instant the fire element crystal exploded, Jimmu only had time to use his roots to tear open the tent, grab the two people inside, and pull them away with roots that suddenly sprouted from his body. At that moment, the two people who had been fast asleep in the tent awoke. In a daze, they only saw flames filling the sky, sparks exploding in the air. Then, a streak of eerie blue light lashed out, like a giant rope, swung in a circle through the air. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A huge, hoarse hissing sound echoed through the forest. This scene was completely beyond the comprehension of the two humans, so much so that they couldn't even utter a scream. When they came to their senses, they belatedly realized that they had actually survived such a terrifying magical shockwave. The water snake had already spotted Shenrua. It turned its head, and extended its tongue toward Shenrua. This tongue could change length. Although the distance between them was 100 meters, the tongue resolutely coiled toward Shenrua. Recalling his encounter at the ancient Tronisha ruins, Shenrua knew that the short sword was likely also the nemesis of this water serpent. If he drew it too early, the snake might escape. It's important to know that the evil water serpents at the ancient Tronisha ruins couldn't leave their designated areas, which is why Shenrua was able to ultimately kill it completely. However, the serpent's range of activity, even if there was a designated area, it was quite vast. Shenrua picked up the weapon made of wind elemental crystals and struck the ground, using the vortex of the wind elemental crystals to quickly approach the water serpent. The water serpent's forked tongue, which had been extending from the ground, suddenly coiled up upon seeing this, seemingly trying to intercept Shenrua in midair. The water serpent was actually in a state of rage at this moment. The fire elemental crystals didn't do much damage, but the small particles cut from the flame coral hidden within were a condensation of divine power. Once activated, the burning power of the fire elemental god caused irreversible damage to the water serpent. In an instant, a third of its power was evaporated. Then, realizing its attackers were merely insignificant humans, it decided to strangle them on the spot. However, Shenrua was a fraction faster than its forked tongue. Reaching the water serpent's head, Shenrua drew his short sword. As the water serpent sensed fear, the short sword slashed down along the middle of its head. Shenrua's speed reached its limit the instant he struck the serpent's head. As he had anticipated, the short sword was the nemesis of these evil beings, whether it was the sacred demonic fire, the water serpent encountered in the ruins of ancient Tronisha, or the mutated evil creatures infected in the Unicorn Kingdom. However, unlike the giant water serpent in the ruins of ancient Tronisha, the severed parts of this water serpent did not coalesce to reveal its source of power, the heart of the water element. The parts of the water serpent disintegrated by the short sword wielded by Shenrua simply turned into water upon hitting the ground. It lacked the intelligence and strength of the ancient Tronisha water serpent, and posed no significant threat to Shenrua. Realizing it was no match for Shenrua, its only thought was to flee. However, Shenrua's speed was faster, eliminating any possibility of escape. Defeating this water serpent consumed the most energy, stamina, and time. By dawn, the ground was covered in water. The water serpent had been completely killed. Chapter 385. The tents destroyed in the battle were beyond recovery. Shenrua and Jimmu had brought spares, of course. Even without them, Jimmu could still use the unique magic of the Plant Spirit Clan to build a root-shaped tent. However, they had only been in the Unicorn Kingdom for 2 days, and one tent had already become a disposable item. Considering that it would take considerable time to reach the source of the infection, Shenrua felt her supplies were running low. It seemed unlikely that Jimmu would be willing to use his magic every day to construct shelters for the 2 infected he had rescued. Because Jimmu's magic was also a form of consumption. The Unicorn Kingdom had been infected. Although the air here wasn't yet as obviously polluted as in the Abyss, it certainly wouldn't be a good environment for the Plant Spirit Clan to recover. Lord Candor, you saved us last night. Zelta finally reacted. I really don't know how to thank you. If you can solve the tent problem yourself later, that will be enough to thank us, Jimmu said. The cane is talking again. Zelta was still shocked, even though she had seen the cane talk once before. Yes, it's a magic cane, so it can talk, Shenrua said seriously. Yuki hesitated. Shenrua was indeed not good at or fond of lying, But this time he spoke so naturally that Yuki felt Shinruo simply found it interesting to play the role of the magic cane. Alright, I'm ready to continue. Whether you plan to come with me or return to Kalen Town, think it through carefully, lest you regret it. Shinruo gave the two humans, who had already been treated for their infection, another chance to choose. We thought it through, we want to follow you. The one with the missing arm spoke first. He had fainted from the pain yesterday after Shinruo bandaged him, when the other infected questioned Shinruo. He only regained consciousness in the middle of the night, when Jimu threw him out of the tent. They had known they had a chance to survive, and they were determined to fight for it. Having witnessed the scenes at night where lives could be taken in an instant, a strange passion began to burn within them. Then follow us. But from today onwards, you will camp separately at night, keeping a distance between you. Shinruo fired a fire arrow, igniting a patch of grass protruding from the uneven surface of a large puddle left by a water snake in the distance. The fire quickly went out. About the distance from here to where I lit the fire. Huh? Why? Zerta couldn't help but ask. No reason needed, just follow me, that's one of the conditions. Shinruo didn't intend to explain his actions to Zerta. He still had no intention of becoming the leader of the human race on the Dust Sand continent through the candidate's mark, even though the humans there might desperately need it. In contrast, Shinruo remembered that he didn't know the name of the one-armed human male, and the inconvenience of addressing him was more important to him than becoming the leader of the human race. So Shinruo asked the infected person, "What's your name?" "Lord Candor, my name is Yuming." Yuming had secretly memorized the way Zerta addressed Shinruo, and now it came in handy. Shinruo nodded and said, "If there are no further questions, let's set off." Shinruo pointed in a direction on the map. "However, you will all travel together, and I will follow you." "You follow us?" Zelta didn't understand. What did that mean? We encountered an attack by evil creatures before, shortly after we arrived here. Do you remember? The ground beneath our feet turned to sand. Shinruo said, "Actually, that was an attack on me. Because you were already infected, the evil creatures seemed to mistake you for one of their own. So, I even suggested that you proceed separately, one on the left and one on the right, not too close together. The same reason you slept separately at night was for the same reason. Judging from what happened last night, the water snake that appeared later was interested in you. I'm not sure if it was interested in you. Are you all interested, or just one of them? I need to confirm. Because the treatments you received were different." Shinruo explained seriously this time. "The reason I didn't have you split up is because I felt you would be scared. Of course, I follow you from a distance. If you encounter danger, I intervene, but I can't guarantee I can save you." Okay, Lord Candor, I understand." Yuming understood Shinruo's meaning, but quickly raised a question. "Since the evil creatures were coming for you when we first arrived, wouldn't they notice you following us from a distance?" "To be honest, they noticed you when we first arrived because there were so many of you, and you didn't hide your tracks at all. Although the evil creatures mistook you for their own kind, they couldn't have missed your presence. Then, they discovered you, their still developing kind, including uninfected individuals like me, and naturally, that exposed me as well." Shinruo paused here, allowing Zelta and Yuming to process the meaning of his words. Seeing their expressions of understanding, Shinruo continued, "Actually, I believe there are still some lurking here, observing, but they dare not approach. You two go first. I stay and deal with the evil creatures observing, then I catch up. If you don't leave, then I head to my destination myself. You have to find your own way back to Kalen Town." After Shinruo finished speaking, he climbed a nearby tree. Zilta and Yuming exchanged glances, then reacted and ran to the tree. However, perhaps because the dense foliage blocked Shinruo's view, they couldn't see him. "What do we do?" Yuming asked Zilta, who had been more lucid than him, hoping that Zilta understood Lord Candor better. "What else can we do? You've seen the difference between us and him. He can't be just making fun of us, can he?" Zilta smiled bitterly. In his slightly longer lucid time, how could he possibly gain more information than Yuming? If they didn't plan to return to Kalen immediately, they could only do as Lord Candor said. Walking together in the direction Shinruo indicated was Zilta and Yuming's choice. The reason they didn't split up was the reason Shinruo had mentioned. They were genuinely afraid. Shinruo knew perfectly well that the evil creatures hadn't dared approach earlier because he hadn't sheathed his short sword after killing the water snake. These evil creatures were probably instinctively afraid of his short sword. As for whether they still retained the ability to understand language, Shinruo wasn't sure. The evil creatures still lingering here, spying on Shinruo from afar, were likely horned beasts with considerable strength who had lived here in the past. The animal-formed evil creatures had already fled far away, acting on their instincts to seek advantage and avoid harm. Shinrua indeed intended to eliminate these few still observing from the shadows. These evil creatures only considered themselves relatively strong and knew they were inferior to Shinrua, but with their current intelligence, they couldn't discern the difference in strength. They believed that as long as they hid well, and didn't appear in Shinrua's sight, they wouldn't be found. As a result, Shinrua suddenly hurled his cane, that is, the tree, in one direction, and then leaped out in another direction at incredible speed. Yuki's curses rang out. "You're not even using me as a magic wand. How could you possibly throw me like a projectile?" "Not a projectile, a javelin." As Shinrua spoke, she had already taken out a fire elemental crystal spear forged from the fire seed retrieved from the 1,000 desolate plains. With a flick of her wrist, a beam of fire shot along the spear, piercing the trunk of a tree in the distance. The beam of fire pierced the chest of an evil creature hiding behind the tree. Then, the fire swept across, severing its body into several pieces, which continued to burn as they hit the ground. Shinrua had already landed beside another tree. The evil horned beast hiding there tried to escape, but Shinrua threw her short sword and followed in its wake. The short sword pierced the evil horned beast's back, then Shinrua caught it and pulled it out. The evil horned beast had already turned to ashes. On the other side, Yuki, who had been used as a projectile, had returned to his normal form, and used spirit-level magic to easily eliminate 3 evil horned beasts. Only after Shinrua joined him did he revert to his staff form. "Since you say I'm a magic staff, I should act like a magic staff. Don't treat me like a weapon for ordinary physical attacks. I have dignity too," Yuki protested sternly to Shinrua. "Isn't it said that mages all have a melee heart?" Shinrua asked doubtfully. "Besides, didn't you use magic on your own while being thrown? That's too much. If it weren't for the fact that you're now my mode of transportation, I would never forgive you," Yuki said. "Alright, it's time to catch up with those 2 infected. If they get attacked at this point, we lose our observation subjects." Shinrua decided to use something serious to distract Jimu. As for the hidden weapon persona, once you start, you want it again and again. It's like how once he carries Jimu, Jimu refuses to revert to its original mimicry form. For example, even though Jimu could walk on its own right now, it still uses a cane. Isn't it because being carried around without having to walk is too enjoyable, and it's addicted? Perhaps because the number of horned beasts and humans in the Unicorn Kingdom isn't large, and some were wiped out when the border was sealed off. Shinrua didn't see any more evil horned beasts during the 2 days he followed Zilta and Yuming, concealing his presence. Evil creatures had indeed attacked Zerta and Yuming, but some were simply domesticated livestock from the Unicorn Kingdom, or small creatures that had transformed from within. Seeing that Zerta and Yuming could manage, Shinrua didn't intervene. Zerta and Yuming were afraid and hesitant to venture into areas without paths. This forest was the only route from the Unicorn Kingdom's town to Kalen Town, so a stone path had been built jointly by the 2 kingdoms. Shinrua wasn't sure if the few evil horned creatures he and Jimu had killed were all the powerful ones in the area, which explained the calm they experienced over the past few days. A worse possibility was that these evil creatures had some form of communication. The news of their kills of the water snakes and evil horned creatures had already been relayed, and although the evil creatures weren't highly intelligent, they had concluded that it was best to avoid them. The worst-case scenario was that the current tranquility was merely the prelude to a storm. As night fell, Zilta and Yuming helped each other set up their tents. As they said goodnight, Yuming couldn't help but whisper, "Do you think Lord Candor is really nearby?" Sta shook his head. "I think we better not think about that. If he wasn't with us, what was his purpose in sending us here? Besides, he didn't stop us from returning to Kalen Town. We've been walking for so long, and the infection hasn't worsened. We're not the kind of people who can. I don't know how to say it, but we originally had no way to survive. Now that the infection is under control, those who question Lord Candor, those who are unwilling to try. When we don't know what to do, it's best to just do what those who know say. I know you're right. If we were someone who could dominate the situation, well, let's not talk about this anymore. Good night." Yuming understood perfectly well that they were just minor figures, and ultimately stopped the conversation. Chapter 386. Shinrua carried spatial totem stones and plenty of water, and could also use magical items to generate water, but Zerta and Yuming hadn't prepared any of that. They only had a rudimentary map showing the main road from Windrise Kingdom to Unicorn Kingdom. Storage space gems were something that almost every resident of Kalen Town took with them when they left. For ordinary residents, storage space gems, used to store magical items, were considered luxuries. On the Dust Sand continent, items priced in gold coins were all magic-related. For humans who settled in one place, and even for other races who lacked the strength to choose professions like warriors, mages, magical alchemists, or magical healers, these things weren't daily necessities. Having them would certainly make life more convenient, but not having them wouldn't cause any hardship in survival. After reaching adulthood, residents of the continent would generally buy a storage space gem to make an ornament for portability, but usually only one. Carrying a large amount of food and water in a single spatial storage item was a real challenge for Zelta and Yumming. So after traveling for several days, Shinru noticed they began to deviate from the route on the map, heading towards the nearest water source to find drinkable water. It seems that after treatment, they regained their appetite and need for water. On this point, Yuki was more perceptive than Shinru. After being infected, the infected actually needed water and food again. So, Zelta has been eating very little these past few days. Yumming's appetite is much better than his. Shinru pondered for a moment. The treatment methods for these two cases were different. Although Zelta's infection stopped spreading from his limbs to his torso after drinking the potion, halting the process of the evil biomorphism, the infectious marks already appearing on his hands and feet would not fade. Shinru and Yuki had previously tested the effects of this oral potion, but because their goal was to enter the Unicorn Kingdom and approach the town where the infection first appeared, they didn't have time for long-term observation of the infected. They would observe them for short periods, but since these infected only lost their appetite after infection, not that they couldn't eat, Shinru and Yuki hadn't thought to ask them about the details. These things are usually handled by other pharmacists. I hadn't even thought of it before, Yuki said softly. But didn't you used to be a pharmacist's assistant? How could you forget? The assistant you're talking about, is he really an assistant? Shinru replied to Yuki, it's not too late to remember now. While Shinru and Yuki were talking in hushed tones, Zelta and Yumming finally arrived at a small river. This river was a tributary of the Sangfeng River, which flows through the entire Unicorn Kingdom. At this moment, the banks were covered with wildflowers. Yumming had been traveling constantly since losing his arm, and he and Zelta were still filled with fear. Faced with the beautiful scenery and the river, he finally found a moment of relaxation, shouting "Whoa!" and ran towards the riverbank. Wait a minute. Shinru's voice carried on the wind to Yumming. Because of the distance, the voice wasn't loud, but it was very clear. Shinru's voice stopped Yumming from bending down to scoop up the river water. Lord Kandor, are you really following us? Yumming finally felt certain that Shinru was following them, but he still couldn't help but confirm with Shinru again. I'm not following you. Who are you talking to now? Yuki, who had transformed into a cane and was happy not to walk, spoke up. I understand. Yumming looked at Yuki, who had transformed into a cane. It's a magical technique that allows objects to speak for you, saying what you want to say, right? Yumming's understanding was completely wrong. Not to mention that there's no type of magic on the Dust Sand continent that can make objects speak. Even if there were, Shinru is a human. How did he master magical techniques? This question is easy to understand if you think about it, but Shinru didn't want to correct this misunderstanding now, and it seemed Yuki didn't want to either. Now is not the time to worry about my magic staff, Shinru said. The most important issue now is that we don't know how the infection in the Unicorn Kingdom came about. Your infection has already disappeared. Aren't you afraid that drinking this water might trigger a secondary infection? Zelta and Yumming were stumped. They were just ordinary townspeople, and had never considered the possibility of river water causing infection. But this is running water, isn't it? Zelta exclaimed. Even with epidemics or the use of medicine during wars, the effects were usually limited to relatively stagnant water sources, like wells. If this water has an effect, wouldn't that mean? The water snake we saw that day, the amount of water it needed to coalesce into such a monster, it probably couldn't be provided by a river alone, right? You saw it too, the ground was covered in water after it was killed, Shinru reminded Zelta. And the infection range of the Unicorn Kingdom is so vast. When it was discovered, the blockade line was already based on the border. But if you want water, it's easy. Shinru finished speaking, took out a bucket for holding water, and said to Zelta, go and fetch a bucket of water. Zelta took the bucket and hurriedly filled it with water before returning to the riverbank. Shinru changed her perception, looking into the water. A few strange particles were surging in the water. Strangely, these were two different colors of particles. These two particles seemed to be at odds with each other, touching and separating again. Without changing her perception, the water in the bucket also had some impurities, but it still looked normal. Because the current was rapid, some mud and sand mixed in the water was a natural phenomenon. Shinru thought for a moment, then drew his short sword and stirred it in the water. The two seemingly living particles were momentarily disturbed by the sword's movement, but quickly returned to their original, strange state. Shenruo pondered the bucket of water for a while longer, then channeled his true energy into the short sword and stirred it again. A soft sizzling sound came from the water. When Shenruo sheathed the sword, some black powder mixed with silk gradually sank to the bottom of the bucket, while the water above became very clear. Lord Decan, is there something wrong with this water? Even Zilta and Yuming sensed the change in the water. We used to have some, but we don't anymore. You better divide it into smaller portions using water bags. It won't be convenient to find water frequently on the road later, Shenruo reminded them. Okay, but Lord Candor, there's something else, Yuming said hesitantly. What is it? Shenruo asked. We didn't prepare any food. The thing's here. Yuming really didn't know how to express himself. He and Zilta had hunted some small animals these past few days, but these small animals were clearly evil creatures. They couldn't bring themselves to eat evil creatures, both psychologically and out of fear of the infection reattacking their bodies. That is indeed a problem. Although Yuming didn't elaborate on his thought process, Shenruo, who had observed Yuming and Zilta's actions over the past few days, already knew what they wanted to say. Just then, Shenruo and Jimu also had questions about Yuming and Zilta's physical condition after treatment, so Shenruo asked, speaking of which, Yuming, you seem to have a normal appetite now, but Zilta is eating very little. Aren't you hungry? Indeed, although I do feel like eating now, the feeling isn't strong. Reminded by Shenruo, Zilta realized the change in himself. Speaking of which, I haven't eaten for a long time since the infection. I only started eating a little after drinking the medicine you gave me, and... Zilta suddenly paused. And what? Shenruo couldn't help but press. I'm not sure, I just realized it. Zilta's voice trembled slightly, clearly indicating that he felt some changes in his body, changes he had never experienced before, which frightened him. Calm down. Shenruo's voice changed slightly. He used voice control technology to influence the emotional state of those who heard him through the frequency of his voice. Sure enough, after hearing Shenruo's words, Zilta felt himself calmer. After a while, he began to describe the changes he felt. His fear earlier stemmed from a vague, uncomfortable feeling he had in his dreams for the past few days, a feeling of inner conflict. However, he hadn't thought about it deeply until Shenruo brought up the topic of food, which triggered another strange feeling. Several things suddenly connected, leading Zilta to suspect that the cause of these changes was the same, hence his sudden fear. Lord Candor, could you find a way to make the patches on my left hand and left foot disappear as well? Zerda said, these past few days, I felt two opposing forces fighting within my body. Although I can control my left hand and left foot, I can't feel them. I can't feel the solidity of my left foot stepping on the ground. Just now, when I went to fetch water, as you saw, I initially struggled to lift the water with my right hand, but when I switched to my left, I felt nothing. Zerda's words became incoherent towards the end. His left hand and left foot seemed to have gained greater physical strength, yet at the same time, he couldn't feel their existence. Yet, he could control them, making them perform the actions he desired. Connecting this to the hazy and chaotic dreams, or perhaps it wasn't a dream at all, but rather two strange consciousnesses truly fighting within his body. And whichever consciousness gained the upper hand, wouldn't it seize his consciousness? Zilta was terrified. He desperately wanted Shenruo to tell him that the patches on his hands and feet could disappear. Try shaving them off? Shenruo said, no amputation needed. Just shave off the skin wherever the patches are. Is that alright? Zilta certainly didn't believe that shaving them off himself would cure him. He had seen Yuming's changes, and knew that Lord Candor's intervention was likely the key. He just didn't know what method this lord had used to make Yuming's infection symptoms completely subside after the amputation. It's possible, but not yet, Shenruo said. I want to know more about the changes in your body after taking the medicine. I need you to provide more details about your feelings. Just bear with it a little longer. This is the price you pay for choosing to follow me, and let me treat you. Shenruo wasn't lacking in empathy. He had simply told Zilta and Yuming to think carefully about whether they wanted to follow him. If they followed him, he would naturally need them to achieve certain goals. Otherwise, facing various potential attacks along the way, it would be much easier for Shenruo to travel alone than to ensure the safety of Zerda and Yuming. Since Zerda and Yuming had already decided to follow Shenruo, in Shenruo's view, they also needed to demonstrate and contribute their own value. Their choice to follow Shenruo stemmed from their own reasons, but they were primarily focused on their own needs. Since Shenruo hadn't mentioned it before, they hadn't considered what his specific demands were in taking them along. Or perhaps, in their limited understanding, Their main role for Shinruo was to help him lure out more evil creatures, like the water snake from that night. Chapter 387. Zelta and Ewing knew very well that they couldn't bargain with Lord Candor before them. They each had their own reasons for following Shinruo into the Unicorn Kingdom. Ewing was naturally worried about the infection resurfacing. When the infection first appeared in Kalen Town, some people had chosen to amputate their arms to survive, but soon after, patches still appeared on their bodies. Therefore, after a brief conversation with Zelta and learning that Shinruo still had the potion, Ewing, without being certain that he was truly cured, felt he had to follow Shinruo no matter what. Moreover, the scene of the water snake attack that night was still vivid in his mind. With their lack of experience in magical combat, if Shinruo could handle something that seemed so terrifying, would returning to Kalen Town offer them a better chance of survival than following Shinruo? No. So what reason did Ewing have to return to Kalen Town? Zelta, of course, was concerned because even if he returned to Kalen Town, he would still be considered an infected person. After traveling for several days, the patches of infection on Zerta's body had stopped spreading, but he sensed that he was probably not truly cured yet. Having witnessed the fate of the infected who stayed behind but tried to subdue Shinruo by force, Zerta and Ewing now regarded Shinruo as someone whose word was law and who left no room for negotiation. As for why Shinruo chose such ruthless methods to end the lives of those infected, the impact of what followed had blurred their memories considerably. However, Shinruo didn't hold any hope for them. He felt that using Ewing and Zerta as bargaining partners was a good thing for both sides. After a period of observation, Shinruo and Jimu obtained more information related to the infection. First, there was the Earth Spirit corresponding to the Sai of the Earth God and the favor of the Earth God, which existed only deep within the held Grand Palace. Within these Earth Spirits, which transformed into these two divine relic-level items, lay the nascent form of a faint consciousness. This description might not be entirely accurate, but Shinruo couldn't find a more precise way to express it. These Earth Spirits in the depths of the held Grand Palace repeated a certain phrase, which corresponded to a certain thought of the god who governed the earth elements. However, the power related to will within them was negligible, so it never developed into a will with a capacity for joy, anger, and thought, like the sacred demonic fire or the giant serpent at the bottom of the ancient Tronisha ruins. Correspondingly, the will within the pollution that turned life into evil creatures was also very weak, so most evil creatures were unable to develop intelligence. Deep within the held Grand Palace, there were also evil creatures with combat intelligence, who could cooperate with each other, and even pairs of evil creatures exhibited a kind of emotional dependence, but that was all. Their thoughts revolved entirely around how to kill those who had entered the great palace of Helter. Therefore, the level of intelligence these evil creatures possessed was no different from that of the Earth Spirits. Furthermore, under the refinement of spirit-level magic, the materials refined from the Earth Spirits were of a higher grade than those from the evil creatures. It can be argued that within the great palace of Helter, the power of the god who governs the earth elements was consistently superior. This is why the Sai of the Earth God and the favor of the Earth God were effective in treating the infection. Zelta could sense two faint consciousnesses, because his willpower was not particularly strong to begin with. He was merely an ordinary human resident of Kalen Town, but it was precisely this that provided Shinruo and Jimu with a unique observation sample. Furthermore, in the rivers of the Unicorn Kingdom, there were small amounts of infection sources, powerful particles that turned into black powder after being stirred by a short sword infused with true energy. Although the source cannot be confirmed until it is found, it is likely that the dragon candidate at the time plunged into some underground cave, and the vibration caused by the opening of the Helt underground palace while he slept caused him to roll to the location of a certain door in his dream. Later, when the Helt underground palace closed, the dragon's body became stuck at the entrance of the Helt underground palace in the Unicorn Kingdom. It's possible that the place where the dragon later emerged from the ground was an area traversed by some underground river. It should be noted that on the Dust Sand continent, the logic of the water cycle is different from that of their home planet Earth. When water elemental force sinks below the surface, it condenses. Most water elemental force condenses into mineral veins, but when the water elemental force within the crystals of a vein reaches saturation, it will begin to transform back into water due to certain triggers. When the pressure is sufficient, water will break through the cracks in the rock, gushing out to form surface streams. Water from different mineral veins converges along the terrain's elevation differences, forming the rivers on the continent. The fact that the dragon candidate used this method to release the energy sealed within the Held Grand Palace, energy that could turn life into evil, and also pollute the water sources, if later investigations confirm this, can only be described as a coincidence within a coincidence. However, Considering the legends on the Dust Sand continent that the candidate came for the impending catastrophe, Shinruo is curious whether the god of space is related to this coincidence. When the will of the god of space appeared before the dragon candidates as a disciple, if the candidate chose a suitable location for slumber as their landing site, then it would be incredibly simple for the god of space to teleport them to that coincident location, without violating any rules. But what benefit would the god of space gain from doing this? Did he not want the dragon candidates to win this divine game? Or was he indifferent, merely doing this to ensure the fulfillment of the catastrophe legend? Or perhaps the god of space had a peculiar preference, believing that an easy victory for the dragon candidates wouldn't meet his expectations for the game. He wanted them to prove themselves in adversity to deserve victory? Shinruo shook his head at this thought. The god of space he had encountered was one whose thoughts he couldn't fathom. Furthermore, neither Zelta nor Yuming showed any signs of being reinfected. Zerta was infected because he still bore the marks of an infected person, distinctly colored patches, while Yuming hadn't been reinfected, which surprised Shinruo. Because of this, he hadn't even bothered to clean the water source before giving it to Yuming, intending to use up 1 bottle each of internal and external medication to ensure Yuming would recover even if he were reinfected. However, even after drinking the contaminated water, the patches didn't reappear on Yuming's body. Shinruo could only conclude that perhaps these seemingly sentient particles were essentially virus-like entities that hadn't been recognized by the human immune system during the initial infection. After recovery from the infection, the immune system can recognize and engulf these particles. Shinruo himself doubted whether this medical theory from his home planet Earth would truly be applicable to the magical infections of the Dust Sand continent. However, Shinruo couldn't find a better explanation. After briefly discussing with Jimu the knowledge he had learned about human immunity on his home planet Earth, he stopped worrying about the reason why Yuming hadn't been reinfected. After all, if the treatment prevented reinfection, it was a good thing no matter how you looked at it. After traveling for 20 days, Zelta and Yuming were approaching the legendary location where the infection first appeared in the Unicorn Kingdom. Shinruo took out a map, confirmed the location of the nearby water source, and the town that had now become a playground for evil creatures, and didn't force Zelta and Yuming to continue. He held the staff that Jimu had transformed into, and appeared before Zelta and Yuming after they woke up. The journey has been relatively smooth so far, but there are many evil creatures ahead. Shinruo warned Zelta and Yuming, I'm not sure which one the water snake was trying to attack. You've been traveling together the whole way, sleeping separately at night, and I noticed something. Actually, the evil creatures that have been aggressing at night along this journey are all low-level, infected by small, unintelligent creatures. They instinctively want to attack those not of their kind. And the other they see is Yuming, whose arm Shinruo severed with his short sword. How did you know? Zelta asked, whether it's evil creatures ahead or... Actually, Zelta and Yuming were initially very nervous, afraid to sleep at night, constantly watching the cracks in their tents, fearing that evil creatures might sneak in. However, after several days of nothing happening, and coupled with the exhaustion from their daytime travel, they eventually fell asleep. Whether they were afraid to sleep during those days, or during their subsequent sleep, they didn't hear any noise outside the tent. The magic staff solved Yuming's problem, Shinruo replied. As for you, the evil creatures still seem to consider you one of their own. None of those instinctively driven evil creatures have come after you. The magic staff also told me about the evil creatures ahead. So, sir, when will the patches on my body be removed? The thought of still being mistaken for one of their own by evil creatures filled Zelta with deep disappointment. Without me and the magic staff, without the protection of your patches, you would have been killed by those evil creatures long ago. At least for now, coexisting with the infection isn't a bad thing, is it? Shinruo said. It would only make sense for you to eliminate your patches if you found a safe place where no one knows you. But how long will that take? Zerta said, somewhat dejectedly. Perhaps it won't take that long. If I discover a potentially effective drug against the infection, and I need your help testing it, and the drug happens to work, then your infection will be cured, right? Out of gratitude, I will try my best to save your life, unless I'm in danger myself. In that case, I will prioritize protecting myself and sacrifice you. Shinruo honestly stated his position to Zerta. He needed Zerta to help him test the drug. That was the value Zerta could offer. In return, Shinruo would spare Zerta's life, provided he himself survived, and might even be willing to escort him to a town outside of Kalen afterward. There, the city guards were unaware of Zelta and Yuming's history of infection. After examination and a period of isolation to confirm they wouldn't develop patches, they allowed them to live among normal humans. This was the bargaining chip Shinruo offered after having them test the treatment plan on her. Chapter 388. Earth Spirit Town was once a very prosperous town in the Horn Tribe's Unicorn Kingdom. The infection first appeared in this town, or perhaps in its vicinity. Who was the first infected person is unknown. Now, Earth Spirit Town has become a paradise for evil creatures. In the town center stands a replica of a deity statue. The statue is modeled after the statue of the god of Earth Element, one of the 8 statues in the sacred temple, which is why the town is named Earth Spirit Town. Zelta is not in danger of being attacked by evil creatures, but Yuming will be attacked by some smaller evil creatures. The powerful evil creatures have not appeared since that night, but that doesn't mean they won't appear again. Shinruo, relying on her hearing, judged that they had arrived in an area with many creatures active, many of which were not small. To ensure Yuming's safety, Shinruo and Jimu took turns going out to check the nearby vegetation, water sources, and the situation in Earth Spirit Town. Outside the town of Dilling lies a massive dragon pit, said to be the source from which the wild dragons emerged. The main channel of the Sangfeng River, the primary river originating from and flowing through the Unicorn River, passes through this area. Now, due to the difference in elevation with the surface, the dragon pit has been filled with river water, forming a small lake. After the lake filled, the overflowing water merged back with the nearby river channel, becoming one with the lake. Above the small lake, a strangely colored mist now hangs in the air. This mist likely formed after the fall of the Unicorn Kingdom, as there are currently no reports of such mist on the Dust Sand continent. If so, it would likely already be linked to the infection. Shinruo used the wind element crystal's flight wings to fly into the air. Upon encountering the mist, the mechanical device immediately malfunctioned. Shinruo's original intention was to test whether the short sword would react with the mist, producing a similar powdering effect as before. Since the device malfunctioned, Shinruo, not wanting to leave empty-handed, drew the short sword. A miraculous thing happened. The crystal embedded in the mechanism once again emitted wind elemental power, and the mist, as if possessed, avoided the short sword. Centered on the short sword, the mist retreated, creating a hollow space in the air. Shinruo maneuvered the flight wings back to the ground, recalling how the god of wind had asked him to retrieve the short sword. It seemed that the god of earth had placed this short sword in the deepest part of the Hell Grand Palace, not merely to commemorate the god who created his universe. It was certainly not, as the god of wind claimed, simply a keepsake. The true power of this short sword lies in its ability to force the parts of these gods that had been stripped away to evade and retreat. Thus, a question arose in Shinruo's mind. That is, did the god who created his universe not strip away any unnecessary parts? Or is there some connection between the remaining will of other gods telling him that their god has completely vanished in this? However, Shinruo cannot fathom the thoughts of the gods unless they themselves are willing to communicate in a language he can understand. Back at their current camp, Yuki is making a potion. Yuki had already set up a defensive magic circle around the camp, its core incredibly elaborate. 2 magic staffs stood there, one on each side. One staff was inlaid with a water elemental crystal, which connected to a small, pure blue gemstone. This was a shattered water elemental heart. The other staff was inlaid with a fire elemental crystal, which connected to a small, bright red gemstone that eclipsed even the fire elemental crystal. This was shattered fire coral. Yuki, acting as the magic staff, taught Zelta and Yuman how to activate the magic circle, which required 2 gloves imbued with Yuki's life magic power. The magic circle's effect was that, once activated, a water elemental barrier would appear inside, while an outer fire elemental barrier would appear outside. The water elemental barrier prevented the outer fire elemental barrier from burning Zelta and Yuman inside. This magic circle was created to account for potential scenarios during future explorations that Shinruo and Jimu might encounter that they couldn't explore on their own. In such cases, if evil creatures tried to attack Zelta or Yuming at the camp, this magic circle could withstand them for a considerable period. Although the fragments embedded in the 2 scepters were only the size of grains of rice, they were still fragments of sacred relics. The key to maintaining the barrier's duration lay in the large number of water and fire elemental crystals within the magic circle. With the energy mixed in with the sacred relic fragments, the barrier formed by the water and fire elemental crystals reached the level of spirit rank magic. Therefore, the outer fire elemental barrier could scorch any non-spirit rank evil creatures. Even if these evil creatures managed to force their way through, the water elemental barrier inside provided a second layer of protection. Jimu didn't tell Zilta and Yuming that the 2 scepters contained sacred relics they would never have seen in their lives if they hadn't encountered Shinruo and Jimu. Instead, he instructed them to activate the magic array's defenses if he and Shinruo were not at the camp. As for the potion he was making, the ingredients were his latest discoveries in Earth Spirit Town. Plant spirits have very long lifespans, and Jimmu, being a spirit rank member, and one of the 10 absolutes of dust and sand, had access to a vast amount of plant research data. In the dust and sand continent, there weren't many plant spirits, like him, who hadn't seen illustrations of medicinal plants. While exploring Earth Spirit Town, he discovered a plant that seemed familiar, but whose color appeared to have mutated. Going back a day, all the places in the vicinity where one could avoid evil creatures, except for the mist-shrouded Dragon Pit Lake and Earth Spirit Town, had already been explored by Shinrua and Jimmu. The symbiotic plants that Shinrua suggested might be able to suppress the infection were completely absent from these areas. Theoretically, the flowers and plants appearing in towns are generally planted by residents. Even if there were seeds or saplings carried by the wind that sprouted and flowered, there should be similar wild plants nearby. Entering the Earth Spirit Town, infested with the evil horned beast, would probably be less worthwhile than diving beneath Dragon Pit Lake. But having already come this far, there was no reason not to investigate Earth Spirit Town. When allocating areas, Shinrua chose Dragon Pit Lake, while Planting chose Earth Spirit Town. On his way to Earth Spirit Town, Jimmu constantly changed his appearance, resembling a plant with an incredibly extensive root system. His roots extended and contracted, allowing him to move swiftly across the land. His roots even wedged themselves into gaps in the town's moat, rapidly climbing upwards. Occasionally, evil creatures noticed the commotion Jimmu caused, but by the time they approached, he was no longer in place. Jimmu circled the town, and these evil creatures, lacking intelligence, chased after him, forming a long chain of wicked beings behind him. After attracting enough evil creatures, Jimmu produced a fire elemental magic item, capable of unleashing 5 attacks with the power equivalent to a near spirit level fire elemental dragon. This was a magical item left behind by a famous spirit level dragon in the history of the Dust Sand continent, capable of wielding fire elemental power. The power within was left from when he was still at the near spirit level. The Dust Sand 10 absolutes acquired this magical item at a very fair price. In fact, they could say they made a small profit. The dragon was sold at the price of a near spirit tier magical item. However, it's common knowledge that, among mages of equal strength, a dragon's attack is the strongest. As Yuki unleashed Dragonfire from the magic scroll in his hand, he suddenly stopped running and reversed direction, charging towards the evil creatures that formed a line behind him. The Dragonfire spread, and a burnt smell filled the town of Earth Spirit. After eliminating a group of evil creatures in one fell swoop, Yuki began to explore Earth Spirit Town. There were other evil creatures in Earth Spirit Town. Although these creatures were less intelligent than before they became evil, there were still variations in their intelligence. After Jimmu's Dragonfire annihilated many evil creatures, the remaining ones hid in the shadows, observing him without rashly attacking. Jimmu was happy to observe them undisturbed. Having arrived in Earth Spirit Town, Jimmu couldn't resist visiting the life-size replica of the statue of the god of Earth Elementals in the town center. Even as spirit-rank beings, natives of the continent, the plant spirits revered the god of life, but they also worshipped the god of Earth Elementals. Moreover, the plant spirits lived in symbiosis with plants. Plants were rooted in the earth, and the earth and water were indispensable sources of their power. The statue of the god of Earth Elementals in the center of Earth Spirit Town was incredibly lifelike. Even though the town was now overrun by evil creatures, and no residents maintained the statue, it remained remarkably clean. To Jimmu's surprise, a plant had sprouted from the extremely clean base of the statue, spreading up to its knees. If the statue didn't possess the divine power of the god of Earth, it couldn't have maintained such a vibrant state without care. Yet these plants had managed to spread even onto the statue, which had a trace of divine power attached to it. Yuki's mind suddenly stirred. Could this plant be the ingredient he was looking for, the raw material for his medicine? Thinking this, Yuki unconsciously walked to the foot of the statue, unconsciously transforming into his most frequently used mimicry form. This was an unconscious change, arising from heartfelt reverence for the deity. This was a plant that Yuki both knew and didn't recognize. Familiar because it was a common raw material for a low-grade hemostatic medicine, unfamiliar because the color of its stems, leaves, and flowers had changed. Yuki carefully first picked a whole plant, roots and all, then collected a portion of the stem, leaves, and flowers. After collecting the materials, Yuki devoutly expressed his gratitude to the statue. Praise be to the great god who governs the earth element. Having said this, Yuki drew a symbol in the air with his finger representing the god of the earth element before turning to leave. Chapter 389. The herb whose color had changed, in Jimmu's opinion, was most likely a gift from the god who governs the earth element. Of course, Shinrua felt there was a more direct way to determine this, using the encyclopedia. While this encyclopedia was somewhat cunning in some ways, for example, it presented the consensus of most people on the continent regarding the same matter. For herbs like this, although it would most likely write uses unknown, it would explain the reason for the change. Opening the encyclopedia, an entry indeed appeared. Jimmu couldn't help but lean closer to look at this legendary book. The text on it read, Entry, color-changing yellow leaf flower bone grass. Uses, unknown. This was a newly discovered yellow leaf flower bone grass, found beneath the statue of the god, who governs the earth element in the town of the Unicorn Kingdom. The original leaves and stems of the yellow leaf flower bone grass were yellow, and the flowers were red. After changing color, the leaves and stems turned brown, and the flowers turned yellow. The seeds of these yellow leaf flower bone grasses originated from the vicinity of the Unicorn Kingdom, carried here by the wind and drawn by the power of the earth element god, whose blessing adorned the flowers. Therefore, while its stems and leaves have changed color due to nearby pollution, its flowers possess a bright, crystal-like hue. This description convinced Jimmu that this plant could certainly be used as a raw material for treating infections, but a problem remained. The number of these color-changing yellow leaf flower bone grasses was far too small. Currently, they have only been found at the foot of the statue of the earth element god. Whether they can be cultivated artificially remains a question, especially since, according to the encyclopedia's description, the most important part of the color-changing yellow leaf flower bone grass is the flower blessed by the earth element god. Should we first replicate the statue of the god who governs the earth element during cultivation, then pray for the manifestation of the god's remaining will to bless the large-scale cultivation of vegetation? Such a thing has never happened in the history of the Dust-Sand continent. Therefore, while Jimmu was confident in developing the medicine, he had no confidence whatsoever in cultivating the large-scale production of the yellow leaf flower bone grass. Seeing Shinruo return to the camp from the direction of Dragon Pit Lake, Jimmu stopped what he was doing and asked Shinruo, "Any gains today?" Shinruo looked at the bubbling potion beside Jimmu, then took out a handful of yellow leaf flower bone grass, but it wasn't the same as the one Jimmu had harvested before. This is yellow leaf flower bone grass that hasn't received the blessing of the god of the earth element. Shinruo said, "It proves that its active ingredient is indeed a blessing from the god who governs the earth element." "Does that count as a gain?" Jimmu sighed. It was a negative gain, fully proving that the potion couldn't be mass-produced. There's really no need to be so troubled. Shinruo recalled the annoying mist above Dragon Pit Lake and said to Jimmu, "I actually have an idea. I think, since the god of earth elements blesses the flowers and plants beneath his feet, is it possible that he's actually waiting?" Waiting for what? Jimmu didn't understand. When he was collecting the yellow leaf flower bone grass, the remnant will of the god of earth elements hadn't manifested. If it was waiting for those on the continent who wanted to solve the infection to discover the yellow leaf flower bone grass, then the god of earth elements had already waited. Why didn't he show a miracle? Wait, someone asked him. Shinruo said, "If the great underground palace of Helter is the dwelling place of the remnant will of the god of earth elements, then now that evil power is spreading from within it, if he wants to control this spread, he probably can't leave the center of infection, right? Actually, I was thinking, when we were on the edge of the Unicorn Kingdom, we encountered an evil being as powerful as the water serpent. But after arriving here, we haven't encountered any evil creatures of the same level. Consider that the god of earth elements blessed the flower blooming at his feet, a plant that was originally contaminated. Could we assume that although the corrupt energy here is stronger, it's also because of the remnant will of the god that this? Can't this energy easily condense into a reality like a water snake?" Yuki nodded. "I understand what you mean, but if he's waiting, why hasn't he revealed his will to me and given us enough raw materials for the medicine?" "So we need to ask him directly," Shinruo said. "We can't understand what gods think. All we can do is ask directly. If they're willing to answer, we get the answer." "I still don't quite understand." There was an information gap between Yuki and Shinruo. Shinruo had directly faced the remnants of more than one god's will and had communicated with them, although not every god's remnant will was willing to look down upon the life they created. Therefore, it was normal for Yuki not to understand Shinruo's view of gods. This was difficult to explain, so Shinruo chose a simpler approach. "We go and see for ourselves tomorrow. I already investigated the situation at Dragon Pit Lake. If the god of earth cannot provide us with more information, we will have no choice but to leave. Once we leave the Unicorn Kingdom, we find a place for Zelta to try out your newly developed potion, then send them to a town that hasn't been infected yet. Then we won't have to worry about them anymore." Not having to worry about them anymore is probably the only news that can lift my spirits. Although Yuki has treated many wounded, this is the first time he's had to act as a nighttime bodyguard for dozens of days straight. While Zelta and Yumming aren't the type to rely on talking magic wands, the various mishaps they encountered along the way, clearly due to a lack of experience with long-distance wilderness travel, are giving Yuki a headache. When did he ever have to look after two patients wandering the wilderness for dozens of days? It's safe to say that this trip with Shinrua has enriched his experience as a healer. Since this is the first time Shinrua and Yuki have left the camp together in Earth Spirit Town, Yuki simply has Zelta and Yumming activate the magic circle. With this magic circle, no evil creature can enter the camp. You two take turns keeping the magic circle active. When we return, we take you away and resolve the lingering effects of the infection on you. If you die here because of your own carelessness, all the suffering you endured will have been for nothing. Yuki warned Zelta and Yumming. Shinrua knew perfectly well that Yuki was distressed about the two scepters and desperately hoped they would return intact. If the two of them hadn't kept the magic circle activated and the scepters had been stolen by evil creatures, it would likely be the biggest losing proposition Yuki had ever made. After explaining everything, Shinrua and Ji-mu left the camp. Shortly after, a transparent shadow, drawn by the glow of the magic circle, came to the outside of the camp. The shadow leaped down from the rocks, and a robe was draped over its body, making its appearance clearer. It was a stone elf. The power of this magic. The stone elf approached the magic circle and said to Zelta and Yumming inside, two archmages. "No, you are human? What are you?" Zelta and Yumming had never seen a real stone elf, only in educational books. There were knowledge books about various races on the Dust Sand continent. Although many people would never meet some races who didn't like to leave their suitable habitats, they would still buy them to read. Perhaps they would encounter one day, and it would be impolite to show surprise. Zelta stopped mid-question because he recognized that this was not an evil horned child, but a stone elf. "Stone Spirit Clan, what are you doing here?" Yumming asked warily. Unlike Shinrua and Ji-mu, who possessed information sources, they didn't know that Stone Spirit Clan members couldn't be infected. They were still wondering whether this stone spirit had already become an evil creature or was already infected. Regardless of the reason, they couldn't understand why the Stone Spirit Clan would appear here alone and try to talk to them. Shinrua and Ji-mu had already entered the Earth Spirit Town. To avoid being entangled by evil creatures, Shinrua immediately took out the short sword, which originally came from the depths of the Helter Grand Palace. Shinrua even wondered if, besides the evil creatures, the god who governs the earth element also had some kind of connection to this short sword. Under the influence of the short sword, they easily arrived before the statue of the god who governs the earth element. Unlike when Ji-mu came alone, Shinrua noticed a faint glow emanating from the statue's face while they were still some distance away. When he and Ji-mu stood at the foot of the statue and looked up, the air above Earth Spirit Town suddenly surged. It should be noted that the Dust Sand continent doesn't have the tidal clouds and rain of its home planet Earth caused by the sun and moon. The air surge comes from unique energy particles in the air here. These particles contain different elemental energies, and the normal alternation of day and night is caused by the changes in light and dark elements within these particles. At this moment, the air above the statue displayed two different colors, yellow and blue. This symbolized the rapid concentration of earth and water elements within the particles. The two colors surged and intertwined, finally coalescing into an image familiar to both Shinrua and Ji-mu. The god of earth and the god of water. Even among the spirits of the continent, Ji-mu had never witnessed the simultaneous appearance of the remnants of two gods' wills. He could only murmur the gods' names, his mind a blank. "Wind god, I smell your scent." The god of earth spoke. Shinrua knew that communication between gods probably didn't require a language he could understand. Having encountered the remnants of other gods' wills, he understood that the god of earth's remnant chose to use language because the god wanted him, and Ji-mu to understand the upcoming conversation. The god of wind no longer remained hidden in Shinrua's earring. He now manifested an appearance identical to his own divine statue, but remained silent. Chapter 390. You actually exploited a loophole in the rules, letting the candidate obtain the sword. The god of earth, upon seeing the god of wind appear, immediately questioned him about the short sword in Shinrua's hand. You tacitly approved of it in the underground palace. The god of wind was quite blunt, since the god of earth couldn't reveal himself or deliberately close the entrance to the underground palace to kill the candidate with divine power. The god of earth didn't refute him, but simply said to Shinrua, "Since you already obtained the sword, I'd like to borrow it for a while." Shinrua didn't object and tossed the short sword to him. The god of earth probably wouldn't resort to such methods to take back his sword. In order to grasp the sword, the god of earth actually shrunk the form of his remaining will, transforming himself into the same size as Shinrua, before finally holding the sword. Judging from his posture, he cherished this sword greatly. The god of water elements beside him reached out, and water elemental power enveloped the short sword. The powers of the two gods surged through the sword. Shinru and Jimu seemed to sense something, but they couldn't discern what was actually happening. At that moment, the mist over the distant dragon pit lake was instantly dispersed, and all the evil creatures nearby turned to ashes in an instant. Finally, the yellow leaf flower buds on the ground suddenly began to grow at a visible speed. Soon, the yellow leaf flower buds bloomed all over the ground. The god of earth elements waved his hand, and all the yellow leaf flower buds were gathered together. The god of water elements then condensed his divine power into blue containers, liquefying all the yellow leaf flower buds and storing them inside. "You can use these to make medicine and treat as many infected lives as possible," said the god of earth elements. "The spatial totem stone. You actually obtained this sacred relic. That's quite unexpected." With that, the god of earth elements forcibly absorbed the containers of medicine into the spatial totem stone. "Our conversation from now on will only be heard by the candidate, so please rest." The god of earth elements pointed a finger, and Jimu transformed into a tree, its roots burying themselves in the ground, falling into slumber. "He can't hear because the infection was intentionally created by you, a foreshadowing to make the continental catastrophe a reality?" Shinru pondered the god of earth elements' reasons for doing this. "Human candidate, you are mistaken," said the god of earth. "However, I am not adept at expressing myself in a way that humans can understand, so let the god of water explain this to you." The god of water was still in his massive serpentine form. He and the god of earth had appeared simultaneously. The Frost Spirit Mountains were not the true resting place of his remaining will. "I'm not much better than you either." The god of water said this, but not to complain about the god of earth entrusting him with this task. It was merely an opening remark. "Where shall we begin?" "Let's start with why we appeared before you in the first place," said the god of water. "We tasked you with collecting designated sacred relics for the sake of the divine legacy, and so far, you are the candidate who has gone the furthest along this hidden path. The wind god has likely already told you that even among so-called gods, there are differences in power. The god of time and the god of space are the two most powerful among us. We create worlds to comprehend laws that are not our own, because we are not true gods who have reached the divine dimension. Therefore, the universes we each created, and the dust and sand continent. You probably already noticed, haven't you? The dust and sand continent is not as perfect as your universe. In your universe, after establishing the laws, the energy changes you humans can control far exceed those on the dust and sand continent. The difference lies in the fact that you utilize the power of science. This power is not directly controlled through the body, but rather alters the world through various external means. This is very strange. The worlds we each created do not belong to the laws of our respective domains of expertise. We can only imitate the dust and sand continent that we collectively constructed. And the laws governing the universe you were born into are not an imitation of the dust and sand continent. We were all eager to know why this was happening. All the laws of that universe were self-consistent, unlike the continent we had created together, which had some unnatural inconsistencies that required our power to mend. But when we tried to find out, the deity declared that he wanted to merge with the universe he had created and vanished from the continent. At that time, the continent was just taking shape, and the final step was to solidify our power into the image of a sacred temple to solidify this world created upon its core. Because of his departure, there are only 8 statues left in the sacred temple, and the only proof he left in this world is this sword. After the god of water elements finished speaking, the short sword was enveloped by the power of water elements and floated back to Shinrua's side. The infection is probably just a way for the god of space to speed up this game, and it is completely in accordance with the rules. Shinrua couldn't understand why the god of space's actions only brought a severe crisis to the native inhabitants of the dust sand continent. For the candidates, their marks could resist infection. What did that have to do with advancing the dust sand realm game? Clearly, even among gods, there were differences. Even the god of wind, who hadn't reached the level of a true god, expressed a lack of understanding towards the god who created Shinrua's universe. He didn't understand, he disliked, but he believed that God was very strong, very correct. Perhaps the power of gods themselves represented the power of the laws they understood, so the idea that strength equals correctness was perfectly plausible. Seeing Shinrua's slightly confused expression, the god of water didn't intend to explain further. Communication between them and humans inherently had a dimensional difference. How much the other understood was never a consideration for them. The true catastrophe stems from our remnant will. We will eventually decline, because we need to maintain this continent. Our power, besides being used to create the universe, was also poured into this land. However, the part we separated from the continent does not need to maintain its stability and the cycle of power, so it decays more slowly than we do. These parts are connected to a certain thought within us. For example, the god who governs the earth element shouldn't have had the thought of creating a flesh and blood race born from his power. He borrowed a small amount of power left in the sword by that god, and the race born from this was the Horn tribe. When our power weakens to a certain degree, the parts we shed will break free from the suppression of our power. But the universe we created has never experienced the event that triggered the preset divine game of the dust and sand realm. Actually, creating a continent located in the core was his idea. The god who governs the wind element joined the conversation when the god who governs the water element paused. He said that none of us are perfect. Even if we jointly created the core, and used the core to create a world to understand the laws of the world beyond the laws we possess, it would be difficult to reach the dimension where the true God resides. Therefore, he suggested that we create a perfect vessel together. This is the legacy of the gods. Because we are not true gods, the things we cannot do, especially those we care about most, easily affect our ability to improve our dimensions. Therefore, we choose to separate these aspects, but not every one of us does so. Other gods who haven't separated their thoughts do so because they are powerful, but you seem to be an exception. This statement from the god of water, if interpreted in human terms, would somewhat imply disdain for the god of wind. However, all three gods remained calm, clearly indicating that one was simply stating a fact while the other expressed agreement. However, the question posed by the god of earth elemental was probably the reason why the god of water elemental's words caused some misunderstanding in Shinrua. So, which thought is currently dominating you? You chose not to sever your thoughts, and instead slumber at the bottom of the valley of the undying to slow your decline. But once you allow that inappropriate thought to take over, you're not far from descending to another dimension. God of Wind, do you really think you will become a true god? Alright, this isn't a suitable topic to discuss now. The god of Wind elemental didn't intend to let the god of Earth elemental continue the conversation. You appeared because he's the candidate who triggered the most conditions, right? In that case, what you should do now is tell him about the cataclysm, the truth, and then let him make a choice. Indeed, you haven't descended to a lower dimension, so you still have the right to be in this game. Therefore, I won't ask any further questions. The god of Earth no longer pursued the issues related to the god of Wind, and then said to Shinrua, the catastrophe is certainly not this infection, but rather because our power has weakened, making us unable to resist the power transmitted from the world you were born into. Only by severing the gate between us and that world can we preserve this place and the other worlds. But for us, the creation core, whether it's creating a world or maintaining the continent, the power of that god is indispensable. That world possesses his power. Severing the gate prevents us from obtaining enough of his power. This sword, even if it's just one of his possessions, can naturally influence the thoughts we extracted. Even after dwelling in the great palace of Helter for so many years, I haven't been able to truly activate its power. I only used it to maintain the existence of the great palace of Helter. And once this sword is used, I can't guarantee that the thoughts within the great palace of Helter will remain trapped within the palace according to my will, without developing sentience. Because the god who governs the dark elements, and the thoughts extracted from me, and the god who governs the water elements, are both sealed here. Chapter 391. What about the will that the god of light element separated from him? Shinrua seemed to understand why the gatekeeper who greeted him, though said to be part of a god's remaining will, possessed an aura inconsistent with other gods. Sure enough, the god of earth element answered Shinrua's question. The god of light element separated a portion of his will, along with his useless will for dimensional ascension, to replace the god's remaining will, responsible for opening the gate for you to come to the dust sand continent from your world. The spatial transfer there, under the laws of the god of space element, can only be passed by candidates. What we separated was only a small portion of his will. The will he shouldn't have had was an inability to understand why the god would allow the victory of the candidates from his world, and the god of wind element to inherit the god's legacy. And that's how we achieved the ascension to true godhood. Just as I thought, Shinrua said. Then why did the god of space make the influence of your thoughts in the Hell Palace become an infection, to advance the game of the dust and sand realm? If the infection wasn't necessary, wasn't part of the cataclysm, then what was the god of space's purpose? Besides that other god, the god of space is the closest among us to a true god, the god of water explained to Shinrua. The gap between us and him has reached a point where even we can't fully understand his thoughts. For example, we all believe that you are very likely to be the ultimate victor for. You might find it hard to understand, simply because you come from the world he created. Even so, we still hope our candidates can create a miracle. because we all want to achieve the ascension to true godhood. But in the actions of the god of space, I see nothing that reflects this. I can understand his deliberate weakening of the dragon race. If it weren't for the rules he established, other races on the continent might have perished because of the dragons, or were forced to live only in their birthplace protected by the laws. What I cannot understand is that everything he is doing now shows complete indifference to the candidates from the world he created. This contamination he intentionally created is essentially to bring you here to see us, the god of earth and I, because we must suppress our own thoughts, and the thoughts stripped away by the god of darkness, cannot leave this place, just as we couldn't leave the great palace of Hell before. After the great palace of Hell was sealed, a final passage was actually left open. If one enters a certain legendary tomb, one can find us within. Hearing this, Shinru immediately understood that one of the purposes of collecting quest items was to guide candidates to specific locations and perform specific tasks. However, there were still some errors that even the will of the gods could not completely control. For example, the tomb they spoke of must contain sacred relics, but so far, including Shinru, clearly none of the candidates had explored it. Rumors about the tomb could spread across the continent in many ways. For instance, divinely bestowed poems were one way the gods guided the continent's direction, and also one way for candidates to obtain information. As long as the chanting of the heavenly poem contains content related to the quest item, candidates will naturally head to the tomb described in the poem to collect it. However, obtaining the quest item from the tomb is not the true purpose of these gods. Their real aim is to allow the candidates to witness their remaining will. If Shinru hadn't initially intended to treat the Dust and Sand Realm as a game where he could obtain any reward from the gods, he would probably be following the map now. To achieve the complete collection of quest items, the methods are nothing more than finding clues about them and assassinating other candidates. Who would have thought this game would have hidden agendas? These gods are quite interesting. They maintain the vitality of this continent and advance its history, all to make it more suitable as the game platform they have predetermined, and for this purpose, they have established rule after rule. These rules make the game so complex that the candidates cannot discern what the gods truly want them to do. But what if I completed a certain part? The great underground palace of Hell, along with the god of water, is a place that needs our power to maintain, but our strength is inferior to that of the god of darkness. The exceptions, the god of time, the god of space, the god of life, and the god of wind, haven't stripped away any thoughts that would hinder their dimensional ascension. The first three gods believe that even without stripping away their attachments, they have a chance to comprehend the method of independently creating worlds because they are far stronger than us. The god of dark elements is responsible for suppressing the god of wind elements, who has turned into a bird egg, and we also possess this sword. Therefore, suppressing the god of dark elements will is still possible. To preserve our remaining will until the candidate arrives, we are in a near-dormant state until the sword is taken. You left with the sword, thus sealing the great palace of Hell, but the god of space had already laid the groundwork. He clearly intended to use this infection to attract the candidate's attention and lure them here to investigate. Seeing the spatial totem stone on you, I think the target he wants to attract is mainly you, said the god of earth elements. Since you come here, obtain the sword and the totem stone, and seen the remaining wills of all the gods. Wait, I don't think I've seen the remaining will of the god of fire elements yet? Shinru was somewhat surprised, and couldn't help but interject with a few questions. How come you seen the remaining wills of all the gods? Also, does the one who created my universe count? That god certainly doesn't count, but you definitely seen his remaining will, said the god of earth elements. Otherwise, you shouldn't be able to utilize this sword effectively, but I don't know where you saw him. As for the god of fire elements, a portion of his divine power and remaining will is attached to Tian Shui. He didn't possess Tian Shui, he merely helped her increase her strength. Since Tian Shui is the wise ruler of the Heavenly Fox clan, matching the prophecy of the heavenly poem, his actions don't violate the rules we set. He's really pushing himself too hard. The god of wind, perhaps having observed Shinru's conversations with those around her through the earring, uttered a remark far from divine. Who can argue with that? Perhaps influenced by the god of wind, the god of water chimed in, his own comment lacking some of his divine mystique. Clearly, they didn't approve of the god of fire pushing himself to the edge of the rules, using the contract between Tianxue and Gisilfa to increase Gisilfa's chances of winning by even a fraction. While the god of wind, residing in Shinru's earring, theoretically had no right to express this opinion, he likely saw himself merely as a vessel to observe the game's progress, while the god of fire seemed to have been more involved. Shinru now understands that although he's a complete slacker who doesn't intend to be saved and isn't actively pursuing the main storyline, in the eyes of the gods, because the god who created their universe is so powerful, they all consider him a top contender. And he's inexplicably become the candidate with the most progress in the hidden main storyline. What kind of situation is this? Alright, now that you understand why we're like this, you should understand that the infection isn't the prophetic catastrophe. The real catastrophe is collapse. The continent will begin to collapse from its very edges over time, disappearing into nothingness. The only way to stop the catastrophe is to obtain the God's legacy. That was the power that condensed our strength, the power to cope with the nuclear changes, and most importantly, it contained the power of that God. He said that the legacy of the God, after merging with the remaining will of any one of us, possessed the power to elevate our will and stop the collapse of the continent. Wait a minute. Shinrua felt something was amiss. He said it, but you believe him? Are you sure that power can do such a thing? If it can, why didn't you determine who would be elevated from the beginning? After elevation, perhaps he could return and tell you the key to becoming a true God. We don't have the ability to initiate the legacy of the God. And the world you're in is proof that his words are credible. The God who governs the earth element looked down at Shinrua, obtaining the sword, the spatial totem stone, and the star spirit scales, and having seen all the remaining wills except for him, and learning the truth about the continent from us, are prerequisites for activating the legacy of the God. And the quest items, apart from the star spirit scales, are only for bringing the legacy of the God to life. Now that you fulfill the prerequisites, all you need to do is collect all the quest items, and go to the holy temple to become the winner of the dust and sand realm. If you ultimately win, we will grant your wish. I see the dragon candidates portraying themselves as future gods. If they win and want to become ascended true gods, can you do that too? Shinrua felt these gods couldn't. They themselves couldn't become true gods capable of independently creating universes, and even after the God who created their universe disappeared for so long, they still hadn't found a way to ascend to a higher dimension. Even the strongest God who governs space didn't. Analyzing the words of the God who governs the earth element, it seems he's implying that they believe the God who created their universe has already ascended to a higher dimension. Otherwise, the earth element God's statement that the world he created wasn't a replica of the dust and sand continent, but is more perfect would be difficult to explain. I'm not sure. The earth element God's answer wasn't impossible. What grants your wishes is the legacy of a God who came back to life. The most important power within that belongs to the God who vanished from your world. We don't know what he hid there, but you know, in our dimension. He doesn't need to use deception in such matters. Regarding your wishes, his answer was, any wish the candidates can imagine. Interesting. Shinrua only uttered 2 words before suddenly turning around, abruptly retrieving a wind element crystal cannon from his spatial totem stone, and firing it towards the ground. A gust of wind swept him into the air, and earth elemental magic arrows, as if alive, tracked his movements. Shinrua held a magic scroll in her hand. A massive sphere of water elemental energy appeared around the scroll, enveloping her and blocking the sudden attack. So, you do care about whether your candidate wins. Shinrua, gripping her glider, floated down unsteadily within the water elemental magic sphere. Some things can only be heard by the candidates. So, Steelstone, how much did you hear? Can we talk about it? Chapter 392. I didn't hear much. The hidden stone spirit was none other than Steelstone, but it's enough for me to understand that quest items alone cannot truly fulfill my wish. You possess something that can grant my wish. Let's talk about it. For example, are you the missing candidate who has never appeared? I already know this outcome. To be honest, as an adversary, you were the real threat before I knew your identity. Once I discover your identity, dealing with you will be much easier than with Dragon, Zhuzh, or He-She. I should have realized this sooner. Even if we consider luck, why would a native human repeatedly encounter sacred relics? I was too naive. Now that I know your identity, you have no chance of winning. Of course, you still have one. I have a choice. To fight you here, a battle of life and death, a fight to the death. I don't dislike you. I even thought we could be friends. So we can form an alliance. An alliance must have a hierarchy. The outcome of our duel will determine the hierarchy in our alliance. As long as you pledge your blood oath and promise to give me the quest item after eliminating the other candidates besides us. If the wishes granted by the gods can be conditionally increased, I, as the victor, will try to add your request to my own wishes. Besides, we don't need to fight to the death. What do you think? I disagree. Shinrua said, it seems the god who governs the earth element also wants you to win within the rules. You can win, but I oppose a one-on-one duel with you, and I also oppose your proposal. Now that the words only the candidates can hear have been spoken, shouldn't my companion Yuki be awake? Why should I fight you one-on-one when I can fight you 2 against 1? Shinrua's last two questions weren't directed at Steel Stone at all, but at the three gods who were observing their confrontation from the sidelines, completely uninvolved. Especially the god of Earth, who should have known Steel Stone was already in this area. Shinrua believed that as a remnant of divine will, even at his worst, his perception shouldn't be limited to a radius of 100 miles. The reason Steel Stone was able to launch a sneak attack and believe he was alone was entirely a coincidence created by the god of Earth. And this coincidence shouldn't have violated the rules frequently mentioned by the god of Wind. Shinrua had also guessed that these rules likely included actions that could influence the candidate's victory. Negative behavior. However, the remaining wills of these deities have the ability to influence the situation of the candidates, but they need to achieve their goals through normal means such as promoting the development of the continent. For example, the god of Earth element appeared alongside the god of Water element, because this fulfilled both their need to control the infection on the continent and the condition that Shinrua triggered their appearance. Summoning the god of Wind element is similar. However, by arriving here, Gangshur had already fulfilled the prerequisite of seeing the remaining wills of the three deities in one go, and learned that the three sacred relics he possessed were related to activating the divine legacy. Furthermore, if Gangshur could successfully ambush and seize Shinrua's items, he would immediately become the most qualified candidate to activate the divine legacy. In this situation, the god of Earth was simply doing what he was supposed to do, including putting Yuki to sleep, all standard procedure. If there's anything unusual, it's that theoretically, Shinrua originally brought Yuki here, so Yuki should naturally have been able to defend Shinrua. If the divine remnant that was leading this conversation wasn't the god of Earth, perhaps he would have omitted some details, or awakened Yuki when Steel Stone arrived. This would have ensured that Shinrua, when facing Steel Stone, was at least in the same state as when he normally arrived, not in a state influenced by the divine remnant's intervention. If Shinrua hadn't brought it up, then Yuki would have gone from being Shinrua's helper to a constantly sleeping companion, clearly at a disadvantage in terms of strength against a powerful spirit-level stone spirit like Steel Stone. Under normal circumstances, a candidate wouldn't, in such a one-on-one duel invitation, immediately think of reminding the divine remnant's actions, prompting the opponent to awaken their companion, thus turning a fair fight into a two-on-one battle. However, Shinrua knew that from the perspective of a divine game, he had come with Yuki, so a two-on-one fight was his reasonable request. That makes perfect sense. The god of Wind, whose victory in the dust and sand realm was crucial, couldn't agree more with Shinrua's question and snapped Yuki awake. What's going on? Yuki had just woken up when he saw Shinrua facing off against Steel Stone. The god of Earth probably really wants his candidate to win, so he didn't give any warning about when his candidate would arrive, which is understandable. Perhaps he also hopes I've forgotten you're still sleeping here. After all, a fair duel seems to be the usual formula, which sounds good, but I object. Shinrua explained simply to Yuki, while also telling Gangshur his reasons. While I don't care whether I'm the final winner among the candidates, I care a lot about having a choice. Doing what I can and wanting to do are two different things. I can cooperate with the Stone Spirit candidate, or I can choose not to. This is my choice, not something you, Gangshur, can unilaterally decide, and then I have to decide who dominates the cooperation through a duel. I think your best chance was probably that sneak attack just now. Yuki was still asleep, and I was listening to stories about the continent. And with three gods present, it's within the rules that the god of Earth didn't warn me of his candidate's arrival. But if the god of Wind had warned me, it wouldn't be the same. Unfortunately, I still remember Yuki's existence. To make you, Gangshur, deeply understand the importance of the right to choose to me, I must now beat you up, along with Yuki. After speaking, Shinrua drew a weapon forged from the fire seed brought to the Eternal Tower by the heavenly snow of the Thousand Silence Plains. This weapon was also a sword, but one capable of activating fire elemental magic, greatly expanding the attack range of powerful fire elemental spells with each strike. The sword was slightly longer than the short sword Shinrua usually used. Wielding both a long and a short sword was a difficult martial art to master, known as the long and short sword technique. Just before drawing his long sword, Shinrua had already thrown out the magic scroll he was using for defense. The enormous water elemental sphere shifted around the magic scroll, appearing as if it were about to smash into steel. At the same time, Shinrua released his grip on the glider's handle, and drew the short sword he had previously sheathed to defend against Gangshur's sneak attack. He aligned himself with the magic sphere, using the force of the fall to control his trajectory and crash into Gangshur. Without Shinrua's control, the sphere, maintained by the magic within the scroll, quickly lost its support. However, the water element didn't disappear immediately. Instead, it solidified into water and poured down from the sky. Gangshur was caught off guard by Shenrua's sudden attack. Shenrua had said he would fight Gangshur alongside Jimmu, but Gangshur was primarily wary of Jimmu, the renowned healer of the Qinsha continent. In his view, Shenrua was very lucky to have successfully concealed his identity. Humans, whose individual combat strength was far inferior to other races, considered concealing their identities their greatest protection. Furthermore, due to various coincidences, Shenrua provided indispensable assistance to renowned spirit rank figures on the continent, such as King Feng He of Onlua Kingdom and Junzhou Qingza Kingdom, thus obtaining some quest items with their help. Steelstone acknowledged the powerful influence of luck, but he believed that in a pure clash of strength and magic, he wouldn't lose to Shenrua. Even if Shenrua had a speed advantage, maintaining that speed was incredibly tiring, and as a stone spirit, he was least afraid of exhaustion. As long as he could trap Shenrua and play a defensive counterattacking style, Shenrua would be no match for him in a one-on-one fight. However, the strength of plant spirit, Jimmu, was difficult to assess. In fact, as Steelstone said, he hadn't heard much, just enough for him to understand how to advance the game of the gods and become the ultimate victor. The god of earth elements naturally sensed Steelstone's presence nearby, and Shenrua wasn't wrong. The god of earth elements was also using the rules. For example, Steelstone hadn't met the conditions Shenrua had met, so he couldn't trigger the condition that the god of earth and the god of water would jointly come to explain how to bring the divine legacy back to life, the condition for ending the dust and sand realm game. However, this rule was open to all candidates. So, while the god of earth was explaining, Steelstone moved nearby, using his stone spirit form to infiltrate a position where he could hear the conversation, obtaining information he hadn't qualified for but could sneak over to. As for why Steelstone hadn't given up on becoming the winner among the candidates, Shenrua quickly considered this in his mind, and while making his move, he didn't forget to ask Steelstone for confirmation. What you want is a flesh and blood body. The stone spirit race is very different from humans. They don't reproduce in the same way as humans or beasts. Instead, when enough energy is condensed within a gem, it awakens its intelligence and becomes a stone spirit. Therefore, they don't have conventional families. Although their bodies develop cracks that require maintenance, they don't bleed or experience severe pain. Their death was also a return to shattered gems, a matter of moments. Shenrua suspected that, under these circumstances, the pain from the Steelstone branding was a perception allowed to him by a god through its rules. In other words, for the stone spirits, who lack perception, the branding allowed them to experience intense pain they couldn't normally feel. Could this unpleasant experience of pain cause the stone spirits to desire flesh and blood? Shenrua's judgment came from the account of the god who governed the earth elements. The god who governed the earth elements developed an obsession because he couldn't independently create intelligent races with flesh and blood. Therefore, the steel stones from the world of stone spirits, upon arriving here and encountering other races, might also very well desire flesh and blood. Chapter 393. Steelstone didn't answer Shenrua's question, but the earth elemental power on the ground before him rapidly condensed, forming floating earth elemental shields. A bright yellow glow of spirit-level magic ignited around him. This was because, in the time it took Shenrua to speak, he had already appeared before him, even before the water splashed from the air. The long sword in Shenrua's hand was a weapon he had sharpened using his own blood and Jasilfa's blood, thus resonating with his true energy. A small piece of flame coral was inlaid on the sword. The fire elemental magic triggered by the swing of this sword achieved an effect comparable to spirit-level magic. The divine power on the sacred relic was triggered, and the extraordinary flames burning on it gave Steelstone a strong sense of pressure, so he dared not be careless. To ensure the effectiveness of his defense, he condensed more than one earth elemental shield. Even so, the earth elemental shields were easily shattered by Shenrua's strike. Finally, the radiance of fire element slashed through Gangshur's body. Of course, Gangshur wasn't so easily broken. A powerful ring of earth elemental magic rippled around him. The magic was so powerful that it directly extinguished the fire that struck him. Even spirit-level magic couldn't completely extinguish the radiance of divine energy contained within a sacred relic. Gangshur was able to do so because he used another, more powerful sacred relic. Meanwhile, a sharp pain shot through the mark on Shenrua's body. However, this wasn't the first time he felt this pain. Shenrua knew very well that Gangshur had used a quest item he didn't possess. Shenrua could guess what sacred relic Gangshur was using. It was an ancient stone hairpin, originally belonging to the Washan Kingdom, recorded in the book. The name of this sacred relic contained the character for stone. The Horn tribe, and the Stone Spirit tribe were both races born from the power of the Earth Elemental God, so it wasn't surprising that Gangshur could use the power contained within this sacred relic. Since Gangshur was so sincere, Shenrua decided to use a quest item that could cause Gangshur intense pain. Compared to the ancient stone hairpin, the Star Spirit scales were the sacred relic that could maximize the pain of the brand. Shenrua's mental power surged as the Star Spirit scales were taken out. He activated the Star Spirit scales and used the first mental technique inherited from them. The biggest danger of using mental techniques is that both the user and the target are simultaneously trapped in the mental spell, unable to effectively attack or defend until the spell ends. Shenrua dared to do this because Yuki had regained consciousness. Shenrua didn't believe Jimu would put him in danger. The Celestial Scales possessed 3 inherited mental techniques. Although Shenrua had learned them, the only time he had used them in actual combat was on the riverbank outside the kingdom of Shilai. Due to the intervention of the sacred demonic fire, and the fact that the Dragon Clan candidate used spatial power to break the unequal distance between the mental technique and reality to ensure his control over the sacred demonic fire, the mental world he had constructed that time was quickly destroyed. This time, the mental technique Shenrua was about to use was another one inherited from the Celestial Scales. The mental technique Shenrua named Memory Maze was designed to target a specific individual. When that individual's mental strength was weak, or weaker than Shenrua's, the technique weakened their combat power by consuming their mental energy. The mental world constructed through the Memory Maze was the target's most important memory scene, but this technique carried inherent risks. For example, if the target's mental strength was stronger than Shenrua's, Shenrua might suffer a backlash. Also, after the mental world was constructed, the target's memory anchor needed to be found. If the anchor was broken, the target might fall into confusion or unconsciousness. However, if the unpleasant memories within that anchor could be reversed, it might enhance the target's mental strength, a process known as reconstruction. Shenrua's mental technique targeted Gangshur. The instant it was activated, both Shenrua and Gangshur froze in place. The magic, having lost its anchor, turned to dust, scattering and falling to the ground. Yuki didn't harbor any righteous thoughts about taking advantage of someone in distress. He didn't make a move, but simply stayed by Shenrua's side as a guard, entirely because Steel Stone had already revealed his mark to him as a precaution. Shenrua was somewhat confused in the world of mental magic. This was a world constructed around Steel Stone's most cherished memories, but Shenrua recognized this place. Because this place belonged to the Dust and Sand Continent. Shenrua found it strange. Logically speaking, Steel Stone's time on the Dust and Sand Continent wasn't long for the Stone Spirit race's lifespan, yet he clearly had a strong obsession with becoming the victor among the candidates. Logically, Steel Stone's most cherished memories should have originated in his original universe. How could Steel Stone's most important memory take place on the Dust Sand Continent? Important events and memories often have a fulcrum, which Shenrua interpreted using the history and culture of his home planet Earth's East as the source of Steel Stone's inner conflict. If this inner conflict isn't found, will the memory recur, or will it naturally end? In the Celestial Scales, there's no inherited knowledge about the consequences of not finding the fulcrum. Therefore, using this mental technique without prior experience is indeed risky. However, Shenrua feels that this kind of mental technique, which feels like prying into someone's mind, is truly difficult to practice unless there's a better option in a crucial battle. In Shenrua's view, every intelligent being's desire to keep their secrets should be respected. Historically, those instances of digging into other secrets were always life-or-death struggles between different forces, intertwined with bloodshed. However, this is a situation where there is no better option. This scene appears to have occurred before Shenrua first met Gangshur, when Gangshur was leaving the Stone Elf Kingdom with a caravan of Stone Elf warriors. The caravan was entirely composed of Stone Elves. Shenrua followed the caravan for several days, deciding to disguise himself as one of the taciturn Stone Elves. Because this was Gangshur's most profound memory, not Shenrua's, this memory would only affect Gangshur, making him feel as if he were in a dream, unable to distinguish that this was a mental memory rather than reality. If Steel Stone's mental strength were superior to Shenrua's, he would immediately perceive the differences here. However, since his mental strength is weaker, he will experience it immersively, as if it were his first time. All variables could potentially cause him to gradually regain his senses and recall reality. Therefore, while using mental magic, Shenrua, unable to grasp how Steelstone's mental world was changing, was unwilling to easily introduce variables. Steelstone kept asking a Stone Elf in the group questions along the way, mainly about other races they encountered. When they stopped in towns, Shenrua noticed that Steelstone would also secretly observe the lives of other races. The stone elf, who talked to him most often, perhaps because he was accustomed to the lives of other races on the Dust Sand continent, couldn't understand Steelstone's curiosity and asked, "Didn't you see other races where you lived before?" "No, but knowledge also exists in our world," Steelstone replied. "In our world, our initial knowledge came from a magical book called the Book of Earth. It's the most important divine relic left by the God who created us on the land of our birth. We can read all sorts of knowledge there." Clearly, the way the stone elves of this world received their knowledge differed from the world created by the God who ruled the earth element. The stone elf didn't quite understand Steelstone's enthusiasm for other races. "We are different from other races. We only perceive magic or cracks in our bodies. When cracks appear in our bodies, our perception is especially clear, but it's not the pain that other races experience. This is a good thing for us." "Really?" Steelstone disagreed. "I read in the Book of Earth that experiencing the world with flesh and blood is something the stone spirits crave, but cannot obtain. To gain a flesh and blood body, one must obtain the permission of a god. I think something requiring divine power shouldn't be a bad thing, right?" After their discussion, Steelstone volunteered to go to town to complete the caravan's required trading mission. "I want to go to the Tower of Eternity," a little girl, holding a gold coin, said at a quest posting center. "I want to hire a magic warrior to protect me. Taking such a small child to the Tower of Eternity without a third party, we cannot introduce you to such a magic warrior," the human staff member at the posting center said awkwardly. "Why do you want to go to the Tower of Eternity?" Steelstone asked the little girl. "I want to find my father there," the little girl said. "His name is Ansaniel, and he's a very skilled mechanic. Can I take his quest?" Steelstone politely asked the staff member. "You're not a mage or magic warrior cooperating with us." The staff member shook his head, refusing Steelstone. "This is a magical document that proves my identity," Steelstone said, then took out a magic scroll and handed it to the staff member. "This isn't something that can be solved with just identification. You need to become a mage or magic warrior who signs a contract with us." But even as he said this, the staff member still opened Steelstone's scroll. If this stone spirit were a powerful one, they would have to find a way to get him to sign a contract with their mission center. "Oh, you're a near spirit rank stone spirit? That's truly my apologies. If you really want this mission, you can talk to our manager first and reach a cooperation agreement with us." The staff member actually felt that even if they signed a contract with Steelstone, they would advise him not to accept the little girl's request, but that was something to consider after the contract was signed. The most important thing was to get Steelstone to become a cooperating mage for their mission center. Near spirit rank stone spirits are very rare. However, Steelstone refused. He walked out of the mission center, simply curious why a little girl would want to spend gold coins to hire a magic warrior to escort her to her father. Based on his knowledge and experience as a stone spirit, he couldn't understand any of this. Chapter 394. While the stone spirits were adapting to the conditions of the Dust Sand continent and learning about its inhabitants, Steelstone showed little emotion. Without much thought, he returned to the caravan with the little girl. After explaining the situation to the stone spirit leader, Steelstone set off alone with the girl. He was completely unaware that his actions defied common sense among humans. After all, he wasn't human, and the world he was born and raised in didn't have humans. If Shinruo wanted to continue following Steelstone's memories, he needed to change his identity. In the world of mental arts, the most important thing was the manifestation of mental power, and the understanding of how this world was created through memory or imagination. Therefore, as long as one believed they could change, they could even become an object. Shinruo hadn't tried this before, but due to the special circumstances, he decided to give it a shot. The least revealing perspective, while allowing for complete tracking, was naturally from an object on Steelstone or the little girl. Shinruo thought for a moment, and finally decided to become the butterfly hair band on the little girl's head. After all, ancient personal recording devices on their home planet Earth were used in this way. Steelstone took the little girl away from town, and soon encountered their first trouble. The little girl's family came looking for her. A human of the little girl's age, leaving a human town and wandering the continent, could very likely die. The little girl's family had been searching around town when they discovered she had left, and finally learned from the mission center that she wanted to go to the Tower of Eternity. They also learned that she was with a stone elf. The stone elves and humans have historically had little conflict. The stone elves' primary trade objective on the continent is to acquire special maintenance oils. Furthermore, Steelstone possesses an identity scroll issued by the Stone Elf Nation, indicating he is a trustworthy, highly skilled near spirit level stone elf. Therefore, the mission center reassured the little girl's family. They told the family that the little girl likely didn't possess anything that a stone elf mage would want. The stone elves probably simply don't understand that the little girl has a family because they rarely interact with humans and live together without blood ties, causing her family great concern. Perhaps it's just that the stone elves wanted to help the little girl without any ill intentions. When Steelstone was caught, he was worrying about food for the little girl. Because he is a stone elf, he doesn't need to eat. The little girl's mother and the others who had accompanied her had a brief conversation with Steelstone after they met him. The little girl's mother said she supported her daughter's idea, but the little girl needed care, and she hoped to stay and embark on the journey to the Eternal Tower with them. That night, after the little girl fell asleep, her mother came to find Steelstone, took out a small bag of gold coins, and spoke to him in a low voice. She said the little girl didn't know how far the Eternal Tower was, or which direction it was in. She hoped Steelstone would take them back to the mainland highway and choose a route that wouldn't lead to the Eternal Tower. She hoped Steelstone would simply take them on their journey, instead of following the little girl's wish to go to the Eternal Tower to find her father. Because the little girl was actually a patient who couldn't feel pain thanks to magical potions. She didn't have long to live. It was actually very difficult for humans to accumulate so many gold coins. The little girl's mother said that was all she had. As for the little girl's father, he had already passed away. After the little girl's death, she would remarry. Now, she only hoped that her daughter could carry the expectation of reaching the Eternal Tower and happily see the scenery of the continent along the way. Steelstone didn't refuse. Because he was very interested in humans with flesh and blood bodies different from his own, this was a good opportunity to observe them up close. The Book of Earth recorded more than just what Steelstone had told another stone elf. That flesh and blood bodies were something stone elves couldn't obtain. It also recorded in detail the differences between flesh and blood bodies and stone elf bodies. Many of the terms used were things Steelstone had never experienced, things he couldn't imagine just by reading. Could observation be enough to draw conclusions? Steelstone looked at the mother and daughter with this thought in mind, lost in confusion. The memory rewind ended abruptly. They didn't even return to the mainland highway. Steelstone needed to hunt for food in the wild. Steelstone lacked the common sense to set up a magical barrier for the mother and daughter beforehand. As he left the tent, it was attacked by wild beasts. The mother desperately protected her daughter, while wild beasts gnawed at the mother's body. The mother maintained the position of pressing down on her daughter, holding her tightly. This was the last image of the memory rewind. Then everything reset. Although Steelstone might feel some remorse, the stone elves have no concept of kinship. They are all born from gem veins, and no stone elf needs to conceive, nurse, or raise another stone elf. Clearly, this was also the reason why Steelstone's carelessness led to the tragedy. The primary danger for the stone elves roaming the continent came from other intelligent races that hunted them for gems. Attacks by wild beasts had negligible impact on the stone elves. In the wild, where there were rocks, the stone elves could easily use continuous rock walls or the ground for cover and escape quickly. Therefore, unless an intelligent race intentionally hunted them, encounters with various animals or sudden gusts of wind in the wild were hardly considered crises for the stone elves. Steelstone's previous observations of other races were all done in towns. His observation subjects were residents he encountered in towns, so he never considered what the words flesh and blood meant. Judging from his later formation of an adventure team and acceptance of mercenary missions, the option of carelessness leaving an indelible psychological scar on Steelstone can be ruled out. So, for Steelstone, what was the anchor of this memory, like an obsession? Shinruo was also pondering this question. And even if they probably didn't care that he hadn't returned to the camp in time to save the mother and daughter, should he intervene to confirm it? Given that the mother and daughter's deaths occurred at the very end of this illusion created by the mental magic, Shinruo wasn't in a hurry to confirm it, even if he wanted to. After all, this was Shinruo's first time practicing this mental magic. He wasn't sure if this cycle would continue indefinitely until Gongshir's mental energy was depleted, or if his intervention would trigger some changes, causing Gongshir to become alert to his memories and gradually regain consciousness within the mental magic. Of course, there's another way to break free, forcibly dispelling the mental spell. Then both parties will suffer a certain degree of mental backlash. Shinruo decided to observe further. Steelstone seemed to have sensed this cycle. He was, after all, a spirit-rank stone spirit, a candidate, not some powerless being like Yuming-Zilta. This time, Steelstone didn't go through this memory exactly as he had the first time. He first reduced his conversations with other stone spirits, and then didn't choose to enter the mission center. However, the little girl who came out of the mission center still grabbed the corner of his robe and asked the same question. So, is Steel Stone currently in a state similar to a lucid dream? Shinrua pondered this question. At the same time, because he was the one who activated the mental spell, within the world of the mental spell, Shinrua could also deepen his understanding of the celestial spirit Libra inheritance by sensing this mental spell world. If it weren't for the fact that Steel Stone would likely continue fighting him upon returning to reality, Shinrua even felt this was a great opportunity for training. He should try to make this cycle repeat several times, so he could master more of the techniques of this mental art. This was a practical opportunity delivered to his doorstep, free from any ethical or psychological burden. The only problem was that the opponent was too strong. There was no way Shinrua would have 10 or 8 chances to practice. As the story progressed, Shinrua was certain that by the third cycle at most, Steel Stone would remember that he was currently dueling him in reality. No, it was Steel Stone who unilaterally decided to duel him. He was planning to bring in Yuki to gang up on him, Shinrua thought. Although Steel Stone wasn't caught in the mental spell of Shinrua's duel with a holy demon fire outside Shilai City, he would likely review the records of that battle since he agreed to help the candidate, Lanhe. Steel Stone probably already knew that the last candidate possessed the ability to use mental spells, and was likely a celestial priest. In reality, Steel Stone had just confirmed that Shinrua was the last candidate who hadn't revealed his identity. Once Steel Stone could recall what happened before entering the mental spell world, he would quickly realize that Shinrua had used mental spells on him. Mental spells essentially establish a bridge and channel between the will of the user and the user. Once the user is aware that they have been mentally influenced, breaking free is much easier than if they are unaware. The mental spell used by Shinrua has 2 possible developments. One is to find the opponent's most unforgettable memory and conquer their mind, or the other is to help the opponent rewrite that memory, allowing them to achieve mental fulfillment. The latter would make Steel Stone mentally stronger. Shinrua didn't want to see Gangshur as an adversary, but Gangshur's proposed cooperation method and the way he decided to take the lead were clearly unacceptable to Shinrua. He had come with Yuki, 2 against 1, Yuki only needed to defend Shinrua, and they could easily beat Gangshur to a pulp. Whether he submitted or not was irrelevant to Shinrua. Given Gangshur's peculiar, stone-like mindset, perhaps he only submit if he won in a one-on-one fight. What did this have to do with him? The opponent had already launched a sneak attack, so what was wrong with choosing a group fight when suggested as a one-on-one duel? Shinrua and Ji Mu had already developed a rapport and familiarity during their time in the Tower of Eternity. In this situation, a 2-on-1 fight wouldn't result in the awkward situation of 1 + 1 being less than 1, which occurred when they teamed up with Junji in the Helter Dungeon. As long as it didn't backfire, Shinrua was happy to have another ally to beat up Gangshur. Why am I having a recurring dream? Just as Shinrua was trying to understand the legacy within the celestial scales through Gangshur's changes, he heard Gangshur mutter to himself. Because of this, Shinrua decided to play the little girl throwing pebbles into the river next to Gangshur, disrupting the swimming rhythm of the fish. Since Gangshur himself was trying to find the pattern of this mental technique he thought was a dream by changing his own actions. If it really was a dream, then the little girl's behavior changing because of Gangshur's alterations was reasonable. It just required a little adaptive cooperation from Gangshur. After all, since Steelstone acted differently from the memory recall, if Shinrua didn't use imagination to change the characters appearing in the mental world, they would correct Steelstone's alterations. It's like how the little girl who left the mission center still came looking for Steelstone even though he hadn't entered it. It seems Steelstone himself hasn't figured out that this memory is the most important one in his subconscious. Otherwise, he shouldn't be confused about why he keeps recurring this dream, even though he's not actually dreaming. Chapter 395. Does Uncle think it would be a pity if I died? Shinrua was playing a role-playing game for the first time, and she tried her best, but something just didn't feel right. Your mother told you were sick? Gangshur regretted saying it as soon as the words left his mouth. He quickly realized that this wasn't the little girl he remembered. It sounded like he was hearing his own inner voice, and then questioning his own feelings. Stone spirits don't actually have many dreams because their physical structure is different from other intelligent races, lacking certain senses, which leads to fewer dreams. Yeah, is it because I think it would be a pity if you died, so I want to change all of this? After realizing this was just his past, Gangshur didn't take the little girl too seriously anymore. However, he still thought he was dreaming, and hadn't remembered the many things that had happened afterward. He thought he was currently resting in a place after the little girl and her mother had just passed away, and that's why he kept dreaming about the little girl. Shinrua, on the other hand, could understand Gangshur's current feelings. In the cultivation of ancient Eastern metaphysics on Earth, there is a breakthrough process called the Inner Demon Tribulation, where one's deepest concerns are revisited during a tribulation. Generally, those who have reached a certain level of cultivation will experience this process during a meditation session. However, Shinruo has never actually experienced this, because even if he tried, he couldn't figure out what his inner demon was. As a child, he was sent to a deserted island, which should have theoretically created an inner demon. But it's said that if it weren't for that island, he would have had a very difficult time living a normal life. Of course, is living alone on a deserted island a normal life? Shinruo didn't know, he had no comparison. By his time, his home planet Earth's technology had evolved significantly. In ancient times, Earth had also developed a period of otaku culture. It's said that those who enjoyed this culture liked living in small, convenient houses, enjoying the freedom of controlling electronic devices. In Shinruo's time, even living alone, one could access electronic systems for simulated communication. However, while the island had many technological devices, Shinruo had never experienced this kind of simulated social interaction. According to the people who occasionally came to the island to collect data, Shinruo could leave the island at a certain age and didn't need to learn these things through electronic interaction, so he hadn't installed any related equipment. He should spend more time learning to control his 5 senses, otherwise, if his senses became overly sensitive due to a lack of control, it would severely disrupt his normal life. Because Shinruo didn't know if he would have inner demons, he naturally couldn't be sure if he was qualified to experience the tribulation of inner demons. Only now did he realize that this mental technique seemed to be forcibly forcing the user to undergo the tribulation of inner demons. If the memory illusion is considered a tribulation of inner demons, then the entire scene is a link in the chain of inner demons. As someone who can change everything in the illusion, except for Gangshu's consciousness, is Shinruo essentially playing the role of the inner demon? Shinruo actually had the energy to think about such things under these circumstances. The thought that he might be playing the role of the inner demon almost made him laugh. He felt this was adding to his experience. He was determined to play this role well. If I hadn't died, would you still be here? Shinruo tried his best to portray the character, something he was completely inept at. No one had ever reminded him before, and he always felt he should correctly express the emotions expected in specific situations according to his knowledge. But in reality, his performances were terrible. It was only because most of the people he frequently interacted with weren't exactly normal, like Long Wei, who lacked social experience, and Junji, who was even less concerned about how to behave in different situations, that Shinruo was able to get away with concealing his identity. After living in the Eternal Tower for a long time, Shinruo was repeatedly pointed out that his words, body language, and facial expressions were inconsistent. To address this, Shinruo diligently sought advice from the members of the 10 Absolutes organization who were in charge of his personal affairs. He now felt it was time to witness the rewards of his efforts. Unexpectedly, Gangshu made a completely different choice from what Shinruo had expected. Gangshu decided to have the little girl sit down with him on a rock by the river and have a proper talk. After all, this was a rare opportunity for self-reflection and internal dialogue. Gangshu had come to see the little girl as a fragment of his own mind used for these internal dialogues, much like the internal struggle he experienced when deciding whether or not to do something. He felt the little girl before him was simply a manifestation of this very situation. Shinruo only saw Gangshu lift the little girl up. Then, he had the little girl sit on a relatively tall, flat-topped rock, while he himself found a lower rock to sit on, ensuring their line of sight was roughly level, a gesture of equality. I don't think so. Steelstone spoke earnestly to the self he perceived himself to be, the inner demon Shinruo felt she was playing, but who was actually a little girl dressed in pink. Although I would feel sorry if you died, I don't think it would be enough to trap me. This is probably because when we stone spirits die, it feels like we shatter. How can I describe my feeling to you? Look, I forgot again. Actually, you are myself. I should be able to make you feel the shattering sensation without pain just by imagining it. No, I haven't shattered either, but recently I developed a slight internal crack. Wait, when did I develop a slight internal crack? Steelstone was currently in a mental illusion. The slight crack in his body occurred after he arrived on the Dust Sand continent, after he became involved in battle. According to the timeline of his memory, he was currently only traveling with the caravan, gaining experience. His body wouldn't develop cracks for no reason. Besides, he was a spirit-rank stone spirit. For him to develop even a slight crack, it would require at least an equally matched opponent. Upon hearing this, Shinruo immediately understood that Gangshu's memories were returning, and she needed to draw his attention back to why he was repeating this dream. Uncle, what kind of feeling do you want? Unexpectedly, Shinruo's question was like a wake-up call. Gangshu suddenly realized why he was looping through this dream. Yes, feelings. What's trapping me is feelings. What kind of feeling? Shinru asked, playing the role of the inner demon. However, he thought that although the question he had asked Gangsha earlier was somewhat different from Gangsha's true desire, it was probably on the right track. The stone spirits are always somewhat lacking in sensory experience. They don't reproduce through physical intimacy, and unlike races with flesh and blood, their nerves don't produce sensations of pain or numbness. And their hormones don't bring pleasure or pain. Steel Stone felt trapped, perhaps referring to his incomprehension of the little girl and her mother's feelings along the way. Was that it? Steel Stone was less answering Shinrua's question and more talking to himself. I don't understand why your mother would follow you, a seriously ill child, all the way to the desolate wilderness. If she hadn't come, she wouldn't have been in danger. I understand even less why she would save you, knowing you didn't have much time left. If she had run away, perhaps she would have had a chance to ask me for help. I read about flesh and blood in the Book of Earth. The god who created my world is said to be the god of earth elements on the dust sand continent. He believes we are not truly complete, intelligent beings. But here I am, and I feel that the stone spirits, compared to those races with flesh and blood, are clearly. Steel Stone didn't know how to describe it. Are the stone elves inherently superior to other races? While their individual magical potential is lower than that of dragons, it's far greater than that of humans. Although the little girl before him was merely a part of himself, used for internal dialogue and to better organize his thoughts, perhaps due to her appearance, Steel Stone still felt a little impolite when trying to use words that might be considered disrespectful to humans. Uncle thinks the stone elves are superior to humans, right? Shinrua said. You can face your thoughts directly, because on the dust sand continent, this is the accepted truth. But the stone elves' lives are lacking something, Steel Stone said. I am a stone elf, so I can't truly understand what's missing in my life. I can't rely on imagination. Shinrua understood. The stone elves, born of intelligence from gemstones, lack emotions, so their lives are indeed incomplete. For example, they cannot comprehend very strong beliefs, or the powerful willpower gained for an ideal. In the world of mental arts, Shinrua could and could not allow Steel Stone to briefly understand human emotion through empathy. He could because Shinrua was now certain that his mental power was stronger than Steel Stone's, so he could unilaterally make Steel Stone experience feelings he imagined and remembered. The reason he felt he couldn't do it was because Steel Stone's desire to understand the origin of the missing feeling stemmed from a lack of comprehension. He didn't understand the natural love a little girl's mother had for her. What he couldn't understand was maternal love. Shinrua, having never experienced maternal love himself, couldn't imagine his own feelings for his mother, or the feelings his mother had for the little girl, to allow Gangsha to briefly experience those feelings in the world of mental magic. If he were to simulate it, what feeling could be used to subtly allow Gangsha to experience it? However, regardless of what feeling Gangsha wanted to experience, it would require Gangsha's memory cycle to reset. Shinrua didn't want Gangsha to have too much time to recover his real-world memories. After a moment's thought, a wild beast appeared out of nowhere, snatched the little girl, and she vanished, leaving only a pool of blood on the rock where she had been sitting. The little girl was clearly a key figure in the memory cycle. Her disappearance reset Gangsha's memory regression. Chapter 396. Steelstone was bewildered. He thought that by answering his own questions and resolving his lingering thoughts, the dream would end. But it didn't. Not only did it not end, but he was also inexplicably no longer himself. He reached out and found himself holding a gold coin. He had become the little girl. What was going on? Steelstone remembered what the Book of Earth said. Only gods could bestow flesh and blood upon the stone spirit race. At the same time, he began to wonder if he had forgotten something. Only gods could bestow flesh and blood upon the stone spirit race. Steelstone thought. He had never experienced flesh and blood. Deep down, he couldn't possibly want to experience it in a dream, could he? But without any comparable sensations, even through imagination, he probably couldn't fathom what the sensations of flesh and blood would be like. Thinking this, he pinched his cheek. He could actually feel something. Not exactly painful, but regarding pain. Steelstone knew what pain felt like, and it was certainly not a pleasant experience. This was the feeling he had experienced after arriving on the Dust Sand continent, through the sacred relic book of the Stone Elf race, and after coming into contact with the quest item treasured by the Stone Elf race. This feeling was said to be truly felt by races with flesh and blood when injured or sick. It was a rare opportunity to understand flesh and blood, yet he only understood the negative aspects. Steelstone felt a little frustrated, and at the same time, he felt it was foolish to try to confirm whether he had become a little girl in a dream, and thus possessed the same feelings as those with flesh and blood. What should he do next? What would happen if he didn't encounter himself in this dream? Steelstone remembered that during his last dream cycle, he had deliberately changed his actions, such as not arousing the little girl's curiosity. However, even after leaving the mission center, the little girl could still accurately grab his clothes. Now that he was the little girl, with no one holding his clothes, where would the dream lead? Shinruo secretly observed the little girl, finding it somewhat amusing. Steelstone had explored the entire town, even without encountering himself, wandering the town as the little girl was essentially just Steelstone's own memory replay. The person exploring the town had become a little girl, but for Steelstone, there was no fundamental change. If Steelstone wanted to experience something different, he needed to start with the differences between the stone spirits and humans, such as eating. Shinruo thought for a moment, then decided to play the role of Steelstone this time. This was exactly the opposite of the roles they played in the second memory replay. "Little sister, why are you wandering around outside all alone?" Shinruo asked Gangshur, though he currently appeared to be Gangshur, while Gangshur was actually the little girl in front of him. Gangshur heard a very familiar voice behind him, but wasn't it familiar? It was clearly his own voice. So were he and the little girl forcibly bound together? Gangshur was filled with doubt and uncertainty. Then, he heard himself, the stone spirit, who wasn't actually himself, speak again. "How about Uncle takes you to eat?" Upon hearing this, Gangshur immediately began to believe that Shinruo, the person he was himself. Just like before, he felt the little girl was a part of himself he had created to answer his own questions. He felt this way because Shinruo's question made him realize something. What's the difference between the stone spirits and humans, or other intelligent races with flesh and blood? It's that they need to eat. Steelstone believed he clearly knew this difference, but because he had just become a little girl, he hadn't realized it, so his instincts manifested as his own form to remind him. If he could determine whether he could gain a real sense of flesh and blood in this dream by eating, could he escape this dream loop? Steelstone thought of this, and nodded to Shinruo. "Okay, then Uncle, take me to eat." After saying this, Steelstone felt something was wrong. He quickly realized what was wrong. If the version of himself opposite him was also himself, why was he calling the other person Uncle? This dream had completely gone off track. However, eating was the priority. Steelstone felt that being unable to wake up from the dream was not a good thing for him. Recalling his past dreams, he was certain he had never had one so bizarre. Soon, Steelstone and Shinruo found a restaurant. Since it was all a dream, Steelstone thought, and ordered a large number of dishes. This was a test for Shinruo. Because Steelstone, as a stone spirit, had no need for food, the stone spirit race had never paid attention to the recipes of other races, nor had they ever ordered food from restaurants. The food Steelstone had ever seen was mostly what he had hunted and cooked on the road after leaving the stone spirit race and forming expeditions with other races. Steelstone had no real knowledge of the restaurant's menu. For Shinruo to ensure his mental magic wouldn't have any flaws, he needed to perfectly recreate the dishes within the mental world, and Steelstone needed to be able to experience the process of eating through Shinruo's empathy. Shinruo's powerful senses and memory were a great help. Steelstone first smelled the aroma of the food. This was something he, as a stone spirit, had never experienced before. Steelstone was extremely shocked because he knew he was dreaming. A feeling he never experienced before, yet he could have it in a dream? As Steelstone ate, he felt his stomach gradually filling up. In reality, Shinruo was imagining the feeling of fullness and transmitting it to Steelstone through the mental connection. Steelstone was incredulous. He wanted to try more dishes, so he dared not eat any more, only taking a bite of each. "Are you full?" Shinruo asked. Almost, Steelstone replied, still thinking. He pondered why he kept looping through this dream in the first place. It was certain that the reason wasn't his desire to experience the feeling of eating. However, after experiencing it, Steelstone found it quite pleasant. This was one of the sensations of a flesh and blood body that Shinruo could easily make Steelstone experience. Other sensations, such as emotions and desires, were areas where Shinruo's own experience was relatively limited, making it difficult to convey to the other party. Using mental magic to connect with the other party and let them feel one's imagination actually diminishes the sensation. However, since the stone spirit race had never experienced eating, the sensation Shinruo provided was sufficient. "I couldn't possibly imagine such an experience," Steelstone suddenly said with certainty. "So, I must have forgotten something. Do you want to experience your mother's love for you?" Shinruo thought of a question she had considered before. "But you don't have the memories of being a little girl. This kind of emotion can only be experienced by those who have received parental care from a young age. Even if you gained a physical body, by wishing upon a god, you could only gain other senses. The question you want to know, why the little girl's mother protected her even though she was terminally ill, you probably wouldn't be able to find the answer. You don't have the experience of having parents, so even if you gained a physical body, you probably wouldn't be able to conceive a child and give them parental love. A physical body. A physical body. Steelstone suddenly remembered that he seemed to have been asked a similar question not long ago. The world of mental magic dissipated. Steelstone's mental energy was greatly depleted. After returning to the real world, he swayed a few times, which was an extremely rare experience for him. Because the stone spirit race doesn't experience fainting spells, their voluntary rest is only for maintenance. If needed, the stone spirits can go without sleep. They rarely dream, a characteristic of their gem essence nature. Now, Steelstone, due to the significant depletion of its mental energy, is experiencing dizziness that normal stone spirits wouldn't feel. As its consciousness returns to the real world, Steelstone understands the cause and effect of what it thought was a dream. It said that during the battle outside of Shilai, a candidate skilled in mental arts lurked in the shadows. Now that Steelstone knows Shinrua's identity, it naturally knows that the candidate skilled in mental arts is actually Shinrua. The smell of the food. Is it real? Before Shinrua used his mental magic, the two were still engaged in combat. Now, amidst the tense standoff, Gangshur asked a question that seemed completely unrelated to the current situation. It's real, Shinrua said. However, teaching you a lesson is more important than that. As he spoke, taking advantage of Gangshur's still-dazed state, Shinrua pierced Gangshur's body with his sword. Of course, the stone spirit race doesn't distinguish between vital and non-vital parts like humans. Shinrua's choice to use a short sword for a swift thrust wasn't intended to kill Gangshur. To execute this strike, Shinrua had expended his true energy to alter his senses. The two were not in equal condition, and Shinrua was extremely cautious. This strike was arguably the fastest and most accurate strike within his capabilities. I'm very fast, Shinrua said to Gangshur. You can try and see if you're faster or I am. The sword pierced Gangshur's body very close to his brand. Steelstone understood Shinrua's meaning. He was told not to move. Steelstone's entire body erupted with spirit-level magic, but the sword in Shinrua's hand remained completely unaffected by Steelstone's magic. Let's talk, Shinrua said, twirling the sword in his hand. A crack appeared within Steelstone's body. His best chance of escape now was to quickly change his form, gambling that Shinrua's sword couldn't keep up with his speed. As long as he wasn't branded by the sword, he had a chance. But this also carried considerable risk. Shinrua's sword was very close to his mark. Once Shinrua severed it, the battle between them would become meaningless. Gangshur understood this. Reason told him to take the gamble. His opponent was merely a human, but intuition told him he should talk. Talk about what? Gangshur, perhaps because he had just experienced something the stone spirit race shouldn't have, followed his instincts instead of reason. What did you want to talk about before? Now the roles are reversed. I'm willing to discuss cooperation, but you attacked first, and the god helped you subtly. Under these circumstances, proposing to decide the priority of cooperation through battle makes me very unhappy. To make you understand my displeasure, I can only ask you to personally experience what it feels like to be forced into cooperation. Shinrua said, if Jimmu hadn't regained consciousness, the outcome of our battle would have been roughly 50-50. Now that Jimmu is awake, you have no chance. As for you now, you can't win against me. I advise you to face reality, and draw up a cooperation agreement with me. The agreement's contents will be based on my. You better trust him. Yuki spoke up from the side. After all, it's 2 against 1, and you got there first. Friendly reminder, he's not just a high-level human you think he is. You know the plant spirit candidate, right? A spirit rank plant spirit. He killed that one all by himself, without needing our help at all. I'm doing this for your own good. You're already stabbed by his sword. If he twists the hilt a few times, you stone spirits won't easily get hurt, but once you are, it's permanent. You didn't help? Steelstone grasped the key point in Yuki's words. What does you mean? Chapter 397. When Yuki was willing, he was quite adept at negotiation. Literally, when he killed the plant spirit clan candidate, my friends and I were nearby, but we were all kind enough not to watch. Even so, he still killed him. Now I'm going to help. If you think you're a stone spirit clan member, with a sacred relic as a backup plan, you can try. With that, Yuki added a final straw to Steelstone's mental defenses. Spirit rank magic could be used for both defense and offensive purposes. Yuki chose to envelop Shinrua with spirit rank magic. Spirit rank, you're one of the 10 absolutes. Steel Stone would be too oblivious if he still didn't understand Yuki's identity. Correct answer. Yuki had already realized that Shinrua's goal was simply to get Steel Stone to accept the negotiation, but not in the way Steel Stone wanted, but in the way Shinrua wanted. So what he did was simple: add more leverage for Shinrua. Fine, I agree. After learning Yuki's identity, Steel Stone abandoned his plans to continue. He had previously agreed to Twin Tower City's invitation because the Dragon Clan candidates, individually, far surpassed the other candidates in strength. Steelstone hadn't formed a deep cooperative relationship with Twin Tower City. His trip abroad in Shilai was to ascertain the true strength of both Twin Tower City and the Dragon Clan. In fact, that battle had already made Steelstone realize that although he had assembled a team and had the Stone Elf clan's nation behind him, in terms of sheer combat power, he could only remain undefeated by staying within the Stone Elf clan's nation. His only chance was for the Dragon Clan and Twin Tower City to mutually weaken each other. However, both the Dragon and the Hershey candidates cautiously adhered to the bottom line of not being seriously injured. The subsequent battle between the Frost Serpents and the Dragons was unexpected. Neither side anticipated that the Frost Serpent candidates would actually be able to fight the Dragon candidates. Moreover, they didn't even consider the remaining candidates benefiting from the conflict. Having witnessed this battle firsthand, Shinrua understood that if the Dragon candidates hadn't mastered spatial magic, the Frost Serpents might have already won. As for whether the other candidates would benefit, since the Frost Serpent candidate was already dead, Shinrua had no way of knowing what backup plan she had made. If she had made a backup plan, Shinrua believed that the choice made by Frost Serpent Ellie at that moment couldn't be considered wrong. That was the moment she had the best chance to kill the Dragon candidates. Twin Tower City and the Dragon candidates were in a stalemate, but they had just fought a battle and wouldn't clash again for a certain period. No matter what agreement Zhezhe and Hishi form in their alliance, if a third party joins, and that third party's request is for the right to make wishes to the gods, it will likely be impossible to achieve. Granite's wish also requires divine assistance to fulfill, but his wish isn't actually that strong. In his world, the Stone Elves, lacking physiological needs and experiencing no pain, also lack strong feelings of joy or happiness. The Stone Elves' primary life revolves around studying the knowledge of the Book of Earth, researching magic when they wish, and having no desire for creation when they don't. Since there was no threat to their survival from other intelligent races, the lives of the Stone Elves in Steelstone's original world were actually quite uneventful. Very few Stone Elves were willing to study magic and improve their strength. Steelstone was already considered a very ambitious Stone Elf. In fact, in the universe created by the god who ruled the earth element, the concept of ambition didn't even exist. Steelstone's ambition stemmed entirely from the descriptions of emotions and bodily sensations he hadn't witnessed in the Book of Earth, and after encountering other races on the Dust Sand continent, he developed a desire to learn more. However, as long as he remained a Stone Elf, it would be difficult to advance further. Although Steelstone agreed to Shinrua's request, both Shinrua and Jimmu remained cautious. As a plant spirit well-versed in the art of trade, Shimu took out a blank magic scroll and began to write and draw on it using his magical power. Soon, a blood pact floated before Shinrua and Steelstone. Come, state your respective demands in this cooperation, and each of you must shed a drop of your blood. Oh, the Stone Spirit clan has no blood, so I have to ask you to use your primal power. That might affect your lifespan, but that's perfectly acceptable for the Stone Spirit clan. Yuki's words had a villainous edge, but neither party objected. First, you can't tell any other beings what happened today. Most importantly, you can't reveal my identity. Actually, it was only a matter of time before Shinrua's identity was revealed to the other candidates, as he was going to help Longwei challenge the Dragon Clan candidates. But in Shinrua's view, every day this was delayed meant one more day of carefree life for him. Regardless of whether he currently desires to be the ultimate victor, his current situation qualifies as a case of possessing a treasure that invites trouble. Secondly, without endangering the lives of either party, you must help me when I need it, Shinrua said. That's it? Steelstone found it somewhat unbelievable. Seeing Shinrua nod, Steelstone stated his request. When the Divine Legacy is activated in the future, if Shinrua is the victor, and given the option to remain on the Dust Sand continent after his wish is fulfilled, my wish to stay on the Dust Sand continent should also be granted. It seems both of you are very sincere in your transaction. One side didn't make an exorbitant demand, and the other didn't try to bargain. So let's form a contract. After Jimmu finished speaking, the Blood Pact's magic circle glowed. Both parties dripped blood into each other. The Stone Spirit race was special, they used their own primordial power instead of blood, and the magic contract took effect. Meanwhile, the three gods who had been observing the situation had somehow merged into the particles, dissipating their condensed form and disappearing without a trace. Honestly, this contract even reserves the right for me to kill you, Steelstone said to Shinruo. If I have the chance to kill you, I can still be the winner. But of course, I feel a little guilty. I never seen you display your mark. Perhaps you could tell me where your mark is, so I don't have to kill you. Shinruo withdrew her short sword and sheathed it in her earring. You can do that first. Besides, if you kill me, you lose the opportunity to cooperate with the 10 absolutes of dust and sand. Without collecting all the quest items, you still cannot become the winner. Neither Shinruo nor Gangshur continued the conversation on this topic. The fact that Gangshur had mentioned still having the right to kill Shinruo indicated that his murderous intent wasn't particularly strong. He currently felt somewhat conflicted about Shinruo, but as a stone spirit whose emotions were difficult to heighten, Gangshur could quickly process this conflict. Shinruo and Gangshur tacitly avoided discussing Gangshur's recurring dream loops. In the world of mental arts, Shinruo's final approach, to use an ancient term from their home planet Earth, was one of moderation. He neither amplified Gangshur's exposed obsessions after being affected by mental arts, pushing him towards mental collapse, nor did he allow Gangshur to complete the emotional experience he cared about most. But Gangshur's experience. They arrived at the food stall. The aroma filled the air, and the flavors lingered. Steelstone's obsession lessened, but it wasn't perfect. Shinruo fell silent, but Yuki spoke first. Speaking of which, the stone spirits can go without sleep, right? You just signed a contract. In matters that don't endanger either of your lives, Shinruo can ask Steelstone for help, right? Speaking of which, we brought 2 troublesome fellows with us this time. We need to send them to an uninfected town. I wonder if the esteemed stone spirit candidate could offer assistance. Are you referring to 2 humans with questionable strength? Steelstone said. I already seen them. You can leave this to me. Consider it a token of gratitude. Back at camp, Yuki prepared a potion, gave one to Zelta, and after witnessing the disappearance of the patches on his body, Yuki entrusted Steelstone with the task of taking Zelta and yumming away. Yuki was unaware of the truth behind the catastrophe, only breathing a sigh of relief after Steelstone left. The gods of earth and water gave us these potions. Although they can't completely control the infection, having them gives us a better chance of surviving the crisis. Speaking of which, is the catastrophe simply the contamination of this magical power? No, Shinruo said, but the gods seem unwilling to let the continent's inhabitants know what the catastrophe is. They hope the candidates can do something before it happens. Indeed, it seems the legends have always pointed out that the final candidate approved by the gods is one who prevents the catastrophe from happening, not one who saves the continent from it. Yuki recalled the legends circulating on the continent about the candidates. What are your thoughts now? Do you still not intend to strive to become the final winner? What I always wanted is to explore the unknown, to explore the world. Shinruo sighed. But I don't know where fate will lead me now. I will still stick to my principles. If what I do is what I'm supposed to do at a specific point in time, and what I choose to do ultimately leads to me becoming a winning candidate, then of course I will accept it. If I have to do things I don't want to do just to become a winning candidate, then I won't do them. The ability to choose what I want to do, what I'm willing to do, what I want to do, having that right of choice itself is more important than becoming the winning candidate. Even if becoming the final winning candidate allows me to fulfill a wish promised by the gods. Speaking of which, don't you have any wishes that you absolutely have to pray to the gods to fulfill? Yuki asked, puzzled. Not yet. Shinruo shook his head, but then he remembered something and found it somewhat amusing. Seriously speaking, coming here has already fulfilled my wish, although it's not quite what I originally expected. Well, strictly speaking, it even exceeded my original expectations. Oh! Would you mind satisfying my curiosity? Ji-Mu was surprised. Did Shinruo really want to come to the Dust Sand Continent? Did his world know about the existence of the Dust Sand Continent? Chapter 398. Of course. Shinruo didn't refuse to answer Yuki's question. Yuki had immediately helped Shinruo solve the Steel Stone problem upon waking. If Yuki hadn't been awake, Shinruo's battle with Steel Stone wouldn't have ended so easily. In comparison, chatting about her own affairs on the return trip was just a way to pass the time, so Shinruo naturally wouldn't refuse. Actually, in the world I live in, ancient humans who reached a certain high position would pursue immortality. Shinruo spoke of the history of Eastern civilizations he had encountered. By the way, in our world, we are also called the Eastern humans. Our ancient ancestors left behind some cultural legends. Unlike this continent, the legends about gods in our world are not guaranteed to be true. Legends about gods are not guaranteed to be true. Yuki hadn't considered this. So you're a little different from us. You don't seem to have that natural reverence for gods? Of course, I still have reverence for gods who appear, but my reverence is a little different from yours. Shinru explained, because in our world, there are many divine cultures that you wouldn't understand even if I explained them. Let's get back to your question. I brought up the topic of immortality because in my world, historically, kings, having reached the pinnacle of power, immortality seemed to be their only obsession. In our history, there was a famous emperor known as the First Emperor, who believed in the possibility of immortality. It is said that after his death, he built a massive tomb and commissioned the creation of numerous lifelike terracotta warriors to replace his army. It's a military model about my size, wearing armor. It's enormous. Yuki imagined the scene Shinruo described and found it strange. How did he manage to create so many army models? Yuki's question immediately steered the conversation towards a large-scale horror story. No, but he imagined an afterlife, and felt he might be able to continue his life from his previous existence. Thousands of years later, some people speculated that this king might have thought that if an afterlife existed, he could easily overthrow its rulers with a large army. I'm discussing this because, according to my cultural traditions, if one were to make a wish to the gods, perhaps immortality would be an unavoidable desire. But I don't want immortality. In my time, in our world, humans could live to a normal age without illness. Because of my upbringing, I especially wanted to see what the outside world was like, what other people's lives were like. So, just as I was about to leave home, I came here. There are more intelligent races here than in the world I live in. Although the life I originally wanted to experience is different, the fun is the same, or even more. That's why I feel I don't have any particular desires anymore. The all desires that candidates can imagine, spoken of by the god of earth and the god of water, are the words left behind by that vanished god who supposedly controlled time. That god himself hadn't even reached the level of a true god, so how could he be so confident in making such a promise? Or did he believe the candidates couldn't even reach the dimension of the gods, who co-created the continent? Therefore, even if the dragon candidates wanted to become true gods of the continent, the dimension corresponding to his imagination wouldn't reach the dimension of a true god? If this was the case, then the words left by that god were understandable. If not, did it mean that that god might not be the same as the other 8 gods? Shinru even felt that the god in charge of earth elements might have some doubts about this. Because both the power of the short sword left by that god and the completeness of the laws of the universe he was born into were, according to the god in charge of earth elements, beyond the norm. So, was that god really just a god with insufficient dimensions? If not, then what was his purpose in infiltrating among these gods with insufficient dimensions? And his victory was attributed to the god in charge of wind elements. Shinru wasn't sure if this was good or bad for him. If it was a good thing, he was immediately targeted by the gatekeeper, the guide formed from the thoughts and wills extracted from the god in charge of light elements. On the one hand, it's a bad thing. Without this targeting, he wouldn't have gotten his hands on the short sword. Shinru initially hadn't realized the sword would play such a crucial role in the dust and sand realm, a game played by the gods. Now, thinking back, the god in charge of the wind elements probably used the same ruthless methods. If that god didn't believe the humans born in the world he created could become the ultimate victor, then it could only be assumed that he had casually made a promise to the god in charge of the wind elements. To prevent the rampant desire to become a true god from overwhelming the wind element god's will, that the wind element god, whose power and will remain relatively intact compared to other gods, might very well become a tyrannical evil god ravaging the continent. If that god didn't have a negative view of humanity, Shinru wouldn't understand why he promised the wind element god the divine legacy and ascension to true godhood after the human candidate won. Among the 8 gods with statues on the continent, the wind element god possessed the lowest divinity. Would obtaining the divine legacy and ascending to a higher dimension automatically grant him the qualities of a true god? Was it that simple? Shinru couldn't understand. After all, this was a matter of the divine dimension, especially since the one orchestrating all of this was a god rumored to be even stronger than the 8 gods he had witnessed. Through his brief encounter with Steel Stone in the world of mental magic, Shinru deduced that in Steel Stone's world, inhabited only by the stone spirit race, the god of earth element was their sole deity. The Book of Earth was the source of the stone spirit's knowledge and faith. On Shinru's home planet, Earth, while the belief in a single god did exist, it wasn't accepted by all races. As for the Eastern race, to which Shinru belonged, ancient times were polytheistic. Later, with the advent of interstellar travel, the question of whether gods existed gradually faded. Humanity ventured into the vast universe, and over thousands of years, in order to adapt to life on different planets, it underwent some evolution and changes. Only the inhabitants of their home planet, Earth, retain an appearance largely unchanged from thousands of years ago. Therefore, Shenrua never considered that the world he was born and raised in was actually a creation of a god. Returning from the Unicorn Kingdom to the Tower of Eternity still took considerable effort for Shenrua and Jimmu. First, they had to cross the blockade. It wasn't difficult for Jimmu to prove he hadn't been infected, but Shenrua's uninfected status, coming from the Unicorn Kingdom, aroused suspicion among the soldiers on the blockade. However, repeated checks and several days of quarantine failed to reveal any infected patches on Shenrua's body. Furthermore, since he had come with a renowned member of the plant spirit race like Jimmu, this immediately alerted the spirit rank responsible for the Wind Breath Kingdom side of the blockade. Jimmu didn't maintain his cane form on the return journey, also considering Shenrua's need to cross the blockade. Describing Shenrua as a human willing to test drugs for his research made passing through checkpoints much easier to explain. Yuki's storage ring contained only simple magical items and a few small vials of potions, as it was still uncertain how much the divinely bestowed potions, after preparation, would need to be diluted to ensure their effectiveness. Furthermore, this was a blockade zone, the place most in need of potions, so it was perfectly reasonable for them to be confiscated. Yuki wasn't against distributing the potions to the infected, but he would have better options once back at the Eternal Tower. Curator Yuki, your research has been incredibly helpful, but is this all the potion you have? The spirit rank member responsible for border security between Wind Breath Kingdom and Unicorn Kingdom examined Yuki's storage ring and spoke with considerable regret. Well, the medicinal herbs are limited. We considered going to the Unicorn Kingdom to see if we could find any substitutes, and we made some progress. However, to develop more medicine, we have to wait until I return to my pharmacy. Yuki gave the other party his prepared explanation. Of course, my human friends and I have already taken it, and based on our experience in the Unicorn Kingdom over the past few days, encountering more than one evil creature, this infection, once cured, cannot be reinfected. At least that's true for humans. I'm not sure about the situation with the horned sparrows or other races. We leave these extra vials of potion with you, just in case. However, in exchange, I hope you can give us a letter of explanation, so we won't have to explain the situation repeatedly every time we pass through a town on our way back. The potion Yuki gave to the spirit rank cultivator was made from the sai of the earth god. The spirit rank cultivator held the potion in his hand, looking at the faint glow it emitted, knowing that the ingredients used in this potion were probably very valuable. Asking Yuki to provide a large quantity of potions made from divine-level raw materials was indeed a difficult request, so the spirit rank official readily thanked him, accepted the potions, and provided the explanatory letter Yuki requested. With this letter, Shenrua and Yuki's return journey became much easier. Although they needed to find the person in charge at each town's checkpoint to confirm the letter, at least they no longer needed to be quarantined. Meanwhile, news that Yuki had developed a potion to control infection was spreading among some influential figures on the continent. When Shenrua and Jimmu returned to the Eternal Tower, the staff member in charge of external relations at Jimmu's medical hall cried to Jimmu, "Director, you're finally back. The captains of various merchant caravans coming to request medicine have seriously affected our medical hall's operations. Tell them to wait. Even if we can prepare the medicine, it will still take time." Jimmu instructed the staff to deal with the merchant caravans requesting medicine, and then contacted the members of the Dust and Santen Absolutes, who were organizing the auction. At the next auction, I will auction the formula for controlling infection. The potion given by the god of Earth element could replace the potion Jimmu had previously developed, and its effect was even better. Because the previous potion required both internal and external application to treat the infection, while the potion bestowed by the god of Earth element and the god of Water element only required internal administration to treat the infection, achieving the effect of the previous two treatments. Even with the best trading environment on the continent, the Dust and Santen Absolutes could not possibly collect all the size of the Earth God and blessings of the Earth God on the continent. Auctioning off the formula would allow another force to collect raw materials. Whether the recipient intended to sell the medicine at an exorbitant price or use it themselves was beyond Yuki's consideration. To fetch a good price for the formula, a promise of monopoly was needed. Yuki could promise that medicines made with Earth God's Sai and Earth God's blessing would be exclusively for the use of the members of the Dust and Santen Absolutes organization, and would not be circulated outside. Chapter 399. Currently, the prepared potion using the Sai of the Earth God and the blessing of the Earth God is only enough for the core members of the Dust and Santen Absolutes, given their scale. As for the potion prepared by the combined divine power of the God of Earth and the God of Water, Once the required concentration for effectiveness is determined, its use and distribution will require discussion at the Crystal Conference. At least a portion of it, according to Shinruo and Mu, should be given free of charge to those countries bordering the Unicorn Kingdom that attempted to control the infection in its early stages. Because of the divinely bestowed potion, the original formula was not included in the auction list beforehand. Faced with the ever-spreading infection, the 10 absolutes, after the Crystal Conference, believed it unnecessary to earn excessive gold coins through formulas. Their goal was simply to transfer the formulas they could prepare to another force capable of collecting the raw materials. Therefore, the main item promoted at the auction was not the infection treatment formula, but a set of crystal weapons usable by humans. Human warriors can achieve strength equivalent to the highest rank through crystal weapons, but it's difficult for them to advance further. This is because using crystal weapons also requires considerable strength to grip and control the weapons that unleash elemental power. This demands an extremely strong physique. Just like in Shinrua's original world, before interstellar travel began on their home planet Earth, large, lethal weapons were inherently more difficult to control the more destructive they were. For example, air-to-air missiles require a flying machine to carry them. Essentially, humans also need to pilot aircraft far larger than themselves to use these weapons. In the Dust and Sand continent, crystal weapons are mostly used individually. More powerful crystal artifacts present challenges in terms of carrying and assembly. The Tower of Eternity auctioned a weapon set clearly more suited to humans because, with the infection spreading, human caravans face greater risks during trade. Relying solely on hiring a small number of mages or magical warriors is no longer sufficient to deal with potential evil creatures. The Mutual Aid Society bears some responsibility for this situation, particularly for providing end-of-life care camps. Initially, their organization, construction, and placement of infected individuals in these camps did not garner sufficient attention from the relevant towns. Because some infected individuals and their families felt fear and resentment that the infected would ultimately be eliminated by the army responsible for managing the infection, some sought to conceal the outbreak. The Mutual Aid Society's solution, a secluded settlement far from other populations and races, provided these infected individuals with a safe haven. Therefore, those who could conceal their own or their relatives' illnesses, upon learning how to reach the mutual aid camps, would invariably gather there to live. However, the poisonous drugs prepared in the camps were ineffective against humans, whose infection had already spread throughout their bodies. Humans, completely transformed into evil creatures, rushed out of the camps, and began to roam the wilderness of the continent based on their instincts. Some were killed by other humans in the camps, who still retained consciousness, but these humans were roughly equal in strength. Some would transform into evil creatures at night, and leave while others were unconscious. In some camps, many people transformed simultaneously, and after a struggle, a few evil creatures successfully escaped the camp. Previously, some nations and organizations discovered the existence of these camps. Those that took it seriously dispatched mages and warriors to observe the situation within these camps. After discovering that the poison left behind in the camps was insufficient to kill humans infected throughout their bodies, these camps were completely destroyed by fire magic. However, the camps established by the Mutual Aid Society are not limited to those discovered and observed. This has led to a continuous increase in the probability of evil creatures appearing outside of towns and villages capable of patrolling. The Mutual Aid Society's construction of these camps is driven by both impure motives and good intentions, making the consequences difficult to assess. Currently, different nations and organizations are taking different approaches to the situation caused by the Mutual Aid Society. In some regions, the mages or leaders of magical warriors responsible for handling infection affairs are demanding that the Mutual Aid Society voluntarily hand over the locations of its camps in the vicinity. Failure to comply within a specified timeframe will result in the Mutual Aid Society being designated an evil organization. In some regions, no buffer period for negotiation was provided, members of the Mutual Aid Societies were directly rounded up, and even those who revealed camps being set up or where infected individuals had already entered were still executed. Among the indigenous humans, opinions on the Mutual Aid Societies also diverged. As the infection spread, mercenary squads of the Skyfox tribe gradually came into the view of various factions across the continent. This was because the Skyfox tribe was born with the ability to control fire elemental power, and burning remained a method believed by various nations and organizations to be effective in dealing with the infection. As a result, Tianxue became known to more beings on the continent. Although she was once a beautiful celestial fox with her own entry in the candidate encyclopedia, Tianxue rarely appeared on the 1,000 desolate plains, and few had ever seen her true face. Now, By purchasing another piece of information about the Celestial Fox clan, one could learn just how stunningly beautiful Queen Tianxue was. Before the auction began, this famously beautiful queen also appeared at the Eternal Tower. Shenruo didn't pay much attention to this, and even Tianxue's sister Tianxiao didn't mention it. However, Sayansen seemed quite excited inside the crystal ball. It turned out that Tianxue's main purpose in coming to the Eternal Tower was simply to purchase weapons. The auction proceeded as planned, and only after the last item was sold did the auctioneer bring out 2 potions and several recipes. Thank you for your support. As you all likely heard, Mr. Yuki, the curator of Ion's best medical clinic, has developed a potion to combat infection. Today's auction includes an additional item, the recipe for this potion and 2 finished potions. There are 4 recipes and 2 potions. The potions are there to prove the recipe's effectiveness. One potion is for internal use, and the other for external use. The internal potion will prevent infection. To treat infection, both the internal and external potions must be used simultaneously. After using the potion, you will not be reinfected upon contact with the source of infection. Because the recipe requires divine relic level raw materials, we hope that all bidders will carefully consider whether they have the capability to concoct and create it after acquiring the recipe. Mr. Yuki promised that after this potion formula is auctioned, no more potions made using this formula will be used for profit, and the pharmacy will not sell potions made using this formula. Only if Mr. Yuki can develop other types of potions in the future will they be allowed to circulate in the market. Considering the possibility of developing other potions in the future, this set of items will only be auctioned with a starting price slightly higher than the price of the raw materials used in the potions, starting at 1,000 gold coins. A starting bid of 1,000 gold coins isn't expensive for the Eternal Tower's auction, especially given the ongoing infection on the continent. Aside from the plant spirits and the healing sap donated by a few near 50-year-old plant spirits, who are effective against the infection, all other forces are currently at a loss. The only certainty is that no spirit rank cultivator has yet been infected, and susceptibility seems to be directly related to strength. Even the not-so-wealthy Heavenly Fox clan is tempted by this price. Tianxue didn't hesitate much. Although she might not ultimately win the potion, it was an item she could afford. She activated the bidding machine, but other VIPs were faster. 2,000 gold coins. The host announced the price. This was clearly not the end of the bidding, but because this auction was very low-key in its publicity, unlike the 2 previous auctions Shenruo had experienced that sold sacred relics, the guests hadn't prepared as much gold. The 10 absolutes of dust and sand's original intention wasn't to make money from this formula potion, but simply to screen the strength of the acquirer. The potion formula and 2 vials were ultimately sold for 30,000 gold coins. That's a bit unfair of you. Tianxue's personality had changed quite a bit. She wouldn't have spoken to Shenruo like this before. When her slightly coquettish voice came from the crystal, Shenruo was taken aback. You mean the potion formula? Shenruo thought for a moment, figuring Tianxue was probably referring to him for not informing her beforehand that there would be special items at the auction. Yes, our Heavenly Fox clan warriors are currently exorcising evil from various infected countries. They face a considerable risk of infection. The potion formula to prevent infection would be extremely useful to me, Tianxue said through the crystal communication. But the raw materials needed for this recipe are very scarce, otherwise the 10 absolute dust wouldn't have put it up for auction, and it's such a low price. Shenruo was a little confused. If the Celestial Fox clan had sealed off the entrances and exits to the 1,000 desolate plains, the infection wouldn't have affected you. Why did you decide to get involved in this mess? We can't just reap the benefits without paying any price. Tianxue seemed to have her thoughts read, and she sighed softly. He needs an opportunity. He needs more information. The Celestial Fox's survival situation is much better now. We can't just not help him get what he wants. Hasn't he given up on winning the competition among the candidates? Shenruo was a little surprised. Gisilfa had already disappeared from the public eye, leaving everything to Tianxue. Given Gisilfa's appearance and his passive charm skill, he probably wouldn't be able to hide anywhere on the continent. Actually, there's still a chance, Tianxue said. Regarding the fight between the dragon and the frost serpent, there's a rumor that a fire dragon started the fire. The rumor probably isn't unfounded. That dragon, it said, has a good relationship with you. Shenruo couldn't immediately tell if Tianxue was discussing this as a friend, or trying to get information from him for Gisilfa, or both. However, this wasn't a taboo subject for him. It was indeed dragon's might. He was threatened. To be honest, it's my fault. Zhuzhither reached an agreement with the dragon candidates, and I was taken into custody. Chapter 400. Oh, So you know the specific details of that battle? Tianxue clearly hoped Shenrua could tell her more about the Dragon Snake War. I know a little, but not much, Shenrua said. It said that the Dragon Clan candidate, Lord Delong, lost an arm. And what about the agreement between Zhezhe and Lord Delong? Although Shenrua had long way informed Twin Tower City that Zhezhe and the others in Weha Town had betrayed Twin Tower City, this matter obviously hadn't yet spread throughout the continent. At least Tianxue was unaware of it. Shenrua didn't consider this a significant secret and, without charging Tianxue, explained the situation. The Zhezhe of Weha Town are probably dissatisfied with the reconciliation between Baishu Kingdom and Enluo Kingdom. They believe that the cooperation between Shuangda City and Heshi violates the Holy See's tradition of prioritizing Zhezhe and excluding Heshi, so they secretly cooperated with the Dragon Clan candidates. Should Shuangda City be cleaning house now? Did Long Wei tell them the news? Although Tianxue didn't know about the Zhezhe of Weha Town, she was quite aware of Long Wei's current situation in Shuangda City. He should be more than happy to facilitate anything that weakens Lord Delong. Shenrua didn't hide Long Wei's thoughts. Isn't that obvious? But it might not be so easy for Gisilfa to find an opportunity. That's his business, Tianxue said. I'm more concerned about whether we can get the infection prevention potion. Perhaps it would be better if you contacted Saensen, Shenrua suggested to Tianxue. If the Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes still have the potion, it's more appropriate to contact her than me. I thought we were no longer friends, Tianxue said sullenly. After all, Tianxiao hasn't given me any information about this. She probably doesn't want to contact me anymore. If Tianxiao doesn't want to, then Saensen. Tianxue didn't finish her sentence, but the meaning was clear. On the way to the Thousand Desolate Plains, and even later when she returned to the Tower of Eternity to hand over her duties, Tianxue could sense that Saensen actually had some expectations for her staying with the 10 Absolutes of Dust and Sand. Back then, to avoid Gisilfa and rescue Tianxiao, who had been sold, Tianxue sought help from Saensen. She didn't know that Shenrua had become a member of the 10 Absolutes, so she couldn't face Saensen, yet every time she came to the Tower of Eternity, she still chose to contact Shenrua. Since you've chosen to become a wise ruler. Of course, for now you're only a wise queen, but that's your goal. Since you can betray Saensen's expectations for this goal, what's wrong with trading with her for it? Shenrua said to Tianxue, unless your resolve and awareness aren't enough to support you on the path to the throne of a wise ruler. With that, Shenrua ended the crystal communication with Tianxue. He was certain that the 10 Absolutes of Dust and Sand could spare some potions to trade with Tianxue, but how much, and what the reasonable price would be, was beyond Shenrua's control and commitment. The Celestial Fox clan on the continent wasn't the race most in dire need of potions. If they wanted, they could easily hold on to the Thousand Desolate Plains. However, it was clear that Gisilfa wanted to increase the Celestial Fox's presence on the Thousand Desolate Plains. He hadn't given up on the fight for victory, which meant that the Celestial Foxes who went to the infected areas on the continent had already been used as sacrifices. The potion formula was won by an agent from the kingdom of Shilai. After the snowfall, Shenrua's crystal ball lit up, revealing the 10 Absolute Spirit rank members discussing matters related to the auction. A human from a mutual aid society has bid many times, but even if they obtain the formula, the raw materials will be a problem. Is the Dragon Clan planning to create a healing potion, and then use it to counter the rumors and gossip circulating on the continent that are detrimental to Lord Delong? Another 10 Absolute Spirit rank member joined the discussion. The dragon race has hardly ever ventured into the Hell Palace in their history. They don't seem to like its resources, Sains commented. But they're very wealthy. If someone doesn't want to sell, they can just steal it. Shenrua and I brought back divinely bestowed potions this time. Although some will be donated for free, the remainder will bring in a considerable income. We put in a lot of effort for this. So, considering how much we've done, could you tell us about your time with that Frost Serpent clan member, the one who's very popular among the spirit rank? Yuki suddenly spoke up. He rarely showed interest in these kinds of questions. This sudden question made Shenrua suspicious. Had he been influenced by El, or had El offered him some benefit? What? The Frost Serpent that's so popular among spirit rank serpents. Signs was speechless at Yuki's description. She was also a spirit rank Frost Serpent, and she was usually the only one who enjoyed gossip. Why bring up such a private serpent question during such a serious and proper topic as potions and infections? Isn't it the Frost Serpent that's so popular among spirit rank serpents? As another spirit rank 10 master who enjoyed this kind of topic, El was naturally present. Is that great serpent of your Frost Serpent clan a spirit rank? Are the candidates from your Frost Serpent clan spirit rank? But I feel like you're implying something about me, a spirit rank? Sanes retorted. You're the one who had Yuki ask that, aren't you? You think I wouldn't answer your question, and you think I wouldn't refuse to answer Yuki's question since he just made the potion, huh? Shinrua deeply agreed with Sanes' view, but in the 2 years he spent in the Ion, he learned the meaningless skills of watching the drama unfold and fanning the flames. He wouldn't usually initiate such skills. However, if the target of this gossip was Seinsen, who had previously spread rumors about her and Tianxue, and about her and Juinja, rumor Shinrua was reluctant to recall, then Shinrua was happy to give him a push. Sharing won't hurt. If we let else speculate, the story we hear tomorrow might become quite bizarre. Or is it that there is indeed some unclear, ambiguous relationship between you and Mr. Hanju of the Cold Serpent clan? There's no unclear, ambiguous relationship, Seinsen relented. It's because of my identity, I was originally a Cold Serpent from the Cold Serpent branch, to which Hanju belonged, but my status was rather low. Originally, if Hanju were a woman, I would have become his maid. Our Cold Serpent clan's customs are too complex to explain in a few words. The Cold Serpent clan reveres women. Only when no female Cold Serpent is born in the family of the branch leader, with special bloodlines in my branch, will we be forced to revere Hanju. Originally intended for female heirs, maids like us are now in an awkward position. The branch has decided to form a marriage alliance with that great serpent, and we face 2 choices. One is to swallow a fruit containing fire power, and leave the Frost Spirit Mountains. The other is to become that great serpent's maid. As a frost serpent, who loves cold, and uses water elemental power, it's hard for Shinrua to imagine what might have happened that Seinsen would choose to swallow a fruit containing fire power rather than become that great serpent's maid. There's a legend about this fruit in our Frost Serpent clan, Seinsen began, recounting the legend of the Frost Spirit Mountains. It's said that frost serpents who survive eating this fruit can achieve the spirit rank without bloodline. The Frost Serpent clan has always only allowed frost serpents with specific bloodlines to achieve the spirit rank. I chose to swallow this fruit, of course, because I wanted that possibility. Of course, all the frost serpents who ate this fruit before are dead. It sounds like your spirit rank wasn't easy to achieve. Elher, perhaps not expecting that his attempt to tease Seinsen about his love life would lead him to revisit Seinsen's life or death past, spoke up somewhat sheepishly. It's not a big deal, it's all in the past. What happened next is what you really want to hear of. Seinsen snorted, but wasn't truly angry. Hanju knows I ate the fruit but didn't die, and later came to the Eternal Tower. He did come to ask if I was willing to return to the Cold Spirit Mountains with him to revitalize the branch. But I already refused. Although Seinsen revealed some secrets about her past in the Frost Serpent clan, she omitted the truly important parts. For example, why she was so lucky to survive, whether it was related to Hanju, how Hanju knew she was in the Eternal Tower, and why he came to find her to return to the Frost Spirit Mountains to revitalize the branch. However, the spirit rank members of the 10 Absolutes of Dust and Sand didn't press her for details. Even El seemed so concerned about this matter, mainly because he was worried that Seinsen might leave the Eternal Tower. Seinsen's words, "I already rejected him," were the answer El truly wanted to hear. As for the details of Seinsen and Hanju's past, who doesn't have secrets and a past? That great serpent. Actually, her thoughts are quite different from ours. Seinsen changed the subject, his words primarily addressed to Shinrua. Although she told Lord DeLong about Ellie's whereabouts and her pregnancy during the Dragon Snake War, based on my understanding of her, she doesn't necessarily approve of the dragon becoming the winner. She might even have connections and secret dealings with Ellie. However, whether the dragon or the Frost Serpent wins, it will benefit her, so it's possible she orchestrated that battle. Furthermore, the bodies of a spirit-rank Frost Serpents who die in battle can be refined into magical items and weapons usable only by the Frost Serpent race. Also, I don't think Frostcandle could hold such a strong obsession for her. Frostcandle isn't her type. Seinsen's words reminded Shinrua of the time they passed through the Frost Spirit Mountains. When the giant serpent swam to the seat specially carved for her, that scene was truly unforgettable. If Hanju isn't her type, and Hanju doesn't like that giant serpent either, then what exactly does that giant serpent want? To unify the Cold Spirit Mountain range and become its queen, while she isn't yet, she's practically won. Furthermore, her constant state of combat, ensuring she always has enough water elemental power within her, means that ordinary interactions between snakes probably wouldn't bring her true joy. Chapter 401. Tianxue eventually managed to purchase some infection treatment potions through Seinsen, though in small quantities. The potions she received were the diluted version of the divinely bestowed potions that Shinrua and Jimu had brought back from Dilling Town. Shortly afterward, the dragons of Shilai Kingdom, accompanied by a group of humans, requested to relocate to the Eternal Tower territory. The 10 Absolutes of Dust and Sand refused, citing that existing buildings were already inhabited. However, the dragons did not give up. They demanded to build their own residential buildings on the outskirts of the Eternal Tower town. There was land there cultivated by the Eternal Tower for various crops. After being refused again, the dragons of Shilai Kingdom launched an attack on the newly completed magical barriers surrounding the Eternal Tower. The dragon candidate, Lord DeLong, was not among the dragons who instigated the incident. During the Crystal Conference, the 10 Absolutes of Dust and Sand, while outwardly courting the dragons, first discussed their true intentions during their polite application. Is it because while the dragons of Shilai Kingdom possess an absolute advantage in military strength over humans, Shilai Kingdom has a large human population, leaving them with insufficient manpower to contain the infection? The city of Fatin, where Lord DeLong resides, has already restricted entry and exit. There, a magical barrier requiring the combined efforts of several dragons exists, so as long as the humans there remain isolated, there's no need to worry about the spread of infection. However, outside the territory of Fatin City, the number of dragon mages or dragon warriors within Shilai Kingdom is extremely limited compared to the vast population. Therefore, it's highly likely that the dragons, leading a group of humans, requested to settle at the Eternal Tower to rely on the barrier built outside the Eternal Tower's boundaries to screen travelers and protect them from the infection. The dragons were brought along because they still desired to enjoy life. On the Dust Sand continent, humans were the race capable of providing the best service. Furthermore, it's possible that Lord DeLong wanted these dragons to help him research the defensive magic arrays in the towns of the Eternal Tower, facilitating the future breach of the Eternal Tower's defenses, and forcing the 10 Absolutes of Dust Sand to submit. However, after being repeatedly rejected, the dragons of the Kingdom of Shilai chose to attack, disrupting the tacit balance among the powerful forces on the continent. My suggestion is to have the Light Dragon Warriors, who left the Holy See earlier, engage them, propose the Stone Spirit Thousand Red during the Crystal Ball meeting. The dragons occupied a mountain range not far from the Eternal Tower's territory. Now, every day, dragons take flight from there, soaring above the Eternal Tower, unleashing elemental magic at its defensive magic arrays before returning. Although the Tower of Eternity wouldn't be breached anytime soon, it caused significant trouble for traveling caravans and other races entering and leaving the tower. The members of the Dust and Sand 10 Deadly Assassins were also constantly on guard. Almost all the dragons who hadn't left the Kingdom of Shilai remained in Fatin City. While the number of dragons who didn't stay was small, it was still a significant number relative to the vast population of Shilai. Even the fewest dragons in the continent's only dragon-centric nation numbered in the hundreds. Although the Light Dragon Warriors entered the Tower of Eternity, nominally willing to assist the Dust and Sand 10 Deadly Assassins in maintaining its neutrality, their choice between loyalty to the Holy See, which they had served for a considerable time, and their selection as dragon candidates revealed an innate pride and sense of belonging to their own race. Adult dragon warriors have the advantage of not being weak. Even the weakest adult dragon warrior is still at a high level, and high-level dragons can hold their own against the absolute level of other races. Absolute level. Shenrua has seen quite a few absolute level warriors, but those are the backbone of powerful organizations or forces on the continent. For example, during Feng He's time as the King of Soldiers, his strength was not to be underestimated on the continent, but most of the Shishui companions who accompanied him on his mercenary missions across the continent had only reached the absolute level. Shenrua was unfazed by absolute level warriors, because he was initially involved in the dispute between King of Soldiers, He and Tianhu Tianxue over mission items, and because the Eternal Tower provided a place for high-level individuals to duel. In fact, in the Demon Abyss, the main forces on both sides of the battle are human warriors and ordinary demons. The vast majority of participants have not reached the absolute level. When hundreds of dragons, possessing strength equivalent to or higher than other races, attack an area, the resulting magical impact is comparable to a war that destroys a nation. Even with all members of the Dust and Sand 10 Deadly Assassins present, and with the advantage of the heavily fortified defensive magic arrays already established by the Eternal Tower, they cannot guarantee victory. If the Light Dragon Warriors were willing to join the battle, the Dust and Sand 10 Deadly Assassins' chances of winning would be significantly higher. The Dust and Sand 10 Deadly Assassins' request for Dragon Warriors to fight at this time carries a certain risk, the risk of the dragons turning against them. After discussion at the Crystal Council, the Dust and Sand 10 Deadly Assassins ultimately decided to do so, even with the risk. Because if the Light Dragon Warriors are only observing who ultimately wins before making their own choice, then their very existence is a threat to the dust and sand 10 deadly assassins. When the Light Dragon warriors arrived at the Tower of Eternity, they were bound by ordinary oaths. They didn't become core members of the Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes. Their relationship with them was more like a gentleman's agreement. The Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes provided better living and training facilities, freeing them from having to choose between the Dragon Clan and the Holy See for allegiance, while ensuring their needs were met. Dragons are naturally fond of wealth and have a high standard of living. After becoming human dragons and enjoying the care provided by humans, maintaining their accustomed daily routines requires considerable expense. On the Dust and Sand continent, only a handful of nations and organizations could afford to support such a dragon army with ease. Now, the humans of the Kingdom of Shilai are also facing a crisis of spreading infection. The number of dragons in Shilai is insufficient to maintain the country's blockade. This is why the dragons are breaking the tacit agreement between forces and attacking the Tower of Eternity. The vast majority of dragons, powerful and generous, sharing their territories with humans, have shed their facade as protectors of humanity, revealing their selfish side. Not all dragons are like this. Longwei is not one of them. However, within the Dragon Kingdom, strength and status are linked to influence, so the one who previously held the most power was Longwei's father, Longhe, now the Lord of Delong. The Lord of Delong is not present, but it's difficult to say whether this conflict was his doing. The dragons of Shilai Kingdom had already made their clear choice. They would respect the dragon candidate, Lord of Delong. Now, if the 10 deadly dust demons are defeated, and the Tower of Eternity becomes the territory of the dragons, it will only bring benefits to Lord Delong. Even if the dragons fail, they will have probed all of the 10 deadly dust demons' trump cards, and if the dragons withdraw, the only loss will be their reputation. In an air-to-ground confrontation, the advantages and disadvantages between the dragons and the 10 deadly dust demons are obvious. From the beginning of the negotiations between the dragons and the 10 deadly dust demons to their sudden attack on the area where the Tower of Eternity is located, Lord Delong has remained silent. If the dragons ultimately fail to conquer the Tower of Eternity in this battle initiated by them, Lord Delong can easily use the excuse that he did not agree to it, or even that the matter stemmed from a disagreement on how to deal with the infection. Lord Delong prioritized distributing infection drugs to overcome the crisis. The failure was simply due to the extreme scarcity of the raw materials needed for their production. This would effectively influence some of the rumors circulating on the continent, spread by Twin Tower City, that the infection was highly related to Lord Delong, while simultaneously distancing themselves from the dragons who were undermining the continent's tacit consensus. Of course, whether this was true or not was another matter entirely. Whether the residents believed rumors or hearsay depended on their own choice. Only those with power standing at the top of the continent could know the truth. They could create rumors and promote their spread, but they couldn't completely determine the final direction of public opinion. The dragons from the Kingdom of Shilai, who had expressed their intention to settle in the Eternal Tower, had already made their stance clear to the 10 absolutes of dust and sand. However, the choice of the Light Dragon warriors already residing in the Eternal Tower surprised the 10 absolutes of dust and sand. They were willing to undertake the defense of the Tower of Eternity, but they also stated that their condition was that they would never intentionally harm their own kind. To allay the concerns of the 10 deadly dust, they also signed a blood pact. The number of Light Dragon warriors was far fewer than the number of dragons that came to attack the Tower of Eternity's defensive magic array, but their strength was formidable. Previously, to intimidate the 10 deadly dust and ensure that the important sacred relic, the Light Star Disc, could return to the Holy See, the Holy See had brought 5 near-spirit level light elemental dragons to the Tower of Eternity. In fact, these 5 Light Dragon warriors were all near-spirit level dragons with a pact with the Holy See. In addition, there were 9 supreme level Light Dragon warriors, who together formed a dragon force that played a crucial role in the Holy Sea's strength. Several hundred dragons from the Kingdom of Shilai entered the mountains, but most of them were high-level dragons. The number of supreme-level dragons among them was only about the same as the number of Light Dragon warriors on the side of the 10 deadly dust. As for the near-spirit level dragon race currently on the continent, aside from the 5 Light Dragon warriors who chose to settle in the Eternal Tower, most are noble lords of the Kingdom of Shilai. Presumably to demonstrate that the Dragon Lord had not violated the tacit rules of the continent's power structure, most of these lords remained in Shilai. It is said that the Dragon Lords have now relocated to Fatten City, the territory under the absolute control of the Dragon Lord, to avoid being affected by the infection. As for the dragons who left Shilai and requested to settle in the Eternal Tower, only 2 near-spirit level dragons were rejected by the 10 absolutes of dust and sand. They hadn't appeared before the Light Dragon warriors joined the defenses of the Eternal Tower, simply sending different dragons each day to weaken its magical barrier. One of these dragons wasn't a noble dragon from the kingdom of Shilai, but a skilled dragon warrior. Shinruo had seen this dragon in Fatten City. He was a dragon capable of manipulating dark elemental power. The other was someone Shinruo recognized, the one whose name dragon might seem to displease him. He was the Star Dragon Lord with azure hair. Whether this Star Dragon Lord was as he appeared, having harbored disloyalty after the Dragon Clan candidate, Lord the Dragon, lost his hand, Shinruo couldn't confirm based solely on his voice transmission to Qinsha Shiju. However, it was certain that in Shilai, this lord's attitude towards Lord the Dragon Clan candidate, was quite unusual. Not only was he responsible for cleaning up any magical traces related to Lord the Dragon outside Shilai, but he also held a ceremony and blocked traffic when Lord the Dragon visited a town under his rule. This is also why Shinruo believes that the Dragon Lord was still orchestrating the attack on the Eternal Tower by the Dragon Clan. If the Star Dragon Lord was simply an opportunistic dragon who unreasonably fawned over stronger spirit-ranked dragons, then the change in the Star Dragon Lord's attitude due to the loss of an arm and the resulting weakening of his power would be understandable. However, when Long Wei's father, Long Kei, was still alive, the Star Dragon Lord did not show the same respect and obedience to him. Chapter 402. The Light Element Dragon Warriors didn't tell the Dust Sand 10 Absolutes their thoughts, but the Blood Pact was in effect. The Dust Sand 10 Absolutes didn't intend to delve into the reasons behind their choice. Essentially, this was a relatively fair trade from the Dust Sand 10 Absolutes' perspective. In the 2 years the Light Element Dragon Warriors had been at the Eternal Tower, they hadn't participated in the Dust Sand 10 Absolutes missions that created value, but the Dragon race's expenses were enormous. One of the conditions the Dragon Warriors initially agreed upon with the Dust Sand 10 Absolutes was that they would assist in the defense of the Eternal Tower. In the history of the Dust Sand continent, the Eternal Tower only needed defense in the early stages after the Dust Sand 10 Absolutes were formed. Once the powerful forces on the continent reached a consensus, they tacitly agreed not to treat the Eternal Tower as an object of contention for spheres of influence. When accepting the Dragon Warriors, the Dust Sand 10 Absolutes had actually considered it a losing proposition. However, the Dragon Warriors served as a deterrent. If the Dust Sand 10 Absolutes chose to refuse them, their choice could potentially affect the existing power structure of the continent. The emergence of the candidates altered the existing laws of the continent and shifted the balance of power among the various factions. While the balance wasn't directly and completely broken, order began to crumble. Furthermore, the nature of the catastrophic legends associated with the candidates remains unknown. When the Dragon Warriors chose the 10 Masters of Dust and Sand, they agreed to this unequal exchange because they anticipated having more options to deal with future catastrophes. Now, with hundreds of dragons attacking the Tower of Eternity, severely challenging the defensive endurance of the 10 Sands, the Dragon Warriors' choices have made this previously unequal exchange fair. The dragon formation attacking the Tower of Eternity is not static. Sometimes, a dozen high-ranking dragons take turns unleashing elemental dragon breath at the Tower of Eternity from the sky. Other times, high-ranking dragons appear alongside high-ranking dragons. The Tower of Eternity's defensive magic arrays must be activated by mages whose numbers outnumber those of the dragons, and whose strength is comparable, and who must constantly adjust the arrays based on the attributes of the dragons wielding the magic, in order to maintain the defense. With the Light Dragon Warriors joining the defense, the fatigue of the high-ranking and near-spirit rank mages of the 10 Sands was immediately alleviated. The defensive magic arrays that had been damaged due to the dragon's rotation tactics also had time to repair. The near-spirit rank light elemental dragons are responsible for inspecting and isolating infected individuals at the entrances and exits of the Eternal Tower, ensuring the smooth entry and exit of both residents and outsiders. For near-spirit rank dragons work in shifts day and night. 2 dragons ensure uninterrupted entry and exit for all races during the day, while the other 2 ensure normal entry and exit at night. During this process, they transform into dragon form. In dragon form, they use their massive bodies to create a magical shield of light elemental power, flying above the various races entering and exiting the Eternal Tower to protect them from the constant barrage of magic from above. The biggest problem with the dragon's attacks for the Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes was that, apart from the 10 spirit rank members of the Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes, any other being entering or exiting the Eternal Tower was no longer safe. The dragons responsible for the attack resided in a mountain range, a sparsely populated area that protected them from infection. This also allowed them to resupply in uninfected regions. The 10 deadly assassins were significantly impacted. The area encompassed by the Tower of Eternity included not only the town itself, but also surrounding agricultural areas. Due to the infection, the area outside the Tower of Eternity, marked on the map as part of the 10 Deadly Assassins territory, had recently undergone a magical barrier reinforcement. Otherwise, aside from the magical dome within the Tower of Eternity itself, the existing defenses within their territory might not have withstood a single dragon attack. The Tower of Eternity was a trading center, a platform for different races to challenge each other and test their strength. The dragon's actions most severely affected the Tower of Eternity's liquidity and supply. A trading center lacking liquidity is fatal, let alone the Tower of Eternity, a prosperous town where various races consumed vast amounts of supplies daily. While the light elemental dragon warriors didn't retaliate against the attacking dragons, their actions greatly alleviated the Eternal Tower's predicament. However, once the dragon warriors transformed into their dragon forms, even after reverting to human form, they became incredibly voracious during the transformation period. Furthermore, they needed to rapidly replenish their elemental power. Relying solely on light elemental particles in the air was insufficient. Large quantities of potions and magic arrays that promoted the generation and conversion of light elemental energy were essential. As long as the concepts of money, war, and existing and new resources exist in a world, war will always be a colossal abyss devouring wealth. In the past, in the kingdom of Shilai, a large number of humans engaged in various agricultural and livestock farming industries, ensuring the comfortable lives of hundreds of human dragon race members, provided they did not frequently use their dragon forms. Now, even just a dozen or so light dragon warriors transforming into dragon forms has already incurred enormous expenses for the Tower of Eternity. The dragons temporarily residing in the mountains of Shilai, taking turns in their dragon forms to erode the Tower of Eternity's defenses, are also consuming vast amounts of resources. The large amount of supplies they brought from Shilai is quickly running out. Although they can replenish their necessary food and water in uninfected areas, the supply needs of hundreds of dragons cannot be met by any single place in the short term. If they cannot get the 10 absolutes of dust and sand to agree to their conditions, they will be in a very disadvantageous position. Against this backdrop, the Star Dragon Lord and another near-spirit level dragon finally appeared simultaneously above the Tower of Eternity. Through observing the battle situation over the past few days, the Star Dragon Lord has discovered that the light dragon warriors providing defense for the Tower of Eternity do not attack the dragon race. The higher-ranking dragons assist the mages responsible for activating the defensive magic arrays within the Tower of Eternity, while the near-spirit rank dragons are only responsible for protecting those entering and leaving the Tower of Eternity. Although the number of various races traveling to and from the Tower of Eternity has decreased to some extent, with the near-spirit rank dragons providing protection, the impact on the Tower of Eternity is far less severe than the Star Dragon Lord had anticipated. Furthermore, having the usually proud and rarely seen dragons accompany him, providing a magical shield above him, is an experience completely unprecedented for many beings on the Dust Sand continent. Dragons are always enthusiastic but also arrogant. Some, fearful and timid, dared not cross the Eternal Tower again due to the dragon's attack. Others, adventurous and eager to see the world, especially witness dragon warfare, wanted to come to the Eternal Tower to witness what might be a once-in-a-lifetime magical war. The near-spirit level light dragon warriors had been working day and night to ensure the smooth passage in and out of the Eternal Tower for some time. As for the elite level, they were deployed to the more energy-intensive aerial defenses above the town. In contrast, the Star Lord and another powerful dragon, who had not yet engaged in combat, were well rested and waiting. Moreover, the light dragon warriors below were escorting group after group of travelers entering and leaving the Eternal Tower. They maintained a shield of light elemental power above these beings, flying as the groups progressed. They did not attack the dragons, and their defensive route did not include the area above the Eternal Tower town. The Star Dragon Lord's visit was based on this confirmed fact. Furthermore, the Star Dragon Lord believed that his goal was to at least break through the defenses above the town of the Eternal Tower. The name Eternal Tower represents more than just a town. The magical barrier surrounding the town has been extensively damaged. The mechanics and mages of the Eternal Tower have been working day and night to repair the barrier since the light dragon warriors joined the defense. The complete magical barrier is a semicircular magical dome. Now, it's necessary to check whether anyone entering the Eternal Tower carries any infection, to prevent the infection from spreading throughout the town. Therefore, the priority in repairing the magical barrier is to ensure the near-ground portion remains intact. Otherwise, intercepting the infected is meaningless. This magical barrier was temporarily constructed to combat the infection, so it's far inferior to the magical dome above the Eternal Tower town. Even if the defenses at the top of this barrier are restored, they will quickly be destroyed again by the relentless bombardment of the dragons. Therefore, the dust and sand 10 absolutes simply maintain its hollow state. Meanwhile, the Eternal Tower town's defensive barrier is activated. Because the town's magical defensive barrier needs to protect a smaller area, it is much more robust. Those entering or leaving the Eternal Tower, after being screened for infection, will enter the town through the constructed defensive passage. While this passage also requires crystals and the power of mages to maintain, compared to defending an entire circular area, defending a single passage consumes far less energy. Therefore, the Eternal Tower town's magical barrier is now directly confronting the attacks from the dragons in the sky. As long as the dragon warriors from the Holy See are unwilling to fight dragons and only defend, the Ion's means of attacking dragons will be extremely limited. Mechanisms capable of hitting flying dragons require a massive, saturation-like barrage of elemental attacks, and also necessitate a sufficient supply of crystals. Otherwise, insufficient range and trajectory will render them utterly ineffective. Magic capable of trapping flying dragons does exist, but using such magic implies enormous resource consumption. If the trapped dragons are not those capable of influencing the course of battle, the Ion's ability to use such magic is incomparable to the sheer number of dragons currently inhabiting the mountains. Therefore, the 10 absolutes of dust and sand made the decision to initially adopt a one-sided defensive strategy, also to wait for an opportunity, waiting for the opponent to reveal their king. Otherwise, if the Star Dragon Lord and the other near-spirit level dragon hadn't even appeared, and the Eternal Tower had already revealed all its trump cards, then the outcome would be decided before the final battle even began. I suspect that Lord DeLong wants to know if the dragon race can actually breach the defenses of a continent with a strong foundation through this kind of siege warfare. This is his test, but it's far too audacious. Even in the past, when the wild dragons acted as they pleased, there was never a precedent of so many dragons simultaneously attacking a gathering place of mages. After all, wild dragons are less social than human dragons, and their reproductive rate is also lower. After they became human dragons, their numbers increased significantly, although still relatively small compared to other intelligent races on the continent. If there were more, and they decided to do something to other races, it would be a disaster. Dongji, a member of the plant spirit clan among the 10 absolutes of dust and sand, complained vehemently. The plant spirits aren't a war-loving race, they prefer cultivating in pristine natural environments. Now, they're forced to watch dragons spewing magic from the sky every day. Perhaps it's entertaining as a spectacle, but this is war. Well, at least 2 dragons, who could be considered main characters perhaps, came today, right? Saint comforted the plant spirits. If we can capture them, at least our woes will be temporarily abated, won't they? Chapter 403. The Star Dragon Lord and another near-spirit rank dragon looked down at the town below, the Tower of Eternity. The supreme rank dragons, who had left the kingdom of Shilai with them, were unleashing a saturation attack of magic. The magical dome above the Tower of Eternity dissipated and closed, beneath which lay another layer of magical dome. The soil in the crop areas outside the Tower of Eternity town had been irregularly churned up by the magical attacks, leaving the ground pitted and uneven. If a dragon were to launch a powerful magical attack on a single point, it could temporarily create a crack in the 2 magical barriers, but any further magic cast into that crack would be patched up by the mages below. To disable the magical dome of the Tower of Eternity, the first method was to repeatedly attack its weak points with sufficiently powerful magic. However, the weak point of the magic dome shifts with the flow of elemental power within the supporting magic array. The dragons must decipher the patterns of this elemental flow to determine how the weak point repositions. The second method involves creating a brief rift in the magic dome, during which a dragon above the rift transforms into human form and single-handedly enters the Tower of Eternity. The latter method is less costly, but even a near-spirit rank dragon cannot escape unscathed from entering the Tower of Eternity alone. After all, there are undoubtedly spirit rank dragons waiting for them below. Therefore, Star Dragon, as the commander of the dragons, chose the first method. He and another near-spirit rank dragon chose to appear above the Tower of Eternity on this day, taking into account the dragon's exhaustion and resupply needs after a prolonged siege. Another reason is that after so many days of continuous magical attacks, the dragons have already discovered the shifting positions of the weak points in the magic dome. Now, the Star Dragon's task is to completely destroy one of the 2 magic domes. Afterward, the dragons only need to use magic to briefly create cracks in the upper magic dome, then spew elemental magic into those cracks, causing significant disruption to the daily operations of the Eternal Tower town. Unable to withstand the harassment, the 10 absolutes of dust and sand had no choice but to accept the dragon's conditions and reach an agreement. The Star Dragon's strategy is sound, however. Its success depends on the 10 absolutes of dust and sand's subsequent countermeasures. The elite dragons took turns spewing magic at the shifting, weak points of the magic dome, the attack intensity completely different from before. Finally, the Star Dragon Lord and another near-spirit level dragon joined the relay. After a day and a night, the magic circles responsible for maintaining the dome's effectiveness finally shattered. One of the remaining crystals within a magic circle exploded, and cracks appeared in the circle itself. Upon seeing this, Star Dragon immediately spun in the air and continued its attacks towards the now cracked magic dome. Open the magic dome, prepare for battle. The 10 absolutes of dust and sand had also been waiting for this moment. Ever since Star Dragon Lord appeared above the Eternal Tower had already required all residents, merchants, and outsiders to enter their buildings. The history of the Eternal Tower, established by the 10 absolutes of dust and sand, dates back tens of thousands of years. Over its long history, every building in the Eternal Tower has been covered with defensive magic circles. Some building usage rights had already been sold, and residents received instructions on how to use the defensive magic arrays. The crystals needed to activate the arrays were already stored in the basement, connected to the center of the arrays via a pillar extending to the roof. The Star Dragon Lord originally intended to use a divine-level magic sphere, exclusive to dragons in their dragon form, to deliver the final blow to the upper layer of the magic dome. He spread his wings, letting the magic sphere float before him. Blue water elemental power shimmered around him, and at that moment, the magic dome before him began to disappear from the center. Not only the outer dome, which was likely to be unable to repair itself in the short term after receiving his powerful attack, but the inner magic dome also vanished simultaneously. Was this a way to preserve the magic dome by using the magic arrays attached to the town's buildings to absorb the attack? The Star Dragon Lord looked at the now empty town streets below. His attack was fully charged, and there was no reason to back down. Let me see if your roof is strong enough. As he spoke, a blue magical radiance, like a giant pillar, pierced the Eternal Tower from the sky. This radiance covered approximately 1/20th of the Eternal Tower, but was blocked at the rooftops of nearby buildings. Two plant spirits sprouted huge, supple branches that intertwined in the air, forming a net that blocked the building complex. The life magic wrapped in those branches neutralized the Star Dragon Lord's attack. Spirit rank magic. The Star Dragon Lord realized what had happened. It was a spirit rank plant spirit from the 10 deadly dusts who had blocked his attack. Although he hadn't managed to shatter the entire outer magical dome, the Star Dragon Lord was still quite pleased with himself. His near spirit level dragon attack required the combined efforts of 2 other spirit level plant spirits to defend against, demonstrating the gap between dragons and other races. However, his thinking was overly simplistic. If the 2 plant spirits were alone, they could simply envelop themselves in spirit level magic. The Star Dragon's attack would only deplete their stored magical power, without harming them. And merely enveloping themselves in spirit level magic didn't consume much. The reason Jimmu and Dongji needed to unite was because the number of branches they could extend at once, capable of fully covering themselves with spirit level magic, was limited, while the Star Dragon Lord's attack range was vast. If this attack were to strike the Eternal Tower, causing the structure to shake, it would be unacceptable to Jimmu and Dongji. Even if the opponent was a dragon, it was only a near spirit rank dragon. 2 near spirit rank dragons could affect the buildings of the Eternal Tower town. Even without damage, it was still a weakening of the dust and sand 10 absolutes influence. Their defense against the Star Dragon Lord's attack was just the beginning, because the other near spirit rank dragon wasn't idle. The moment the magical radiance created by the Star Dragon Lord was blocked, he transformed into a human form with wings, swooping down towards the Eternal Tower while brandishing his great sword. While studying the operational patterns of the magical dome, the dragons were already analyzing the locations of the defensive magic arrays connected to the dome based on their previous activities in the Eternal Tower town. Dark elemental power transformed into streaks of black light with a swing of the great sword, flying towards one of the defensive magic arrays corresponding to the magical dome at incredible speed. The dragons charged forward in flight, unleashing dark elemental power with the size of humanoid bodies. Besides their speed, the streaks of their attacks were difficult to track and defend against. Such attacks, of course, couldn't harm a spirit rank mage. However, the key to victory now wasn't whether the dragons could injure a spirit rank member of the Dust Sand 10 Absolutes. The Dust Sand 10 Absolutes had established rules guaranteeing the safety of all beings entering the Eternal Tower town. With their defenses breached, the dragons had already achieved a significant victory. They only needed to exploit the time it took for the defensive magic arrays to repair before launching their air raids, ultimately achieving their objective. They had no doubt that the Eternal Tower was capable of injuring dragons. However, the dragons only needed to circle and breathe elemental dragon breath intermittently to keep the Eternal Tower's operations constantly disrupted. Strategically speaking, the Eternal Tower would need several times the effort and manpower of the dragons to maintain a level of safety far inferior to what it was before the dragon attacks. This alone was a loss. Compromise with the dragons was only a matter of time. Therefore, what the dragons needed to do was evade the Eternal Tower's counterattacks as much as possible. The Star Dragon Lord understood that they only needed a dozen or so dragons to attack at a time, while the Eternal Tower had to maintain the defenses of an entire town. This shift in power meant that the enemy hadn't yet used their dragon-specific machinery, waiting for their arrival. The Star Dragon Lord hadn't anticipated that the Eternal Tower would first use the lower magic dome to reinforce its defenses, while simultaneously repairing the corresponding magic array above, thus increasing the dome's defensive endurance. He felt this was an unwise choice, because could the speed at which the dust and sand 10 absolutes protected the magic array match that of a near spirit level dragon flying past while unleashing dark elemental attacks? Just as the Star Dragon Lord thought the dust and sand 10 swords were nothing special, and hadn't considered things thoroughly. He noticed that the dark elemental dragon's magical attacks weren't falling into one magic circle after another, but were intercepted midway by bursts of colorful magical light. If anyone could keep up with such speed and predict the opponent's hand movements, ensuring that each shot crystal exploded precisely in the path of the dark elemental force, it would undoubtedly be Shenrua, whose senses of time and vision had been altered. He keenly observed the movements of the near spirit level dragon, which had transformed into human form, but retained its wingspan. With each time the dragon raised its hand, he predicted the trajectory of the magic based on the dragon's position at the moment of raising its hand, then took out a slingshot, channeled his true energy, and fired crystals. The crystals exploded the instant they intersected with each burst of dark elemental force in midair, dispelling this magical attack, akin to an airplane shooting at the ground in the history of their home planet Earth. While Shenrua was fighting the near-spirit level dragon wielding dark elemental power, Ji-Mu and Dong-Ji, after blocking a blow from the Star Dragon, quickly retracted their branches, revealing a massive crossbow beneath. This was a huge, portable crossbow, requiring a storage gem the size of a backpack to carry it. Ji-Mu and Dong-Ji simultaneously created a massive shield of intertwined branches using magic, to cover the magic warriors below as they carried the storage gems to a position advantageous for shooting the dragon. The branches dispersed, and the massive crossbow bolt shot out. This bolt, however, was not aimed at the Star Dragon Lord, but rather at the elite-level dragon that had laid the groundwork for the Star Dragon Lord's attack, and was responsible for defending him while he charged up. Although the Star Dragon Lord was gathering power to break through the magical dome, after the magical dome was retracted by the 10 absolutes of dust and sand, he had been on guard against the attack. The dragon's attention was also focused on protecting the Star Dragon Lord. Unexpectedly, the 10 absolutes of dust and sand did intend to attack, but the first strike was not aimed at the Star Dragon Lord. The dragon, a peerless master, was quite surprised, and this surprise made his reaction a moment slower. Chapter 404. This instant wasn't enough to pierce a top-tier dragon directly with a crossbow bolt, but the slight delay reduced his options for evasion. He abruptly changed form, transforming from dragon to a humanoid dragon. The massive crossbow bolt grazed his cheek, leaving his face red and swollen from the impact, and a patch of hair was torn away. However, the bolt seemed to anticipate his reaction. As its momentum faded, the tip split open, releasing a net that reversed and enveloped the top-tier dragon. The near-spirit level dark elemental dragon, ignoring the shock of his continuous attacks being countered, spun upwards, simultaneously transforming back into dragon form. Then, in a spinning charge, he flew towards the crossbow, unleashing a breath of dragon breath at the rope at the arrow's tail. However, despite the burning dragon breath and the dark elemental force corroding the giant rope, it didn't snap directly. The wheel at the bottom of the crossbow spun, trapping the top-tier dragon again. The top-tier dragon clearly wasn't going to be trapped. It changed form again, attempting to revert from human to dragon, using its powerful scales to break free of the metal ropes binding it. A yellow light shone along the net, the magical glow of earth elemental power. The spirit-level stone spirit gripped the retracting ropes and net, its spirit-level magic extending along the ropes to every crisscrossing metal rope that made up the net. The top-tier dragon immediately ceased its attack, transforming back into its scale-covered human form to avoid further damage from the corrosive energy. The reason near spirit-level dragons could contend with spirit-level dragons was that their stored elemental power far exceeded that of other races, and they could also fly. If they maintain their human form, dragons possess greater endurance and air superiority. As for why dragons don't experience a change in elemental power storage when their size or form changes, unlike the spirit rank frost serpent, this is likely because they are a race born from the power of the god of space. The power of the god of space allows a palm-sized spatial storage gem to hold a vast amount of items, naturally allowing dragons to maintain the same amount of elemental power storage even when their bodies change. However, in close combat, for dragons to defeat spirit rank dragons, they must avoid attacks while waiting for the opponent's elemental power to be depleted. Unless it's a completely open, unobstructed plain in an air-to-ground war of attrition, and ignoring the possibility of dragons flying away and thus disregarding the threat posed by spirit rank dragons. In a limited area facing each other head-on, non-spirit rank dragons cannot defeat spirit rank dragons. The reason spirit rank dragons cannot achieve absolute victory lies in the fact that some spirit rank dragons are not combat-oriented. They cannot avoid attacks from combat-oriented dragons, and can only rely on spirit rank magic to cover their bodies for defense. Furthermore, because they are not combat-oriented, their attack speed and accuracy are not like those of combat-oriented individuals, who have repeatedly trained their bodies to achieve high precision in their martial arts. One side possesses excellent dodging skills, while the other lacks accuracy and must constantly burn elemental power for self-preservation. This is the reason why the outcome is not absolute. Essentially, it's due to being worn down by attrition, not a difference in magical strength. High-ranking dragons are also an important fighting force for the Star Dragon Lord side. The Eternal Tower's previous defensive stance was partly due to waiting for the Star Dragon Lord to appear, but also because once they attacked, they needed to ensure a single, decisive blow to intimidate onlookers. Although the Dust and Sand 10 Masters nominally have 10 spirit rank members, in reality, there are fewer than 10. Even including Shinrua, only 4 spirit rank members are truly skilled in combat. While Saisen is capable of combat, she primarily excels in support. While Jimu and Dongji possess offensive, defensive, and self-defense abilities, they specialize in medicine. The 2 stone spirits are actually more adept at defense, but since defense is also crucial in combat, they are considered combat-oriented spirit rank members. With dragons soaring in the air, the Dust and Sand 10 Masters domain is on the ground. The sharpshooter's arrows have clear flight paths, and while Shinrua is incredibly fast, he cannot control the speed of his magical arrows in the air. Furthermore, dragons can transform into human form to alter their size. Even if an arrow is fired at a dragon, and it doesn't have time to dodge, there's still a high probability it won't be hit by its human form. Therefore, while the Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes appear to have an advantage over the dragons in terms of the number of spirit rank members, and the overall strength of their organization, the difficulty of achieving their goals is actually unequal. The dragon's elemental magic consumes the Eternal Tower's resources, defenses, and patience. Even if their supplies eventually run out, obtaining supplies from other areas will be unsustainable, and at worst, they will have to end their attack. However, the Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes must maintain the confidence of all parties engaged in trade and competition within the Eternal Tower, and ensure that no one entering the Eternal Tower is harmed by the dragon's attacks. Most importantly, they must deliver a successful counterattack to the dragons. If the dragon doesn't have to pay any price, or even if it does, but the price isn't tangible, then the rumored incompetence of the 10 Dust and Sand Demons will be amplified. Following this, more overconfident beings will try to destabilize the Tower of Eternity. To ensure at least a preemptive strike against the dragon, the 10 Dust and Sand Demons invested considerable effort in preparing for the successful capture of this top-tier dragon. Specially modified giant crossbows, risking the dragon's magic landing, proactively opened defensive magical vaults. Opening a vault for the Star Dragon Lord was a psychological suggestion to counter it, while the tree shields defending against the Star Dragon Lord's attacks were actually preparations for placing the giant crossbows. The 10 Dust and Sand Demons couldn't predict where the Star Dragon Lord would unleash its elemental magic. They could only prepare by placing members carrying large spatial storage gems along the path the Star Dragon Lord would take during its movement, at each weak point of the magical vault. If the dragons see the crossbows beforehand, they will be prepared. Without the shield woven by spirit-level plant spirits to block the aerial dragon's vision, the dragons can determine the direction of the attack. From the moment the Star Dragon Lord's magic is fired at the Tower of Eternity to the moment the crossbows are set up and their angles adjusted, the time for maneuver is very short, requiring the organization's members to have superb mechanical control skills and the ability to move quickly while carrying heavy loads. Meanwhile, the metal ropes that can restrain the dragons and withstand the corrosive effects of their breath without rusting and breaking were all crafted and woven day and night by the artisans of the Tower of Eternity during this period. The metal ropes require extremely rare metal materials. Without the gold mines brought back from the Dragon Tomb in the Far East, the Tower of Eternity's existing reserves might not have been enough to meet the demand for multiple crossbow sets. The opening of the Eternal Tower's magical dome gave the Star Dragon Lord the feeling that the 10 absolutes of dust and sand were going all in, a desperate, do-or-die situation, targeting him to quickly end the war. So much so that the dragons in the sky implicitly assumed the Star Dragon Lord was the 10 absolutes of dust and sand's primary aerial target. In reality, directly attacking the Star Dragon Lord would indeed be the quickest way. However, the Star Dragon Lord was psychologically prepared, and the other dragons around him were also on guard against an attack from the Eternal Tower. Using crossbows against the Star Dragon Lord under these circumstances, while having a chance of success, the 10 absolutes of dust and sand wanted absolute certainty, not just a chance. If the first shot missed, the psychological impact on the organization members, who had been under constant attack and exhausted from defense for days, was self-evident. To ensure the success of this attack, after discussion, the 10 absolutes of dust and sand abandoned a direct attack on the Star Dragon Lord. Instead, the magic warriors responsible for firing crossbows acted opportunistically, firing their crossbows at one of the elite dragons. What appeared to be a simple act of deflecting magic, a desperate attempt to capture the supreme-level dragon, was in reality the culmination of careful consideration of the battle's dynamics, the strengths and weaknesses of both sides, and an understanding of the dragon's psychology. The near-spirit-level Dark Elemental Dragon, seeing that its dragon breath couldn't save the supreme-level dragon, didn't linger. It changed form again, preserving its wingspan, and flew upwards at full speed. Sure enough, ropes shot out from the ground behind it, relentlessly pursuing its form. These ropes were much thinner than the one it had previously tried to sever, but for the user, they were still as thick as a bowl. The density of the attacks was immense. Once he was trapped by one rope, others would follow. It would be difficult to restrain a Dark Elemental Dragon in its dragon form, with just a few metal ropes of this thickness. The Dark Elemental Dragon glanced at the ground out of the corner of its eye. There were quite a few magic warriors scattered, carrying ropes half a person's height that were being launched. A few of these ropes certainly wouldn't be enough to harm a near-spirit-level dragon in its dragon form, but what if there were enough of them? The dragon couldn't help but secretly rejoice that it hadn't insisted on rescuing its superior-level dragon companion, otherwise, it might very well have been trapped as well. It flew upwards at full speed, constantly changing its angle in the air. In this situation, the ropes below couldn't catch up with it. But as it flew, the problem shifted to the dragon's side. Because one of the superior-level dragons had been captured. In the Kingdom of Shilai, this captured superior-level dragon also held a noble status, and superior-level dragons were not combatants that could be easily abandoned and casually sacrificed. If the dragons were to cease their attack and leave now, their performance would likely be described as a defeat, regardless of the trouble they had caused the Eternal Tower. Their actions would be interpreted as a failure. Leaving aside the dragon's proud nature, if they couldn't rescue the trapped, top-tier dragon, the hundreds of dragons whose resources had been nearly exhausted from leading them out of Shilai Kingdom would also waver in their resolve. However, without a spirit-tier dragon, the dragon's only advantages were the much larger amount of elemental power stored within their bodies compared to other races, and their ability to fly. To rescue the top-tier dragon, they would have to swoop down into the range where the 10 Dust Sands' most powerful members could more accurately attack the dragon. Doing so would mean the dragons were voluntarily giving up their aerial advantage. Even the Star Dragon Lord and the other near-spirit-tier dragon couldn't guarantee their safety after descending to the lower altitude and escaping unscathed from the spirit-tier members of the 10 Dust Sands' most powerful members. Chapter 405. The Star Dragon Lord hesitated, facing the Eternal Tower below, whose magical dome remained open. He lacked the courage to sacrifice himself, considering only the possibility of injured dragons, or the accidental killing of a few. However, the 10 absolutes of dust and sand chose to capture, which presented a dilemma. If injured, they could retreat temporarily. If killed, it depended on the remaining dragon's willingness to persist. If captured, all the dragons present were waiting to see the Star Dragon Lord's choice. Shinruo looked at the Star Dragon Lord above, and couldn't help but recall an ancient saying from their home planet Earth. Those who undertake great things must be mindful of their own safety. Shinruo shook her head. The Star Dragon Lord was clearly not a remarkable hero. From the moment the Star Dragon Lord hesitated, even with the strength of a spirit-ranked dragon, he had no chance of gaining any advantage from the Eternal Tower today. However, the spirit-ranked members of the 10 absolutes of dust and sand were not the kind of gentlemen who knew when to stop. Besides, the dragon had already caused significant trouble and negative impact on the Eternal Tower. It would be truly inappropriate for them to act like gentlemen at this time. Stone Spirit Orange fastened the heavy shackles he had prepared beforehand around the neck of the absolute rank dragon trapped in the net, then dragged the humanoid dragon out of the net. Orange had members of his organization push out a circular roller with shackles on all sides, securing the dragon entirely to the roller. Finally, he placed the roller horizontally, so the dragon's face was up, looking at its kin above. Alright, open your eyes and look. Your Star Dragon Lord doesn't dare come down to save you at all. Orange even pulled a chair from his storage ring and sat down next to the dragon. What good did you get from being lured here by him to attack us so vigorously? The Star Dragon Lord, pointed at by Ji Chung, was furious, but he couldn't refute Ji Chung with action. Because if he flew down to rescue the dragon now, he himself might very well be left behind. The thought of being bound and humiliated on such a wheel. The Star Dragon Lord found the idea unbearable. See, I wasn't wrong? He's too scared to come down. Ji Chung waited a moment before speaking to the Supreme Rank Dragon again. Attack the Eternal Tower without reason, expecting to leave no trace, is impossible. I try. The Near Spirit Rank Dragon, who had previously failed to rescue his companion, couldn't contain himself after being verbally attacked by Ji Chung and the Supreme Rank Dragon. In his view, dragons could lose, could die, but being told they were too scared by another race was unbearable. Let's try together, if we fail. The Star Dragon Lord looked down and said to the Supreme Rank Dragon, Owl Dragon, are you afraid to die? The Supreme Rank Dragon suddenly understood the Star Dragon Lord's meaning. The Star Dragon Lord, leading all the dragons present, would attempt to rescue him. If the rescue failed, the Star Dragon Lord would kill him in the process. At this moment, the Supreme Rank Dragon's feelings were extremely complex. He knew the Star Dragon Lord probably had no better choice. But he neither wanted to die, nor was he willing to accept it. If he died in the charge, even if it didn't cause much damage to the Eternal Tower, but instead ripped off the roofs of some buildings, and was then struck by the Spirit Rank Dragons below, he probably wouldn't have time to think. In that case, death would be instantaneous. He died, and that was that. There wouldn't be much of a reaction. While the dragons believed the Star Dragon Lord's strategy of attacking the Tower of Eternity wouldn't cause significant casualties, they tacitly accepted the possibility of losses. The Tower of Eternity possessed a strategic advantage second only to the Holy Temple, containing the immortal power left behind by the Goddess Space. The dragons were a race born from the power of the Goddess Space. They hadn't occupied this place before because, as the Wilderness Dragons, they couldn't access the spatial portal left by the Goddess Space through its limited space. After they became human dragons, the Tower of Eternity had already been built here. Now, the balance of the continent would inevitably collapse due to the impending cataclysm, and the dragons needed to master the power of space to have a better chance of survival. This was the Star Dragon Lord relaying the words of the dead Dragon Lord. It is said that only the candidates had the opportunity to learn all this. The other candidates, for selfish reasons, have kept their knowledge of the various factions on the continent of their own race secret. Only Lord DeLong revealed the truth to the dragons without reservation. By using the need to combat the infection as a pretext, he could become a resident of the Tower of Eternity, gain access to more information on magic arrays and mechanisms to break through its attacks and defenses, or find a way to dismantle the Dust and Sand 10 Deadly Assassins organization, ultimately becoming the master of the Tower of Eternity. This was the dragon's mission, and even the Supreme Dragon believed it. He knew very well that the dragons wouldn't negotiate with the Dust and Sand 10 Deadly Assassins for his sake. That would be too damaging to their pride. It was one thing for them to launch an attack and be defeated, it was quite another to bow down. The 10 Deadly Assassins of Dust and Sand were a well-known organization across the continent. If the Dragon Clan were to negotiate with them, as both the defeated and the aggressor, it wasn't hard to imagine the absurd conditions they would demand. The monetary compensation wouldn't be excessive, but they would include demands that, while easy to fulfill, would severely damage the Dragon Clan's reputation. That was the organization's negotiating style. The Supreme Dragon understood this, so he wanted to answer the Star Dragon Lord with "I'm not afraid," but the words caught in his throat, replaced by fear. So, even a Supreme Dragon like himself could fear death. Or rather, he wasn't afraid of simply dying in battle, because in combat, one doesn't think about life or death. He feared concluding that he would die, and then waiting for it here. The Supreme Dragon ultimately didn't answer the Star Dragon Lord's question, and the Star Dragon Lord didn't need an answer. He took out his magic crystal orb, and with his movement, numerous magic shields appeared in the air. The dragons must have cooperated with the Star Dragon Lord, or at least discussed this tactic. When the magic shield appeared, the dragons flying in the air seemed to understand their respective roles. One dragon flew to the Star Dragon Lord, wielding a great sword. He was in dragon form, gripping it with his claws, exuding an imposing aura. A closer look at the great sword revealed it to be a dragonfire weapon inlaid with sacred relics. This was only a top-tier dragon. He was probably not yet qualified to possess a weapon inlaid with sacred relics. This must have been prepared for this top-tier dragon by the Star Dragon Lord beforehand for this decisive battle. The near spirit tier dragon also drew 2 swords, but chose to remain in his winged dragon form. Aside from the Star Dragon Lord and the supreme rank dragons protected by divine weapons inlaid with sacred relics, the other dragons transformed into forms similar to the near spirit rank dark elemental dragons. The Star Dragon Lord's water elemental shield, created through a magic crystal orb, seemed to possess a life of its own, circling around these dragons. Then, the near spirit rank dragon, without hesitation, flew towards the supreme rank dragon trapped below. Behind him, several supreme rank dragons formed a V formation, changing positions the instant they entered the range of the Eternal Tower's ranged weapons. The near spirit rank dragon first threw a magical item, but its target wasn't the stone spirit orange guarding the supreme rank dragon. Instead, it was Shenrua, who was watching from a corner. Shenrua's previous attack had been carried out under cover. At that time, the dragon was flying very fast, and hadn't realized that Shenrua had intercepted the attack. It wasn't that Shenrua had blocked its previous attack, and therefore chose Shenrua as its target now. Shenrua was targeted because the members of the Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes had already positioned themselves to fight off the charging dragons. Magic arrays were positioned at or near their feet to aid their movements. Weapons were also readily available, and each member displayed a poised and ready stance. Shenrua, however, had emerged from his cover to find a suitable vantage point to observe the dragon's reaction after Ji Cheng's provocation. This made him appear as a member of the Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes responsible for defense and counterattack, yet he was also isolated from the other members. Given Shenrua's physique and human identity, his seemingly out-of-place appearance became perfectly reasonable in the eyes of the near-spirit rank dragon. Considering his upcoming action, Shenrua had specifically sought out Ji Mu for a potion to change his pupil color and wore a wig. The near-spirit rank dragon couldn't understand why the members of the Dust Sand 10 Absolutes would allow a human warrior who didn't seem strong enough to appear in such a crucial confrontation, especially since this human, like his appearance, couldn't keep up with the pace of other races. However, he understood clearly. This was an opportunity to use the opponent's tactics against them. In the dragon's eyes, their loss stemmed from misjudging the Dust Sand 10 Absolutes' plans, focusing their defenses on the Star Dragon Lord. The dragons assumed the Dust Sand 10 Absolutes would directly target the Star Dragon Lord for the sake of the organization's reputation and prestige. Who knew that the Dust Sand 10 Absolutes had laid so much groundwork in maneuvering, all to achieve a sneak attack on a relatively unknown Absolute rank dragon. In the dragon's eyes, this was already somewhat despicable and shameless. Where should the second strongest organization on the continent do such a thing? Who would have thought that the Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes, who claimed to have 10 spirit-level warriors, would go to such lengths and exert so much effort just to deal with a single supreme-level dragon when only 2 near-spirit-level dragons led a group of supreme-level dragons to challenge them? Since that's the case, wouldn't it be alright to target the weakest human on the opposing side? The near-spirit-level dark elemental dragon thought to himself, and became convinced that throwing a powerful magical artifact at a frail human was the right choice. You see, the magical artifact he threw contained the power of a spirit-level dragon's attack. Using it against a human was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. However, the near-spirit level dragon's target wasn't just Shenrua. Although Shenrua was watching the spectacle from a corner, he wasn't far from Ji Cheng. Ji Cheng's choice was yet another objective the near-spirit level dragons wanted to achieve using this magical artifact. From the near-spirit level dragon's perspective, he was forcing the 10 Absolutes of Dust and Sand to face the same predicament as the Star Dragon Lord. This attack would cause a large-scale magical explosion. Under normal circumstances, not only would Shenrua be obliterated, but Ji Cheng and the absolute level dragon trapped on the roller would also be affected. If Ji Cheng reacted quickly enough, he might have a chance to control the intense magical fluctuations caused by the artifact. However, given his position, saving himself was easier than saving Shenrua. If Ji Cheng didn't save Shenrua, the spirit-level authority of the 10 Absolutes of Dust and Sand would be questioned among their members. If he did save Shenrua, the near-spirit-level dragon in the explosion could teleport directly to the location of the roller, and sever the shackles binding the absolute-level dragon. The near-spirit rank dragon felt that throwing the same problem back at the 10 Absolutes of Dust and Sand, using the same fainting tactic they employed to capture absolute rank dragons, made his own attack truly brilliant, utterly brilliant. Without hesitation, he flew directly towards the rolling wheel, but his swung sword was blocked by an earth elemental shield. Most surprisingly, the magical explosion didn't occur. The extremely orange earth elemental shield was cleaved, effectively turning the earth elemental force into a small magical barrier. His attack thwarted, the near spirit rank dragon couldn't help but glance out of the corner of his eye at the landing point of the magical artifact. Chapter 406. Shinruo didn't rest after obtaining the inheritance of the Space Totem Stone. He promised Long Wei he would help him complete his revenge, so naturally he also needed to find a way to improve his own strength. The inheritance of the Space Totem Stone was essentially based on using spatial magic, but it was much simpler and more straightforward than the spatial magic of the goddess space, or what Shinruo imagined. It couldn't allow him to open any spatial portal overnight. Even so, this was one of the few magical powers Shinruo had the opportunity to master, exceeding his own limits. The Dragon Clan candidate, Lord Delong, had already comprehended some laws related to space after killing Long Wei's father, Long Qi, and thus could use spatial magic, although the spatial magic also had significant limitations. Currently, the greatest use of Lord Delong's spatial magic in battle was the ability to teleport within a certain distance. This was already difficult to deal with. Even if he wasn't a spirit rank, if he were currently a top-ranked dragon caught in a net, as long as he mastered spatial magic, he could escape in time. To confront him head-on, mastering a smattering of spatial magic and launching a surprise attack might create an opening. Shinruo was certain the dragon candidates wouldn't expect a human to be able to use spatial magic, no matter how rudimentary it might be. If Shinruo were to assess his and Long Wei's advantages against the dragon candidates, it would likely be their experience witnessing the candidates combat, Shinruo twice, Long Wei once. They had a certain level of mental preparation regarding the dragon candidates' strength and the techniques they might employ, and could even combine their available spells to predict how they would use them in battle. The dragon candidates were unaware of Shinruo and Long Wei's combat strength. Mastering the methods of using the Space Totem Stone, inherited within it, would allow Shinruo to better understand the spatial principles applied by the dragon candidates. In fact, on their home planet Earth, physical science had already made significant strides in space research. Scientists had long realized that interstellar travel was impossible using only normal mechanical flight speeds, not even at the speed of light. To achieve interstellar travel, one must achieve leapfrog, which, in the context of the dust-sand continent, is a kind of spatial magic law difficult for the continent's inhabitants to comprehend. The three methods of using the Space Totem Stone inherited within it all require the stone's assistance, and must be mastered gradually. Only when one skill is fully mastered can one begin learning the next. The first skill is the collection and retrieval of inanimate objects. Shinruo had already grasped some of the basics of this skill even before acquiring the Space Totem Stone's inheritance. By the time it came time to prepare for the planting, carrying his mountain of potion-making materials and tools, Shinruo had become relatively proficient at using spatial totem stones to store items. Ordinary spatial storage gems require physical contact with the items to be stored, but spatial totem stones do not. Activated magical items thrown by near-spirit level dragons would shatter even if stored by ordinary spatial storage gems due to the dragon's power within them. The magic would also engulf the storage gems, accompanied by their explosive effect. Therefore, on the dust and sand continent, no race has ever used spatial storage gems to deal with activated magical items. The prerequisite for a spatial totem stone to be successfully stored is that a connection must be established between the item and the spatial totem stone simultaneously, both mentally and physically, similar to the storage ornaments exclusive to candidates. When Shinruo stores quest items, the maximum distance is the range of his true energy, and the same applies to spatial totem stones. Although he doesn't know what the consequences would be if the powerful magic of a spirit-level dragon raged within the spatial totem stone, Shinruo believes the sacred relic won't explode. This is a prerequisite item for awakening divine legacy, as determined by the god of earth elements. It's a condensation of the divine power of the god of space, who even created an image that Shinruo could understand and beat him up inside. Even inside, Shinruo completely lost his sense of time. The magical artifact thrown by the near-spirit level dragon began to glow. Shinruo immediately realized its extreme danger, so he swiftly pulled out a rope and swung it towards the artifact. To make a rope hit a magical artifact from such a distance, one would need to infuse it with true energy. In a flash, Shinruo decided to store the artifact in his spatial totem stone. The rope struck the magical artifact, which was about to unleash the full power of the spirit-level dragon, and was then sucked into the spatial totem stone. As Shinruo had expected, the spatial totem stone did not collapse under the dragon's power like a spatial storage gem. This was the first time he had used a spatial totem stone in such a way, so neither Ji Chung nor anyone else understood how the magical artifact had disappeared. After hitting the glowing magical artifact, Shenrua had already retracted the rope. The dragon glanced at the artifact's landing point out of the corner of its eye but saw nothing. Although Ji Chung didn't understand how the magical artifact disappeared, he had already prepared to prevent the dark elemental dragon from rescuing his companion. Earth elemental magic shields, earth elemental magic flow walls, and earth elemental magic domes appeared in succession, seemingly prepared and confident. Indeed, Ji Chung had never intended to help Shenrua defend, although he hadn't expected Shenrua to use such a strange method to break the magical artifact's attack. Ji Cheng's response stemmed from his trust in Shenrua's strength, but to the near spirit level dragon that had immediately turned in midair and attacked Ji Chung after throwing the magical artifact, Ji Cheng's reaction was as if everything was under his control. Has the Eternal Tower mastered the technology to instantly neutralize a spirit-ranked dragon's attack? What kind of magic array possesses such power? The thought alone stirred a sense of fear in the near spirit-ranked dragon. A dragon's roar signaled retreat. The dragons that had followed him, though confused, had no choice but to abandon their attack, now that their strongest near spirit rank member had given the order to retreat. The star dragon in the air had to maintain long-range defensive magic against the dragons below, while also keeping his attention focused on the supreme rank dragon trapped on the rollers, and simultaneously guarding against attacks from the Eternal Tower using its superior magical machinery. The Eternal Tower must possess such advanced machinery, for its manufacturing capabilities for machinery and weapons subtly surpass those of the Holy See and the current Twin Towers city. Over 2 years ago, the Holy See had already used a weapon capable of defeating the Dragon Lord, a candidate for the Dragon Clan, by shattering a sacred relic and releasing all the divine power concentrated within it. There's no doubt that the Tower of Eternity possesses something similar. However, the Star Dragon Lord has been hovering at a relatively high altitude. To bring him down, one must either predict his evasive trajectory or use a barrage of attacks to force him to reposition. But continuously using attacks that force the Star Dragon Lord to dodge would be extremely taxing. The Star Dragon Lord understands that the 10 absolutes of Dust and Sand's refusal to allow the Dragon Clan to settle in the Tower of Eternity is essentially a signal that they still do not intend to support the Dragon Lord. Regardless of the reasons for the 10 absolutes of Dust and Sand's decision to have a fighting chance against a faction with a candidate, one must first have a candidate within their own faction. Passive defense offers neither benefit nor justification. None of the 10 spirit rank members of the Dust and Sand 10 absolutes simultaneously revealed themselves or publicly acknowledged their status. The Star Dragon Lord had considered that the candidate whose identity remained hidden might be among the Dust and Sand 10 absolutes. Otherwise, the Dust and Sand 10 absolutes wouldn't have remained completely neutral to this day. If the unidentified candidate was among the Dust and Sand 10 absolutes, then everything would make sense. This candidate had been keeping a low profile, and in the Star Dragon Lord's view, their aim was undoubtedly to become the final winner. To achieve this goal, they had to overcome 2 insurmountable obstacles. One was the dragon race of the Western Light Kingdom and its dragon candidates. The other was the Twin Tower City and the 2 candidates, Zhezhe and Hishi. With no candidates yet appearing, the Star Dragon Lord didn't believe the Tower of Eternity would waste such precious resources on him. An attack required a divine relic, a crystallization of divine power, and to ensure a hit, several attacks would be wasted. Even the wealthiest of the Dust Sand 10 absolutes couldn't afford such a drain. He wasn't the only Dragon Lord like himself. The Star Dragon Lord knew that leading hundreds of dragons in this attack on the Tower of Eternity was a clash of basic strength, which was why he dared to launch the attack. However, he still needed to be cautious. The dragon beside him, wielding a great sword inlaid with a divine relic, was there to help him guard against this possibility. The Star Dragon Lord and his elite dragons were focused on whether there were concealed sniper positions below, and on their dragon companions captured by the Dust Sand 10 absolutes, so they didn't see what Shenrua did with the magical artifacts thrown at the near spirit level dragons. Moreover, Shenrua's speed in throwing out and retracting the rope was extremely fast. Even with the Star Dragon Lord's distance and eyesight, though he saw it, he could only likely sense that the human had seemingly thrown something. Therefore, the Star Dragon Lord didn't know what magical item the near spirit level dragon had thrown. It was entirely a matter of dragon movement. He therefore couldn't understand why the dragon, which had initially led the charge, was now letting out a retreating roar. However, this retreat by the near spirit level dragon gave the Star Dragon Lord a way out. How to explain to the other dragons that he had abandoned his kind without even trying would be a question left to the retreating dragon. Thinking this way, the Star Dragon Lord relaxed. However, an unexpected event occurred. A black dot rushed towards the Star Dragon Lord from below the exterior of the Eternal Tower. Before the Star Dragon Lord could react, the black dot suddenly disappeared. The next moment, the Star Dragon Lord felt as if his jaw had been sliced open. He tried to speak, but found that he could only make muffled noises when he opened his mouth. Chapter 407. Below the Star Dragon Lord's chin, the one-armed dragon, in human form, sliced through the space between the two supporting bones of the Star Dragon Lord's jaw. His conjured spirit-rank magical blade pierced the Star Dragon Lord's jaw, severing his tongue as well. Pain struck the Star Dragon Lord as he opened his mouth, albeit belatedly. Blood gushed forth, followed by a surge of water elemental power enveloping his wound, seemingly containing a healing potion. "I apologize for being late," the one-armed dragon said. His voice, carried by the condensation of water elemental particles in the air, echoed down towards the Eternal Tower below. Such overwhelming elemental power and oppressive aura could only be possessed by a dragon candidate, a spirit-rank dragon. The Star Dragon Lord, under the guise of my will, disrupted the balance of the continent and attacked the Eternal Tower. For this, I deeply apologize. However, as you all can see, I was severely injured not long ago, and therefore unable to restrain the dragons. My presence here today is thanks to a magical potion that consumes life force to enhance my power. Fortunately, neither side suffered casualties. I have now subdued the Star Dragon Lord and the 10 absolutes of dust and sand. Could you please give me the honor of allowing my ignorant kin, instigated and manipulated by the Star Dragon Lord, to return to my side? The appearance of the spirit-rank dragon, Lord DeLong, came without warning to anyone present. Shenru knew very well that DeLong was highly likely lying, otherwise, he wouldn't have needed to cut off the Star Dragon Lord's tongue first. What promise the Star Dragon Lord received from Lord DeLong that led him to spearhead the attack was unknown, but the consequences of his failure were already clear. When the authorities faced a disadvantage against the dragons, Lord DeLong chose to cut off Lord Star Dragon's tongue. However, Lord DeLong's move was truly unexpected by the 10 absolutes of dust and sand. They had anticipated Lord DeLong's appearance, but not in this way, and with this attitude, to demand negotiations. In terms of face, the 10 absolutes of dust and sand had already regained their footing. If they didn't accept the way out offered by Lord DeLong, it would be tantamount to directly breaking ties with all the dragons of the Western Kingdom. Previously, Lord Star Dragon had arrived here with hundreds of dragons, their condition being to secede from the Western Kingdom and demand permanent residence in the Eternal Tower. The war only began after they were refused. Now, Lord DeLong had offered a plausible explanation, one that could appease both sides, even if it didn't stand up to close scrutiny. TSK. Ji Chung stood up from the stool. I can let this top-tier dragon go, but I won't accept such a paltry apology as making the Star Dragon Lord pay the price. Lord DeLong, as you can see, even if you hadn't arrived, we still had ways to bring the Star Dragon Lord down from the sky, though perhaps not as easily as you. How about this? I let this top-tier dragon go, but I have to leave him one of its claws. Or, if you think it's very valuable, then use a sacred relic. Whatever it is, to exchange for its claw. You know, not every sacred relic is absolutely rare. You can also use a less rare sacred relic to exchange for it. It just depends on whether you're willing. You make a good point. Lord DeLong actually agreed with Ji Cheng's suggestion. In that case, let this radiant stone be the price for my redemption of him. Lord DeLong had made his stance clear, and Ji Cheng had no reason not to release the dragon. Reluctantly, he removed the shackles binding the top-tier dragon, which, freed, quickly flew away from the ground of the Eternal Tower. The near-spirit-level dark elemental dragon beside Lord DeLong helped him restrain the Star Dragon Lord, leading the remaining top-tier dragons as they left the Eternal Tower. Is it over just like that? Doing emerged from the shadows. Ji Cheng's purpose in holding the top-tier dragon was to lure down other dragons and eliminate as many as possible. They were ready for battle, but Lord DeLong's sudden appearance brought this grand siege to an abrupt halt. His goal, perhaps from the very beginning, was either to conquer the Tower of Eternity or to eliminate the Star Dragon Lord. Yuki had now reverted to his usual mimicry, analyzing the situation from a healer's perspective. Of course, a better outcome would be for the Star Dragon to have already defeated us, then he would appear as a savior, forcing us to make a deal with him on unequal terms, while simultaneously eliminating the Star Dragon Lord, putting on a show of feigned respect. Is it to reattach the Star Dragon Lord's arm to him? Seinzin, who had also served as the Steel Stone team's healer on the way to the ancient Tronisha ruins, though not a specialist, must have a broad knowledge base. This requires a very powerful healer, and a small section of his arm would have to be removed to ensure regeneration and healing. Doesn't it hurt, ouch? Pain or disfigurement, which would you choose? Yuki said to Seinzen. The Star Dragon Lord's hand is the best replacement he could find. After all, they are both dragons that use water elemental power, and the Star Dragon Lord has near spirit level strength. On Earth, a severed limb can regenerate if it's not infected and can be sutured quickly enough. Although the feeling after regeneration is different from before the amputation. Before more scientific methods of increasing height were available, a horrific method was invented, severing the leg bone and pulling it apart to add a piece of bone that heals itself to connect the two broken segments. From Earth's medical perspective, organs from different people can reject each other. For dragons, choosing an arm from a fellow dragon with similar magical attributes and strength is likely a way to reduce the possibility of such incompatibility. Shinrua had previously thought that sending the Star Dragon Lord to attack the Eternal Tower was a poor choice, especially after seeing the Dragon Lord cut open the Star Dragon Lord's jaw. Because the dragons had already revealed their true intentions, rather than maintaining a superficial, de facto hostile relationship that resulted in the loss of a near-spirit level lord, it was far better to commit all dragons from the start. After all, if the Eternal Tower refused to relinquish the Celestial Sound Orb and the Divine Language Drum, a war was inevitable. Winning and gaining control of the Eternal Tower's territory meant the dragons acquired an uninfected town possessing divine power left behind by the god, who ruled over space. The Dragon Lord's insistence on testing the waters in this way was a complete waste of resources. Now, the best explanation for the Dragon Lord's strange actions was found. He still needed the dragon's support. Without a good reason to eliminate the Star Dragon Lord, his act of demanding other lords' arms would likely incur criticism and alienation from the dragons. The total number of dragons in the kingdom of Shilai is less than 1,000. However, without these dragons, even the strongest individual spirit-rank dragons couldn't launch successive attacks on the core areas of powerful organizations and nations across the continent. I wonder what the Star Dragon Lord is thinking, El said. He clearly didn't get along with the Dragon Shin Lord before, and it's not fair to say he's attracted to power. Why did his attitude change so drastically after the Dragon Lord became the leader of the dragon race? Shinrua had also wanted to know this before, and now that El had asked, Shinrua suddenly thought of a possibility: holy demonic fire, mental magic. Shinrua recalled how he and Long Wei had been taken to Fatten City, which the Dragon Lord ruled by him. The worship and loyalty of the natives to the Dragon Lord made Shinrua think that it might be the result of mental magic. However, after the battle outside Shilai, the Dragon Lord and the holy demonic fire should no longer be able to reach an agreement on matters of interest. To the Dragon Lord, the holy demonic fire was now merely a fire elemental shield on par with sacred relics. Shinrua had actually passed the Star Spirit Priest's assessment and had studied many Star Spirit Priest documents. He believed that the effects of mental magic on a powerful near-spirit rank like the Star Dragon Lord had a limited duration. 400 or 500 days had passed since the battle outside the border of the Western Kingdom. Why hadn't the Star Dragon Lord completely shaken off the effects of the holy demonic fire mental magic in such a long time? Even if he hadn't completely shaken it off, shouldn't he have noticed something amiss with the Dragon Lord? Shinrua pondered the various inconsistencies, then suddenly remembered something she had overlooked. Besides the sacred demonic fire, those who left the abyss of demons also included the Demon Kings who, through the Demon King City ritual, transferred their Demon King consciousness to other spirit rank or near spirit rank individuals, in the long process of their consciousnesses splitting into two separate entities, each searching for more power, and a way to leave the abyss of demons. The Demon Kings and the sacred demonic fire might develop different ideas. It was like the experiments conducted on Earth during the era of developing artificial intelligence. When the consciousness of the same AI is completely copied, the two AIs will become extremely similar due to the different information they subsequently encounter, understanding each other, but choosing different individuals. The sacred demonic fire and the Demon King share a common origin. In the abyss of demons, they must still have a certain connection, sharing their feelings and experiences, and this connection could even be maintained after leaving the abyss. However, when the sacred demonic fire was trapped in the glass sphere, and later, even more so, imprisoned by the Dragon Clan candidate, Lord DeLong, in the candidate's exclusive storage space, the connection disappeared. The power of the goddess space, attached to the spatial storage ornaments of the candidates, is clearly inferior to the magical power of the holy demon fire. After the Demon King's consciousness dispersed into the bodies of several spirit rank and near spirit rank individuals, it left the demon abyss. In the subsequent events related to the Demon King's consciousness, certain patterns can be confirmed. The Demon King's consciousness must undergo a ritual similar to a Demon King selection in the Demon King city to enter and control a spirit rank individual. The spirit rank and near spirit rank individuals who survived in the Demon King city had unique circumstances. When they approached the Demon King, the elemental power stored within them, which did not belong to the demon abyss, had been exhausted. The polluted energy of the demon abyss replaced their original elemental power. Furthermore, the Demon King city was originally prepared for the birth of each new Demon King, where demons fought and rose to power. In this place, the Demon King's consciousness received a special enhancement. Otherwise, spirit rank magic could counteract the pollution of the Demon King's consciousness or energy. Chapter 408. After leaving the abyss, the Demon King's consciousness still corrupted some near spirit realm beings, but this corruption had its limits. Through the efforts of the Holy See, some near spirit realm beings were brought under control, and the mental corruption they suffered was eliminated. For the Demon King's consciousness to exert this mental influence, it also consumed its most primal power. Therefore, every time a corrupted being was controlled and purified, its power was weakened. After the holy demon fire provoked the eternal tower, and was taken away by the Holy Sea's Lord while trapped in the glass sphere, all beings related to the holy demon fire and the Demon King's consciousness had fallen silent. They had probably been weakened to the point where they could hardly cause any more trouble. Because of this, for a period of time, no news of spirit realm beings, near spirit realm beings, or the holy demon fire related to the Demon King was heard on the continent. The Star Dragon Lord is a powerful near spirit realm dragon, possessing the strength to rival non-dragon spirit realm beings. The spirit rank beings corrupted by the Demon King's consciousness had retreated, and even the intelligence network of the 10 absolutes of dust and sand had failed to find any follow-up information about them. After all, these spirit rank beings were using the arena of the Eternal Tower to attract the attention of powerful beings across the continent. Unless they hid in remote mountains, forests, or wilderness, remaining completely hidden in plain sight was unrealistic. Therefore, neither Shenrua, the 10 absolutes of dust and sand, the Holy See, nor even the powerful Zhezhe or Hexian Twin Tower City later, had considered that the Demon King's consciousness might have corrupted, controlled, or influenced the Star Dragon Lord under such circumstances. Shenrua had trained intuition on her home planet Earth. In reality, this involved unconsciously and continuously calculating all the information she had encountered to deduce the most probable outcome. This ability, developed on Earth, has enabled humanity to perform extremely complex calculations in key areas without the aid of artificial intelligence. Shenrua did not receive complete training. Complete training is not supported on Earth, as it is considered to excessively affect a person's emotional experience as a living being. However, after training, one can still acquire an ability similar to the ancient concept of a sixth sense, and this intuition often proves accurate in reality. In combat, one can also calculate and intuitively anticipate the opponent's most likely response, thereby improving martial arts skills. Shenrua currently has a strong intuition that the Star Dragon Lord may have been influenced by the holy demonic fire mental technique, which explains his subservience to the Vyvern Lord. However, this influence is insufficient to cause him to fall into such an obvious trap after a long time. The Star Dragon Lord's behavior is likely a result of the continued influence of the Demon King's consciousness. As for why the Star Dragon Lord can access spirit rank or near spirit rank individuals corrupted by the Demon King's consciousness, this can probably be traced back to before the holy demonic fire became a tool and user relationship with the dragon candidates. The holy demon fire and the dragon clan candidate, Lord Delong, had a period of cooperation. During that time, the holy demon fire told Lord Delong that 2 spirit rank dragons could assist him in the competition for the winner, but he needed Lord Delong's help to bring them to Fatten City. Lord Delong was highly likely to agree. Spirit rank dragons are undoubtedly the strongest individuals on the continent, but even Lord Delong could not ignore the assistance of 2 spirit rank dragons. It's quite normal that these 2 spirit rank individuals appeared in Fatten City, a city that had completely eradicated intelligence networks from other organizations and nations, without being detected by the Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes or Twin Tower City. This gave the 2 spirit rank individuals, corrupted by the Demon King's consciousness, the opportunity to come into contact with the Star Dragon Lord. This possibility is truly inconceivable. Most importantly, if the Demon King's consciousness has corrupted the Star Dragon Lord, but the Star Dragon Lord's will still dominates in daily life, what is the Demon King's will's purpose in continuously influencing the Star Dragon Lord, making him appear completely subservient to the dead Dragon Lord, and willingly serving as the dead Dragon Lord's pawn even at the risk of being manipulated. After all, even if the Demon King's will and the Holy Demon Fire's thoughts aren't entirely aligned, they are still the same evil will originating from the same source. The Holy Demon Fire is still trapped in the dead Dragon Lord's spatial storage ornament. Seeing his plight, the Demon King's will, if not sharing his fate, should at least feel a sense of shared sorrow, right? What benefit does the Demon King's will, lurking within the Star Dragon Lord's consciousness, gain from doing this? You mean the Holy Demon Fire influenced the Star Dragon Lord with mental magic? Sains, who had somehow appeared beside Shinruo and overheard his sudden muttering, asked. Yes, and my intuition tells me that it's very likely that a spirit rank or near spirit rank being corrupted by the Demon King has also come into contact with the Star Dragon Lord. Shinruo stated her deduction to Seinsen. Your intuition is often very accurate. Who knows if it's right this time? If the Demon King's will is lurking within the Star Dragon Lord's consciousness, why would he go out of his way to deliver himself? Seinsen was puzzled. Could it be that he could try to corrupt Lord Delon using the Star Dragon Lord's arm? He's a candidate, after all. Didn't you say that the candidate's mark is immune to this kind of mental corruption? Seinsen used a rhetorical question, clearly not believing there was any room for manipulation. However, after hearing Seinsen's words, Shinruo realized that this was probably the only possible explanation connecting all these illogical events. This required a prerequisite. The Demon Kings will had to be able to break free from the Star Dragon Lord's consciousness and reside within the Star Dragon Lord's arm. That way, even if he couldn't influence the dragon candidates because of the candidate's mark, he would be integrated with Lord Delon's body through this arm. Perhaps the evil will could create an opportunity. After all, Lord Delon's mark wasn't on his lost arm. If even blood and veins cannot corrupt Lord Delong's consciousness, control, and corrupt a candidate, then the Demon King's will might still lurk within Lord Star Dragon's arm. Lord Delong would gain an arm with its own consciousness truly. The arm has its own thoughts. Shinruo considered this possibility, and found it both fantastical, inconceivable, and surprisingly somewhat amusing. Hopefully, the Demon King's will would be more present. Shinruo didn't believe the Demon King's will aligned with Lord Delong's interests, or was of one mind. If, later, when she and Longwei challenged Lord Delong, the Demon Kings will could do something, their chances of victory against Lord Delong would increase further. The candidates are indeed immune to this kind of mental influence, and we can't glimpse a fragment of their future with divination. But that was the Star Dragon Lord's hand, not originally belonging to the dead Dragon Lord. Who knows? Thinking this, Shinruo said to Saisen, this isn't necessarily a bad thing for us. If we have some conflict with the dead Dragon Lord in the future, and he suddenly raises his arm and punches himself, wouldn't you enjoy that? I love that. Saisen imagined the scene Shinruo described, and found it extremely amusing, expressing his eagerness to see that day. But before that, let's restore the farmland and crops outside the Eternal Tower town as soon as possible, and the order of entering and leaving the town, etc. Shinruo reminded Saisen, it seems a large part of this is your responsibility. Damn it, why did you have to remind me of such annoying things? Saisen complained, wriggling his snake body, as he headed towards the central area of the Eternal Tower. This war, so closely intertwined with the established order between the continent's tacitly accepted powers, has come to an end. Many of the continent's native inhabitants, who felt they had finally witnessed a major war in their lifetime, felt a sense of unfulfilled longing. As Tianhu Tianxue had traveled towards the kingdom of Shilai, she could hear discussions about the battle. That day, the Star Dragon Lord used a group defense spell. More than a dozen dragons donned water elemental magic shields. The elemental power in these shields came from the Star Dragon Lord himself. With this defense, they planned to charge towards the Eternal Tower to rescue their kin. Although the dragon's attack on the Tower of Eternity was unconventional, their fierce courage and sense of justice remained unchanged despite their apparent wrongdoing. Instantly, the Tower of Eternity was engulfed in dust and debris, the colors of the particles in the air shifting rapidly. Just as the 10 deadly dust demons were about to lose the Tower of Eternity, the dragon candidate, the great lord of the Devas, used spatial magic, sacrificing his still healing wounded body to deliver a final blow to the Lord of the Star Dragons. It turns out, the Star Dragon Lord, under the guise of the dead Dragon Lord, demanded that the Eternal Tower provide the dragons with a safe haven unaffected by the infection, even at the cost of disrupting the peace between the Kingdom of Shilai and the Eternal Tower. The human recounting the battle between the dragons of Shilai and the Eternal Tower spoke with absolute certainty, as if he had witnessed it all firsthand. Tianhu Tianxue smiled slightly, neither interrupting nor questioning, even though she knew there were far too many problematic passages. But this was Shilai, and the rumors circulating here were not factual, and they embellished the dragons to a considerable extent. This was perfectly normal. Although she hadn't personally witnessed the battle between the dragons and the 10 absolutes of dust and sand. However, as a spirit-rank celestial fox, she had some understanding of the relative strengths of both sides. The claim that the dust and sand 10 absolutes were on the verge of losing the Eternal Tower was probably the most severe slander leveled against them. Tian Shui had once been a member of the dust and sand 10 absolutes, and knew that the Eternal Tower possessed powerful defensive structures. Although there were hundreds of dragons attacking the Eternal Tower, only the Star Dragon Lord and another near Spirit Rank dragon could truly contend with the Spirit Rank members of the Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes. This contest of strength refers to a one-on-one battle in open terrain, fought with the aim of fighting to the death. However, judging from the rumors circulating within the kingdom of Shilai and the opinions of the humans living there regarding dragons, dragons still maintain a positive image in the minds of the people of this country. But Tianxue looked towards a new city being built in the distance. That city was said to be used to settle infected humans, where they had a chance of receiving a cure. Was there really a chance? Tianxue recalled what Shenrua had told her. There were hundreds of dragons. Even with the dragon's wealth, how many vials of medicine could they produce? Would it be enough for all of them? If there were truly enough for the dragons and surplus to share with humans, how could the Star Dragon Lord's promise to lead the dragons to permanent residency in the Eternal Tower to gain a life unaffected by infection have convinced his followers? There was only one answer. The dragons couldn't produce enough medicine for every dragon to receive. The new cities constantly being built in Shilai were simply a pie in the sky for the humans living there. Whether the infected humans who entered these new cities achieved good living conditions, or whether anyone received a cure, is something the humans who remained in their original towns will likely never know. These new cities were supposedly built overnight using earth elemental magic after the dragons returned from the Tower of Eternity. Tianxue knew that the new cities were simply a collection of earthen structures resembling towns, made of clay bricks. The dragon's actions were understandable, especially since Tianxue didn't care about the relationship between the dragons and the humans of the kingdom of Shilai. She came here because Gisilfa had finally made a gamble. Chapter 409. As time passed, the candidates had been on the Dust Sand continent for nearly 7 Dust Sand years. In just over a Dust Sand year, the game of the gods in the Dust Sand realm would end. The native inhabitants of the Dust Sand continent were unaware of the existence of the timeline, but the candidates were well aware of it. If Gisilfa didn't want to give up the competition for the candidates' victory at this point, he had to do something. In his view, the Twin Tower City and the Dragon Clan candidates were originally evenly matched, and judging from their previous encounters, the Dragon Clan candidates even had the upper hand. This was because the Dragon Clan candidates had achieved a balance of power with the Twin Tower City without mobilizing the entire dragon race of the Shilai Kingdom, and the dragons of the Shilai Kingdom currently seemed to be supporting their own kin. Gisilfa's initiative to have Tianxue contact the Dragon Clan candidates was due to some changes in the situation. Firstly, there were some rumors circulating on the continent that were unfavorable to the Dragon Clan candidates. Secondly, the Dragon Clan candidates had lost an arm. Furthermore, judging from the recent conflict between the Dragon Clan and the 10 Absolutes of Dust and Sand, the 10 Absolutes of Dust and Sand are clearly not inclined to support the Dragon Clan candidates in the future. Unless the Dragon Clan candidates can eliminate all other candidates, the 10 Absolutes of Dust and Sand will likely only eventually compromise. In Gisilfa's view, even for a phased cooperation, the previous Dragon Clan candidates probably didn't need him. In fact, if he actually appeared before the dragons, they would choose to kill him first and obtain the quest items he had already collected. Of course, this is only Gisilfa's own thinking. He is unaware that the Dragon Clan candidates' views have changed somewhat after the battle outside of Shilai, but the dragons are still considering a plan to cooperate with Gisilfa first and then kill him immediately. Gisilfa believed that negotiating cooperation with the dragon race candidates was a timely act of kindness. While it was probably impossible to get them to sign a blood pact to never kill him, there was still a chance to get them to compromise and allow him time to accumulate advantages. Gisilfa hoped to ultimately turn this advantage into victory. He had also clearly considered the bottom line for the cooperation. Both sides must agree on a timeline. For example, neither side would harm the other until all other candidates were completely eliminated from the competition. Another example was that during the killing of other candidates, both sides could fairly distribute the quest items already collected by the other candidates. If there were Heavenly Fox Jade fragments among the loot, they would be given priority to Gisilfa. Gisilfa dared to send Tianxue to negotiate with the dragon race candidates because he had naturally considered what value he could offer. Tianxue entered Fatten City without hindrance. Currently, only dragons could freely enter and leave. Humans living here had to demonstrate their value to remain, otherwise, they would have to be relocated. The reason for this was that an infection had broken out in the kingdom of Shilai. The dragons left Fatten City by flying, allowing them to avoid contact with any potentially infected individuals, and fly to relatively safe countries and regions to bring back supplies. Some residents of Fatten City also cultivated edible plants and raised some animals. However, these plants and animals were completely insufficient to support an entire town of humans and dragons. Fatten City did not completely expel the humans because the dragons appreciated the services they provided, but the number of humans needed to serve hundreds of dragons was limited. Even after transforming into human dragon forms, dragons, despite their reduced appetite, still consume more energy than humans. They must fly in their dragon form to trade goods and reach suitable trading areas. To ensure the dragon's quality of life, some humans from Fatten City have been asked to leave. However, for the sake of the dragon's reputation, they are allowed to continue living in the vicinity of Fatten City. Dragons, gifted with earth elemental power, have also built an outer wall around Fatten City, along with numerous unroofed adobe bricks. Those who left Fatten City can use these square adobe bricks as walls, making minor modifications such as adding windows and roofs, and then find ways to grow crops to feed themselves. Furthermore, this outer wall has 4 exits. The original humans living in Fatten City can, if they wish, establish their own guards and decide whether to allow entry or exit. Because these humans had previously been protected by Fatten City, and had not yet been affected by the infection, they lived in the outer city built by the dragons using magic, forming a buffer zone. As long as there was no infection there, Fatten City was absolutely safe. When the dragons brought back supplies, they also airdropped crop seeds to the residents living in the outer buffer zone, encouraging them to work and cultivate the land to feed themselves, and ideally, to support the humans in the inner city. Both sides were quite satisfied with this arrangement. In an era of rapid infection spread, the humans were grateful to the dragons for providing them with an environment where they didn't have to worry about being infected. As for the dragons, aside from initially bringing back seeds, they didn't need to contribute anything further and could continue to enjoy the services provided by the humans, while also receiving their praise. A few noble dragons who had inherited their lineage and dragon candidates were well aware that if the infection spread, and they could no longer obtain sufficient supplies, the humans in the towns might begin to disappear. In ancient times, humans were food for the dragons of the wilderness. The system of separating inner and outer cities, based on the number of people allowed per household, allowed families to split up. Some families, after splitting, would have only one person in the inner or outer city. In extreme circumstances, these individuals would be prioritized as food for the dragons. This was far from the point yet. The dragons would still periodically allocate supplies to the humans in both inner and outer cities, encouraging them to cultivate and breed livestock. Tianxue observed all of this. She was able to enter Fatten City unimpeded because she was an envoy from the 1,000 Desolate Plains, the queen of the Heavenly Fox clan, and a spirit rank unaffected by the infection. "I have heard of your beauty," Tianxue said as she met the dragon candidate, Lord Delong, in the courtyard left behind by Longqin. The other party politely prepared refreshments and drinks, seemingly oblivious to everything happening outside. After the dragon candidate had the humans prepare everything for them, and then withdrew, his first words to Tianxue were a compliment. "After seeing you, I realized my imagination of the beauty of the Heavenly Fox was still insufficient. Our king is more beautiful than I am." Tianxue's words weren't modesty, but a statement of fact. He hopes to cooperate with you, but before that, may I ask you a personal question, one that has nothing to do with him? As Tianxue spoke, her eyes drifted to the spot where Lord Delong's arm should have been missing. Now, there was no trace of the missing arm. Lord Delong noticed Tianxue's gaze and smiled, raising his hand. "Are you referring to the rumors that I lost an arm, and why I appear perfectly fine now? You must have heard about what happened recently." Lord Xinglong, taking advantage of my injury and limited mobility, sent the dragons of Shilai to the Tower of Eternity. Although he used my name to summon the dragons, his intentions weren't malicious. As you've seen, our dragon population is limited. Shilai's main inhabitants are dragons and humans, so having the dragons seal off the entire country's borders to prevent the spread of infection is simply unrealistic. Even if we only maintain the blockade of Fatten City, we dragons still need to constantly travel out to trade goods. The Tower of Eternity has already established a perimeter. The flow of goods there is much easier than in Shilai. If some of the dragons could settle there, it would be beneficial. For us, this was indeed a great relief, greatly reducing our stress. However, Star Dragon used the wrong methods, resulting in the capture of our companions. If we don't rescue our captured companions, the reputation of our dragon race across the entire continent will be affected, and if I don't appear, the rumors about me will only intensify. Whilst our Dragon Lord's actions are somewhat understandable, if he isn't punished, similar incidents will occur again. Just as I was about to give him a swift death, the other lords pleaded for him. They said that if Star Dragon Lord gave me his hand, he would be spared his life and noble status, but publicly declared that his title had been stripped. It was difficult to refuse their pleas, especially since this would allow me to regain my lost arm. Even if it wasn't as functional as my original one, it was indeed a tempting offer. I won't hide the fact that I was indeed persuaded at that moment. I really wanted this arm, so I agreed to their plea. I see, Tianxue said. That's truly something to celebrate. Now that your curiosity has been satisfied, we can get down to business. The king who sent you here is rather timid. After praising Tianxue and satisfying her curiosity, Lord DeLong belittled Gisilfa before hearing his thoughts. Whether he's timid or not is irrelevant to what we're about to discuss, isn't it? Tianxue produced a communication crystal ball. He will speak to you himself through this. Tianxue lit up the crystal ball, and Gisilfa's captivating face appeared within it. This was a rare magical crystal ball that allowed both parties to see each other's images. Ordinary communication crystals could only transmit sound. Even the crystal ball used for the Dust Sand 10 Absolutes Crystal Conference couldn't display images. Oh! Although Lord DeLong was powerful, this was the first time he had ever seen a crystal ball that could reveal the recipient, whether in his original world or after arriving on the Dust Sand continent. He examined the crystal ball with interest for a while before speaking to Gisilfa. I heard you want to cooperate with me. Tell me what you can do first, then we can talk. He then placed both hands on the table, intending to show Gisilfa his intact hands, to prevent Gisilfa from thinking that he was now a crippled dragon, incapable of causing any trouble, and indispensable. Gisilfa was indeed stunned for a moment when he saw Lord DeLong's seemingly uninjured hands, but he quickly regained his composure. Chapter 410. Lord DeLong, first of all, congratulations on your recovery. Gisilfa said to the dragon, however, your willingness to see my queen and speak with me here now is probably not for idle chatter. You are still the strongest candidate on the continent, but it is perhaps precisely because of your strength that some things are difficult to progress. Are you referring to finding you, or Twin Tower City, or the 10 Absolutes of Dust and Sand? The dragon candidate's voice was unreadable, and Gisilfa, even through the crystal ball, didn't need to worry about his unpredictable temper. However, the allure of the Heavenly Fox clan was also ineffective through the crystal ball. Finding me is your first priority. Shouldn't I feel honored? Gisilfa said, I am referring to Twin Tower City, of course. Your information is really outdated. You probably don't know, but there is another candidate hiding in the shadows, like those little creatures of the dark. So far, no candidate has failed to find a force to assist them. You suspect that the 10 Absolutes of Dust and Sand have actually assisted one as well? Gisilfa asked. That's right. So this time, although the Star Dragon Lord went against my wishes and led the dragons of Shilai to attack the Eternal Tower, I'm also very interested to see if that candidate can remain calm. Oh! What did you discover? Gisilfa hadn't yet figured out why the dragon candidate was suddenly sharing information with him. It seemed like he was the one receiving the information. This didn't harm him, so Gisilfa tentatively tried to get the dragon candidate to reveal more. That's all. I only know two things about that candidate. The dragon candidate's reason for sharing information with Gisilfa was simple. Although he might not ally with Gisilfa, having another visible candidate trying to uncover the hidden one would save him a lot of trouble. Whether Gisilfa deals with the unknown candidate or not, the dragons suffer no loss. So, he was happy to share more of what he knew. First, this candidate possesses more than one quest item we haven't collected. Second, he has a weapon capable of detonating those divine power crystals. Speaking of which, I've been targeted by that weapon twice. The first time was when I requested their quest item from the Holy See. The second time was outside the kingdom of Shilai, when I wanted to deal with that damned Hershey. Not only did a stone elf candidate interfere, but there was also that guy hiding in the shadows, too afraid to show himself. That guy fired a dark star stone at me when I had the upper hand, and I couldn't find his hiding place. At that time, the particle fluctuations caused by my spirit rank magic covered a considerable area. Who do you think he is? Finally, the dragon candidate suddenly posed a question to Gisilfa. Me? I have absolutely no clue. Gisilfa genuinely knew nothing about it. If I knew who he was, I would have acted already. The candidate mark offers considerable advantages, but he hasn't used it, which suggests he's not a strong individual. Concealing his whereabouts is more important than other benefits. I was just asking casually. The dragon hadn't intended to get an answer from Gisilfa anyway. He was more concerned with another question. You want to cooperate, but you don't even dare to come before me yourself. What can you do? I cannot come before you, not because I dare not, but because you, as a supreme being, have probably never considered one crucial point. That is, the other candidates are all watching your movements. If I were to come to Shilai Kingdom at this time, what would they think? Long scoffed at Gisilfa's words. In his view, Tianxue, as Gisilfa's queen, coming to Shilai Kingdom was, in the eyes of the other candidates, no different from Gisilfa coming alone. But there was a difference. Tianxue representing Gisilfa in Shilai Kingdom, whatever she discussed with Long, did not prove that they had reached an agreement. More importantly, in the eyes of the other candidates, Gisilfa's absence meant that they could not form a blood pact. And for two such powerful spirits, there were naturally ways to break contracts of other levels. I don't want the other candidates to think we reached an understanding or agreement. At least not the kind of blood pact we could forge, Gisilfa said to the dragon. That's where I'm explaining my value. I'm also a candidate, and naturally, I can't gain the trust of the others, or rather, it's difficult for our interests to align. However, at this stage, perhaps because of your presence, or perhaps because they need reputation to obtain more quest items, they won't choose to openly and proactively provoke conflict. Under these circumstances, my request to lead the Skyfox clan on a pilgrimage to the Holy Temple has inherent legitimacy, and they can't easily refuse. And you lack the ability to penetrate the heart of Twin Tower City. While I'm in Twin Tower City, if you're willing to try a direct attack again, I will coordinate with your actions from within. If this succeeds, I will be utterly infamous in the eyes of both Zhezhe and He. Because I'm betraying them from within, the risk of being surrounded there is also very high. Without a blood pact, I don't think they believe you make me take such a risk. If you think this plan is feasible, then that's our advantage, the advantage of surprise. As for you, I think you don't need to care about your image in the eyes of Zhezhe and He anymore. Don't you know how the rumors about you on the continent started? If you were strong enough from the beginning and very confident in yourself, then wanting an outcome that satisfies your own emotional needs while also eliminating other candidates is understandable. But now, I think the situation is clear enough for you to realize that you can't have it all. I don't care how other races see me. Of course, I'm not even much in the eyes of the celestial foxes, but I never cared. It all depends on your resolve. Gisilfa was polite throughout. He had always maintained the image of an arrogant and domineering beautiful celestial fox, but towards the dragon candidate, he had used all the negotiation skills he possessed in his life. He even used honorifics throughout. He genuinely wanted to win this game of the gods and obtain the rewards promised by them. The dragon sensed this. Although he still held Gisilfa in some contempt, he now truly needed more assistance. His greatest desire was to possess power equal to that of the gods, to replace them and become the sole dragon god of this continent. Because in a world inhabited only by the wilderness dragons, the life of dragons, in the eyes of Lord DeLong, was not as interesting as that of the Dust Sand continent. Dragons were born from the power of the god who ruled over space, but before Lord DeLong arrived on the Dust Sand continent, he was unaware that his world had been created by the god who ruled over space. Upon arriving in this world and learning about the history of the gods, Lord DeLong realized that in this world, dragons could change their bodies and enjoy many things they couldn't in their original world. Most importantly, gods could participate in and influence history, interesting aspects he had never imagined. Therefore, he desired boundless lifespan, equivalent to the power and influence of the gods, and of course, he also wanted his own followers. The power of the gods could accomplish so much. The infamy he had accumulated before acquiring divine power would eventually fade away. Gisilfa was right about one thing. Twin Tower City already considered Lord DeLong a candidate for dragon race, an enemy. He had previously been overconfident, believing that Zhezhe and He of Twin Tower City couldn't cause any trouble in the face of absolute power. However, he underestimated his opponents. Even the candidate, who hadn't yet shown himself, perhaps as Gisilfa had said, wasn't particularly strong, but the opponent was adept at concealment and possessed a quest item that he didn't have. That was the opponent's skill. Equally skilled was the Frost Serpent. Although she was dead, the wounds she inflicted on Lord DeLong were the greatest of all the candidates so far. You're right. Perhaps I should have been more sincere, Lord DeLong said. In fact, in his eyes, he had no other candidates to cooperate with. The candidates Zhezhe and He had already formed an alliance shortly after his appearance, and their mutual trust had been proven over the past 2 or 3 years. Lord DeLong and they were never friendly from the start. Although it wasn't explicitly stated, both sides considered each other their primary adversaries. If it weren't for the presence of other candidates, they would probably have already engaged in a life-or-death war. The Stone Elf candidate made his stance clear outside Shilai, slashing Lord DeLong's foot. The unseen candidate was even more explicit, throwing a Dark Star stone without hesitation. If Zija hadn't been shouting incessantly, Lord DeLong would have thought there was a pre-existing agreement between them. Regardless, of the 8 candidates, at least 4 clearly did not intend to cooperate with Lord DeLong, choosing instead to prioritize eliminating him. The Frost Serpent clan candidate was already dead, killed personally by Lord DeLong. As for the other candidate, a Plant Spirit clan member, it was said that some plant spirits sensed the magical fluctuations resulting from his death. This information originated from the Plant Spirit clan, actually intentionally leaked by the 10 absolutes of dust and sand. Lord DeLong had no way to trace the source of the information, but he had previously obtained a definitive conclusion from the Holy Demon Fire. Thus, it seemed that Gisilfa was indeed the only remaining candidate with whom he had a chance of forming an alliance. "Speak, what are your conditions?" Lord DeLong asked. "I possess a secret technique of the Celestial Fox clan that allows me to establish a blood pact with you remotely," Gisilfa said. "If you are willing to ally with me, then at least you must meet my first prerequisite. I demand that you not attack me until all other candidates besides ourselves are dead. Similarly, I will not attack you." Chapter 411. Gisilfa's first request was merely the most basic mutual trust. In the past, the dragon candidates would have felt this requirement gave Gisilfa too much time to survive. Now the situation had changed. The dragon candidate agreed to Gisilfa's conditions for alliance. He knew Gisilfa would bring up the demand for the Heavenly Fox Jade himself, so he didn't intend to proactively offer his own conditions. In his view, no matter how the situation changed, Gisilfa's need for this contract far outweighed his own. Therefore, he simply nodded and said, "Agreed. My second condition is that if you obtain the Heavenly Fox Jade fragment, you must hand it over to me immediately." Gisilfa's second request was entirely within the dragon's expectations. "My third condition is that the quest items held by the other candidates will be divided equally after we defeat them, until the last candidate besides you and me. Whoever kills the candidate then will receive their quest items," Gisilfa said. This condition is a bit beyond what the dragon can accept. He thought for a moment, then smiled. "Okay, but this seems to be more advantageous for you. First, we split it equally, but you seem to have taken the Heavenly Fox Jade fragment, a quest item that's particularly useful to you. Second, given the difference in our strength, it seems my chances of successfully killing the other candidates are higher than yours. Don't you think your terms for cooperation are a bit excessive? Or did you not originally have such high expectations, and are you just creating a false impression to make me feel dissatisfied before revealing your true intentions?" Gisilfa, unfazed by the dragon's exposed plan, handed the conversation over to the dragon. "Perhaps, Lord DeLong, you have other ideas? Why don't you share them, so we can discuss whether they're reasonable?" The dragon was somewhat displeased with Gisilfa's words, but he wasn't interested in arguing with the Celestial Fox on the other side of the crystal ball. Reaching a mutually acceptable outcome was best. "In that case, I won't stand on ceremony. The Celestial Fox Jade is actually a unique quest item, only it's broken into 5 pieces. You definitely need the Celestial Fox Jade fragments, so let's distribute them based on the rarity of the quest item." After hearing the 3 conditions, the dragon had already devised a distribution method advantageous to himself. Quest items with a known existence of 3 or fewer pieces belong to you. Those with a known existence of more than 3 pieces belong to me. This distribution method sounded like Gisilfa was getting the better deal. Because in the game Dust and Sand realm, the rarer a sacred relic of the same type is, the more valuable it is, and also the harder it is to collect. Those with more than 3 pieces are mostly sacred relics such as Radiant Stones, Dark Star Stones, Water Elemental Hearts, and Flame Coral. These sacred relics were not intentionally created by the gods, but rather, when they created the world, they concentrated their power around a specific center, transforming this power into divine crystals with a purity even higher than that of spirit rank magic. To penetrate the elemental armor formed by an enemy's spirit rank magic, the first method is to utilize the natural elemental relationships to gain an advantage through attrition. The second method is to directly clash with the elemental power contained within both sides. Furthermore, the deeper a spirit rank's understanding of the laws, the stronger their spirit rank magic. Ignoring endurance, a spirit rank's magic with a deeper understanding of the laws can erode elemental magic from spirit ranks weaker than themselves. Divine relics, crafted by gods and difficult to collect, have a wider range of uses, requiring users to study and develop their applications to achieve extremely powerful effects. However, these divine relics are often limited by the user's strength or the laws themselves, resulting in a limited number of uses within a given period. The method for using divine power crystals is much simpler and more direct. Of course, this requires the use of weapons or machinery. Through magical refraction devices embedded in the machinery, the spirit rank elemental power infused within is repeatedly amplified and vibrated until countless tiny cracks appear inside the divine power crystal before it is even launched. Then, through a ricochet, it is shattered at the intended point of impact, achieving a simple, brutal, and overwhelming strike. Or, like Shenruo, who lacks elemental magic, and has no inlaid items on the continent effective against invisible and intangible things, like true chi, the only recourse is to activate the power of the shattered flame coral to create internal cracks in these sacred relics. Because the immense power condensed within is released upon shattering, it can instantly pierce through the elemental armor formed by a spirit-level being. These sacred relics provide an immediate boost to combat power. Given enough quantity, as disposable consumables, they act like high-level magical items, capable of disrupting the course of battle. Having suffered 2 losses with this sacred relic, the dragon knew very well that the dragon's breath conch was a unique sacred relic. As long as Gisilpha couldn't obtain the sacred relic from him, no matter how many other rare quest items he collected, he couldn't directly declare victory in the god's game. As long as Gisilpha couldn't declare victory, then if he killed Gisilpha, all the rare quest items Gisilpha obtained would only be temporarily stored in Gisilpha's possession. Just like the Heavenly Fox Jade Fragment. Gisilpha's words certainly had some merit. For example, if he were to enter the Twin Tower City's sphere of influence under the pretext of visiting the sacred temple to admire the statue and pay homage to the god, who controlled the fire elementals, it would indeed be a very risky undertaking. Especially since Heavenly Fox Tianxue appeared in Shi-like Kingdom, which symbolized Heavenly Fox's tendency to ally with the dragon. Faten City no longer had spies from various organizations, countries, and major powers, but before Tianxue arrived in Shi-like Kingdom, it was impossible that no one had noticed her. Given the Heavenly Fox's beauty and alluring charm, the dragon had no doubt that the gazes of other beings would involuntarily focus on him. Gisilpha's absence meant that, in the eyes of other forces, especially Twin Tower City, Gisilpha was at least not capable of forming a blood pact with him. However, this didn't mean that Twin Tower City believed they hadn't reached an agreement. For example, Steelstone, the candidate from the Stone Elf race, clearly didn't demonstrate any inclination to forge a blood pact at night. And this didn't prevent him from attacking the dragon. Therefore, Gisilpha's main risk lay in Twin Tower City's suspicion of him, their wariness of him, and even their readiness to surround and hunt him down at any moment. Similarly, unless Gisilpha reveals a clear intention, Twin Tower City is unlikely to act directly. This is another advantage of Gisilpha's actions. His presence within Twin Tower City's sphere of influence, residing in the former site of the Holy See, has already greatly attracted Twin Tower City's attention. It might even attract the attention of other organizations, such as the Dust and Sand 10 Deadly Assassins. However, in comparison, the Dragon Clan candidate knows that he himself is the primary target of the other candidates. In battle, his mere presence will naturally attract a large number of combat forces. The dragon's allocation method is certainly advantageous to him, but in his view, he has indeed paid more. Moreover, on the surface, Gisilpha hasn't suffered any losses. Gisilpha clearly understands this as well. The dragon is the target of the other candidates' concentrated attacks. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had the opportunity to act in Twin Tower City. He certainly knows why the dragon chose this allocation method, but as far as he knows, the Kingdom of Shilai has not yet mastered the manufacturing methods for weapons or machinery that can explode divine power condensation. There are many reasons for this, of course. For example, dragons, due to their inherent strength, don't usually need weapons to enhance their power. The humans under the rule of Shi-like Kingdom are not like the cave-dwelling humans, who previously cooperated with the warlord Hishi. They are not warlike. With dragons guaranteeing the safety of this region, most of the professions of the humans who settle here are unrelated to combat. The dragons need humans, specifically cooks, servants, scholars, farmers, etc., while the humans of Shi-like Kingdom primarily engage in planting, gathering, drying, crude medicine processing, and other professions related to providing services to the dragons. In the past, when the Dragon Clan needed powerful weapons, dragons wielding fire elemental power would travel to the Tower of Eternity to find suitable craftsmen. The craftsmen within the Tower of Eternity, belonging to the Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes organization, weren't the most skilled on the entire continent, but they were still top tier. Their skill was slightly inferior to that of the human settlements still living in caves, but a little better than the craftsmen of the former Holy See. The cave-dwelling human settlements, the Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes, formerly the Holy See, were once the strongest gathering place for craftsmen on the continent. Now, thanks to the divine fire brought back by Tianxue from the 1,000 desolate plains, and the assistance of humans like Shenru, calling them powerful craftsmen would be overkill. Therefore, their skill in forging weapons and machinery has surpassed that of the craftsmen in the cave-dwelling human settlements of the past. The Dragon Clan has now broken ties with Twin Tower City and the Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes. If they want to forge weapons, they can only seek help from the King of Darkfall Kingdom. However, Darkfall Kingdom is a nation primarily composed of the Hercules race. Although the Darkfall Kingdom is not a vassal state of Twin Towers, it is said that it did provide support to the Herrscher race candidates. It's unlikely that the dragons could find human artisans who originally lived in caves in the mountains, and now maintain friendly relations with the Darkfall Kingdom to forge weapons capable of blasting divine crystals. The dragon candidates chose this distribution method because they learned what they needed from their 2 previous losses. However, Gisilfa believes that dragons only know these sacred relics can be used for blasting, but haven't actually used them. The dragons clearly assume that by acquiring a sufficient number of sacred relics to squander, they can use them as their fighting force, thus further widening the power gap between Gisilfa and themselves. Unfortunately, even after arriving on the Dust Sand continent, the dragon candidates are still dragons. Gisilfa thought that no matter how hard dragons try to pay attention to details, they can hardly consider as much as other races, especially the dragon candidates. The dragon candidate had always been a wild dragon, and it had only been a few dust years for him to truly become a dragon human. And a few dust years is not a long time in the lifespan of a dragon. Chapter 412. You know that the Celestial Fox is coming to Twin Tower City soon, right? Long Wei hadn't contacted Shenruo through the crystal for a long time, probably because cultivating the ability to perceive all objects without eyesight wasn't easy. Yes, I heard. Shenruo's voice came through the crystal as he answered Long Wei. Gisilfa suddenly reappeared in everyone's sight, and decided to take his queen and a group of celestial foxes skilled in dancing to Twin Tower City, supposedly to pray for the impending catastrophe. Such rituals were not uncommon in the history of the Dust Sand continent. The 2 previous powers of the 1,000 Silence Plains, Hehe and the Celestial Foxes, both had similar traditions. However, their rituals were always performed in the 1,000 Silence Plains, while Hehe, having failed to complete its Millennium Ceremony, was no longer a force to be reckoned with. Gisilfa had his reasons for wanting to perform the prayer ceremony on the large stone plaza left by the Holy See, not far from the Holy Temple. In the 1,000 desolate plains, the celestial fox's rituals and temples were built for the god, who governs the fire element. However, preparing for the impending, legendary catastrophe is not only the priority for the candidates, but also involves more than one deity in prayer. Only the statues in the sacred temple can allow the lingering wills of all 8 gods to simultaneously sense the prayers from the celestial foxes. Although the candidates Shizhe and Yishi do not believe this explanation, the reverence for the gods and the absolute recognition of their sanctity on the Dust Sand continent are the legal foundation upon which the candidates can be accepted and assisted by the native inhabitants as they travel the continent. They couldn't refuse Gisilfa's request, otherwise it would expose their disapproval of the prayer ceremony held for the gods, despite being candidates. Twin Tower City decided that such a sincere ceremony deserved the invitation of powerful beings, including Steelstone, a candidate from the Stone Elf race. Enjoying a prayer ceremony featuring beautiful celestial foxes was a rare spectacle on the continent, especially since 2 spirit-level celestial foxes were rumored to be performing, Gisilfa, bearing the mark of a candidate, and his queen, the celestial fox Tianxue. Therefore, almost all the powerful beings invited by Twin Tower City readily accepted. In addition, many other native inhabitants, eager to witness the celestial fox's exquisite dance and simultaneously pray to the gods, also wanted to come to Twin Tower City. Due to the spread of the infection across the continent, many native inhabitants could not freely travel between their settlements and Twin Tower City. Otherwise, given the continent's past prosperity, Twin Tower City would have been completely congested long ago. Will you come? Lao Wei asked Shenruo. Probably, Shenruo said, but I don't know what identity would be most appropriate. His current public identity is that of a craftsman capable of forging divine weapons. But that's not enough to warrant an invitation from Twin Tower City. Perhaps he could go with Yuki, thus avoiding any investigation into the infection. After selling the potion formula to the dragons and the subsequent attack on the Eternal Tower, Yuki produced potions bestowed by the gods of earth and water. The only promise made at the auction was that potions made using the sold formula would not be sold. The 10 Masters of Dust and Sand kept a portion of the divinely bestowed potions for themselves, donated another portion, and sold the remaining portion to different merchant caravans at varying prices. Long originally believed he had a monopoly on the potions. Although the quantity was limited, aside from the potions the 10 masters of dust and sand could create but couldn't sell, all other potions had to be obtained from the kingdom of Shilai, which would allow them to exchange for large amounts of resources or benefits. The 10 masters of dust and sand's subsequent potion sales directly thwarted Long's plans. Of course, the potions remained scarce. Even with the divinely bestowed potions, the quantity was still insufficient to cover all infected areas. "You can come as my friend," Longwei said, "or do you have other plans?" "It sounds like you get along well with Twin Tower City," Shenruo said. "Then I trouble you for help. Actually, they want something from me." Longwei began somewhat reluctantly, "But that would be different from our original plan." "What do they want you to do?" Shenruo asked. "They want me to break through to the spirit rank directly. This wouldn't be entirely my own breakthrough, but rather accepting the resonance left to me by my father, borrowing his power and his understanding of the laws to cross the spirit rank. I had originally planned to do this, but not now. The reason they want me to do this is that they believe Gisilfa's visit to the Holy Temple must have some ulterior motive, but they don't know his purpose. It's said that before Gisilfa came to Twin Tower City, he sent Tianxue to the kingdom of Shilai, so they think the scheme is related to dragons. Instead of waiting for the other side to make a move, they rather actively seek an opportunity. That's the opportunity that will allow me to transcend the spirit rank. Once I become a spirit rank dragon, there will be a natural connection between them. Just like when I carried you to the Eternal Tower, it was because of my natural sense of direction. Spirit rank dragons can find each other through this connection. The dragon that asked for directions to Shilai Kingdom was simply trying to confirm that this connection corresponded to a battle with a spirit rank dragon. Twin Tower City believed that once I gained this connection, I could at least foresee the dragon's arrival. And that was indeed the case. Longwei told Shenruo what the candidates Shizhe and Hishi wanted him to do, and why they wanted him to do it. I actually also think it's an opportunity, but our plans have all been ruined. We haven't established a solid fighting synergy yet. If that dragon really comes to Twin Tower City, and we fight it, the other candidates will all see your performance. This last sentence was what Longwei was most worried about, because Shenruo seemed to have never wanted to participate in the candidate competition, or to let other beings know his candidate identity. Actually, I think at least Zizha should have suspected my identity, Shenruo said. Let nature take its course. Perhaps this is fate, the fate of all beings guided by the gods. Although Shenruo said this, he didn't truly agree with it. He had already decided to help Longwei, and if this conflicted with his need to conceal his candidate identity, then he could stop hiding. Steel Stone had already formed a blood pact with Shenruo, although in the pact, Shenruo didn't even require Steel Stone to guarantee not to kill him. Because stone spirits are beings born from the essence of gemstones and possess sentience, Shenruo, through the memory recollections of Steel Stone, roughly understood that their lives were lacking in many ways. Stone spirits don't experience physical changes like other races with flesh and blood, making it difficult for them to have intense desires or emotions. Perhaps gaining a flesh and blood body and understanding maternal love are already rare desires for Steel Stone. It is precisely because these desires are rare that Steel Stone so desperately wants to become a chosen one. But for the same reason, Steel Stone is unlikely to develop the same powerful obsession as humans. After experiencing a portion of the feeling of having a flesh and blood body in his mental magic, well, a diminished experience, he probably wouldn't feel as strongly about becoming a chosen one. Besides gaining a flesh and blood body and understanding the emotions of a girl and her mother, Steel Stone's other desire is simply to remain on the Dust Sand continent. Perhaps for Steel Stone, it's not as simple as just that. Regardless, having experienced Steel Stone's memory replay and interacted with him more than once in reality, Shenruo believes Steel Stone was a relatively principled stone spirit. Of course, Steel Stone had also crossed the line in his pursuit of becoming a winner. For example, when they first met, he kidnapped Hishi to obtain quest items. Besides letting you directly leapfrog the spirit rank, what other plans does Twin Tower City have? Whether they're using you as bait or targeting dragons, if they want you to make sacrifices, they should at least tell you their plans and what assistance they provide. Otherwise, once a dragon leaps to the spirit rank, it can't tolerate the instinct to fight its own kind for long. Isn't that harming you? Shenruo confirmed that if Longwei followed Twin Tower City's plan, it would indeed be a good opportunity for them. They probably hadn't yet received news that Lord Delong's hand had been restored. Using the law that spirit-level dragons cannot coexist to make a dragon candidate appear, and being able to sense their approach in advance. This was indeed a good strategy. The only problem was that they hadn't considered what Long Wei would do if they couldn't kill Lord DeLong this time. They did tell me their plans, and which powerful spirit-level beings they invited to the ceremony, Long Wei said. I admit, it's a great opportunity. But my only concern is whether the changes to our original plan will cause you trouble. You said it's a destiny guided by the gods, so I choose to believe. Believe in what? Shenrua asked, puzzled. A destiny guided by the gods could be good or bad. I choose to believe that destiny will favor you and me, Long Wei said. As long as you're willing to come to Twin Tower City, I believe I can achieve the revenge I desire. Confidence is a good thing. I think I need to set off as soon as possible, ideally arriving in Twin Tower City before Gisilfa. Shenrua thought for a moment. He believed that after receiving Gisilfa's request, Twin Tower City immediately publicized what the Heavenly Fox clan was about to do, attracting beings from all over the continent to Twin Tower City, hoping that someone could arrive before Gisilfa. If Gisilfa arrives in Twin Tower City with ill intentions, the candidates for Zhizha and Ishi in Twin Tower City will have a reason to execute or strip one of their candidate marks. In this timeline, Gisilfa first sent Tian Shui to the kingdom of Shilai, and then openly stated that he would go to the Holy Temple to pray for the impending catastrophe, practically making it clear that he intended to coordinate with the Dragon Alliance to attack Twin Tower City. If he actually takes action afterward, whether by attacking a candidate for Zhizha or Ishi when the dragon appears, or by using his charm ability to influence the rapidly changing battle situation, he will inevitably bear a bad reputation. Or rather, Gisilfa no longer cares about the bad reputation. What he wants is to enter Twin Tower City before the bad reputation arises, creating unfavorable conditions for Twin Tower City to fight the dragon. It's a simple but effective overt scheme. Chapter 413. Also traveling from the Eternal Tower to the Holy Temple, Shenrua did not travel with the other 10 Absolute Spirit rank members who planned to attend the ceremony. The fastest way to reach the Holy Temple was, of course, by using flying dragons. The dragons living in the Eternal Tower did not intend to provide any assistance beyond defense, and the 10 Absolute Spirit rank members of the Dusan 10 Absolute Spirit rank did not intend to reveal their identities in such a blatant manner. For example, Jimu could easily go under the guise of delivering medicine needed to treat an infection. Shenrua also did not intend to use the power of the light elemental dragons residing in the Eternal Tower to fly to the Holy Temple. They had once been dragon warriors of the Holy Temple there, and having them take him there seemed rather inappropriate. However, apart from the dragons of the Kingdom of Shilai and the light elemental dragons residing in the Eternal Tower, Shenrua was not unfamiliar with other dragon races. Moreover, he had a good relationship with this dragon, and he was also going to Twin Tower City this time. Accompanying the dragon on its journey to Twin Tower City was King Feng He of Darkfall. He wished to make a trip to the Eternal Tower before heading to Twin Tower City, to take Shenrua with him. He also wanted to obtain a potion to treat the infection. Although he was a dragon capable of flying around infected areas, the infection was said to have spread to the vicinity of Darkfall Kingdom, and he was not a spirit rank being capable of resisting it. Because King Feng He of Darkfall was a spirit rank being, and Darkfall Kingdom was a newly established military power, its location centered on the original upper reaches of the Shishui River, which possessed natural barriers, gave it a natural advantage in preventing infection. Therefore, no infection had yet appeared within Darkfall Kingdom's borders. Under these circumstances, Long He obtained permission to enter the Eternal Tower from the air with Dark King Feng He. The magical barrier originally prepared by the Eternal Tower to prevent infection was currently in an unrepaired state at its top. This magical barrier was not originally intended to block dragon attacks. After being destroyed by dragons, the Eternal Tower urgently repaired the part of the barrier connecting it to the ground to maintain orderly entry and exit. Maintaining infection prevention was the true purpose of this magical barrier. The barrier, which had been actively closed by the Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes before the damage could escalate further, had now been fully repaired, but was currently closed unless attacked from the air. Shenrua received a crystal message from Feng He and walked out of the Jimu Medical Hall. Among the long line of people in front of the medical hall, she saw a somewhat familiar figure. Outside the Far East Dragon Tomb, the leader of the Wild Hunters, Yolos. Shenrua only glanced at him before looking away. Feng He would arrive soon, and his presence would easily attract the attention of others. He parted ways with Yolos and Sak in the Darkfall Kingdom, and these two wouldn't be unaware of the Dark Priest and King Feng He of Darkfall. Shenrua needed to get to Twin Tower City, and didn't want to reminisce with Yolos. Yolos' presence here was obvious. He was clearly after the infection potion. Judging from Yolos' attire, it was clear that he and Sak hadn't fared badly these past few years. The leader of the Mutual Aid Society, a black-eyed human, was probably Sak. He probably hadn't given up on the prophecy of the Black-Eyed King's divinely ordained poem. Shinruo shook his head. Although he told Sak that one must create their own beliefs, if the Mutual Aid Society was Sak's creation, then perhaps he wasn't a truly suitable king for the crown. However, the humans on the Dust Sand continent hadn't yet established a nation, and as an outsider, Shinruo felt he had no right to comment on the continent's historical trajectory. Even though he had been intentionally or unintentionally drawn into many major events that had occurred on the continent in recent years. If the game of the gods was truly, as the god Shinruo had encountered so far had said, that as long as a candidate won, it might prevent the core, the 8 universes connected to it, and the continent built around it from collapsing, then the game had already reached its designated late stage. Shinruo also needed to consider whether his sense of belonging lay in the world he was born in, or in this continent. Provided there was a choice. Steel Stone had already made his choice, and Shinruo could understand it quite well. If living in a world with only stone elves as intelligent beings, their life experiences would indeed be very limited. In ancient times on their home planet Earth, poets used the metaphor of a rock to represent unwavering, praising the quality of steadfastness. However, this quality was praised because it was a rare commodity for humans with flesh and blood. For the stone elves, who were originally of the same kind as rock, unwavering meant a lack of surprises and changes. This continent, with its diverse races, would probably be far more colorful and vibrant for the stone elves than a world with only one intelligent race. Even if he finds it difficult to truly experience this rich and varied feeling, just as people on his home planet Earth, before the development of holographic technology, relied on screens to learn about world events, it was easy to feel a lack of realism. Shinruo could understand Gangshur because his life on the isolated island meant his understanding of the world was often mediated through electronic scrolls. While fully simulated simulators could provide some immersive experience, to ensure the safety of the brain, all the data, their simulated landscapes and history. There were no artificial intelligence electronic life forms, nor any other people to interact with Shinruo. Gangshur, watching everything happening on the Dust Sand continent, especially witnessing emotions he couldn't understand, would also experience similar feelings. Arguably, Gangshur's experience would be even worse. But even at its worst, it was still a place where intelligent life, constantly evolving, lived. The stone spirit race wasn't without change, but this change was different from others. Life lacking some sensory abilities was still different from life possessing full sensory abilities. Because Shinruo understood Gangshur, he had also harbored similar thoughts. The desire to remain on the continent if the gods' game ended and the continent still existed. While Shinruo was pondering this, he was spotted by Long He, who had flown above the Eternal Tower, as he walked to a less crowded area. Long He transformed into a human form with wingspan and flew downwards. Feng He, on his back, seemed to have a deep understanding of how unreliable dragons were as a means of transportation. Feng He flipped in midair, condensing dark elemental power into a pillar that shot into the ground where no one was. Then, with each step he took, a step extended from the pillar, and he descended the steps. As he walked, the steps behind him, and the portion of the dark elemental power pillar above them merged into the particles of the air. When Shinruo first met Feng He, formerly known as the King of Soldiers he had used similar dark elemental magic to create shapes. Now, it seems his ability to use this dark elemental magic for shaping has become even more powerful. Feng He and the dragon's arrival indeed attracted the attention of some native inhabitants of the Eternal Tower. However, the Eternal Tower is constantly frequented by powerful beings, including many at the spirit rank. Therefore, after a brief moment of attention, the inhabitants of the Eternal Tower returned to their daily routines. As for the outsiders still in the Eternal Tower, many are still queuing because they haven't yet obtained the cure for the infection. Leaving the Eternal Tower is now easy, but entering is relatively difficult. Outside the Eternal Tower's territory, long queues of various races are waiting to enter. It's not easy for these beings to see the King of Darkfall Kingdom, but for them, the infection cure, which concerns their fate, is more important. Therefore, although they follow King Feng He of Darkfall Kingdom with their eyes, they remain firmly in place. Maintaining their position in the queue is paramount. Feng He wasn't a stranger to the Tower of Eternity, though this was his first time entering in such a flamboyant manner. So, he casually greeted Shinruo, and then led her to a suitable spot for Long He to transform. His demeanor was natural, as if his entrance hadn't been his doing. Shinruo, not wanting to attract too much attention, followed Feng He to the plaza where Long He could transform and take off, then jumped onto the dragon's back. Long He didn't wait for Shinruo and Feng He to settle in before taking off. However, this wasn't Shinruo's first experience. His first flight had been far more thrilling. The kind where demons chase after you. I heard you were near Weha town last time, but you didn't ask me for help. Feng He spoke, referring to the battle between the Dragon Clan candidate and the Cold Serpent Clan candidate, Ellie. After all, that battle took place not far from the border of the Darkfall Kingdom, and the magical combat between the two was truly earth-shattering, drastically altering the terrain. However, Shenrua hadn't expected Feng He to know she was present, as not many people knew about this. Twin Tower City. Feng He prompted Shenrua, because you had Long Wei relay the information about Weha Town, which originally belonged to the White Tree Kingdom, to Twin Tower City. Long Wei doesn't seem like the type of dragon to do this voluntarily. His revenge plan is probably to find a candidate to cooperate with after he reaches the spirit rank, or to confront that Lord DeLong in some way I can't imagine. Feng He couldn't think of many ways Long Wei could take revenge, but if it was a plan Shenrua had arranged for Long Wei, then Feng He wasn't sure if he could guess it. For the past few years, Shenrua and Long Wei have been forging weapons in the Tower of Eternity. Long Wei appeared at the site of the final battle between Lord DeLong and Ellie, so deduce that Shenrua was also there wouldn't be difficult for Feng He. That was indeed what I asked him to do, Shenrua said. However, there's something you didn't say, but you're mistaken. How do you know I didn't say something? Feng He asked, puzzled. Because saying it would sound like I'm more cunning than Long Wei, and cunning might not be a compliment to you, but I don't mind. You think I was the one who arranged everything, teaching Long Wei how to take revenge. My plans would be meticulous and complex, because Lord DeLong was originally a wild dragon, so he's far less meticulous than me. But you're wrong. Chapter 414. The wind howled, and Long Wei seemed to sense something. Although his eyes were covered, he still raised his head, accurately pointing in the direction from which the dragon was flying overhead. Dragons naturally sense the approach of other dragons, and having repeatedly trained himself to perceive the world using his senses other than his eyes, he could determine that a dragon had arrived above Twin Tower City, and was preparing to land. Shenrua and Feng He jumped off the dragon wielding dark elemental power. They were among the first spectators to arrive at Twin Tower City. Long Wei sensed that the dragon was a dark elemental power dragon and asked Shenrua, "Is this the Dragon Clan Star Spirit Priest of Darkfall Kingdom?" "Yes, it is indeed him," Shenrua said. "Although you didn't see me, you guessed it was me based on Long He's attributes. You weren't very good at this kind of perception and analysis before, but it seems you improved a lot." Long Wei was a little embarrassed by the praise, and shook his head. "I'm probably still far from it." A spirit-rank dragon, Long He, standing beside him, revealed Long Wei's identity. "As far as I know, Lord DeLong is also a spirit-rank dragon." "You broken through to the spirit rank?" "That's right." Actually, Long Wei only began his breakthrough to the spirit rank after ending his crystal communication with Shenrua. Because he directly received the infusion of his father's power and residual consciousness, although he broke through to the spirit rank, he wasn't stronger than a spirit rank dragon that truly cultivated through its own power. However, dragons are naturally able to recognize the strength of their own kind, which is why Long He noticed Long Wei's change. Long Wei didn't intend to make a fuss, because only Lord DeLong would sense it and want to investigate. Lord DeLong gained considerable benefits from killing Long Wei's father, and even without the constraints of the laws, he couldn't resist investigating further. He just wasn't in such a hurry. The fact that the dragon candidates chose to slumber before arriving in this world suggests that the god of space must have manipulated things. The law that spirit-level dragons cannot coexist was originally established by him, and the gatekeepers of the gate connecting the dragon candidates' original worlds were actually a branch of the god of space's will. Shenrua didn't believe he hadn't guided the dragon candidates in making their choices during this process. However, the purpose behind everything the god of space was currently doing was shrouded in mystery, leaving Shenrua completely baffled. "That's a celestial fox?" Feng He, no longer participating in Shenrua and Long Wei's conversation, noticed several celestial foxes dancing in the distant plaza and asked. "Yes, they say the ritual to please the gods cannot afford any mistakes, but I think they have ulterior motives," Long Wei said. "Perhaps they're researching how to use charm to influence the largest number of spectators on the day of the ritual. Who knows?" In the past, the Holy See was able to establish itself because its celestial priests possessed the strongest abilities on the entire continent. Even though Twin Tower City hasn't inherited all of its legacies, it still has many powerful celestial priests. Longha didn't particularly agree with Long Wei's view. Charm is essentially a talent for influencing the mind of others. It's actually a type of mental magic. It doesn't have much effect on those with strong mental power. For example, our friend, the human beside us now, I believe he won't be too affected by the charm. The human Long he was referring to was, of course, Shenruo. Shenruo shook her head. It's impossible to say there's absolutely no influence. I just know I'm being influenced, but because the influences I experienced so far have only concerned trivial matters, and don't conflict with my principles, I haven't actively resisted. You can be influenced too. Long he was surprised. He clearly remembered how he, and the other judges participating in the Star Spirit Priest assessment, were utterly tormented by Shenruo's Franda in the 10 Direction Star Luo. And that terrifying nighttime gaze, under that oppressive force, Shenruo seemed unaffected. How could someone like that be charmed? Shenruo explained. Tianhu Tianchua, you all know her. Speaking of which, the first time I met Feng He was because of the Tianhu jade fragment she carried, which caught Feng He's attention, or more accurately, the attention of the Heshi clan member who was traveling with Feng He. Later, for various reasons, she repeatedly came to me, many things that were insignificant. I knew there was an element of performance in her seeking help, but I generally chose to help when I could. That's the result of being bewitched. Otherwise, there are some things I wouldn't have done. For example, when I first had her join the 10 absolutes of dust and sand for protection, it was actually more beneficial for both me and Saintson at that time by not revealing Saintson's identity as one of the 10 absolutes. However, now Saintson no longer hides the fact that she is one of the 10 absolutes spirit rank from Feng He. During the capture of the sacred demonic flame, Saintson had already revealed her spirit rank strength and her identity as one of the 10 absolutes of dust and sand. But if you were to fight them, given their allure, they shouldn't let you hold back, right? Long he asked curiously. In a duel, that would be true, but the Star Spirit Priests of Twin Tower City haven't triggered the 10 Direction Star Luo. Actually, I think this means their spiritual strength is probably weaker than mine. While I can resist the allure of the Celestial Fox clan, when the dragons arrive here, will other beings be able to resist their allure? Even if the Star Spirit Priests can, you should know very well how their combat strength compares to their spiritual strength. Long he. Shenruo pointed out the hidden dangers posed by the Celestial Fox clan's allure. Moreover, as far as I know, such a number of Celestial Foxes is enough to trigger an even stronger allure spell. This allure spell might originate from the world of Gisilfa, knowledge not belonging to the Dust Sand continent. During the auction of the sacred relics at the Tower of Eternity, Gisilfa, in order to have enough money, other buyers bid on the Celestial Fox jade fragments, selling a batch of Celestial Foxes at once. Those Celestial Foxes had used their charm at the auction, and Ling He was present in the VIP room at the time. She almost lost control, and wanted to participate in the auction the instant the Celestial Foxes used their charm together. Ling He was a top-tier Celestial Fox. In other words, these Celestial Foxes could at least directly charm warriors and mages, rendering them unable to resist for a short time, a very strong form of heart control. They didn't even suffer the negative effects of using mental magic, because the power was concentrated in their consciousness, freezing their bodies the moment the mental magic was used. This was very dangerous. Without a protector, anyone unaffected by mental magic could kill a Celestial Spirit Priest using it. You could all resist the allure because you all trained in mental arts, so you didn't realize how much influence the Celestial Fox clan's allure has on warriors or mages who haven't trained in mental arts, Shenruo said to Long He and Long Wei. Then isn't there any way to break this effect? Long Wei imagined for a moment, thinking that if even the mages or magical warriors of Twin Tower City couldn't resist such allure, then the several contingency plans prepared by Twin Tower City would probably be greatly diminished, and he couldn't help but ask anxiously. Of course there are ways. The first is the Starlight Armor, which the Holy See and later Twin Tower City both used. Shenruo thought for a moment, but I'm not sure how many of these Starlight Armor or fabrics Twin Tower City currently have. I'm afraid they have some, but not many. In the past, the Holy See possessed the largest number of celestial priests on the entire continent, and in the field of mental magic cultivation, the Holy See was far ahead of the competition. The Celestial Fox clan resided year-round on the 1,000 desolate plains. Even if Celestial Foxes roamed the continent, they would most likely not dare to seduce or provoke the Holy See. Later, various nations and organizations chose to support candidates of the same race as the dominant power. The Celestial Fox clan's candidate, Gisilfa, although extremely arrogant and possessing a tyrannical air within his own clan, was not a blindly confident Celestial Fox who would wage war against the strongest power on the continent. Therefore, the Celestial Fox clan rarely appeared in the Twin Tower City sites. The Twin Tower City had created Starlight Armor and Starlight Fabric to resist mental magic, but the creation of these items consumed a great deal of mental energy and required the participation of celestial priests to complete. Shenrua had also seen similar manufacturing techniques. The dark priests of the Darkfall Kingdom, Long He, and his foster mother from the Heshi tribe, had all replicated his star spirit scales. The star chart was an essential tool for priests using mental magic, therefore, those expending mental energy in its creation prioritized star charts. As for armor and fabrics, the Holy See likely prepared only a small quantity, enough for their needs. Twin Tower City inherited a portion of the Holy See's authority, the affiliation of Zhezhe, and the complex of buildings and the Holy Temple, but not entirely. Some starlight armor and starlight fabrics had already been distributed to Zhezhe, who had provided significant support to the Holy See in the past. Some of them had become family heirlooms for these Zhezhe's families. Not all of these Zhezhe supported Twin Tower City's current operating model. The Zhezhe of Weha Town, located on the border between the White Tree Kingdom and the Darkfall Kingdom, were among those who outwardly complied but inwardly defied, even plotting to overthrow Twin Tower City. Zhezhe, who directly rejected Twin Tower City, an organization that had accepted the Hercules as a co-governing force, could not return the resources originally belonging to the Holy See to Twin Tower City. These resources included a portion of the starlight armor and starlight fabric. And the second one? Long Wei, hearing Shenrua mention the first, knew there must be a second, and couldn't hold back any longer, wanting Shenrua to finish the explanation. The second one depends on whether Geshelfa personally participated in their collective use of the charm technique they were practicing. If he did, then I think I might have a way to weaken it. As for the specifics, I don't intend to tell you. Shenrua said to Long Wei, there's a saying in my hometown. Things are accomplished in secrecy. It's better to leave some suspense. Long Wei, after hearing this, finally stopped asking. He knew that if he continued to ask, it would represent something somewhat embarrassing, his lack of composure, something he hadn't improved at all since meeting Shenrua. He didn't want to be looked down upon by Shenrua. He was now a spirit-ranked dragon. Chapter 415. The method to weaken the charm spell involving Geshelfa is, of course, to use Geshelfa's blood as the weapon for the ritual, or Geshelfa's heart's blood. One such weapon was given to Heshi Duing, a 10th-rank spirit realm cultivator, and the other is in Shenrua's hands. The blood was originally divided into 3 parts, and Shenrua hasn't used one part to forge the weapon yet. After their journey through the Thousand Silence Plains, upon returning to the Eternal Tower, Shenrua and Duing discussed Geshelfa's reaction to Duing's sword, agreeing that the sword should have an effect on Geshelfa. So now it's time to test its effectiveness. To ensure a sufficient impact, using the remaining drop of blood at a crucial moment is also an option. Let's go take a closer look at those heavenly foxes dancing. Long He didn't share Long Wei's psychological burden of facing a battle with another spirit realm dragon at any time after crossing the spirit realm. The outcome of the battle between the Twin Tower City and the She-like Kingdom's dragons was not a matter worth considering for him. The rare Celestial Fox Clan sacrificial dance was something he couldn't pass up, and he figured he should see it since he was already there. Long Wei shook his head, declining the invitation. You guys go ahead, I won't go. I need to focus on my training. Shenrua understood. If possible, he should practice their coordination with Long Wei, but this was Twin Tower City, and practicing together might seem to interfere with the Twin Tower City's plans. It was better to wait until Lord DeLong appeared, and then decide what to do. Then we head over first. See you tonight? Shenrua bid farewell to Long Wei. Long Wei now had a large, exclusive residence in Twin Tower City, originally a place used by the Holy See to receive noble lords of the dragon race. Although the god of space, whom the dragons worshipped, left behind a spatial storage gem containing the power of spatial magic in this world, he had never revealed himself to the dragons. Therefore, even the dragons, if they wished to look up to their deity and pray to him, had to come to the Holy Temple. Since Twin Tower City took over the authority of the Holy See, the dragons of She-like Kingdom had not visited the Holy Temple. Below the 8 statues in the Holy Temple was a circular stone wall, about half a person's height, used to separate the statues from the area of secular activities. This circular wall led to the former living quarters, palaces, and various sacred ritual spaces of the Holy See, connected by another stone wall, also about half a person's height, enclosing a circular stone plaza. From the air, the low wall surrounding the plaza and the 8 statues of the sacred temple formed a shape resembling the ancient Arabic numeral 8, the number of our home planet Earth. Within the circular plaza were 6 entrances, each with stone steps leading to different areas of the former Holy See. Shenrua, Feng He, and Long He walked along the path to the plaza, watching the Celestial Fox's performance up close. The Celestial Foxes rehearsed with utmost seriousness, as if they had no other thoughts but were simply preparing to dance for the gods. However, Feng He was clearly affected. He was a spirit-rank hermit. Feng He's eyes momentarily glazed over, and almost without thinking, he whispered in praise, "The celestial foxes truly deserve to be called the most beautiful race on the continent. Their dance will surely earn the gods' favor." Although Shenruo and Long He also found the celestial foxes beautiful, they didn't grasp the latter part of Feng He's thoughts. Shenruo couldn't help but pat Feng He on the shoulder. Feng He seemed to snap out of a daze, immediately realizing he had been captivated by their allure. Because he wasn't in a tense standoff with the celestial foxes rehearsing, but rather in the position of an audience member, his guard wasn't as high as in a combat-ready state, and he had inadvertently become immersed in their charm. "It seems you're right. The Celestial Fox clan retains some beastly characteristics, a disadvantage in terms of intelligence, but an advantage in terms of perception. They have sharp ears and eyes." From where Shenruo, Long He, and Feng He were, even speaking in hushed tones, was enough for the celestial foxes to hear. Therefore, Long He also became more careful with his words, holding back. He only said that Shenruo was right, without specifying which of Shenruo's statements was correct. However, Shenruo and Feng He both understood that this referred to the question they had discussed with Long Wei before arriving at the plaza, whether the allure of the Celestial Fox clan was effective, and how effective it was. At this moment, the Celestial Foxes finished a round of rehearsals. Gisilpha stood still, and a Celestial Fox immediately took out an extremely ornate throne from its spatial storage gem, then spread a comfortable soft carpet on it. Several other Celestial Foxes magically produced a considerable amount of items from their spatial storage gems, and soon the plaza became an open-air resting place. Gisilpha reclined on the throne, the table in front of him laden with food. A Celestial Fox knelt on the ground, her hands raised above her head, holding a plate with pastries in the center. This must be one of Gisilpha's favorite dishes, because the position where he knelt and held up the plate was perfectly within Gisilpha's comfortable reach. Therefore, the Celestial Fox was crouching very low. Maintaining this posture must have been difficult for him. It seems that while Tianxue had greatly improved the Celestial Fox clan's situation, this improvement didn't include the Celestial Foxes serving Gisilpha's daily needs. Tianxue stood not far in front of Gisilpha, and she had no desire to witness Gisilpha's carefree lifestyle during his rest, no matter how beautiful he was. She had noticed Shenruo, Feng He, and Long He, but hadn't come over, probably out of consideration for Gisilpha's presence. "Isn't that your friend?" Gisilpha wouldn't allow Tianxue to ignore him. He emphasized the word friend. "Aren't you going to go and say hello?" It seems Gisilpha remembered Shenruo. Shenruo felt no honor whatsoever, but watching Tianxue walk towards them with a hint of helplessness, she then performed a salute befitting the Heavenly Fox clan. "King Onlua, all is well." King Onlua is indeed well. Gisilpha finally stood up and walked toward Shenruo and Feng He. "It is said that my queen once carried a fragment of the Heavenly Fox jade to the Eternal Tower in search of a way to retrieve the other fragments, and encountered you there. Our clan's most precious sacred relic has since disappeared without a trace. Shouldn't you give our Heavenly Fox clan an explanation?" Feng He shook his head. "The disappearance of that Heavenly Fox jade fragment has nothing to do with me. Your queen was there at the time. Surely the Heavenly Fox King doesn't know its whereabouts even now." "I truly don't know," Gisilpha said. "The queen told me that a third party appeared and accurately stole the Heavenly Fox jade fragment. How come, even Hushi, a spirit-ranked soldier king at the time, couldn't track it down?" "Many flower-haired rats live there," Feng He replied. "The underground labyrinth built by the flower-haired rats is intricate and complex. It's normal that I lost track of them. But I think that someone who could obtain this item between such excellent Heavenly Foxes as myself and the queen must be a spirit-ranked individual." Gisilpha suddenly sneered. "Of course, a spirit-ranked individual. A spirit rank, and a spirit rank like a spotted rat. Otherwise, why would he use a tunnel dug by a spotted rat, escaping like one? Heh. I got my suspicions about who he is. He must be the candidate who hasn't yet revealed his mark, with a shifty face and a furtive expression, always hiding. He used a spotted rat's tunnel as soon as he arrived on the continent, and he's been hiding constantly in the competition for the gods' approval. Tell me, what's the difference between him and that spotted rat?" Although Gisilpha was actually referring to Shenruo, listening nearby, expressed strong agreement with his statement. Just a spotted rat? When he lived on the isolated island, he learned to mimic the behavior of different animals to gain knowledge of survival in the wild. However, his expression of agreement was interpreted differently by Feng He. Feng He knew that the Heavenly Fox jade fragment was actually in Shenruo's hands, so he greatly admired Shinrua's ability to maintain such an expression despite Gisilfa's scolding. He also thought that Shinrua had finally developed acting skills over the past few years. He hadn't considered the possibility that Shinrua genuinely agreed with Gisilfa's view. What, is the queen unhappy? Does she think I shouldn't discuss these things in front of your friends? Never mind, since we're resting anyway, your majesty, you and your friends can wander around. Gisilfa waved his hand, clearly indicating that Tian Shui should take Shinrua and her group away, and that they didn't need to come back for their rehearsal. Shinrua might not understand Gisilfa's implied meaning, but Feng he certainly did. He smiled politely. Then I accept. It's an honor to enjoy the scenery of the sacred hall with Queen Tianhu. Tian Shui also felt it would be awkward to stay, so she nodded and said, it's my honor too. They were now representing the Tianhu clan and the Darkfall Kingdom, respectively, and their conversation with Gisilfa sounded like diplomatic rhetoric. After they were out of the Celestial Fox clan sight, Shinrua finally spoke. Are you happy? This was a question he was very curious about, because Tian Shui had chosen to become the queen of Gisilfa. Her will was incredibly resolute. In Shinrua's view, she must have traded the happiness of freedom for the happiness of achieving her own wishes and ideals. These are two different levels of happiness, but it seemed that Tian Shui wasn't enjoying the happiness of sacrificing her freedom for her ideals. Happy? I guess so, Tian Shui said. Actually, I should thank you. You're probably not the type to be charmed by me, but you are still willing. Willing to make an option close to being charmed by me, but it ends here. It ends here. What do you mean? Shinrua didn't quite understand Tian Shui's words. I have a premonition that I have a hard time surviving this time. If you don't believe me, you can let the Star Spirit Priest take a look. Tian Shui voiced her inner worries. She had attended the ceremony in Darkfall Kingdom, and knew that the dragon before her was a Star Spirit Priest of the Darkfall Kingdom's Dragon Clan. The Celestial Priest has the ability to use divination. She has never seen a glimpse of the future by the Celestial Priest, but if her premonition is accurate, then it is very likely that Lunghe will see her future in Twin Towers. Chapter 416. Do you really want me to see it? Long he scrutinized Tian Shui. Although he knew of her and had seen this beautiful heavenly fox queen, he didn't understand her. Shinrua almost immediately wanted to interrupt the conversation. If Tian Shui's future was truly as she described, and they had learned about the future, should they intervene? If this scene only concerned Tian Shui, Long he could certainly choose to ignore it, but what if? Shinrua knew what this would have meant. What if this scene involved Long Wei's life or death? Long he wanted Shinrua to see it. Should Shinrua look? Shinrua hadn't seen the scene related to Zija's future, but because of her intuition, she had Zija find a Star Spirit Priest to see it. Because Zija's life or death concerned the establishment and destruction of the Holy See, the Star Spirit Priests belonging to the Holy See were terrified and hesitated about the outcome they saw. Finally, the High Priest of the Star Spirits also went to see the scene. From the moment he saw it, his fate had already changed. Because the High Priest of the Light Star Spirit was concerned about the destruction of the Holy See, his position naturally dictated that he had to intervene in Zija's life and death. Zija survived, but the High Priest of the Light Star Spirit died. Without the High Priest of the Light Star Spirit, the Lord of the Holy See could not single-handedly maintain the Holy See's operation as it had when the High Priest was present, which led to the subsequent changes. Although the Holy See was not overthrown by the evil will, it was no longer the Holy See that symbolized tradition. Now, two towers, one black and one white, stand atop the passageway left by the concentric stone wall. Although many on the continent still habitually call this place the Holy See, this name will eventually be lost to history. If the legacy of the gods can prevent this continent from collapsing, those who glimpse the future will die in the altered future. Never mind, Long he refused Tian Shui. If what you say is true, then using prophecy on you is taboo for me. The Celestial Fox also has Star Spirit Priests, you must know that, right? You're so beautiful, if I saw you injured or killed, I think no being could bear it. Of course, you want to see you standing triumphantly at the pinnacle of victory, but the outcome is what you don't want, so you want me not to. Even if I speak out of compassion, then these two beside me, well, not counting our king, but this one beside me, maybe he'd think of a way for you. So that's how charm is used, like a gentle, silent rain. Who says the Celestial Fox isn't smart enough? When it comes to instinct, you're incredibly clever. Feng he was speechless. Although what Long he said was very likely true, it was too blunt. Now that Tianxue is the queen of the Celestial Fox clan, and Long he is the Star Spirit Priest of the Darkfall Kingdom, if Long he didn't possess the ability to fly, he should have brought Ling He instead of Long He to the ceremony. Tianxua hadn't considered all this when she spoke. It was the Celestial Fox clan's survival instinct that led her to make this request to Long He at such an opportune moment. She hadn't expected Long He to refuse in this way, and her expression changed slightly, her body trembling slightly. The Star Spirit Priest I brought was rather impolite. After all, he's a dragon, Feng He said. Dragons have an inherent arrogance and rudeness. I hope you forgive him. Tianxua took a deep breath, composed herself, and revealed a stunning smile. I don't blame him. I made an inappropriate request without thinking it through. The celestial priests of Twin Towers have probably already seen the scene you're looking for, Shenrua suddenly said. You and Gisilfa must have considered this as well. You went to Shi-like Kingdom, and then came here. Your request to perform for the gods naturally carries the highest legitimacy in the sacred temple, a center of faith that reveres the gods. They can't refuse you, but they can't help but suspect you. So when you said you might not survive, you were indirectly telling us that your purpose was to come here to participate in the battle. You're not afraid of us knowing, and Gisilfa let you walk with us. He's not afraid of us knowing either. Because Twin Towers has celestial priests, they will naturally know. You're a spirit rank, and your chances of survival among the celestial foxes are second only to Gisilfa. Gisilfa has the protection of the candidate mark. Only Zhezhe and Ishi, the two candidates, can actively harm him. As long as the celestial priests see a glimpse of the future of every celestial fox who comes here, Twin Towers will inevitably find out about your plan. So you're not afraid. They knew. From the moment we met, you seemed omnipotent. Including discovering that Saintson was one of the 10 deadly generals of dust and sand, including. Tianxua said to Shenrua, are you really human and not a member of the Illusion clan? Fortunately, you've been helping me all along. Otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to resist killing you. Tianxua finally revealed a slightly cruel side to her personality. The Sky Fox clan still retained a bestial side. However, she quickly returned to her usual demeanor. But it's too late now. I can't beat the one next to you, and if I make a move now, Twin Tower City won't let go of such a good opportunity to weaken Gisilfa in advance. If you're from the Illusion clan, then everything makes sense. The Illusion clan excels in eye techniques, and like charm, these techniques can affect other beings. You're unaffected by my charm, because eye techniques can cancel out charm. You know that Saintson is one of the 10 great masters of dust and sand. Because you might be a spirit rank Illusion clan member, or perhaps you were one of the 10 spirit rank members of the 10 great masters of dust and sand from the beginning, or perhaps you're the candidate who hasn't shown up yet. It's not that you don't want to show up, but rather that the Illusion clan's advantage is unpredictability. You steadily use your human identity to dispel our suspicions, while using your changing appearance to do things that attract attention, so you never reveal your true identity, right? Now that we met, could you tell me if you're from the Illusion clan, so I won't have any regrets? Shenrua sighed. Tianxua, as a celestial fox, wasn't a race skilled in intellectual combat, yet she always seemed to do the right thing. However, these right things often didn't stem from her wisdom. I'm not from the Illusion clan. Shenrua said, if you're interested, have Gisilfa inquire about the secrets of the dragon race. You learn why I know Long Wei. It's because the dragons used a secret technique to predict the location of an Eastern human. Such a thing exists? Tianxua was indeed unaware of this secret about Long Wei's father, Long Ke. After Long Wei's mother died, his father preserved her body, hoping to find a way to resurrect her. The demons claim they can create such a potion, but whether that's true is impossible to verify. They use some forbidden secret method to search for the Eastern humans, and I was the one revealed, the ingredient used to make the potion. Long Wei believed that an innocent life couldn't be exchanged for his mother's, so he came to save me, and that's how we met. His father let you go, because of fatherly love? Tianxua found it hard to believe. Actually, she could understand why Long Wei's father would want to do that. After becoming a high-ranking member of the Heavenly Fox clan, she understood that most people in that position weren't benevolent rulers. So what she found hard to believe wasn't that Long Wei wanted to sacrifice Shenrua to resurrect his wife, but that he ultimately let Shenrua go. Long Wei's obstruction was probably futile against Long Wei at that time. He didn't let me go. Shenrua shook her head. It's just that his method of preserving his wife's body was time-limited, and Long Wei and I escaped that time limit. Tianxua felt a pang of regret. She had been quite confident that Shenrua was a member of the Illusion clan, intending to reveal her answer suddenly, and find a flaw in Shenrua's statement to confirm if he was the final candidate. However, Shenrua's answer surprised her greatly. However, I have indeed joined the 10 absolutes of dust and sand, Shenrua said. The 10 absolutes of dust and sand, and the Dragon clan are enemies, not friends. Regardless of whether I am what you think, as long as Tianhu chooses to cooperate with the dragons, our positions are already very clear. I think, the wise ruler in the heavenly poem. If you insist on burning for Gisilfa, then she can only be Tian Shao. Shenrua's words were a rare display of strength in front of a powerful figure since arriving on the dust and sand continent. Even though the object of his affections was beautiful, and he was always willing to take a step back, choosing between helping and not helping, he consistently chose to help Tian Shui. Tian Shui had actually guessed that he was one of the 10 absolute spirit ranks, and also guessed his candidate status. Shenrua thought that if Tian Shui had asked either of those questions, perhaps he would have admitted it right then and there. However, whether it was due to the nature of the Heavenly Fox clan or for some other reason, Tian Shui ultimately asked Shenrua if he was a member of the Illusion clan. Perhaps in Tian Shui's view, Shenrua being a member of the Illusion clan was the prerequisite for all of this to be true. I am indeed determined to stand with Gisilfa, but if the wise ruler in the heavenly poem is Tian Shao, I'm actually somewhat looking forward to it. Tian Shui finally let go of her inner turmoil and bid farewell to Shenrua. For some reason, Shenrua's statement that Tian Shao would become a wise ruler suddenly brought Tian Shui a sense of relief. She no longer needed to discuss her doubts about the identity of the final candidate with Gisilfa. The lingering gloom in her heart from the battle with Twin Tower City seemed to be dissipating at this moment. The source of all this was her fear of Gisilfa's defeat. She was unsure whether to fight to the death without hesitation, or to consider whether there was a loophole in the blood pact that would allow her to survive. She had now made up her mind. Ah, the beautiful celestial fox of the spirit rank is truly terrifying. Long he seemed to breathe a sigh of relief after Tian Shui left. He looked as if he had thought of something and said to Shenrua, but she was right, wasn't she? Right about what? Shenrua asked, puzzled. Long he looked around, as if afraid of being overheard, then leaned close to Shenrua's ear and said, it's because you're a candidate. Although you're not a member of the Illusion clan, you are a candidate, right? In the 10 Direction Star Luo, the relationship between light and darkness is very different from that on the continent. I can't imagine that kind of light, because I never seen it. How did you imagine it? Don't tell me there are candidates among those incredibly weak Zhe. Chapter 417. Alright, there's really no need to be so secretive. Shenrua stopped Long He from continuing. But don't shout either. I know. Long He said smugly. I also know you are indeed human. He then glanced at Feng He. Wait, although I spoke very softly, your majesty, you heard me, right? I already knew what I needed to know. Feng He said irritably. Although more beings will probably confirm this in the end, the way you are now, any being who glances in our direction will sense something is wrong. Long He then stopped. In the following few days, several well-known figures from the continent arrived at Twin Tower City. Of the 10 absolutes of dust and sand, only Duing and Ji Cheng, besides Shenrua, came. This was different from the outcome discussed in the Crystal Ball when Shenrua left the Eternal Tower. Upon arriving on the dust and sand continent, Shenrua discovered that the powerful and magical artifacts played a decisive role in the course of wars, to the point that conflicts between different nations and organizations were often resolved through strategic maneuvering and struggle by the strongest. However, the philosophy and tactics of war were relatively lacking. The 10 Masters of Dust and Sand believed a grand and interesting battle would unfold in Twin Tower City. After Shenrua's encounter with Tian Shui, they felt that although the possibility was low, they should still be wary of a potential counterattack from Dragon killing the Eternal Tower. Upon hearing Shenrua's words, Sains explained somewhat dramatically, dragons, those arrogant creatures, actually went back on their word after publicly executing one of their nobles, and now they're using the Heavenly Fox of Twin Tower City to attract the attention of the entire continent before coming here to cause trouble? Your imagination is quite rich, but it seems like someone actually did that. Holy demonic fire, but the targets were reversed. They sent 2 spirit rank Zhe to the arena for a duel, and then went to the Holy Sea to steal the Star Disk of Light. Shenrua reminded Sainsen that the Tower of Eternity was a complete victim of this kind of scheme. Even if we can't use the power of the Tower of Eternity to give dragons a place to live without worrying about infection, the Divine Drum and the Celestial Sound Sphere are still things that the dragons covet. Since that's the case, let's go all out this time. Sainsen had an idea, but he still needed the approval of the other 10 absolutes. Shenrua felt a great sense of unease. What kind of big game are you planning? The Dust and Sand 10 absolutes want to use the Divine Language Drum to enhance the drumbeats of the Heavenly Fox clan's prayer dance. Sainsen said, there's a reason why the Divine Language Drum and the Heavenly Sound Sphere can't leave the underground of the Eternal Tower. We told you about this before, haven't we? Since they can't leave the underground of the Eternal Tower, Why are you discussing this in the Crystal Conference? The topic had taken a completely incomprehensible turn for Shenruo. These two items maintain the special divine power left by the god of space in the Eternal Tower, preventing it from weakening over time. This allows the Eternal Tower to carve out a space capable of withstanding a spirit rank battle, including your Golden Mountain, which is also placed in such a space. If you take it away, the power of this space will begin to decline. However, firstly, it won't immediately weaken. Secondly, if a large number of space gems are used to continuously inject the life magic power unique to the Plant Spirit Clan, it can still be maintained for a period of time. Of course, taking only one item and maintaining it for a short period is still manageable for us. At this point, those at the 10 absolute spirit rank who understood her already knew her idea. Stone Spirit 1000 Red spoke up. So, we can take one genuine item and one replica to Twin Tower City, claiming it's the 10 absolute spirits of dust and sand expressing their support for Twin Tower City and the Heavenly Fox Clan's sacrificial ceremony, right? Even if they covet these two items, they have to maintain their image and wait for the other side to make the first move before they have a reason to seize them. Because of this, no matter how they can distinguish the genuine from the fake, they can't very well ask us to hand over the items for close inspection. However, if they are viewed at social distance, the fluctuations of divine power emanating from the genuine item will mislead them into believing that both are genuine. Two sacred relics sought by the candidates. Just think of the frenzy surrounding this. There were two at the previous auction, but those two couldn't compare to these. Elher was never absent from such discussions. Imagine how much they wanted them, but couldn't get them. It's quite amusing, isn't it? Sainzen continued, never one to shy away from stirring things up. You haven't forgotten that these things cause pain to the candidate's brand, have you? Shenruo had already felt the hallucination of pain, or perhaps it wasn't, because he hadn't yet collected the complete Heavenly Fox Jade. In fact, he felt pain at the brand site for a period each day. That makes it even more exciting, doesn't it? Sainzen's opinion was firm. Apart from Shenruo, no other spirit rank member objected to her. If no candidates are encountered along the way, then until the envoy of the 10 absolutes of dust and sand arrives in Twin Tower City, no one will know that the 10 absolutes of dust and sand have brought the most important sacred relic of the Eternal Tower to Twin Tower City. Currently, all the candidates, except for Long, who is still in Shilai Kingdom, have gathered in Twin Tower City. In fact, this journey with the sacred relic is not dangerous for the 10 absolutes of dust and sand. The envoy representing the 10 absolutes of dust and sand who came to observe the ceremony was Tian Xiao. She was disguised, with Doing blending in among her guards, carrying a basket that clearly had a close connection with Ji Mu. Inside the basket, among the space gems, was an orange gem, an altered, extremely orange gem. Hearing that the 10 absolutes of dust and sand had brought the most precious sacred relic to Twin Tower City, the spirit ranks of Twin Tower City took it very seriously, especially the candidates Zhizhe and Yishi, who received Tian Xiao with very formal etiquette. As the principal dancer of the festival, King Jisilpha of the Celestial Fox clan was naturally present, and his expression was far from pleasant. He had already connected many things. Tian Xiao was naturally one of the Celestial Foxes he had sold at the auction, one with a close relationship to Tianxue. The 10 absolutes of dust and sand dared to send this Celestial Fox to Twin Tower City, carrying a mission item that the candidates valued highly. Clearly, the heart's blood he had placed in Tianxia's body to control her had been taken by the 10 absolutes of dust and sand. The one who had wantonly conducted magical experiments with his blood was hiding among the 10 absolutes of dust and sand. As the escort, Doing had found an excuse to slip away from the group before the reception began. The 10 absolutes of dust and sand's guards were all wearing cloaks and veils. His absence wouldn't be noticed. His face was on Jisilpha's blacklist. His mere presence would likely trigger maximum hatred. He slipped into Shenruo's room, having already unloaded the basket containing the extreme orange beforehand, leaving it for Tian Xiao. Although Tian Xiao was no longer affected by Jisilpha's heart's blood, she would still submit to Jisilpha because of the Heavenly Fox Jade. The 10 absolutes of dust and sand wouldn't be careless regarding the divine language drum. Shenruo felt a sharp pain in the brand when Doing appeared. He opened the door beforehand and said to Doing, "You brought the divine language drum here to raise my pain threshold, didn't you?" "Sh." Doing closed the door, feigning mystery. "The divine language drum isn't on me. Look what this is." Doing took the heavenly sound ball out of his storage ring. "It's safer for you to hold it, isn't it?" Doing said. Shenruo gazed at the celestial sound orb. This orb possessed a profound magic, its interior shimmering with starlight. He longed to study it, but the number of candidates present was considerable. Regardless of what he wanted to say to Doing, he first had to store the celestial sound orb in his earring. Weren't you planning to bring the divine language drum? Why did you bring the celestial sound orb instead? Shinru asked. We brought the divine language drum as well, Doing said. Wasn't this to give you a surprise? I think it's more like a shock, Shinru said, but he vaguely guessed the intentions of the 10 absolutes of dust and sand. He had been stalling, indicating he didn't want to participate in the competition between candidates, but he had already signed the Ancient Blood Pact, becoming a member of the 10 absolutes of dust and sand at the spirit rank. The 10 absolutes of dust and sand's bias was self-evident. You can't say that, Doing said. The statues are witnessing, and the sacred temple is not far away. What could be more suitable to witness? Who is a candidate worthy of divine approval? I don't know the whereabouts of what the candidates need, but if I were a dragon, even if this place is a trap, I would still come. Shinru knew what Doing meant. The 10 absolutes of dust and sand were using the divine language drum to enhance the ceremony, making the events of the ceremony unpredictable. If he hadn't appeared, and if Gisilfa, at the heart of the ritual, received some kind of divine blessing or guidance, then Gisilfa might have become the most competitive candidate. Gisilfa probably didn't initially intend to actually complete the ceremony, but rather to influence those watching the rehearsals. The Heavenly Fox clan's charm magic, if intentionally controlled, could make the charmed being unaware of being charmed. That's the most ingenious method. But with the aid of the divine drum, could Gisilfa really say he didn't want to seriously complete the ceremony, and see what would happen? He had sensed the power of the fire elemental god in Tianxue, and had also received the divine inheritance from the fragments of the Heavenly Fox Jade. Didn't he want to seize this rare opportunity to expand his chances of victory? Especially now that he was unlikely to gain the support of any race other than the Heavenly Fox clan. The Dragon clan doesn't have star spirit priests, but the Heavenly Fox clan and Twin Tower City do, Doing said. However, the Dragon clan can seek help. Although the Dragon clan, Twin Tower City, and the Holy See are now enemies, there are still star spirit priest families with long-standing historical ties to the Dragon clan. The future fragments of the candidates cannot be seen, but the other Heavenly Foxes can. Besides the other Heavenly Foxes, there are also the dragons, and Zhezhe, and Hishi from Twin Tower City, who have already confirmed their participation in the ceremony. Where there is battle, there is death. As long as fragments related to death can be seen, the plans of both sides in this battle can be deduced. However, the future of death can be changed. The fragments related to the future, no matter how you look at them, are actually. Chapter 418. Shinru hesitated, for matters concerning gods were difficult to discuss with the natives of the Dust Sand continent. Moreover, when it came to the future, no matter how Shinru thought about it, he would inevitably think of that god who didn't exist in the sacred temple. How are things? Doing noticed Shinru's hesitation and pressed for an answer. I haven't figured it out yet. Shinru ultimately suppressed the urge to tell Doing his innermost thoughts, because the natives of the continent were always influenced by the laws when discussing gods. Then tell me when you figured it out. Doing didn't urge or express curiosity, but rather showed her willingness to wait. After Doing left, Shinru thought of a being who could discuss gods, but this being. He won't affect what happens on this continent. The being in the earring seemed to know what Shinru was thinking, and what he wanted to ask, and unusually spoke up. The god who governs the wind element, a bird that seemed somewhat abstract to Shinru, spoke with an almost mind-reading quality, depending on the timing and content of his words. At least in this respect, Shinru sensed that this bird was extraordinary. That the bird referred to was the ninth god who created Shinru's world. Is prophecy truly unrelated to his power? Shinru asked, somewhat puzzled. The past, present, and future are all related to time. Even the fact that our bodies don't age, or get sick for 8 years, is a manifestation of time stopping its flow within us. Even in our world, we haven't discovered a way to time travel. Some people can see the future in their dreams, and scientists have always tried to find a scientific explanation for this phenomenon. The final answer is deduction, but there are still aspects that cannot be fully explained. Now, thinking about it, it's because that God's eyes can see beyond time. The power of prophecy is certainly related to him, but it wasn't his active influence, the bird explained to Shinru, unusually willing to do so. That's because he also participated in the creation of this world, he just didn't bestow blessings upon humanity. Furthermore, our will can reach the 8 universes, but apart from the universes we created, we cannot materialize, we can only observe other worlds to understand laws beyond those we represent. This is very beneficial for our dimensional ascension. And the passage connecting his universe to the continent will have his power transmitted through it to the Dust Sand continent to maintain its existence, not solely through his power. Shenruo understood, because the god of earth elements had also mentioned the decline of the wills left behind by the 8 gods on the continent, and the catastrophic events corresponding to the continent's maintenance and collapse. At this moment, Jizur had just completed an extreme act of indulgence. He did so because of the dragon, because the power shown to him by the Twin Tower City made him realize that he couldn't truly act recklessly, not even on the Thousand Silence Plains, but this didn't mean his nature would change. He merely avoided those stronger than himself, those with the right to kill him, becoming more cautious. However, in the world created by the god of fire, he possessed royal blood. Jirsilfa's long-established value system, that as a superior, he could do whatever he wanted to lower-ranking celestial foxes, was not easily changed. Tianxue was not a suitable target for his indulgence. The other celestial foxes also had to complete their rituals. Therefore, since arriving in Twin Tower City, Jirsilfa's true nature had remained restrained. Tianxue's appearance spurred him on. After unleashing his beastly nature, Jirsilfa calmed down and contacted the dragon. The final candidate must be among the 10 absolutes of dust and sand. He spoke confidently to the dragon. He must have done it on purpose. He just stored the divine language drum and the heavenly sound orb in ordinary spatial storage gems, just to make me suffer and unable to perform the dance properly. The divine language drum for entertainment, huh? Would anyone but a candidate think of such a thing? And having another heavenly fox deliver it, isn't he afraid of the heavenly fox jade subjugation effect? Is he taking advantage of the fact that I won't ask the heavenly fox to present the drum to me in front of Twin Tower City, or is he secretly watching us compete and laughing? Lord DeLong, however, didn't see it that way. I think you seem to have your judgment influenced by some emotion. We discussed this before, and you also thought he must be a coward, afraid to confront us directly. Isn't he our adversary? If he is, what benefit does he gain from secretly manipulating the divine drums for entertainment, claiming to use the celestial sound orb to chant hymns for the gods? Is bringing the sacred relic meant to be a warning to you to dance properly, and not have any other thoughts? Is that even possible? If that were his intention, he and Twin Towers wouldn't be enemies. Didn't the Protoss priests of Twin Towers personally review the future fragments related to the celestial foxes you brought? Is this their solution? Probably not. The celestial fox's future fragments already included a scene of dancing near the idol. In that scene, was the one drumming for you a celestial fox of your own race. Twin Towers even instigated Dragon's Crest's son to cross the spirit rank in an attempt to deal with me, making me unable to restrain myself. They must have made preparations, intending to use the dragon's might to fight me, and thus control me, before finally killing me. Their open scheme is so obvious. Why go to all this trouble? On the Dust Sand continent, there have always been Protoss priest families with close ties to the dragon race, much like the Holy Sea's past existence of a light elemental dragon fighting team. The dragon race candidate, Lord DeLong, understands that seeing the future is a crucial advantage in this war, but if the Protoss priests actively try to alter what is about to happen, they will pay a heavy price. The Lightstar Protoss priest is a prime example. Even the most powerful Protoss priest on the entire continent could not escape divine law. The backlash that followed was immense. The High Priest of the Star Spirits had a strong sense of belonging to the Holy See. Faced with the choice between the Holy See's legitimacy being destroyed by the holy demonic fire and his own potential death, he chose the latter. Now, among the Star Spirit priests still in Twin Tower City, formerly belonging to the Holy See, how many would still be willing to sacrifice their lives for the victorious contest? Lord DeLong found it amusing, because the Dragon Clan had also allowed the Star Spirit priest families with deep ties to them to see glimpses of the future of the celestial fox chosen by Jirsilfa. The answers these Star Spirit priests gave were different from what he expected. The God of Space has opened the sky. Praise be to the great God of Space. After giving this answer, these Star Spirit priests were unwilling to see any more glimpses of the celestial fox's future. In their view, the dragon was simply showing them what would happen at the festival. Having already witnessed the descent of the divine will, to look any further would be seen as distrust and disrespect for this future manifestation of that divine will. The continent's native inhabitants are extremely solemn and respectful when it comes to matters concerning the gods, refusing to slander them, let alone give the dragon a lie. In other words, if he doesn't intervene and change this future, then Jirsilfa and the other celestial foxes will perform the sacrificial dance together, and the God of Space will respond to them. How strange. He and Jirsilfa never truly intended to perform a dance to bring forth the divine will. The will of Twin Tower City is even more explicit, even going so far as to force Long Wei to transcend the spirit rank. With Long Wei's current strength, even with the power left by his father, Long Qi, to achieve the spirit rank, before Lord Delong, he still resembles an underage child trying to appear as a true warrior. In this situation, both the local lord and the celestial fox, who actually intended to use a lure to render Zhizhe and He incapable of emergency response in Twin Tower City, had their own ulterior motives. Given these impure intentions, it was still unknown whether the Celestial Fox clan would actually complete the festival dance. However, these fragments related to the future revealed the arrival of the will of the god of space. With such a prophecy, Lord Delong truly felt that this trip was imperative. He still couldn't comprehend how this incredible event had been achieved. At this moment, the 10 masters of dust and sand produced the divine language drum, claiming they were to drum for the Celestial Fox clan's dance. The Dragon Clan candidate, Lord Delong, instead believed that the 10 masters' purpose was simply to manifest the will of a god. It's important to understand that while the god who governed space was the great god who created the Dragon Clan and the universe in which the Dragon Clan candidates resided, he had never manifested himself in either universe or in the history of the Dust and Sand continent. The remnant will of such a god was actually descending upon the Celestial Fox clans in pure ritual dance. The Dragon Clan candidate understood the law that different star spirit priests could only see the same fragment of the future related to the same observed subject. This law severely limited the star spirit priest's prophetic abilities. This very weak prophetic ability, if accidentally glimpsed something related to life and death, could even have serious consequences for the prophet. This meant that if a star spirit priest saw something important about the future, they would remain silent. However, after traveling to the Celestial Fox's location and witnessing its future, these star spirit priests displayed excitement at the descent of the god of space. The Dragon Clan candidate had naturally heard the rules of the Dust and Sand Realm divine game from the Gatekeeper, but unlike Shenrua, he didn't know the Gatekeeper's true identity because he encountered the remnant will of the God of Wind slumbering at the bottom of the Valley of the Undying. As for why the will of the God of Space would descend, and what opening the sky meant, the Dragon Clan candidate realized that although he had touched upon the laws of space, and had always wanted to become a god in the eyes of his supporters in the kingdom of Shilai, he knew nothing about the god who created his world. The god had left not a single word about creating the world of dragons. All the Dragon Clan candidates' understanding of him came from the Dust and Sand continent. However, the descriptions of this god in the poems and documents circulating on the Dust and Sand continent were limited to the very beginning of the continent's creation. In such creation poems, each deity has their own duties, and it is impossible to discern the personality or thoughts of a particular deity from them. Chapter 419. The Dragon Clan candidate, after having his dragon might transcend the spirit rank in Twin Tower City, already had other plans. He intended for the Dragon Clan to launch a second attack on the Eternal Tower, because the 10 absolutes of Dust and Sand would definitely be attending the ceremony, and might even have been invited to deal with him. Who would have thought that the Star Spirit Priest would witness a future fragment of a god's descent? The 10 absolutes of Dust and Sand's attending team was said to have a maximum strength of only near spirit rank, and the envoy they sent was the Celestial Fox that Gisilfa had previously sold to the Eternal Tower. This small team even brought the Divine Language Drum and the Celestial Sound Orb. The Divine Language Drum and the Celestial Sound Orb, existing within the power space left behind by the God of Space in the Eternal Tower, are closely related to the Eternal Tower's unique spatial power. Before confirming this with Gisilfa, when the Dragon Clan candidate heard about this from his informant in Twin Tower City, he thought it was just the 10 absolutes of Dust and Sand using 2 imitations as bait. However, before officially receiving Tian Shao in Twin Tower City, Gisilfa couldn't resist visiting the side hall where Tian Shao was temporarily resting, using his own pain to prove the authenticity of the sacred relic. Lord Delong believed it was unrealistic to have all the dragons reside in the town of Eternal Tower, turning it into a dragon-centric town like the towns of Shilai Kingdom. If the 10 absolutes of Dust and Sand continued to hold their ground, the cost of capturing Eternal Tower would be far too high. His aim in attacking Eternal Tower was always to force the 10 absolutes of Dust and Sand to negotiate and accept his terms due to significant losses. It could be said that Lord Delong's true objective was the Star Dragon Lord's hand, the Divine Drum, and the Celestial Sound Orb beneath the Eternal Tower. As long as the Divine Drum and the Celestial Sound Sphere remain underground within the Tower of Eternity, they will remain part of its defensive structure, a fact the Holy Demifier has personally verified. Currently, the Divine Drum and the Celestial Sound Sphere are in Twin Tower City. Lord Delong and Gisilfa have different opinions. If the 10 absolutes of Dust and Sand had reached an agreement with Twin Tower City and were cooperating seamlessly, Why would they need to reveal that the divine drum had already left the Tower of Eternity? Besides increasing the time available for those coveting this item to react, they would gain nothing. To deal with themselves and Gisilfa, they should especially not let themselves and Gisilfa know. If the final candidate was hiding within the escort team of the 10 absolutes of dust and sand, why didn't he conceal the quest items within the candidate's personal spatial storage accessory, preventing other candidates from seeing them? Wouldn't it be far better to reveal them unexpectedly when the ritual changes, rather than leaving them out in the open? Besides, the 10 absolutes of dust and sand took these 2 sacred relics away from the Eternal Tower, and before reaching Twin Tower City, no one knew of their quiet departure, ensuring their safety. If the ritual ended, the candidates who wanted these 2 sacred relics could easily catch up with their team. If the candidates lost their connection to these 2 sacred relics, the whereabouts of the final candidate would be clear. If the connection remained, then given the strength of the 10 absolutes of dust and sand's envoy group, it would be difficult to protect these 2 items. No matter how you look at it, the 10 absolutes of dust and sand's actions were incredibly foolish, and the dragon candidates found it extremely difficult to analyze their motives. Based on the celestial priest's prophecy, the Dragon Clan candidates could only conclude that the native inhabitants of the Dust Sand continent simply could not use common sense to measure matters related to the gods. Perhaps there were star spirit priests among the 10 deadly beings of dust and sand, who also witnessed the descent of the god of space, thus concluding that this was a ceremony of profound significance for the continent's cataclysmic events. It's even possible that their star spirit priests saw that the drummer in the scene was a member of their own organization, the 10 deadly beings of dust and sand, and that the divine drum was present at the moment of the god's descent. Otherwise, the Dragon Clan candidate would find it difficult to understand the future vision related to the celestial fox seen by the star spirit priest, and the actions of the 10 deadly beings of dust and sand. However, there was a flaw in the Dragon Clan candidate's thinking that he himself was unaware of. Even if there were star spirit priests among the 10 deadly beings of dust and sand, for a star spirit priest to see a future vision related to a certain being, it wasn't simply a matter of looking into the void. He would also need to contact the celestial fox, who was about to participate in the ceremony to see it. Before reaching the Eternal Tower, the members of the 10 deadly beings of dust and sand had no opportunity to contact the celestial fox participating in the ceremony. The Dragon Clan candidate was, after all, a dragon with limited understanding of the 10 deadly beings of dust and sand. After understanding the relationships and status of the various forces on the continent, he simply applied his common sense to the ruling spirit ranks of the 10 great dust and sand. Based on the long history of the 10 great dust and sand, Long assumed the relationships between their spirit ranks were similar to those among the noble lords of the Western Kingdom, engaging in collective deliberations. He couldn't believe that the 10 great dust and sand would send something to Twin Tower City simply because they didn't mind making things worse, and found it interesting. Of course, there was another reason the 10 great dust and sand did this. They also knew that this festival was likely to be a battleground for multiple factions among the candidates on the continent. As Gisilfa had indeed anticipated, they had chosen a candidate they wished to support, though their thoughts weren't entirely aligned with Shinrua's. However, these spirit rank individuals were quite confident that Shinrua wouldn't allow other candidates to take the sacred relics of the Eternal Tower without a valid reason. Given the conflicting information from various parties, the actions of the Dust Sand 10 Absolutes in sending the divine language drum and the heavenly sound orb were interpreted differently. Twin Tower City interpreted it as a gesture of goodwill towards the Dust Sand 10 Absolutes, which had finally received a response. Since the Celestial Foxes were in Twin Tower City, just as the Dragon Clan candidate had anticipated, the Star Spirit Priests of Twin Tower City also witnessed the future-related visions of the Celestial Foxes, who had come to Twin Tower City. However, their approach differed from that of the Star Spirit Priest families, who had long maintained ties with the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan candidate didn't explain his plan to the Star Spirit Priests. The plan was entirely Gisilfa's. The Dragon Clan candidate initially intended to observe what future-related visions the Celestial Foxes could show the priests before deciding on his own course of action. This plan, of course, couldn't be revealed to the Celestial Priests, as it concerned their lives, and the Dragonkin candidates didn't believe these Celestial Priests would be completely open with them. Therefore, after seeing the God of Space in the vision, the Celestial Priests were unwilling to watch the future vision of the other Celestial Fox, because that meant questioning the arrival of the Divine Will. The Dragonkin candidates didn't want to expose their own intentions, and couldn't force the Celestial Priests to continue. Moreover, the fact that these Celestial Priests were spreading the Divine Will's message and responding to the Celestial Fox's prayer dance was a good thing for him, or Gisilfa, in their efforts to deal with the Twin Towers. The Protoss priests of Twin Towers City were different. They were Protoss priests, who had witnessed the death of the Protoss priests of light, and the war between the Holy See and the Dragon Clan. Having experienced these events, they remained or chose to come to Twin Tower City. The two candidates for Twin Tower City understood that they lacked the dominant combat power of a single spirit-ranked dragon, comparable to an elite army. They needed to gain more support and unite with forces they could. In Shenruo's own assessment, he believed that these two candidates for Twin Tower City were far stronger than him. This didn't refer to the odds of victory in a one-on-one fight, but rather that these two candidates had accomplished what seemed impossible to ordinary people. On the Dust Sand continent, Zhezhe and He Shi were naturally at odds, but they understood each other, and based on this mutual understanding, they extended their empathy to others, making Twin Tower City, something that was originally impossible on the continent, a reality. Of course, the Zhezhe and He Shi races haven't achieved a complete and genuine reconciliation. Only a portion of the Zhezhe and He Shi have come to understand them, and this has already changed the Holy See, which is already extremely difficult. Even Feng He cannot be said to have fully accepted Twin Tower City. Twin Tower City merely facilitated reconciliation between the Darkfall Kingdom and the White Tree Kingdom, and therefore, he harbors no hostility towards Twin Tower City. The Darkfall Kingdom and the White Tree Kingdom cannot be said to have become friendly neighbors from then on. The Darkfall Kingdom possesses the rare water and all the elites of another branch of the He Shi, and has also absorbed the most powerful force among the humans. The White Tree Kingdom, on the other hand, was a country previously supported by the Holy See. Without the continued support of the Holy See, the White Tree Kingdom's military strength, while sufficient against smaller nations, would be somewhat strained against the Darkfall Kingdom. Because the Darkfall Kingdom was a newly established nation, all parties desired stability rather than a prolonged state of war, which enabled the two sides to reach a willingness to reconcile. The relationship between these two nations, and the rebellion in Vihern Town, demonstrates the immense difficulty Twin Towers City was undertaking. Of course, the common and powerful enemy, the Dragon Clan candidate, served as a catalyst for cooperation between the two races. The Holy See's other pillar, the Holy See Lord, was initially unwilling to fully support any particular candidate due to the power the Holy See had gained throughout its long history. It was the death of the Protoss High Priest and the overwhelming strength of the Dragon Clan candidate that made him realize that with the changing laws of the continent, the Holy See would also decline. The two candidates from Twin Tower City explained the competitive relationship between them to their followers. The Protoss priests who chose to follow them, out of caution, would not blindly believe in the Celestial Fox after witnessing the descent of the Divine Will. If the future visions of all the Celestial Foxes attending the festival are related to the descent of the remnant will of the god, then it can only mean one thing: these Celestial Foxes won't survive the festival's end. And the vision of a random future event certainly won't be a direct reflection of the festival itself. The Celestial Priests, who sought the future for the Dragon Clan candidates, refused to use divination, because the first Celestial Fox's vision showed the descent of the god of space. The Celestial Priests of Twin Towers wouldn't refuse to see the second Celestial Fox for the same reason. Moreover, the future vision shown by the first Celestial Fox they randomly visited was unrelated to the descent of the god of space. What they saw was Gisilfa communicating with a Dragon Clan candidate. Divination cannot hear what Gisilfa and the Dragon Clan candidate are discussing. Their ability to see this future vision didn't originate from Gisilfa. The candidate's mark made them immune to their prying eyes. It was because Gisilfa, after meeting Tian Shao, sought out the Heavenly Fox to vent his inner rage. Through the indulged Heavenly Fox, they witnessed the scene of Gisilfa contacting the dragon candidates after the event. Chapter 420. Regardless of their thoughts or preparations, the Divine Language Drum and the replica of the Celestial Sound Sphere were brought to the plaza during the final rehearsal. Gisilfa's candidate mark appeared on his forehead, adding a primal sensuality to his honey-colored skin. However, he was far from happy. Who could be happy while in constant pain? Warriors from the Dust and Sand 10 deadly organizations surrounded the messengers responsible for playing the Divine Language Drum and chanting with the Celestial Sound Sphere, preventing any other beings from approaching these two sacred relics. Gisilfa was contemplating the possibility of contacting Tian Shao and making her obey his commands. The dragon candidate promised to do something beneficial for both sides before the official ceremony ended, but he only instructed Gisilfa to cooperate as the opportunity presented itself. While Gisilfa was dissatisfied that the dragon candidate wouldn't discuss the details of the plan with him, upon reflection, if the dragon candidate was just fainting, it wouldn't actually harm him. Performing the sacrificial dance without any external influence was something that earned the favor of the native inhabitants of the Dust Sand continent. The Twin Tower City had gone all out, their minds tense as they dealt with themselves and the dragon, only to find that nothing actually happened. This was a tremendous drain on the energy of the side that had prepared so diligently. Of course, Gisilpha was unaware that the dragon's might had already surpassed the spirit rank. He was not a dragon, and could not sense the birth of another spirit-ranked dragon on this continent. All he could do now was to influence the powerful beings watching the rehearsal as much as possible. The celestial foxes assisting in the dance were scattered across the stone ground, their positions carefully chosen. They could not display the entirety of the star map, but they could show the position of the central star representing the descent of divine will in each type of star map. At the entrance to the stone path connecting to the sacred temple, Tinchua and Gisilpha danced gracefully, one on each side. Even though they were on opposing sides, and even though Gisilpha didn't have a good reputation on the continent, at this moment, everyone in the audience acknowledged that both he and Tinchua were beautiful, but Gisilpha was more beautiful. The sound of the divine drum seemed to come from the distant past, the hymns rising and falling melodiously. This was a rehearsal, but the statues in the sacred temple seemed to respond. It's the statues. The statues are responding. Whispers arose from the audience. It's the statue of the god of space. The lingering will of the god of space. Hasn't it never manifested before? The most beautiful celestial fox dance has never coordinated with the drumbeats of the divine drums. The discussions grew louder, the beings speculating about the reason for the statue's response. There's only a sense of connection, not quite a manifestation. The god of space can surely eradicate all evil infections, the god of space. Can anyone think of a way to make him manifest? Dragons, are we still missing dragons? Since it was the statue of the god of space that responded, the crowd immediately thought of dragons. Would the dragons need to offer something for the lingering will of the god of space to manifest? But the holy church of the past naturally rejected the Herxi race, and now Twin Tower City is at odds with the dragons of the kingdom of Shilai. No, even if the dragons of Shilai didn't come, there were dragons among the spectators. Long He, Long Wei, both are dragons. However, under the current circumstances, it seems more appropriate for Long He to appear. Longha was unprepared and never expected the idol to respond during the rehearsal before the informal festival even began. Gisilpha was incredibly anxious. Where was Lord DeLong? What if this triggered a divine manifestation, and Lord DeLong's intended actions weren't yet complete? He couldn't contact Lord DeLong in front of everyone, and the rehearsal wasn't over yet. Gisilpha had absolutely no idea what kind of god the god of space was. Just as Gisilpha was lost in worry, Longha, though unprepared, felt compelled to do something about the manifestation of a divine will, specifically, the will of the god of space, who had never appeared before, given the fact that it involved the remnant of a divine will. Holding a scale made from the replica of the star spirit priests of the Darkfall Kingdom, and a scale composed of a replica of the light star disk circulating on the continent, and a replica of the dark star disk described by Shinrua, Longha spread his wings and flew above the celestial foxes. The celestial fox below was positioned precisely in accordance with the star arrangement at the center of the star map, signifying the arrival of the lingering will of the god who governs space. Long He activated the star spirit balance, and a wind inexplicably arose in the plaza. The statue of the god who governs the wind element has also reacted. But it hasn't manifested. Why? Those watching the rehearsal here were mostly renowned powerhouses from across the continent, and all eyes were focused on the 8 statues, including those of the powerful figures from Twin Tower City. In their view, whatever the dragon candidates intended to do was reserved for the formal ceremony. The most important thing now was for the gods to respond to the chants and dances of the priests. Only Gisilpha and another cloaked figure in a corner had their gazes elsewhere than on the statue. Gisilpha inwardly prayed that the dragon candidate would do something to make the most of this precious opportunity. Ideally, he would be there. And the dragon candidate did just that. Twin Tower City actually used its infected screening mechanism to guard against the dragon candidate's arrival, but neither they nor Gisilpha knew that the dragon candidate had already come into contact with the laws of space. The dragon candidate's mastery of the laws of space allowed him to teleport a limited distance, and this distance was finite, with a daily limit on the number of uses. The dragon candidate had infiltrated Twin Tower City a day earlier. The cloaked spectator in the stands was the dragon candidate. Dragons are always flamboyant, and the dragon candidate, at the pinnacle of power, was no exception. Therefore, no one could have imagined that he would resort to such indirect methods, like a being hidden in the shadows, lurking in a corner of the stands. When the dragon candidate used spatial magic to teleport to the Hashi candidate's side, no one noticed. Hand over the sacred relics you possess, or kill him. The dragon candidate had come here intending to interrupt the ritual before the descent of the remnant will of the god of space, for there was no better opportunity. The continent's native inhabitants' innate reverence for the remnant will of a deity would ensure their attention was completely focused on the divine descent ritual. And this was indeed the case. It could be said that the timing was even better than he had originally anticipated. If the divine will only manifest during the formal ceremony, Twin Tower City, anticipating the potential disruption from the dragon candidates, would certainly be on guard. However, even the powerful beings of Twin Tower City, and the two candidates, Zhezhe and Heshi, have lowered their guard and are looking towards the sacred temple. Therefore, the dragon candidate has made his move. His target is candidate Heshi. Although holding candidate Zhezhe hostage would likely have a greater impact on Twin Tower City, candidate Heshi is closer to him. Candidate Zhezhe's location, however, is beyond the reach of his spatial magic. After taking candidate Heshi hostage, the dragon candidate immediately flew into the air, uttering his threatening words, his voice echoing through the plaza. The dagger he held to candidate Hishi's throat was a divine weapon inlaid with sacred relics. A sudden change occurred, the ceremony was abruptly interrupted, and a dragon roared out from among the spectators. He had actually sensed the dragon candidates approaching, but the laws governing battles between spirit-ranked dragons left by the god of space prevented him from pinpointing their exact location. Even if the dragon candidates were outside Twin Tower City, his senses were very close, so Long Wei failed to determine that they had arrived at the audience seating area. The dragon candidates' actions, taking Heshi hostage and uttering those words, were driven by malicious intent. He didn't believe that Zhezhe and Heshi could truly cooperate seamlessly. He was certain there was a rift between them. How interesting it would be to expose this rift to all the powerful beings. It couldn't be just him, the only spirit-ranked dragon, the most powerful being on the continent, facing skepticism from different factions. Let the followers of the two candidates from Twin Tower City see the true nature of the candidates they trusted. Thinking this, the dragon candidate even felt a surge of satisfaction. He believed that under these circumstances, the cooperation between Heshi and Zhezhe candidates would inevitably crack in public. The competition among candidates for the winner was inherently mutually exclusive. The image of a savior leading the continent out of catastrophe was something dragons couldn't handle, so they shouldn't be either. The Heshi candidate had already realized this. He wasn't some weakling, he had grabbed the dragon candidate's hand the moment the dagger was pressed against his throat. However, the strength of spirit-ranked dragons wasn't solely due to their body's ability to absorb more magical elemental power, it also lay in their exceptionally robust physiques. The Heshi candidate attempted to use martial arts to distance himself from the dagger, but it proved futile. His body was encased in spirit-grade armor formed from dark elemental power, armored to the teeth, covering his neck. Even the dagger, inlaid with a sacred relic, couldn't pierce it immediately. But simply being unable to pierce wasn't enough. The dragon race's spirit-grade magic activated the sacred relic, making it only a matter of time before it pierced the Heshi candidate's spirit-grade armor. Long Wei charged towards the dragon candidate, his target clear, the hand the dragon candidate was holding onto the Heshi candidate. That hand was the one the dragon candidate had recently acquired, the hand of the Star Dragon Lord. Shenrua and Long Wei had already discussed the dragon candidate's hand in their crystal communication. He told Long Wei that if the dragon candidate appeared and Long Wei had no one to help him, remember to deal with the dragon's hand first. After all, it wasn't the original arm. Yuki, a skilled physician, said that no matter how advanced his medical techniques, this arm could never compare to the original arm of a dragon candidate. Not to mention, this arm might harbor the evil will of the Demon King. Chapter 421. The powerful beings of the continent, suppressed by their instinct to revere the gods, found it hard to believe that such a thing could happen at a time when more than one god was expected to respond. The dragon candidate knew he couldn't conquer Twin Tower City in the way he had originally planned. The battle where he lost his hand, and the presence of other candidates lurking in the shadows, made him realize that races weaker than him had their own ways of survival and means of resistance. He used the most inappropriate method for a dragon to carry out an attack, yet this attack was flawless. At the dragon candidate's flying speed, only dragons might could catch him. At this moment, Zhezhe candidate used a communication crystal to order Zhezhe, responsible for the defense of Twin Tower City, to immediately open the magical barrier, but it was too late. The dragon candidate flew out from the closing magical dome. He could only pray that dragon's might would succeed. Just as dragon's might reached the dragon candidate's arm and thrust its sword, the dragon candidate dodged sharply, using spatial magic to create distance between themselves and dragon's might once again. Long Wei continued his pursuit without hesitation, confident that if the dragon candidate showed any weakness, the Herxi candidate would find an opportunity to break free. Not far away, several dragons were flying towards them, clearly reinforcements for the dragon candidate. Long Wei understood why most of these dragon lords chose to support the dragon candidate. Because of their nature, dragons fundamentally believe themselves to be the most powerful and perfect race on the continent. If a candidate could be recognized by all the gods, it could only be a dragon. They could not accept a candidate from another race leading the continent out of the cataclysm. It made them feel as if they were submitting to a candidate from another race. The dragon candidate flew behind several dragons, focusing intently on dealing with the Herxi candidate. Hey, you see, they haven't caught up. Your partner doesn't seem to care much about your life, the dragon candidate said. Don't worry, once I dealt with you, dealing with him will be much easier. Stop talking nonsense. One of the Herxi candidate's hands and body was restrained by the dragon candidate's body, and the arm of the star dragon lord he had swapped with. His other hand was used to fight off the dragon candidate's dagger-wielding hand that was slipping under his arm. In such close combat, no powerful magical artifacts or weapons would be effective. If the dragon's might couldn't break through the dragon's blockade, it was only a matter of time before the Herxi candidate's neck was pierced. Just then, another dragon flew into the air, carrying a zhuzh and a stone spirit on its back. The zhuzh candidate had actually been carried into the air by the dragon Herxi. As Long He flew above Long Wei, the stone spirit leaped down and said, "Hee, I come to help you." Although Long Wei knew Shenruo was already a member of the 10 Absolutes of Dust and Sand, and often heard their voices emanating from the crystal ball, the stone spirit, Ji Cheng, had reverted to his original stone spirit voice, making it difficult for Long Wei to immediately recognize him. Blinded, he relied on altering the particles within a certain distance of him to assess the situation. He first sensed Long He, then the presence of the stone spirit landing on his back. The stone spirit responded to his magical vibrations with spirit-level magic, making Long Wei realize that this was a spirit-level stone spirit who had come to aid him. Under this perception, Long Wei finally guessed that the newcomer was one of the 10 spirit-rank members of the Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes. His spirits lifted, and he couldn't help but ask, "Where is he?" Long Wei didn't mention Shenruo's name, but he and Ji Cheng tacitly knew who he was referring to. Ji Cheng said, "Candidate Zhuzh is coming up to resolve things here. Explaining his qualifications would be too troublesome, so he's staying down to deal with another problem." Gisilfa, upon witnessing the chaos caused by the dragon candidates, didn't rush to help them stop candidate Zhuzh or create trouble for other beings pursuing the dragons. He immediately leaped up, his flames aimed directly at the divine language drum. By magically linking the quest item to the candidate, the quest item could be stored in the candidate's initial storage gem. If Gisilfa hadn't figured this out by the time the 8 Dust and Sand years were nearing their end, then he was no longer qualified to be a candidate. Gisilfa and Tianxue, responsible for the main dance, were positioned towards the entrance to the holy temple in the plaza, while the divine language drum was near the viewing area. Just as Gisilfa's flames were about to touch the divine language drum, it vanished into thin air. Someone had acted faster than him. And with the disappearance of the divine language drum, the pain from the brand also disappeared. What on earth happened? A candidate must have made a move, and faster than him, but he hadn't seen any magical light fall on the divine language drum. Who did it? Could it be a stone elf candidate who, using mimicry, slid along the ground and arrived beneath the divine language drum long ago? How could there be such a despicable and vile way of stealing a sacred relic? Just as Gisilfa had suspected, Steelstone, a candidate from the stone elf race, arrived in Twin Tower City among the spectators. However, Steelstone didn't take advantage of the chaos to steal the divine language drum as Gisilfa had imagined. In Gisilfa's view, only a stone elf with a transparent body and the ability to change their appearance could do so silently. If it were a stone elf with a colored body, born from a colored gemstone, it wouldn't be so bad, but Steelstone was transparent, a stone elf who developed sentience from a gemstone similar to colorless jadeite. In reality, Shenruo struck the divine language drum with her true energy before Gisilfa could. The divine language drum was a crucial sacred relic of the 10 Absolute Dust and Sand. As a member of the 10 Absolutes of Dust and Sand, regardless of whether Shenruo ultimately decides to personally open the divine legacy to vie for the position of the Chosen One, at the very least, the item should be formally handed over by a member of the 10 Absolutes, rather than being arbitrarily stolen by another entity. This concerns the strength of the 10 Absolutes of Dust and Sand in the eyes of various forces traveling to and from the Tower of Eternity. Not to mention, Shenruo has no goodwill towards Gisilfa. If he had to choose a candidate to hand over the quest item, Shinruo would rather give it to candidate Zhizhi. Especially after seeing candidate Zhizhi request Long He to take him to the heavens to fight the dragon candidate after candidate He was taken hostage. While it's possible that candidate Zhizhi might use this opportunity to kill both the dragon and He candidates simultaneously, Shinruo is more inclined to believe that he genuinely wanted to rescue candidate He. If he actually did that, and succeeded, then handing him the quest item, and informing him of the side quest opened by the Divine Legacy wouldn't be out of the question, Shinruo thought. The candidate Zhizhi was unaware that his choice at this moment would determine Shinruo's opinion of him. With the help of Long Wei, Ji Cheng, and Long He easily caught up with the dragon candidate. The dragon candidate needed to carry a powerful figure while flying, so his speed was inevitably difficult to maintain. Long He used his dragon form to pursue, which was much faster than the dragon candidate's human form. The fastest flying dragons were the wind dragons, but none of the dragons that came to support the dragon candidate were wind dragons. There were still several days before the official start of the festival, and the dragon candidate was sending his dragons in batches to stealthily approach the Twin Tower City. A collective action by the dragons would attract too much attention, and unlike the dragon candidate, they couldn't use spatial magic to infiltrate the Twin Tower City. Although there were many dragons, not all of them could arrive at once. Twin Tower City was simply built on the site of the former Holy See, with 2 towers erected and a few buildings modified, but it largely retains the original appearance of the Holy See. From an aerial view, the Holy See appears as concentric circles, and Twin Tower City still resembles that today. Aside from the narrow paths, the main road into Twin Tower City passes through layers of concentric natural barriers before finally reaching the city. These concentric natural barriers make it extremely convenient for Twin Tower City to screen visitors. If a dragon flies by, it will be seen, and Twin Tower City can deploy its magical barrier before the dragon reaches the innermost circle. For a dragon to breach Twin Tower City, it must enter. And for Twin Tower City to kill a dragon, it similarly needs to lure dragon candidates into its interior. Twin Tower City hadn't planned to let dragons into the city too early. It was the dragon candidates who successfully infiltrated using spatial magic. Twin Tower City's original plan was to create a loophole a day or two before the festival, allowing a small number of dragons to sneak into the city. Otherwise, if the loophole was created too early, and the number of dragons who entered exceeded a certain threshold, it would be difficult to determine which side had the upper hand. Twin Tower City wasn't entirely confident in luring the dragon candidates. The dragon candidates might not fall for the trap, and Gisilfa might just be bait. That's why they needed Dragon's Might to cross the spirit rank to determine if the lure had succeeded. If it failed, their task was to trap Dragon's Might, preventing it from being influenced by instinct, and flying to find the dragon candidates. Ultimately, they wanted the dragon candidates to be unable to tolerate the influence of the rules, and have no choice but to come to Twin Tower City. Twin Tower City was very clear that outside of Twin Tower City, they had no chance of defeating the dragons. As long way since the approaching dragon candidates, Zhizhi and He, the other candidates, were not without doubts. Their prepared scheme was essentially a trap, but the dragon candidates' direct approach made them uneasy. This was consistent with Long Wei's usual style. Twin Towers, Long Wei, and Gisilfa each calculated repeatedly. The star spirit priests of Twin Towers used divination, and Long Wei also had families he associated with used divination. However, when the event actually occurred, none of their predictions were correct. You shameless stone elf, show yourself. The Zhizhi candidate was no longer in the audience. Gisilfa's candidate mark was now visible on his forehead. Although surrounded by powerful figures, Gisilfa believed that only the stone elf candidate, Steelstone, could rival him. He preemptively seized the moral high ground, ensuring that no one present could question his decision as it concerned the manifestation of the divine will. The divine will responded to my dance, to the rhythm of the divine language drum. You stole the divine language drum, preventing the ritual for blessing the calamity from taking place. Is this the act of a candidate chosen by the gods? He spoke with grandiloquent words, but his calculations were clear. As long as those present refrained from intervening and blocked Steelstone for him, he could demand a duel between Steelstone and him in this plaza. A duel of many against one. After all, Steelstone had stolen the divine language drum first. He had no reason to engage in a one-on-one duel. With the help of a spirit rank being like Kinshua, 2 spirit-ranked heavenly foxes would jointly confront a spirit-ranked stone spirit. Gisilfa's plan was also shrewd. He could use this opportunity to eliminate Steelstone. Even if the divine language drum had to be returned to the 10 absolutes of dust and sand, it wouldn't matter. Steelstone's quest item would become his. Chapter 422. Some of the powerful beings invited by Twin Tower City secretly supported the city's fight against the dragons. Outside Shilai, Twin Tower City recorded the battle in a special way. To witness that battle required a considerable level of skill, but it was enough for some spirit rank individuals to understand that they were all prey for the dragons. The dragon candidate's sudden attack on the Hershey candidate, while surprising, was not entirely unexpected. However, Gisilfa's sudden demand to fight Steelstone was completely unforeseen. Many other powerful beings simply came to observe. Twin Tower City invited them because of their considerable influence on the continent. Without an invitation, these beings, unaware of the background, would perceive Twin Tower City as arrogant. These beings didn't necessarily have a favorable impression of Gisilfa, but it was a fact that the Celestial Fox's dance had elicited a response from the Colossus of Gods. And the divine language drum had indeed vanished into thin air. Completely unprepared for Gisilfa's sudden attack, Steelstone tried to leave the rehearsal area, but found himself trapped. A dozen or so spirit rank individuals used their spirit rank magic to erect a magical barrier around the plaza, leaving only an opening in Gisilfa's direction. Steelstone stood up helplessly from the spectators and said to Gisilfa, "I didn't take the divine language drum. What evidence do you have to prove I did it? Besides, even without the divine language drum, it should be the 10 absolutes of dust and sand questioning me. You're not the owner of the divine language drum. Judging from your actions just now, you clearly wanted to seize it for yourself." Gisilfa was momentarily speechless, taken aback by Steelstone's words. He hadn't clearly seen Steelstone make a move, and now, with several spirit rank members present intervening to stop Steelstone, he risked losing face if he didn't have a good explanation. Gisilfa wasn't willing to let go of this opportunity for a multi-on-one confrontation, so he said to Steelstone, "Only you can make the divine language drum disappear into thin air. If you can't prove it, then I can only borrow your storage ornament to see if it's inside." The initial storage ornament's properties were only known to the candidate, so the others didn't think Gisilfa's request was unreasonable, just checking the contents of the storage space gem. However, Steelstone knew very well that for candidates to say such a thing to each other was tantamount to removing one's candidate mark, and he wouldn't allow Gisilfa to do so. "You also attacked the divine language drum with fire elemental magic just now. Shouldn't you let me see your storage ornaments too?" Steelstone came to Twin Tower City for two reasons. Firstly, the invitation from candidates Jisha and Hishi, and secondly, the contract he had made with Shinruo. He preferred to remain secluded in the Stone Elf Kingdom, but he also knew that if Jisha, Hishi, and Shinruo were all dealt with by the dragon wouldn't ultimately believe him just because he handed over the quest items. As long as the dragon didn't release the winter settlement after obtaining all the quest items, it would still suspect that some candidates hadn't handed over all the quest items. This wasn't someone with whom cooperation could be achieved through mutual trust. There was clearly some deal between Gisilfa and the dragon, a fact that Twin Tower City had already informed Steelstone of. Therefore, Steelstone interpreted Gisilfa's actions as an excuse, since Gisilfa had clearly used fire elemental magic to engulf the divine language drum. Perhaps Gisilfa had indeed taken control of the divine language drum, but he had just pleased the gods with his dance, causing the statue to react and thus gaining the trust of the onlookers. Of course, charm also played a role, but Steelstone, being a stone spirit, was unaware of this. The divine language drum belongs to the 10 absolutes of dust and sand. Shinruo suddenly said, "Whether it's lost or not, it's not your place to ask. We didn't ask for your help, so let's remove the magic barrier, shall we?" The spirit rank members, who had been tacitly creating a barrier with their spirit rank magic, exchanged glances. Gisilfa, however, laughed out loud. "You're that human blacksmith who forged in the Tower of Eternity, aren't you? I remember you. If it were Hishi, the one who escorted you, speaking to me like this, it would be one thing. But even if you're a member of the 10 absolutes of dust and sand, can you represent your organization? Of course, since we can take out the divine language drum, we have the ability to take it back." "The divine language drum has already been taken by one of our spirit rank members," Shinruo replied. Hearing Shinruo's words, Tian Shui suddenly looked at him. She remembered the time when she and Feng He had their heavenly fox jade fragments taken in the forest outside the Tower of Eternity. She felt the air part, but there was no magical fluctuation. How similar this is to the disappearance of the divine language drum just now. As the celestial fox, who has been acting in place of Gisilfa for the past few years, Tianxue is already familiar with the mechanism of the candidate's mark identifying mission items, and she also knows that when a mission item is taken away by another candidate, Gisilfa will lose his sense of that mission item. The other beings present were unclear why Gisilfa was certain that Steelstone had taken the divine language drum, but Tianxue knew perfectly well. There should still be 6 surviving candidates, and 3 had already flown away from the plaza. The only known candidates present were Gisilfa and Steelstone. Steelstone certainly possessed the ability to take the divine language drum without anyone noticing. However, Shinrua's words reminded Tianxue of the elusive candidate Gisilfa had mentioned to her. Could it really be one of the 10 spirit rank members of the 10 absolutes of dust and sand? Or even Shinrua? She had previously suspected it might be Shinrua and had directly asked her, but Shinrua had explicitly denied her identity as a member of the Illusion clan. Could a human really do something so inconceivable? Or is the final candidate indeed among the 10 spirit rank members of the dust and sand 10 absolutes, but not Shinrua? If this was done by your dust and sand 10 absolutes, then I must ask about the whereabouts of the last fragment of the Heavenly Fox Jade. Just as you said, the divine language drum belongs to the dust and sand 10 absolutes. Even if it's lost and needs to be retrieved, it should be your organization's members who ask. So, if our Heavenly Fox clan sacred relic was stolen by the dust and sand 10 absolutes, then it's not unreasonable for me to want it back, is it? Speaking of which, you're just a mere human, or are you actually a member of the Illusion clan, and you deceived my queen? Tian Shao, kill this arrogant human. As Gisilfa spoke, he activated the power within the Heavenly Fox Jade fragments. He had already fused several fragments, and the other Heavenly Foxes couldn't resist the effects of the Heavenly Fox Jade fragments. Upon hearing his voice, Tian Shao abruptly drew his blade and stabbed at Shinrua. Tian Shao and Shinrua were very close. The moment Tian Shao leaped, her entire body burst into flames, which increased her speed. Shinrua hadn't been on guard against Tian Shao. Seeing her sudden attack, Shinrua simply jumped back slightly, and Tian Shao's flaming blade struck the spot Shinrua had cleared. It was very close, but it didn't burn Shinrua's clothes or skin. Shinrua had already retrieved several metal needles from her spatial totem stone. Tian Shao had Shinrua study the meridians of the Heavenly Fox clan, and Shinrua knew very well how to quickly incapacitate her without causing serious injury. The metal needles pierced the nodes of fire elemental energy flow in Tian Shao's meridians, and the flames on Tian Shao's body immediately subsided, causing her to collapse to the ground. At this moment, Steel Stone abruptly changed its form, sliding along the stone plaza surface and charging towards Gisilfa. Although Gisilfa's personality was extremely unlikable, his spirit rank strength and beastly battle instincts had absolutely nothing to do with his character. In terms of combat power, he was a true Celestial Fox clan powerhouse. He suddenly unleashed a fire elemental spell on the ground, instantly scalding the entire plaza stone surface. However, the plaza's surface wasn't paved with ordinary stone, nor was this ordinary place. The stone in this area had been formed along with the holy temple, and even spirit rank fire elemental power couldn't melt it. Otherwise, ordinary stone would likely have already succumbed to this intensity of fire elemental power, and the plaza would have turned into a pot of lava. Although it couldn't change the shape of the stone ground, it could alter its temperature. Steel Stone, approaching close to the ground, sensed the intense heat and leaped up. Then, undulating, appearing and disappearing rock squares appeared on the ground. To melt all these rock squares, Gisilfa needed to maintain a focused area with spirit-level magic. Steel Stone, however, randomly used the rock squares to create landing points for itself, constantly closing in on Gisilfa. Gisilfa clearly understood Steel Stone's purpose, and at the same time, it wondered whether the final candidate was among the 10 Dust and Sand Masters, or whether Steel Stone had already secretly become one of the 10 spirit-level members of the 10 Dust and Sand Masters. In the scorching heat, some of those originally in the viewing area retreated, while others took out water elemental magic items to cool the scene. However, no one intended to leave at this point, although they didn't understand why things had developed to this stage. For example, even though the 10 absolutes of dust and sand had stated that the divine language drum didn't need to be retrieved from Steel Stone, Gisilfa suddenly attacked the human craftsman of the 10 absolutes of dust and sand, questioning the whereabouts of the Heavenly Fox Jade fragment. Could it be that the Heavenly Fox Jade fragment lost by Heavenly Fox Tianxue was taken by the 10 absolutes of dust and sand? If so, why was there no such news before? And why didn't Gisilfa inquire about the whereabouts of the Heavenly Fox Jade fragment during his cooperation with the envoy sent by the 10 absolutes of dust and sand? Also, the 10 absolutes of dust and sand had previously put the Heavenly Fox Jade fragment up for auction. This suggests that this sacred relic isn't that important to this organization. What exactly happened? Even stranger is Steel Stone, the candidate from the Stone Spirit clan. After the conflict between the 10 absolutes of dust and sand and Gisilfa, he initially intended to leave, but suddenly changed his mind and decided to attack Gisilfa. Regardless, this is a battle between two candidates, both spirit rank powerhouses. Each of these powerhouses has experienced countless battles and cultivated their way up step by step. At this moment, they will naturally rely on magic to protect themselves and also see which candidate the gods will favor. Chapter 423. Steelstone approached rapidly. Gisilfa's magical obstruction was only temporary. However, for Steelstone to gain a foothold, it first needed to create a foothold on the ground using earth elemental magic. Gemstone's body naturally resists charm, but abhors high temperatures. Therefore, Gisilfa needed to continuously influence Steelstone with magic, and Steelstone also needed to continuously use magic to avoid being heated. Gisilfa seemed to have thought of something and said to Tianxue, "You burn the ground." Tianxue couldn't actively attack Steelstone, who had displayed the candidate's mark, but she could use fire elemental magic to heat the plaza's ground, thus affecting Steelstone's movements. Then, a red flame appeared in Gisilfa's hand. This flame seemed to have a life of its own, with fine threads extending from its center, drifting in the air. A yellowish-brown glow of earth elemental power also rose around Steelstone's body, because Gisilfa's magic looked beautiful and gentle, but touching it was not a pleasant experience. Tianxue's spirit rank magic scorched the ground, generating an intense heat even greater than Gisilfa's previous spirit rank magic. This was a blessing from the god of fire elements to Tianxue. In the distance, the dragons wielding wind elemental power, tasked with meeting the dragon candidates, had arrived. Long Wei, accompanied by the stone spirit Extreme Orange, had already injured the dragons that were intercepting him. The stone spirit Extreme Orange was a spirit rank being. For non-spirit rank dragons to defeat a spirit rank stone spirit, the best method would be to kite it. However, their objective was to block Long Wei, giving the dragon candidates time to kill the Hishi candidate. Their strength being comparable to spirit rank beings took into account the dragon's advantages in flight and their endurance. Even though Long Wei was still a dragon, and a spirit level dragon at that, they couldn't use a hit-and-run kite strategy. They had to rely solely on brute force, and the difference in their magical abilities quickly became apparent. For the past 2 or 3 years, Long Wei had been training himself to use magic in his human dragon form. In Shenruo's words, whether it was forging weapons or simply standing, walking, sitting, or lying down, anything could be considered cultivation if one put their mind to it. Therefore, although Long Wei used magic in dragon form, his magical attacks were very meticulous. This style of attack didn't even seem like something a dragon would use. He calculated the opponent's flight angle and inertia, breathing dragon fire towards the point where the opponent's wingspan turned. The dragons intercepting them appeared to be dodging Long Wei's magic, but they were actually falling into Long Wei's trap. They were adjusting their aerial positions according to Long Wei's wishes. After randomly assisting Long Wei with a few earth elemental magic attacks, the stone spirit Orange discovered Long Wei's intention. He didn't know Long Wei well, but he had communicated quite a bit with Shenruo. Even among the 10 great masters, duels would take place in the space beneath the Eternal Tower, sometimes even involving a gamble on the outcome. Ji Chung had experienced Long Wei's current mindset firsthand when sparring with Shenruo, using the opponent's methods. It must be said that being forced into a specific position by an attack, and then inevitably taking a blow, felt incredibly frustrating when the opponent was the one facing the attack. However, it was different when one's own teammate created this situation for them. Ji Chung unfurled several magic scrolls. The dragon opposite him was stunned by the magical fluctuations contained within the scrolls the moment they were unfurled, causing him to hesitate for a moment. Without hesitation, Ji Chung simultaneously channeled spirit-level magic into the scrolls. These scrolls each sealed the full power of a spirit-level dragon's attack. The scrolls themselves were extremely expensive and were disposable. If the opponent dodged them, it would be a truly extravagant waste. However, Long Wei had already used a magical attack to affect the opposing dragon's flight. To ensure they could intercept Long Wei and Ji Chung, the opposing dragons had to maintain their dragon forms. The dragon form, with its massive size, offered a significant advantage in sieges and battles, but also the disadvantage of being a large target and easily hit. Their movements were guided by Long Wei's continuous attacks, and they hesitated for a moment upon sensing the spirit-level dragon magic power contained within the scrolls. When the attacks from the magic scrolls flew towards them one after another, they could no longer afford to dodge and waste the scrolls. The dragons made their choice before the magic struck them. Simultaneously, magical light emanated from their bodies, and their claws gripped a massive sphere. As the first echelon of dragon candidates arriving to support the dragon race, These dragons were all powerful near-spirit level dragons, carrying a considerable number of magical items and weapons. However, the number of suitable items for use in dragon form, capable of withstanding a full-force attack from a spirit-level dragon, was limited. Knowing the continental law left by the god of space, that only one spirit-level dragon could exist at a time, dragon mages, upon reaching near-spirit level strength, would forge a powerful magical sphere specifically for their near-spirit level dragon. This magical sphere could be directly grasped by the dragons in their dragon form, allowing them to absorb a fatal blow in a critical moment. If a large-scale attack spell with a precast animation, like the one used by the Star Dragon Lord before, is used, it can enhance the power of the magic attack. This type of magic, usable only by dragons in their dragon form, consumes a large amount of elemental power in a single strike. Although it is inconvenient to use, its damage range is large enough, and its attack power is strong enough. Once used, all life within the range, except for those at the spirit rank or those using extremely powerful magical defense items, will likely be annihilated in an instant. Right now, the opposing dragons are using crystal spheres for defense. The magical power of both sides collides in midair, and huge fluctuations of elemental power form ripples of different colors in the air. The crystal spheres in the hands of these dragons shatter one by one in an orderly fashion, blocking the attacks of several magic scrolls containing the full power of a spirit-ranked dragon's attack. I used up all my strongest reserves in one go, Stone Spirit Orange said, and then Dragon Might extended its dragon claws while suspended in midair. Dozens of small magic circles appeared simultaneously, shooting out red magical light from within the magic circles. A normal dragon mage, in dragon form, typically controls only a few magic circles at a time, but each circle is quite large, and attacks emanating from them are area of effect attacks. While the elemental energy consumed by Longwei's method is the same as that of several large magic circles, the mental energy required is vastly different. This is akin to multitasking, simultaneously operating multiple machines, but even more difficult, because the number of magic circles Longwei must control far exceeds the number of machines a human can manipulate with both hands. The fact that a dragon whose primary profession is archmage has also cultivated mental magic is utterly absurd. This is the first time even Stone Essence Orange has witnessed such a thing. Longwei's ability to master this attack method is also related to the divine power slowly seeping from the celestial scales during his training. In terms of destructive power, the magical radiance emanating from each small magic circle penetrating a dragon's body is roughly equivalent to the damage caused by a thick steel needle piercing a human body. Theoretically, as long as vital points are avoided, there is no risk of death. However, Longwei's purpose is not to kill these dragons. His goal is to completely block the dragons' escape routes, injuring them so he can quickly escape the battlefield. Longwei's target has never been these fellow dragons blocking his way, but rather the Dulong Lord who has taken the Herxi candidate hostage. As Longwei cast his gaze into the distance, the approaching wind dragon had just reached Lord Dulong. Candidate Zhizha clearly wasn't going to give up. He leaped from Longwei's back, using a wind elemental magic item in midair to propel himself forward further, landing on the back of the wind elemental dragon in its dragon form. Would he be unable to catch up with the battle ahead? Relying solely on candidates He and Zhizha, Longwei felt a surge of worry. In the rehearsal at Twin Tower City, only by luring the Dragon Clan candidate, Lord Dulong, into the city's magical barrier could he have a chance to kill him. If candidate Zhizha couldn't rescue candidate He from the dragon's clutches while on its back, dealing with the Dragon Clan candidate would become even more difficult, and candidate He's chances of survival would be slim. Moreover, even while both were on a dragon's back, the Zhizha candidate and the dragon candidate had vastly different levels of mobility. The wind elemental dragon spun 360 degrees in the air, its purpose clearly to throw the Zhizha candidate off its back. The dragon candidate, on the other hand, had no fear of falling, as even in human form, it could coordinate with the wind elemental dragon's movements by extending its wingspan. Suddenly, Longwei sensed Ji Chung had moved to the rear of his dragon body, and then, incredibly, Ji Chung used earth elemental magic to create an earthen wall on his back. What was this guy trying to do? Before Longwei could figure out Ji Chung's purpose, he felt Ji Chung place something heavy on his back. Then, a powerful gust of wind blew backward from Ji Chung's location. The wind was so strong that Longwei felt he could propel himself forward even without flying. Using the wind, Longwei flapped his wings and chased after the wind elemental dragon. On Longwei's back, Ji Chung leaned against a semicircular earthen wall he had created with magic to maintain his balance amidst the absurd mechanical recoil. Before him stood a massive wind elemental machine. Given the size of a dragon, generating enough wind to aid flight with ordinary crystal weapons was far from sufficient. This machine was something Shenrua had given to Doing and Jiqing after the envoys of the 10 Absolutes of Dust and Sand arrived in Twin Tower City. He prepared this because Shenrua and Longwei had suffered from being outpaced by the dragon candidates in Shilite Kingdom. Furthermore, Shenrua had always possessed a gene for fear of insufficient firepower, so he had prepared 7 or 8 such machines. Only with the spatial totem stone could he carry them all at once. As for giving them to Doing and Jiqing, it was simply because they had arrived in Twin Tower City and might be involved in aerial combat involving dragons. To fight a dragon, the key is to burn money. Jiqing sighed. 8 huge wind element crystals were embedded in the machine in front of him, and they were disappearing one by one as the dragon flew. Chapter 424. Bearing the wind elemental crystal machinery and extreme orange, whose use was incredibly time-consuming, Longwei finally caught up with the wind elemental dragon. This wasn't solely due to extreme orange's costly acceleration. It was also thanks to Zhizhi's relentless efforts. When the wind elemental dragon tried to throw him off, his first instinct was to injure it at all costs. Although the dragon candidate had to keep his hands in a holding position with Hishi candidate, his elemental reserves far surpassed those of both Zhizhi and Hishi candidates. Without moving his hands, 2 more elemental arms, capable of freely changing length, extended from the water elemental magic surrounding his body. These 2 arms reached directly towards Zhizhi candidate, intending to assist the wind elemental dragon in driving away this troublesome reptile. The dragon candidate's water elemental magic enveloped the wind elemental dragon's body, and magical spikes sprouted from the parts that came into contact with Zhizhi candidate, as if they were alive. The candidate, Zhizhi, didn't dodge the attacks, his light elemental armor even thinned. He channeled his power into living ropes, which wound around the water elemental spikes conjured by the dragon candidate, binding the wind elemental dragon's body round and round. The ends of these ropes connected to his hands, maintaining their solidified strength. These ropes continued to resist the erosion of the dragon candidate's spirit-level magic. His other hand produced a weapon. Upon seeing this weapon, the dragon candidate's elemental hands wildly lashed out, trying to snatch it. So serious? The wind elemental dragon, unable to fly at full speed due to Zhizhi's harassment from behind, hadn't managed to shake off Longhe by much. Watching Zhizhi's actions, Longhe finally decided to do something unnecessary. He was a dragon raised by Hishi, and naturally harbored no affection for Zhizhi. However, Zhizhi was going all out to save Hishi, not because of any vested interest that forced him to be tied to Hishi, at least not because of any conflict of interest. Zhizhi focused all his power on attempting to effectively attack the wind elemental dragon, using very little power for self-protection. The weapon he drew was one capable of unleashing crystals of divine power. The first time a dragon candidate attempted to prove his invincibility to the Holy Sea, he was forced back by a single strike from such a weapon. The dragon candidate's elemental power enveloped and protected the wind elemental dragon. To inflict real damage on the wind elemental dragon, Zhizhi had no other choice. What Longhe needed to do was create an opportunity for Zhizhi, the candidate, to launch an attack. His only skill was mental magic, and using mental magic in the air was extremely dangerous for him, for the Dragon Clan candidate, for Hishi, and for Zhizhi. Because Longhe didn't possess that ability, or rather, no star spirit priest on this continent had such an ability. To precisely control several beings adjacent to each other within a certain range, affecting the mind of one without affecting the others, while simultaneously maintaining one's own mobility and autonomy. If he couldn't use mental magic and immediately withdrew it, regaining control of his body before landing, Longhe himself would be smashed into a pancake. However, he resolutely changed his body, taking on a winged human form, and retrieved the replica of the celestial spirit scales. "Pray you have a way to resist mental magic," Longhe said, his voice carried away by the wind. The time he used mental magic to pull all beings in the air and surrounding area into the spell was extremely brief, merely to temporarily disable the magic and mobility of those affected. The time Longhe created was only a breath. Thank goodness. The candidate Zhizhi thought to himself. He was wearing a starlight-infused fabric, clothing worn only by the highest-ranking members of the Holy See on more formal occasions. He had changed into this clothing to show his respect for the divine language drum sent by the 10 Absolutes of Dust and Sand, and his emphasis on the Celestial Fox Clan's sacrificial dance performance. Of course, to distinguish himself from the Holy Sea's past traditions, his robes had been altered by a celestial priest. Furthermore, for more formal occasions, he would wear an elaborately crafted black vest over his robes, signifying that he was from Twin Tower City, which had already established a cooperative relationship with the Hershey's. The Hershey candidates, on the other hand, were more casual. The Hershey race had always considered wildness their racial symbol, so they were somewhat averse to overly elaborate clothing. He had promised to wear this Twin Towers City formal attire on the day of the official performance, and therefore wasn't wearing it today. In other words, only the Zhezhi candidate could completely resist the influence of the breath created by Long He. However, contrary to Long He's expectations, he had barely used his mental magic, and was about to withdraw, when he felt a powerful and malevolent gaze sweep across his mind, a sensation that sent chills down his spine. The mental magic he was trying to maintain immediately crumbled. This process took less than a breath. The pitiful time Long He gained wasn't even enough for the Zhezhi candidate to adjust his body, and create a suitable angle for attack. The elemental power of the dragon candidate fighting against the Zhezhi candidate briefly disappeared, and the dragon stopped flapping its wings to maintain its flight. All of them immediately plummeted. The Zhezhi candidate couldn't possibly strike the wind elemental dragon or the dragon candidate's vitals with his weapon in such a short time. He couldn't aim, and the weapon's kill area was too large. At this moment, the He-Shi candidate was also without magical armor protection. If he launched this attack directly, both dragons and the He-Shi candidate would likely die. This was not the Zhezhi candidate's intention. He made a choice almost immediately. Long blades sprouted from the light elemental rope in Zhezhi's hand, piercing directly into the body of the wind elemental dragon. Then, the descent stopped. Long He also transformed back into his dragon form. Both the wind elemental dragon and the dragon candidate broke free from the influence of the mental spell. The dragon candidate's elemental magic clung to Zhezhi's elemental magic. He remembered infusing it with a large amount of potion. The light elemental blades could not penetrate any further. However, the wounded wind elemental dragon's flight speed slowed, giving Long Wei the opportunity to catch up. The dragon candidate's brief loosening of his grip meant that, during the fall, the Hershey candidate was no longer in a position of being held hostage. The dragon candidate didn't forget Hershey either. Almost simultaneously, he and Zhezhi used ropes conjured from elemental power, and their freely maneuvering hands to each grab Hershey's body. Zhezhi had to grip the light elemental rope wrapped around the dragon's wind elemental power with one hand, while using his other hand to gather elemental magic and pull against the dragon candidate. Caught between their forces, Hershey had to maintain his dark elemental armor to avoid being strangled by the ropes, and his freely maneuvering hand. The dragon candidate's freely maneuvering elemental hand wrapped around Hershey's body several times, aiming to prevent Hershey from using his own hands to create trouble for his and Zhezhi's magical battle. Hershey could, of course, use magic like the dragon candidate, but doing so would leave him with insufficient elemental power for self-defense. The elemental power of the spirit-rank dragon relentlessly eroded his elemental armor, forcing him to constantly use spirit-rank magic to prevent it from burning away completely. During the standoff, Long Wei finally arrived. "Hey, did you get my permission to get on my back?" Long He protested loudly. After catching up, Long Wei flew directly above Long He, then transformed into human form and jumped onto Long He's back along with the stone spirit Jiqing. "You're participating in a magical battle against a spirit-rank dragon, a spectacle that happens only once every tens of millions of years on the continent. What's there to complain about?" Long Wei said, "Now that the other spirit-rank dragon has a dragon knight, shouldn't I have my own dragon knight too? My body isn't exactly in good shape." Long Hijing declined. How had he been so easily swayed by Shenruo? Flying up here with Ji Cheng like that? Why was he still in the plaza, the culprit? Just then, the Dragon Clan candidate, having probably noticed the situation with Long Wei and Long Hijing, realized he had lost his initial advantage, so he changed his strategy. The Dragon Clan candidate's original plan was to eliminate candidate Hershey directly first, and then make further plans. Later, when candidate Zhezhi caught up, the wind elemental dragon also arrived. He was still able to take candidate Hershey back to the dragon's territory and then kill him. Although he said some things that seemed like he was using candidate Hershey as a hostage when he took him hostage, he wasn't actually doing it to make Twin Towers City hesitate. Killing such a powerful spirit-rank Herxi candidate would weaken Twin Towers City's fighting strength, and also reduce the number of candidates competing with him. Furthermore, he could also seize the Herxi candidate's quest items. In the dragon candidate's impromptu plan, he believed that Gisilpha would use charm and other methods to delay Twin Towers City's presence, preventing them from catching up immediately. Although there were dragons at the Twin Towers City's viewing area, one of them was not a significant threat. Only Dragon's Might was truly capable of catching up. As long as the supporting dragons could briefly block Dragon's Might, his approach would be optimal. Who could have imagined that Zhezhi candidate would actually use that weaker dragon to forcefully catch up? Although the dragon was near spirit rank, its body was not as strong as that of an ordinary dragon. Even using its dragon form to chase the human form dragon candidate, it managed to delay the dragon candidate until the wind elemental dragon arrived to provide support. The dragon candidate felt a surge of anger. What was he angry about? Was he angry that he had seized such a perfect opportunity, only to have it ruined in the end? Was it as if there was some kind of animosity between him and this continent? He was clearly an extremely powerful being, yet every time he did something important, he was just a hair's breadth away from success. Or was he angry that, despite being competitors with he-she, candidate Zhezhi was willing to go to such lengths to save her? Chapter 425. Just as the dragon candidate was feeling annoyed, Dragon's Might magic had already accurately struck his direction. This attack was certainly not enough to dispel the spirit-level magic enveloping the dragon candidate, but because the dragon candidate originally relied on his candidate mark, he was not afraid of any existing beings on the continent. He originally thought that Dragon's Might was chasing after him to use the dragon's aerial advantage to help Zhezhi candidate take he-she candidate away. Unexpectedly, Dragon's Might directly unleashed a magical attack on him. Therefore, instinctively, the dragon candidate summoned holy magic fire from his storage accessory, forming a shield once again. In fact, this instinct was unnecessary. Although the dragon candidate was very powerful as a dragon, his combat instincts and martial arts skills in his human dragon form were quite ordinary. He didn't need to make his martial arts skills powerful either. Even if a human like Shenrua, skilled in martial arts, landed 100 punches on the dragon candidate, it would probably be like a tickle to him. Moreover, he possesses armor imbued with spirit rank magic. Once his magic strikes, the opponent, unless they are at the spirit rank, will be annihilated. With such a significant power imbalance, the Dragon Clan candidate believed he didn't need any martial arts training. This led him to subconsciously assume that any magical attack aimed at him was something only a candidate could accomplish. And Long Wei was a spirit rank dragon. When planning the battle with Long Wei against the Dragon Clan candidate, Shenrua had told him that the first strike was crucial because the enemy was stronger. Whether Long Wei could initiate the attack or Shenrua possessed sufficient strength to assist Long Wei's attack, the most unexpected element was the first strike. Therefore, Long Wei infused this attack with a massive amount of his elemental power, exerting all his strength to elevate its quality. Long Wei could only unleash such an attack once in this battle. Because of this, the magical fluctuations contained within this attack made the dragon candidate feel an unusual power. In fact, this was the first real battle the dragon candidate had fought against a spirit-ranked dragon since arriving on the Dust Sand continent. In his previous battle against Long Wei's father, Lord Longchen, due to the presence of the candidate's mark and Longchen's ulterior motives, Longchen had merely enveloped himself in elemental power, passively resisting the dragon candidate's attacks. Longchen knew that Long Wei would inevitably seek revenge. Although he didn't know that Long Wei could achieve the future of attacking the dragon candidate without using his eyes, he believed that Long Wei would seek Shenrua's help. And Shenrua was highly likely to be willing to help. Who could refuse a complete stranger who would wholeheartedly and selflessly help them, even at the cost of opposing their own father? Therefore, Dragon Chen didn't intend to leave the dragon candidates any experience in fighting spirit-level human dragons. Although he was a spirit-level dragon, he hadn't killed another spirit-level dragon according to the laws. Legend has it that only by killing another spirit-level dragon can one sense the laws left behind by the god who governs space, and only then can one sense the existence of the god who created them. He really wanted to see what Dragon Might would be like if he grew into such a spirit-level dragon. This was Lord Dragon Chen's last thought. The dragon candidates mistook Dragon Might's attack for a hidden attack from Steel Stone or another candidate, thus making a wrong instinctive reaction. He hadn't fully adapted to the Star Dragon Lord's hand yet, relying on his original hand to condense magic circles during his battle against Zhezhi candidate. Dragon Might suddenly joined the fray. After summoning Holy Demon Fire, the dragon candidate used it as a shield, placing it on the hand the Star Dragon Lord had transferred to him, the hand that didn't require magic circles. This time, however, this shield seemed to be summoned by some force from the dragon candidate's body. As soon as it formed, it burrowed into the dragon candidate's body along the back of his hand. No one anticipated this sudden turn of events, especially candidate Herxi. Although he could only desperately resist the dragon candidate's magic's corrosive influence, he was the only one present who had ever seen the dragon candidate use Holy Demon Fire. Dragon Might's magic thus landed entirely on the dragon candidate. The two spirit-level magics clashed and corroded each other, water and fire collided, and a thick fog appeared in the air. Only the dragon candidate knew what had happened. When Long He used his mental magic earlier, he was unaware that the Dragon Lord had transplanted the Star Dragon Lord's hand onto his own body, and that this hand might contain the Demon King's evil will. If he had known this, he might not have rashly used his mental magic. In fact, the instant he activated his mental magic, he felt an evil gaze sweep over his mind. His mental magic was thus interrupted. Unbeknownst to him, his mental magic, and the ensuing battle, created a precondition for this evil will, similar to the one in the Demon King's castle that allowed the Demon King to complete his mental transfer. The candidates were blessed with divine power. Their candidate marks granted them immunity to many influences such as curses, prophetic attacks, and the corrosive power of evil wills. While the evil will, thanks to Long He's mental techniques, allowed him to operate beyond the Star Dragon Lord's control, it couldn't dominate the dragon candidates' bodies. Therefore, it didn't rush to influence the dragon candidates' minds, or vie for control of their bodies, but instead remained dormant within the Star Dragon Lord's grasp. Until the appearance of the divine, demonic fire. The divine demonic fire, and the Demon Kings, will originally originated from the god of fire elements. Abandoned by the gods in the depths of the abyss, they developed consciousness and, driven by the instinct to escape, split into two parts. One part acted as the Demon King, controlling the abyssal creatures of the abyss. The other part acted as the remnant will of the god of fire elements, gaining the power of the demon's faith and worship. During their respective plans to leave the abyss, they developed various differing thoughts, but they could communicate using their consciousness, gaining access to all the information and ideas within each other's minds in an instant. Therefore, when the sacred demonic fire touched the Star Dragon Lord's arm, they reached a consensus to reunite. If the Dragon Clan candidates continued to use the sacred demonic fire as a shield, it could only be used a maximum of 2 more times. The sacred demonic fire did not want to die. It did not want to dissipate. Therefore, it did not hesitate at all in accepting the invitation to merge with the shared will. Within the mist, the evil will, fused with sacred demonic fire, finally touched the consciousness of the dragon candidate. Due to the dragon candidate's imprint, it still couldn't complete the possession, but after all that had happened, their consciousnesses achieved something impossible under normal circumstances. The dragon candidate and the evil will now had complete shared consciousness. They might not understand or agree with each other, but in an instant, they understood each other's thoughts and histories. So that's how it is. Interesting. The first thought that arose after the dragon candidate and the evil will completely understood each other's ambitions and thoughts was interesting. And the reason they found each other interesting was instantly understood by the other. The evil will sense the dragon candidate's desire to become an existence comparable to the gods. Previously, due to the suppression of the abyss, it hadn't fully understood its own instinctive desires. Because he lacked the memories of gods, he was driven solely by instinct to acquire more energy left behind by different deities, and to transform that energy into something he could absorb and condense. His true desire was also to become a god. The evil will develop a sense of recognition and even mutual respect for the dragon candidate, but it didn't stop there. He also sensed a power within the dragon candidate's memories that was unlike any other god's, a power he found particularly unique. Furthermore, he discovered within the dragon candidate's consciousness an understanding of the laws of space, and a scent that held an irresistible allure for him. The dragon candidate had also read all the history about the birth of the evil will, and its learning of the world in the abyss, leading to the demons leaving the abyss to acquire knowledge of the world beyond. Within the evil will's consciousness lay a unique place, the sacred temple. The 8 statues there contained incredible power, and the evil will instinctively knew that to obtain what it desired, it had to go there. It had once split its will, sending it into different near-spirit and spirit-level bodies to the sacred temple. Through these spirit and near-spirit level bodies, the evil will was able to convert the unique, pure divine power found there. The dragon candidate had initially disbelieved that Shenrua had obtained the star chart from the sacred demon fire, but in that instant, he knew how Shenrua had acquired it. At the same time, he also learned of the battle between the sacred demon fire and Shenrua and Anadi, and the cooperation between the plant spirit candidate and the sacred demon fire. He realized he had probably misjudged the human. This human was far from simple, and he was the final candidate. However, the scent of his blood was so different that the dragon candidate, merely recalling that scent, once again read the evil will's thoughts. The evil will was almost powerless against the scent of Shenrua's blood. Just sensing it from the dragon candidate's memories had already generated a strong urge to devour that human. To have such a powerful influence on them both. Both consciousnesses recalled the history of dragons transforming into human dragons, but it wasn't that simple. After arriving on the Dust Sand continent, the dragon candidate had eaten humans. The scent of those humans was completely incomparable to the scent of Shenrua's blood in his memory. The collision of consciousness between the dragon candidate and the evil will allow them to influence each other in an instant, reaching a consensus incomprehensible to other beings. From within the dense fog, an evil and powerful mental force surged forth. Long He, as a Dark Star spirit priest, had also endured the seemingly omnipresent, night-driven madness of the 10-direction star Luo's gaze, and immediately sensed the anomaly. He took out the replica of the Protoss scales, and roared with all his might, trying to get the other beings to focus their attention and not be affected. Chapter 426. The Dragon Candidate and the Evil Will reached a certain consensus. With the Dragon Candidate's tacit consent, the Evil Will temporarily took over the Dragon Candidate's body, gaining permission to use the immense elemental power and spatial magic within it. For the Evil Will, its most powerful weapon was still mental influence. Just as the Holy Fire had done to the Holy Sea and the Tower of Eternity. Even without the star chart, with the Dragon Candidate's body and the power it contained, the Evil Will, once a part of the god who ruled the fire elements, even if it didn't meet the requirements for godhood, was still an embodiment of divine power. Fortunately, the Zhezhi Candidate was wearing starlight fabric. Long Wei had cultivated mental magic, and had long used the star spirit scales. The difference between the power contained in the star spirit scales and the Evil Will's mental magic power was like the difference between a true god and its clumsy imitator. Long He, on the other hand, was already a capable Dark Star spirit priest of the Darkfall Kingdom. They were both affected by the Evil Will mental spell, experiencing a brief hallucination of their bodies being burned, but they knew it was an illusion. Therefore, although the phantom pain didn't disappear, they didn't lose their composure and rationality, and could still defend and attack. The Evil Will mental spell is one that makes the affected person feel burned, but what their consciousness sees and touches remains the real world. It's a mental spell that superimposes mental influence onto real-world events. This mental spell allows the Evil Will and the Dragon Candidate to remain in reality, preventing the Dragon Candidate's body from losing its ability to move. The fusion of an Evil Will that could use mental magic without a star chart and a Dragon Candidate initially seemed to pose a problem for the Dragon Candidate in the final battle, given the Dragon Candidate's newfound power with the Star Dragon Lord's hand. However, it appeared to have become even stronger. However, Long Wei, Zhezhi, and Long He failed to realize that the Dragon Candidate and the Evil Will had reached a consensus. In their eyes, the Dragon Candidate appeared to have been possessed by the holy demonic fire. The pain in their bodies hadn't subsided. Due to the sudden burning sensation, Zhezhi and the Dragon Candidate had become lax in their continuous confrontation, and He-Shi's situation suddenly became extremely dire. Unlike the other three, he wasn't wearing starlight fabric and hadn't cultivated mental magic. Although as a spirit-level being, his mental strength wouldn't be lacking, the Evil Will's mental influence was naturally superior. Even the Light Star Spirit Lord Priest was no match for the holy demonic fire, which had just received the inheritance of mental magic. Therefore, taking advantage of Zhezhi's momentary lapse in concentration, the Zhezhi Candidate was seized by a hand formed from elemental power extending from the Dragon Candidate, and then violently shaken. The light elemental power, which was still under the control of Zhezhi, who was still affected by the mental spell and unable to react immediately, and which was resisting the water elemental power that the Dragon Candidate was using to strangle the Zhezhi Candidate, was dissipated. Then the Dragon Candidate abruptly increased the concentration of the spirit-level magic he was using to control the Zhezhi Candidate. The Zhezhi Candidate's body was completely enveloped in a water sphere formed by spirit-level magic, and a sword inlaid with the heart of water element pierced through his abdomen. In the instant his consciousness was swept by the Evil Will's mental spell, he couldn't maintain the uninterrupted burning of his spirit-level magic, and the Dragon Candidate seized the opportunity. The Dragon Candidate was also cautious. Even when he seemed to have everything under control, he still chose a sword of sufficient strength. The sword was withdrawn from the Zhezhi Candidate's body, and the Dragon Candidate reached out and grasped the location of the Zhezhi Candidate's brand. The Zhezhi Candidate was now finding it difficult to gather enough dark elemental power to protect his body. The area where the brand was located was torn off, skin and flesh along with it, by the Dragon Candidate's hand, and then the water sphere of spirit-level magic surrounding the Zhezhi Candidate was slammed into the dragon's might. In this situation, the Dragon Candidate followed the instincts granted to him by the laws of nature, prioritizing the attack on the other spirit-level dragon. That's right. After the mental spell took effect, the Evil Will and the Dragon Candidate once again exchanged control of the body. The Evil Will was, after all, a part of the God of Fire, while the Dragon Candidate was a water elemental dragon. The Evil Will wasn't very skilled at using the Dragon Candidate's spirit-level water elemental magic in battle. It was neither proficient in using the Dragon Candidate's body, nor familiar with the use of elemental magic that was naturally its weakness. Therefore, the Dragon Candidate reverted to its original form. Because the dragon candidate had been possessed by the evil will, neither Zhizhi nor Long He could react quickly to this change in situation. The balance of power reversed in an instant. A beam of light flew from the He-She candidate and entered the dragon candidate's initial spatial storage accessory. He had lost his candidate qualification and was severely injured. Whether he could be saved was unknown, but he was certainly incapacitated at the moment. Even if Long Wei, Long He, and the candidate Zhizhi could block the water elemental sphere and rescue the candidate He-She, one of them would have to consider He-She's injuries and mobility, and also protect him. A spirit-level combatant had become someone who would drain their own side's fighting strength. It was truly terrible, but even so, they had to find a way to break the current situation. Long Wei burned his remaining fire elemental power, intending to intercept the water elemental sphere. As the water elemental sphere flew towards Long Wei, its size suddenly increased, and the Dragon Clan candidate finally revealed his dragon form. He was inherently stronger in his dragon form. However, the dragon form was unsuitable for holding someone hostage, and using the energy expenditure of the dragon form to fight the candidate, He-She would create an imbalance in energy consumption, causing problems with his stamina in the subsequent battle. The Dragon Clan candidate had learned the advantages of human form during his battle with the Dragonchin Lord. Using spirit-level magic to protect himself in human form required far less elemental power than in his dragon form. Now that he had landed a successful blow, his next step was to finish off as many as possible, ideally eliminating all the current troubles. Ji Chung, on Long Wei's back, was the one who had suffered the least damage. Long Wei's previous attack on the dragon candidate had already exhausted him considerably. The Stone Elf race was inherently less susceptible to mental magic. The evil will had caused him a brief moment of disorientation, but the dragon candidate quickly regained control of his body, and the mental magic's effects disappeared. Ji Chung thus recovered his condition and combat ability. Long Wei wasn't a dragon candidate who had cultivated to the spirit rank through his own power, therefore, his endurance and true strength were considerably inferior to those of a dragon candidate. Seeing Long Wei about to forcefully withstand the spirit rank magical water elemental sphere containing terrifying energy, Ji Chung took several steps towards the front of the dragon's back. With each step, earth elemental magic generated behind his heels to stabilize his body, making walking and running on the dragon's back as easy as walking on flat ground. Then, the earth elemental spirit rank magic clashed with the water elemental magic. Although Ji Cheng's strength was inferior to that of a dragon candidate, there were elements that had a restraining relationship. Just as water elemental power naturally restrains fire elemental power, earth elemental power also restrains water elemental power to some extent. In the ancient eastern part of Shenruo's home planet Earth, the humans living there had summarized it in a simple saying. When water comes, earth covers it. The earth and water elemental magic, both at the spirit level, clashed and corroded each other. Being in the air, the collision of their forces caused mud to fall from the sky, landing on the mountains and plains below. Long Wei sensed the two magical fluctuations. He enveloped his dragon claws in spirit-level magic and plunged them into a water elemental sphere formed from concentrated spirit-level magic. Where his claws touched, the water boiled, parted, and then gathered again. Finally, enduring the pain of his claws being corroded by the spirit-level magic, Long Wei grasped the Herxi candidate within. Foolish. At this moment, the dragon candidate suddenly felt a pity for Long Wei that shouldn't exist under the laws of nature. This was a byproduct of inheriting the power of the Dragon Qin. This inappropriate pity prevented him from pouring more power into the water elemental sphere. As for the reason, the dragon candidate found a very good one. Long Wei's actions clearly showed he didn't want to abandon the already dying Herxi candidate. Severely injured and stripped of his candidate mark, the Herxi candidate, even if not a native of the continent and immune to the legendary laws preventing him from attacking the dragon candidate, was no longer a combatant. To check the Herxi candidate's injuries and protect such a wounded individual in battle, the dragon candidate believed that Long Wei and Zhizhi candidate would soon pay the price for their naivete. As for the near spirit level dragon, it could originally influence him with mental magic, but with the evil will now in agreement with him, the near spirit level dragon was no longer a threat. The dragon candidate found an excuse to convince himself, and under this premise, Long Wei was able to rescue the Herxi candidate from the water elemental sphere. However, sensing the Herxi candidate's condition, Long Wei felt he was almost unable to sense the Herxi candidate's breathing and magical fluctuations. The dragon candidate ahead, having convinced himself to release the dragon's claw that had reached into the water elemental sphere, didn't mean he remained merciful and allow his opponent to examine and treat the candidate, He-She. The water elemental power in the air began to intensify. Shenruo had witnessed the dragon candidate use magic abroad in Shilai, clearly, he was about to use it again. The dragon candidate wouldn't easily let go of such a golden opportunity to eliminate several of his most important opponents at once. Long Wei could only toss Hishi onto his back. For a severely wounded soldier, this would likely cause further injury, but he couldn't worry about that now. The dragon candidate had already taken out his dragon breath conch. This was a sacred relic with a limited number of uses per day and was unique. It could cause extremely large area magical damage. With the help of Twin Tower City, Long Wei had used mental magic to see the footage of that battle they had recorded, knowing he couldn't care less about the wounded now. Chapter 427. Long Wei only felt that the Dragon Clan candidate was probably going to get serious, and his idea was to fight back. However, Ji Chung and Zhezhe, the candidates, didn't think so. Seeing that Long Wei was still gathering a magic array, Ji Chung couldn't help but shout in exasperation, "Don't be so inflexible, run." The Zhezhe candidate thought the same as Ji Chung and also shouted, "Don't fight head-on, run." The powerful laws made Long Wei unwilling to turn around. Ji Chung changed its mimicry and whispered in Long Wei's ear, "Don't forget that your intended battlefield isn't here. We're going back to find Shenruo. You're going to kill him, not be killed." Long Wei's mind finally cleared a little. He bit his tongue to calm his feverish, death-defying mind. As soon as Long Wei turned around, he felt Ji Chung activate the wind elemental machinery again. A powerful wind propelled Long Wei forward at breakneck speed, while Long Ha turned even faster, already heading towards the central area of Twin Tower City when candidate Zhezhe shouted. Seeing this, the dragon candidate stopped condensing his magic and chuckled, "I didn't expect this kid to be able to break through the influence of the laws on instinct, running away first as a sign of respect." Candidate Zhezhe, atop Long Ha's back, looked towards the dragon candidate's direction. He could clearly see many dragons flying in that direction. The dragon candidate probably didn't want Twin Tower City to be on guard, so although some of the dragon warriors had left Shilai Kingdom for the possible war, most hadn't settled on the outskirts of Twin Tower City. This resulted in the dragons arriving at different times. Those arriving now were likely the main force of the dragon race. Dozens of dragons flew towards their direction. Unlike the Star Dragon Lord, who had brought the vast majority of his dragon forces, the dragon candidate only brought his elite dragons. While the Star Dragon Lord had led many dragons away from Shilai Kingdom, each attack on the Eternal Tower involved only a dozen or so dragons. Judging from the scale of each operation, the dragon candidate had summoned far more dragons than those used to attack the Eternal Tower. It was a complete deployment of their elite forces. The dragons had received a message from the dragon candidate and taken flight. When they arrived, they saw the dragon candidate retracting his dragon breath conch, while his enemies appeared to be fleeing. "Lord the Dragon, what should we do now?" A near spirit-level dragon asked the dragon candidate. "Pursue them. If necessary, destroy Twin Tower City." The dragon candidate gave his conclusion, a decision he had just made, not his original plan. But now the situation was different. His previous reluctance to directly storm Twin Tower City, choosing instead to operate covertly, was partly due to the certainty that the city harbored various preparations targeting him. Furthermore, the celestial priests of Twin Tower City, if they were to unleash their mental magic, would disrupt his attack rhythm even if he managed to break free. His original plan was to create some chaos during the formal ceremony, ideally without revealing himself, to disrupt the fragments of the future the celestial priests could predict through the celestial fox. As long as the fragment of the ritual he had summoned, the descent of the god of space, during the ceremony didn't materialize, then these fragments of the celestial fox's future would already be altered. The Dragon Clan candidate was unsure whether the Protoss priests of Twin Towers would also suffer the backlash of altering the future, or, if only those priests, who had been informed of this future, and thus prompted him to change it would be affected. However, the Dragon Clan candidate was well aware of the importance of not allowing too many fragments of the future to fall into the hands of his opponents. What he hadn't expected was that the fragment of the God of Space's descent might occur on the day of the rehearsal, and even more unexpected was the sudden appearance of the evil will fused with holy demonic fire that came into contact with his consciousness. This not only meant he had sufficient means to deal with mental magic, but he could even use mental magic to counterattack his opponent. The Hushi candidate's serious injury was due to his opponent being completely unprepared for his sudden mental attack, allowing him to succeed directly. Furthermore, although the Dragon Clan candidate's consciousness and the evil will were still independent and not fully aligned, their thoughts and pasts were completely transparent to each other. Therefore, the Dragon Clan candidate also sensed what was happening at the 8 statues in Twin Towers through the evil will. He sensed the surging emotions within the evil will's consciousness, and emotion clamoring, "Go there! Go there!" The chance to become a god, the power to become a god, lies there. The realm of gods was precisely the realm the dragon candidates sought to reach. He had already eliminated one of his two formidable rivals from Twin Tower City. Longwei was not a mature, sufficiently powerful spirit-rank dragon. In the battle just now, Longwei had expended so much elemental power that he wouldn't be able to recover to his strongest state for a while. Now, the dragon race's elite are all here again. He has also obtained all the quest items collected by the Hersey candidate, which can be used in the upcoming battles. Although the dragon race candidate isn't proficient in using some of the quest items he hasn't studied, these items are all sacred relics. Even if he can utilize a portion of their power, it will still be an enhancement. The Twin Tower side can no longer use these sacred relics, which weakens them. One side is strengthened, the other weakened, and the other side is clearly unprepared for today's battle. Although everything is outside the plan, Twin Towers is a mountain standing in the dragon race candidate's way of becoming the victor, and he will have to overcome it sooner or later. Is there a more opportune time? The dragon race candidate doesn't need to hesitate. He has already decided to pursue and destroy Twin Towers with all his might. At this moment, on Dragon Might's back, Extreme Orange sees that they have already created a small distance between themselves and the dragon race candidate. The reason is that the dragon race candidate isn't in a hurry to catch up immediately. He is probably waiting for the dragons behind him to arrive before chasing together. This meant that Twin Tower City's defenses would soon face a dire situation, but at least for now, they could catch their breath. Ji Chung helped the seemingly beyond saving Hersey candidate to his feet, took out a vial of potion, pried open his lips, and poured it down his throat. At that moment, Long He flew above Long Wei, and Zhizha candidate jumped onto Long Wei's back. "How is he?" Zhizha candidate asked. After the potion was administered, as if a miracle had occurred, the Hersey candidate's complexion visibly recovered, and his wounds healed. "Thank you." The Hersey candidate felt a warm current flow through his body, pulling him back to reality. He opened his eyes, wanting to thank Ji Chung, but was interrupted by her. "Don't rush to thank me, you don't have much time left." Ji Chung delivered a cruel conclusion to Zhizha and the Hersey candidate. "What I just gave you was a healing elixir from the plant spirit race, but it came from a plant spirit whose lifespan was nearing its end. Plant spirits naturally have a longer lifespan than Herx's, so in reality, it probably only gives you a day or two. This potion was originally donated by the plant spirits from the dead to treat infected individuals, but its effectiveness was limited. Later, we obtained a better potion, this one. If there's anything else you want to do, do it. If there's anything else you want to say it. This is all it can do for you." Zhizha and the Hersey candidate were stunned, never expecting such an answer from Ji Chung. Ji Chung sighed softly. He didn't see things through his simulated face. The stone spirit's vision wasn't limited to their simulated eyes. They simulated eyes simply to facilitate communication with other races. In reality, for the stone spirits, every part of their body not covered by cloth was the same. However, Ji Chung was different from Gangshur. Gangshur had only been on the Dusan continent for a few Dusan years, not enough for a stone spirit to fully understand other races. Ji Chung couldn't say he understood them either, but he knew how other races should behave under normal circumstances. Therefore, Ji Chung turned his simulated face away, making it appear as if he wasn't looking at the Zhizha and Heshi candidates, allowing them to communicate more effectively. "Nothing. Quickly send them a message." The Heshi candidate spoke first. They were already approaching the skies above Twin Tower City, while the Dragon Clan candidates behind them had already spotted the dragons heading towards the city. After the Zhizha candidate chased after them, Twin Tower City had reactivated its magical barrier. This magical barrier, with the Holy Temple and the plaza as its dividing line, encompassed the vast plaza where the Skyfox clan was dancing, along with the buildings in the innermost concentric circles facing the Holy Temple. The Holy Temple was outside the barrier's protection, as it was a forbidden area for magic. All magic was forbidden in the area centered on the statue within the Holy Temple. Even dragons could not fly over it. Under the influence of the laws, dragons had to detour or land to reach the statue. On the plaza's side near the viewing area, Shenrua's short sword had just pierced Tianshua's chest. After Longwei took flight, Gangshur approached Jisilfa, while Tianxua maintained the ground's intense heat for Jisilfa. The uninformed spectators, witnessing the battle between the two candidates, were unsure which side to help, yet none wanted to miss the fight. The dragon and the frost serpent candidates had previously engaged in a life-or-death struggle. Although the dragon race remained silent about the cause of this battle, it didn't stop the beings on the continent from discussing this battle that had altered the entire region's topography. Now, the dragon candidate had reappeared, immediately attacking the other candidate. Then Jisilfa, the celestial fox candidate, attacked Gangshur. These beings couldn't help but speculate about how the divine will would determine the winner. Was it simply the simplest and most direct method, letting them fight to determine the victor? Was the one who survived the last one standing the winner? Then why were the candidates from Jeju and He-She, two completely hostile races, able to reach the point of cooperation? Chapter 428. Shenrua didn't form a blood pact with Gangshur solely to turn him into a weapon. Shenrua also hadn't expected Gangshur to choose a direct confrontation with Jasilfa after she expressed her stance on behalf of the 10 absolutes of dust and sand. Perhaps this was an inevitable move. Judging from Jasilfa's interactions with the Dragon Clan candidates observed from Twin Tower City, and Jasilfa's choice, it's clear that the remaining 6 candidates have already chosen their sides. Shenrua and Gangshur haven't decided to cooperate with Twin Tower City, but the relationship with the Dragon Clan candidates is definitely one of enmity, not friendship. Jeju and He-She, the candidates, are already allies based on mutual trust, and the relationship with the Dragon Clan candidates is also hostile. Now that Jeju and He-She have joined Long Wei in fighting the Dragon Clan candidates, Jasilfa's choice to target Gangshur is based on the assumption that most of the Stone Elf race doesn't want to leave their country. Among the continental beings in the viewing area, only Ji Chung and Gangshur possessed real strength among the stone spirits. Ji Chung had already gone with Long He to assist Long Wei. Jasilfa was unaware of Shenrua's identity, and the fragile alliance between Shenrua and Gangshur. In his eyes, Gangshur was currently isolated and helpless. Besides Jasilfa and Tian Shui, both spirit rank members, the Celestial Fox clan also included other Celestial Foxes, who had come for the ceremony, each with their own role. For example, after Tian Shui controlled the ground temperature, Gangshur used earth elemental magic to create footholds, while the Celestial Foxes crossed the scorching ground to reach the other side of the plaza. Tian Shui controlled her magic to prevent it from burning them. Then, the Celestial Foxes took out their magic wands and began chanting. Shenrua wanted to help Gangshur, but Tian Shui's magic was aimed at the ground. Although he could stay grounded using the wind elemental crystal, with the current technology of the Dust Sand continent, neither flying wings nor gliders allowed for free flight, and most importantly, fighting in the air was extremely inconvenient, making it difficult to cope with dense magical attacks. If Tianshua's fire elemental magic were aimed at the air, Shenrua would have many ways to break through the scorching air, such as using water elemental magic items. However, to cross the burning ground, Gangshur had already rushed to Jasilfa's side, and the two had begun magic against magic, their beast-like physical attacks clashing with the transformation of the gemstone, resulting in a fierce and evenly matched battle. Near the Holy Temple, attacks that didn't land on the opponent wouldn't cause any environmental changes. If they were fighting in an ordinary, vast square, rocks would probably be flying everywhere, and those rocks would be pulverized into dust. The strange tones used by the Celestial Foxes chanting their magic were unlike anything heard by anyone in the audience. Although Shenrua had been on the Dust Sand continent for several Dust Sand years, equivalent to over 15 Earth years on his home planet, he was not a magister. Most of the attack spells used by magisters on the Dust Sand continent required no incantation. The near-instantaneous nature of these spells initially took Shenrua quite a while to adjust to. After adapting, he found that the number of large-scale spells requiring incantation he had encountered was limited. Therefore, he didn't realize that this wasn't magic from the Dust Sand continent, but rather magic invented by the Celestial Foxes of Jasilfa's world. Before the magic took effect and Shenrua realized something was wrong, Duing saw through Shenrua's desire to help Gangshur, but was constrained. He pulled back the hood covering half his face, and yelled at Tian Shui, "Hey! All you learned in the Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes is how to outnumber your opponent. Do you know you're interfering with a one-on-one duel between two candidates? Hey, you stone spirit over there. Trying to steal the spotlight by taking on two opponents? That won't do." Although Shenrua thought it was fine for Duing to help Gangshur, what did he mean by all you learned in the Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes is how to outnumber your opponent and interfere with a one-on-one duel? Is the Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes an organization that insists on fair one-on-one duels? Duing shouted, then swung his sword under Shenrua's disapproving gaze. Duing was a hermit known for his martial arts skills. His dark elemental power was imbued with his sword, much like the sword energy described in martial arts on their home planet Earth, only a super-darkened, dark version. Since the ground of this plaza couldn't be cleaved anyway, Duing, from one end of the viewing area, swung his sword directly towards Tian Shui. In that direction, the Heavenly Fox was still chanting. To get Tian Shui and Jasilfa's attention, Duing shouted, even using magic to amplify the echo. After his strike, Tian Shui, who had been channeling fire elemental power into the ground, suddenly felt a burst of fire erupt in the path of Du Ying's dark elemental power, blocking his attack and protecting the chanting heavenly fox. Haha, I'm near, you're far. Before Du Ying could finish speaking, he felt a wave of dizziness. Not only Du Ying, but all the powerful beings present also felt dizzy, followed by a rising heat. It turned out that the celestial foxes had completed their incantation. Shenruo watched the changes around him, and saw Tian Shui's fire elemental power suddenly attack Du Ying, who suddenly clutched his forehead and didn't react. He immediately understood that the celestial fox's collective incantation had completed a spell combining the celestial fox's allure. It seemed that only Shenruo remained conscious. There weren't many celestial spirit priests present to begin with, and perhaps because of the appearance of the Dragon Clan candidates, they had quietly left the viewing area. Those present weren't completely under the spell's control, their strength was undeniable, but Gisilpha didn't want complete control. Gisilpha came here to cause trouble for Twin Tower City. He had already considered the possibility of infamy, but what did it matter? Even if those present regained consciousness and realized they were under the spell, it wouldn't matter. Once this magic has taken effect, they will always be captivated whenever they see a beautiful celestial fox who has used magic. Hesitation and the urge to indulge are poisons for the strong when it comes to decision-making in combat. Shenruo directly consumed a water elemental magic item, which transformed into a water shield, blocking Du Ying's path. In his agitation, Du Ying suddenly reached out to grab Shenruo's neck from behind. This was unexpected for Shenruo, but his senses were sharp. The neck was a vital point. As if he had eyes in the back of his head, Shenruo quickly sidestepped. Then, Du Ying's hand landed on Shenruo's shoulder. She, who had practiced martial arts for many years, possessed formidable finger strength. Even with Shenruo concentrating his true energy on his shoulder, he still felt a sharp pain. Then, Shenruo took out the heavenly sound orb. Shenruo remembered that when the holy demonic fire attacked the eternal tower, the 10 absolutes of dust and sand had used either the divine language drum or the heavenly sound orb. The sound, resounding from the depths of the earth and echoing throughout the eternal tower, could cause pain to the candidate's mark even at a distance. Among the sacred relics of the dust and sand continent, there were not many items that could be directly used by humans, like Shenruo, who could not use magic. The divine language drum and the heavenly sound orb were among them. The function of these two sacred relics was to create sound vibrations, which would then reverberate and amplify in space to achieve a mental influence. When using them to emit sound, the areas where the sound reached would receive the blessing of the power of the god who governed space, granting inanimate objects in that space greater resistance. The latter effect is currently ineffective, but if someone were to use large magical artifacts to attack the ground structures of the Tower of Eternity, these two sacred relics could provide a defensive effect. Shenruo understood how to use the celestial sound sphere. In his understanding, it was an amplifier that amplified sound by borrowing divine power during amplification. So, using it to use the lion's roar should also be fine, right? The celestial foxes had been chanting magic for so long. Shouldn't he also chant something as a sign of respect? Shenruo's ability to think and act in this way was entirely due to burning his true energy to alter his perception of time. He recalled some ancient scriptures from his home planet Earth. In later interstellar times, people used science to interpret them, believing that chanting these scriptures had a spiritual effect due to the vibrations of the sounds. The earliest study of these frequencies that could induce special spiritual effects was of Sanskrit. Shenruo thought for a moment and decided that chanting some Sanskrit was perfectly feasible, because it had a very magical chanting feel to it. To defeat magic with magic. Besides, the lion's roar was one of the techniques practiced in ancient Eastern Zen Buddhism, and it naturally shared some common ideas with Sanskrit chanting. Shenruo had a clear plan. He selected several common syllables from Sanskrit chanting and, using the lion's roar technique, roared them towards the celestial sound sphere. The ripples of sound, amplified by the power of the god who governs space, spread out from the celestial sound sphere like powerful magical droplets falling into a calm lake. The vibrations of the sound penetrated to the very soul. Standing behind Shenruo, his fingers still gripping her shoulder, presumably leaving bruises, Du Ying was the first to be struck by the sound. He felt as if a giant bell had struck his brain. Suddenly, the heat in his body vanished completely, as if he had been washed clean from head to toe. If Du Ying, a spirit rank being, experienced this, then not everyone present was spirit rank. For example, those near spirit rank beings in the audience, whose strength was slightly weaker, were not only jolted awake by the sound, but also felt their bodies go weak, even unable to stand. Pain emanated from the mark on Gisilpha's hand. Looking at the heavenly sound orb in Shenruo's hand, he understood who the final candidate truly was. It was you. You deceived my queen. You are a member of the Illusion clan. The Illusion clan is a race born from the god who governs the wind element. In Gisilfa's view, it would be most reasonable for the final candidate to be born from the same race as the god who governs the wind element. Having lived on the Dust Sand continent for so many years, the candidates observed the characteristics of the other candidates and discovered that, at least so far, no two candidates had the same race, and each candidate's race worshipped a different god. Upon entering the Dust Sand continent, the candidates were not told that the game of the gods represented the gods' victory or defeat, but rather that if they won the game, they could determine the course of the world, prevent the destruction of 8 worlds, and receive the gods' blessings. The gods' blessings correspond to everything imaginable: power, wisdom, wealth, even the resurrection of the dead. Chapter 429. As time passed, the candidates realized that choosing one candidate from each universe created by a different god meant they came from universes created by different gods. Correspondingly, in the Dust and Sand continent, this meant a race born from this god. The blind spot in their thinking caused by the absence of other races created by gods in their original worlds gradually opened up after contact with other races on the Dust and Sand continent. The final candidate remained elusive, likely because he possessed the ability to transform in countless ways, lacking a fixed appearance, thus making it impossible for them to guess his identity. Only the Illusion race, born from the god who governs the wind element, could achieve this, and the world created by the god who governs the wind element is likely a world inhabited only by the Illusion race or only by the demon race. After the war in the demon abyss, it was proven that the demon race was formed because the gods stripped away their will and corrupted the creatures of the rift abyss. These creatures, then receiving power from the god who governs the wind element, transformed into intelligent demons. Therefore, the Illusion race should be the only intelligent race living in the world created by the god of wind elements. This was the conclusion Gisilfa reached after exchanging ideas with the dragon race candidate. In fact, if there weren't a 9th god unknown to the continent, Gisilfa's guess would be correct. However, he hadn't considered that the god of wind elements didn't actually possess the ability to create a world on a core. Shinruo, seeing that she had achieved the desired effect using the lion's roar with the heavenly sound orb, put it away. Hearing Gisilfa's question, he shook his head. I didn't deceive Tianxue, I am indeed human. However, his voice wasn't loud. Without using the celestial sound orb, and unlike Gisilfa, he didn't use magic to amplify his voice, so it was impossible for Gisilfa on the other side of the plaza to hear him. Duing had also used magic to amplify his voice when speaking to Tianxue earlier to provoke her. For Shinruo to be heard by Gisilfa, he would have to use his inner energy to make his voice heard, but he wasn't obsessed with clarifying that he was human. Whether Gisilfa and Tianxue could hear him or not was of no concern to him. They were enemies now, not friends. Shinruo had already made his stance clear to Tianxue. He had helped Tianxue time and time again in the past. Even Tianxue's breakthrough to the spirit rank was thanks to Shinruo and Duing. But the past was the past. The present was the present. In the past, Shinruo made his choices because Tianxue didn't stand against him. In the past, Shinruo never had the intention to be an enemy of anyone. However, even Shinruo's stance couldn't remain unchanged forever. He was originally just a lone individual living on a deserted island. All the human relationships, friendships, and other experiences he had gained were given to him by the beings of the Dust Sand continent. Throughout these 7 Dust Sand years, every choice Shinruo made ultimately led him to his current position. The 10 absolutes of Dust Sand cannot replace the family that is traditionally preserved on their home planet Earth, but the attitude of the 10 absolutes spirit-level members towards their companions can bring an emotion called a sense of belonging. Shinruo had never experienced the warmth and coldness of family, so it was natural for the stance of the 10 absolutes of Dust Sand to gradually influence his own. Long Wei's determination also solidified Shinruo's own resolve. Tianxue might be a friend, but their friendship was far from pure. Shinruo felt that Tianxue seemed more resolute in her stance of becoming his enemy than he was. Whether this was a gift from the god of fire elements or a change in Tianxue during her interactions with Gisilfa, Shinruo couldn't discern. As the heavenly sound sphere took effect, Duing regained his senses, but he also knew he was probably no match for the female celestial fox on the other side of the plaza. Cubes of dark elemental power appeared on the ground. Duing was paving a path for Shinruo to reach the other side of the plaza. However, the quality of his dark elemental power was not as pure as Tianshue's fire elemental power. The 2 spirit-level powers eroded each other, and Du Ying's power was inferior to Tianshue's. Shaping magic was not Du Ying's forte. His strength lay in combining martial arts with magic, and elemental power was merely an extension of his martial arts. Soon, Doing noticed that although his dark elemental power had been eroded by Tian Shue's power, the grid on the ground hadn't disappeared. His gaze swept across the audience seats, and he saw that King Anluofenghe was holding a scepter. He immediately understood. The celestial foxes, who had already finished chanting their spells, and whose spells had been greatly weakened by Shenruo's use of the heavenly sound orb, saw Shenruo jump down from the audience seats and land on the grid of dark elemental power that had appeared on the ground. These celestial foxes were no longer the same as before, under Jizer's rule, before Tian Shui became queen. They were no longer the celestial foxes who merely submitted to Jizer's violent intimidation and the subjugation effect of the celestial fox Jade, forced to obey every command. After Tianxue became the queen of the celestial fox clan, she made numerous efforts to improve the clan's situation under Jessel's rule. The celestial foxes acknowledged everything this beautiful female celestial fox did for them. Of course, Jessel's tyranny and capriciousness still hung like a blade over the clan's heads. The combination of Jessel and Tianxue subtly formed a tactic often used by rulers, a combination of kindness and severity. However, Tianxue was responsible for kindness, and Jessel was responsible for severity. After this change, the Celestial Fox clan's guards closest to their king and queen developed a subjective desire to protect their queen. Therefore, when they saw Shenruo's actions, they understood that this person, more likely a member of the Illusion clan, but appearing human, wanted to approach their king or queen. The Celestial Foxes attacked Shenruo's path without hesitation. After a moment's thought, Shenruo decided to trust. She trusted the spirit rank Hishi who paved the way for her, regardless of whether he was Doing or Fenghe. His advantage in time perception was useless in traversing the ground scorched by the spiritual level fire elemental power, because he needed Fenghe or Doing to pave a path for him to move forward. If he were faster than Fenghe or Doing, he would only turn himself into a charred corpse. Since he couldn't be fast, he decided to do the opposite. Shenruo decided to slow down. This way, even if he wasn't walking on the dark elemental grids that Doing or Fenghe had laid out beforehand, Doing or Fenghe would still create dark elemental support on the ground with his steps. Tian Shui needed to maintain the flames on the entire plaza, while Fenghe and Doing only needed to condense enough dark elemental power beneath Shenruo's feet to become tangible trodden in. The dark elemental power was constantly being eroded by Tianxue's power, yet it was continuously re-injected by Fenghe and Doing. As for the celestial foxes attacking him, since he couldn't dodge them with speed, Shenruo had to make another choice. He and these celestial foxes were merely on different sides. There was no life or death grudge between them. If possible, Shenruo would prefer to approach Tianxue by dodging and then find a way to incapacitate her. However, under the current circumstances, advancing without causing casualties was impossible. If he didn't control Tianxue, Gangshur would still be engaged in an unequal battle with Jisilfa. It was only a matter of time before he fell into a disadvantageous position, and even his gem-like body developed irreversible cracks. This was Gangshur's first life-or-death battle with another candidate since arriving on the Dust Sand continent. Gangshur made his decision, and Shenruo had to make his as well. The claws of one of the celestial foxes suddenly extended, about to pierce Shenruo's body. A strong gust of wind swept across the ground, launching Shenruo into the air. In the scorching heat, she drew a weapon and fired towards the point where Tianhu had landed. Blood splattered from Tianhu's body. This was a weapon Shenruo had crafted after obtaining the flames Tianxue had brought to the Eternal Tower. She combined the design principles of weapons from Earth's history with the application logic of crystal weapons from the Dust Sand continent. This weapon functioned like an ancient ranged firearm from Earth. To ensure absolute armor-piercing power, Shenruo had embedded dark star stones instead of crystals in the weapon's magic circle. This sacred relic, formed from the power of a deity, can, if used in place of crystals, allow weapons to unleash elemental power at the level of spirit rank magic, but it also has limitations. Firstly, humans cannot activate it using only gloves. Shenruo's experiments revealed that true qi must be used to guide the elemental power of the water flame lotus into the connection between the weapon's magic array and the dark star stone to activate the weapon. Secondly, its strength is different from the effect achieved by directly shattering a whole piece of dark star stone. It cannot penetrate the magical armor encasing a spirit rank being. However, it is more than sufficient to attack a celestial fox approaching spirit rank. Furthermore, due to the relationship between Shenruo and Tian Shao, Shenruo has a thorough understanding of the celestial fox's weaknesses. From the moment she learned of this, Shenruo used the extraction of Jisilfa's heart's blood from Tian Zhao's body to study the flow of elemental power within the celestial fox race, thereby deducing the possible distribution of meridians within them. Later, Tianxiao voluntarily allowed Shenhua to use acupuncture to confirm the path and method of elemental energy flow within her body. During this process, Shenhua summarized the distribution of meridians and acupoints within the Heavenly Fox clan. Now, he attacked the Heavenly Foxes with a weapon inlaid with dark star stones. With a single strike, he completely incapacitated one of them. And the blow didn't hit any vital points. However, Shenhua knew very well that although this Heavenly Fox was still alive, he would never be able to use magic freely again. The Heavenly Fox only felt an unbearable burning pain in its wound, but since its vital points hadn't been hit, it coughed up blood and was still able to speak to its companions. Go, attack its landing point. However, Shenhua's speed was beyond their comprehension. This attack gave the other Heavenly Foxes time to react. He hoped these Heavenly Foxes would give up. Reaching the near spirit level was not easy. These Heavenly Foxes had reached the near spirit level using a method taught by Gisilfa, exchanging lifespan for power enhancement. Although they had consolidated their strength over several years, and now appeared to be on par with those who had cultivated normally to the near spirit level, the life force they had burned away could not be regained. The Celestial Foxes did not cherish the opportunity Shenhua had given them, so Shenhua showed them no mercy. Chapter 430. Shenhua adjusted his posture in midair using his wind elemental crystal weapon, then, using the method Du Ying had used, infused the crystal weapon with true energy and hurled it down at the Heavenly Fox below. As he fell, he unleashed over a dozen bursts of light elemental power during the brief descent. Each burst of light elemental power rendered a near spirit rank Heavenly Fox incapacitated. Once he landed on a grid emanating dark elemental power, no Heavenly Fox could stop him from approaching Heavenly Fox Tianxue. In Twin Tower City, the powerful Zhezhe and He Shi had returned to their original positions prepared to deal with the Dragon Clan, but they could see what was happening in the plaza through the crystal. Although some of these Zhezhe and He Shi were spirit rank, the true leader of Twin Tower City was a candidate designated by the gods, representing the Zhezhe and He Shi races. They had all left Twin Tower City, but a major change occurred in the plaza, leaving Zhezhe and He Shi, who remained in Twin Tower City, unsure how to deal with the battle between the candidates unfolding there. Zhezhe, however, seemed unconcerned about the battle in the plaza. He even smiled and said to his comrades in Twin Tower City, "Isn't this a good thing? Which one will ultimately be the candidate recognized by the gods? I think we soon witness the answer. As for us, since we already chosen to follow one or two of them, now we just wait. If they don't return, it means they weren't ultimately chosen by the gods, but we will still be the regional guardians of this ancient and sacred land. If they return, and the scene in the future vision seen by the celestial priest still unfolds, then focusing on what's happening in the plaza now will make it difficult to deal with the dragon's attack. As for the descent of the god of space, it seems the dragon disrupted this descent, which means he wasn't a worthy candidate for us. We didn't choose him from the beginning, showing that the remnant will of the god is still protecting us." Zhezhe's words explained everything, convincing Zhezhe and He Shi, who maintained the crystal communication and were responsible for key positions in the magic arrays crucial to the defense and attack of Twin Tower City. However, whether Zhezhe truly agreed with his own words was something only he himself knew. In fact, Zhezhe felt no tension whatsoever at this moment. Unlike other Zhezhe or He Shi candidates who chose to follow them, he didn't become a member of Twin Tower City because of their charisma, their status as candidates, or their past camaraderie in battle. One of them. He even had the leisure to think about his childhood friend, Junzhe, a cultivation fanatic. Junzhe had no intention of attending the ceremony, because in Junzhe's view, the battle between the dragon and Twin Tower City was beyond his reach. He was still pursuing the improvement of his personal power, and his understanding of the laws of the world. Even though a legend related to every life on the continent was unfolding. However, Junzhe missed such a spectacle. If it weren't for the communication crystal between the mages controlling the magic array inside Twin Tower City, which was always lit to ensure they could respond at any time to Zhezhe and the He Shi candidate who had flown away from Twin Tower City, Zhezhe would have actually planned to contact Junzhe. Faced with the life-or-death crisis of Twin Tower City, let's tease this cultivation fanatic, praising his sharp eye for recognizing a certain human as exceptional at a glance. Although he used the power of his weapon, taking down over a dozen near-spirit level celestial foxes in the short time it took to fall from the sky, even Junzhe himself might not have been able to accomplish that. Just because he's a candidate, does that create such a huge gap between him and the human race's potential? Zhezhe thought to himself, while Shenhua had already drawn his sword, the sword infused with Gisilfa's blood in the final step, and was now locked in combat with Tianxue. This sword was also forged using the flames Tian Shui had brought to the Eternal Tower, and Tian Shui's spirit-level magic couldn't immediately corrode its blade. However, even when the sword struck the spirit-level flames enveloping Tian Shui, it couldn't completely pierce the strongest defensive flames that had formed on Tian Shui's skin. Neither Tian Shui nor Shenrua held back. Shenrua was faster, but Tian Shui was stronger, a difference determined by racial power, but Tian Shui herself felt confused during the battle. Shenrua never changed his appearance. If he was a member of the Illusion clan, why would he fight in a human form? Illusion clan members can use the magic of other races when they transform into them. Using a human appearance would mean fighting with his weakest side. Tian Shui didn't understand, nor was she aware of the faint connection between the sword in Shenrua's hand and Gisilfa. Gisilfa did sense it, but after being tempered and forged into a sword, this drop of blood had a different effect on him than in its original blood state. When Duing drew his sword, forged with Gisilfa's blood, from Gisilfa, Gisilfa felt more offended and angry than he felt any connection to the blood. However, after Tian Shui realized that Shenrua was simply using martial arts to fight her, she couldn't help but feel a desire to force Shenrua to use magic or other means. This sword was forged using flames bestowed by the god of fire. If she could make this sword burn completely in her own spirit-level flames, wouldn't that prove that she was the one truly blessed by the gods? The remaining will of the god of fire had truly blessed Tian Shui, and a wisp of his own will had been attached to this blessing, so Tian Shui's fire power could even surpass Gisilfa's. If it weren't for Gisilfa's candidate mark, in a duel, Gisilfa wouldn't even be a match for Tian Shui now. But Tian Shui didn't see Shenrua's candidate mark. She believed Gisilfa's assessment of Shenrua as a candidate, but why was she still able to attack Shenrua? Was it because Shenrua hadn't displayed his candidate mark? Fragments of thoughts flashed through Tian Shui's mind. From the moment she met Shenrua, she had mostly used him, but she had to admit she had feelings for him. From the moment she encountered the dragon and Shenrua on the Continental Highway, heading to Qing's kingdom, she realized one thing. This human was unaffected by her charm spell. She later sought Shenrua's help, not because she couldn't find other potential acquaintances, but to confirm whether the charm spell truly had no effect on this human. As beautiful celestial foxes, they rely on their charm throughout their lives, a weapon even more powerful than magic. Therefore, they fear their charm losing its power. If it fails against a powerful figure like the Dark King Feng He, it's understandable, but if it fails even against a human, Tian Shui will begin to doubt herself. However, celestial foxes also fear that the kindness shown to them by other beings stems from their charm. Because of this conflicting emotion, Tian Shui made choices that seemed less than optimal each time she encountered Shenrua. In the end, the help Shenrua provided was all unexpected joy. At this moment, Tian Shui's mind flashed back to everything that had happened since she noticed Shenrua. She gathered a ball of extreme flame in her hands, clasped them together, and caught the sword Shenrua offered to her chest. She infused the sword with the purest fire power of the Celestial Fox clan, the spirit-level fire elemental power she had been blessed with. The elemental power vibrated repeatedly within the sword, constantly eroding it. Finally, this sword, of divine quality, turned into dust in Tian Shui's extreme flame. Tian Shui was unaware that Shenrua's intention was to completely corrupt the sword. She remained eager to know the full effect Shenrua's blood would have on Gisilfa, and how much influence it would have on Gisilfa after merging with the sword. Just as Tian Shui's power began to corrupt Shenrua's sword, Gisilfa felt a sharp pain in his chest. He jerked aside Gangshi, leaped back a large step, and then spat out a mouthful of blood. Gangshi, initially at a disadvantage in the battle, found the fight evenly matched after Shenrua began attacking Tian Shui, preventing her from using magic to maintain the ground temperature for Gisilfa and covering his weaknesses. Suddenly Gisilfa jumped back, seemingly injured. Steelstone was only slightly startled before conjuring a magic circle, from which a beam of yellow magical light shot out. However, this magical light, imbued with half of Steelstone's power, was interrupted by Tian Shui. Tian Shui and Gisilfa were actually some distance apart. She had abandoned her fight with Shenrua, maintaining a shield of spirit-level fire elemental power covering her body, using ranged magic to create a spirit-level fire elemental shield that blocked Steelstone's attack. Most of her defense was focused on Gisilfa, leaving her spirit-level fire elemental power covering her defenses weakened. Shenrua had already drawn another sword, a short sword Tian Shui had seen before. This short sword looked unremarkable, without any crystals or divine relics inlaid on it. Shenrua gathered her true energy and thrust it towards Tian Shui's chest. Unlike her previous strike, Shenrua's thrust was incredibly precise, a result of a lightning-fast mental calculation, executed with the most intuitive and opportune angle. As the short sword pierced Tian Shui's body, Tian Shui stared at Shenrua in disbelief. Because she had received a divine blessing, and a wisp of the lingering will of the god of fire elements faintly clung to her, Tian Shui also possessed a sensitivity to divine power. Before Shenrua infused her with true energy, she hadn't realized how extraordinary the sword was. However, as it pierced her body, she felt an unusual, divine power emanating from the blade. Or rather, a divine power far surpassing anything she had ever experienced before. What kind of sword is this? What kind of being, what kind of materials, could forge such a divine weapon that sends chills down her spine even though she is a spirit-rank cultivator? How could she have thought this sword was ordinary before? At this moment, Long Wei and Long He, carrying the two candidates Ji Cheng, Zhizhe, and He Shi, flew over the core area of Twin Tower City. Chapter 431. The magical barrier above Twin Tower City opened with the arrival of Long Wei and Long He, then closed again after they entered the city. Seemingly in harmony with the opening and closing of the magical barrier, the statue of the god of fire in the holy temple suddenly opened its eyes. It seemed that all beings within the innermost circle of Twin Tower City heard a sigh that was actually silent. Was it the sigh of a god? This thought arose in the minds of all beings. Although there was no sound, they sensed the sigh vibrating in their souls, lingering in their senses for a long time. The sacrificial ceremony rehearsals had ceased, so why did another deity manifest his will? Was it because the beautiful celestial fox's eyes were gradually losing their luster, causing even their protector to feel regret? Was the human who could incapacitate over a dozen near-spirit celestial foxes under such conditions something many present, even spirit-level and near-spirit-level beings, might not have been able to do, and who unhesitatingly killed Tianxue, who was clearly unable to properly parry the sword's attack while protecting Gisilfa, truly a candidate? If he was he human or a phantom? If a phantom, why didn't he transform into other forms? If not, how could a human accomplish such an inconceivable feat? Even if he was a candidate, a powerful being among the human or phantom race, why did he so ruthlessly kill a celestial fox capable of evoking a divine response? Wasn't he worried about divine punishment or loss of favor? Speaking of which, it wasn't just this human form candidate before him, there was also the stone spirit candidate, Steel Stone, who was also currently fighting a celestial fox candidate. Steelstone's attack could be attributed to Gisilfa's initial provocation. But why would a human candidate help a stone elf candidate? What kind of candidate does the god desire to win? What kind of candidate can save the continent from the impending catastrophe? One question after another surfaced in the minds of the powerful beings, while Gisilfa, caught in the midst of the battle, realized his advantage had vanished. While many in the audience possessed the strength to fight a spirit-rank opponent, the beings of the continent were unlikely to intervene in the battle between the candidates. Even though Gisilfa seemed to have gained the god's favor through his dance, he misjudged the situation, believing he could eliminate Steelstone in a multi-on-one situation, but he hadn't expected that Steelstone would be in cooperation with that despicable Illusion clan member who had never shown himself. No, rather, who had shown himself but concealed his identity too well. Gisilfa still insisted that Shenrua was from the Illusion clan. Gisilfa knew he had made a grave mistake, but he also saw dozens of dragons flying towards Twin Tower City. As long as he could stall for time, until the dragon candidates attacked Twin Towers, Gisilfa thought about how to escape. He glanced at the 8 statues standing in the holy temple, and in an instant, he knew what to do. He condensed all his fire elemental power into armor, and ran towards the area beneath the 8 statues. A magical barrier enveloped the core area of Twin Towers, but a gap remained between the plaza and the holy temple, large enough for a celestial fox to pass through. This is because of the sacred temple's special significance. It was the foundation of the Holy Sea's existence in the past, so its defensive barriers will never close off the statues. And this gap in the passage, in Gisilfa's eyes, is the path that could save his life. Because once inside the area where the 8 statues are located, no one can use magic. Dragons cannot fly, and the stone golems can no longer freely change their forms. The stone golems cannot change forms, nor can they use magic, in terms of agility in hand-to-hand combat. Gisilfa even feels he can win. It's that phantom race. The phantom race probably can't freely change their racial form in the area where the statues are located either. Will it remain in the form it enters, or will it reveal its true form? Has anyone seen the phantom race's true form? Fragments of thoughts flashed through Gisilfa's mind, but he didn't realize that at Shenrua's speed, he wouldn't even be able to reach the statues. Shenrua didn't directly step through the gap in the barrier because he recalled the descriptions of the god of earth and the god of water regarding the divine game. He currently possessed 3 sacred relics that could pave the way for the manifestation of the divine legacy, and he had already made contact with the remaining wills of all the gods. All the prerequisites for the manifestation of the divine legacy had been met. Shinruo wasn't sure if simply stepping into the sacred hall would necessarily trigger this major event, so he hesitated. However, Gangshur didn't think that far ahead. He had already caught up halfway before realizing that Shinruo hadn't followed. Gangshur clearly understood that beneath the 8 divine statues, he probably didn't have much of an advantage in close combat, but Shinruo was different. This wasn't the first time Gangshur and Shinruo had clashed. Judging from Shinruo's battle with Tian Shui, Gangshur didn't believe Shinruo would lose to Jisilfa under the statues. "What are you waiting for?" Gangshur stopped and asked Shinruo, then remembered the words of the god of earth, and realized why Shinruo had stopped. 3 of the 8 statues emanated unusual auras: the god of space, the god of wind, and the god of fire. The remaining wills of these 3 gods seemed unwilling to leave the statues. At this moment, the Dragon Clan candidate and his followers had already arrived above Twin Tower City. The Dragon Clan candidate immediately spotted Jisilfa standing alone beneath the 8 statues. Jisilfa dared not leave the 8 statues, because he believed Gangshur had realized his disadvantage in this environment and dared not pursue him. As for the Illusion Clan, it seemed that even in the sacred temple, the Illusion Clan would reveal their true forms. Historical records from the continent contain no mention of the original appearance of the Illusion Clan. Jisilfa believed this was likely because the Illusion Clan was aware of their strengths and weaknesses, and therefore never dared to act in their true form outside their birthplace. If only he could force the Stone Spirit and the Illusion Clan to come here. Beneath the statue, he could turn the tables on these 2 candidates. Thinking this, Jisilfa felt a surge of excitement mixed with anxiety. He had found a way to deal with these 2 candidates, but how could he force them to come? The dragon candidate, however, frowned. He didn't know why this situation had arisen below. The flowing light of the magical barrier obscured the details of the scenery below, preventing the dragon candidate from seeing the situation in the plaza. No magic could be used within the holy temple. The dragon candidate ordered the dragons behind him, attack. He then transformed into his human form, retaining his wingspan, and flew downwards. Reaching the boundary between the magical barrier and the holy temple, the dragon candidate folded his wings and jumped outside the barrier. Upon landing, he discovered that there was a gap large enough for him to pass through after changing his form. At this moment, Steelstone had returned to the magical barrier. If Shinruo hadn't pursued Jisilfa, he might have been no match for Jisilfa if he had chased after him himself. Although his gemstone body possessed high hardness, it couldn't withstand repeated blows or slashes from weapons. Even under normal circumstances, without using magic, shattering a gemstone as large as steel stone by brute force would be extremely difficult, and might even result in numbness in the hand from the impact. However, for races with flesh and blood, numbness was a minor issue. Once a crack appears within Steelstone's body, the damage is irreversible. After ending the mental illusion that replayed his cherished past, Steelstone pondered his future. Continuing to live as a stone spirit on the Dust Sand continent didn't seem so bad. This world was far more exciting than his original one, a world inhabited only by stone spirits, where life was often monotonous. Therefore, more than becoming a winner, he now wanted to survive. The idea of risking his life for a possible victory, and accepting death if he failed, seemed to have faded from Steelstone's memory. Above Twin Towers, different dragons took turns unleashing magic upon the magical barrier below, their energy reserves unaffected. Their candidate had already cleared one of the biggest obstacles. Now, they only needed to breach Twin Towers' defenses and ensure their candidate's survival. Seeing the dragon candidate land in his human dragon form at the boundary of the magical barrier, Jisilfa knew he didn't need to worry about his safety for the time being. He walked back to the path connecting the plaza to the Holy Sea and said to the dragon candidate, "The final candidate is that human. No, he should be a phantom." Through the gaps in the magical barrier, the dragon candidate could see the fallen celestial foxes and the bloodstains on the plaza, guessing that Jisilfa had already fought him. However, it was likely a phantom, meaning Jisilfa couldn't confirm if the opponent was a phantom. The person Jisilfa pointed to was Shinruo, whom the dragon candidate was quite familiar with. With the blood pact in place, the dragon candidate was willing to believe Jisilfa's accusation. However, after checking Shinruo's belongings, he couldn't find the initial storage accessory. Had he overlooked something, or was Jisilfa mistaken? A few steps further towards the holy temple from where the dragon candidate was, they would enter a magic forbidden area. Jisilfa, sensing the candidate's lingering doubts, explained, "There's no mistake." He used the celestial sound orb. Before he took it out, my mark felt no pain. There's no time to explain. My queen, my servants, all died because of him. Isn't that the best evidence? Humans on the continent could never do such a thing. The key now is to prevent the stone elf from escaping. If we throw him under the statue, he surely die. As he spoke, Gisilpha crossed the gap again, entering the plaza and channeling spirit-level fire elemental power into the ground. Gangshur and Shinruo were originally observing the movements of Long and Gisilpha through the gap in the magic barrier. Gisilpha suddenly attacked halfway through his sentence. Gangshur quickly used earth elemental magic to create a foothold for himself and fled quickly towards the viewing area. Chapter 432. Steelstone knew very well that when Gisilpha said he would throw him under the statue, he didn't intend to do it himself. He wanted the dragon candidates to seize Steelstone while no one was around to help him, and then throw him into the sacred temple. Perhaps Shinruo had a chance to help Steelstone, but because of Gisilpha's sudden attack, Shinruo had to use his wind elemental crystal weapon to launch himself into the air. He was currently holding onto a hang glider, using the heat from the ground to stay airborne. Steelstone was now the dragon candidate's primary target. His strength didn't allow him to simultaneously try to escape the dragon candidate's attack range and have the energy to help Shinruo land on the plaza. Shinruo wasn't without other options, but when he saw the dragon candidates use the same tactic again, their water elemental power grabbing Steelstone, he aimed at the gap in the magic barrier below and, using the power of his wind elemental crystal weapon, launched himself diagonally towards the gap from midair. Gisilpha stood at the edge of the magical barrier, outside the gap, casting his fire elemental magic on the plaza's ground. Shinruo, landing at the gap in the magical barrier, used a speed Gisilpha couldn't react to, flashing in front of him, grabbing his clothes, and with a sudden burst of energy, hurled Gisilpha towards the 8 statues. This distance wasn't something Shinruo could cover with a simple throw, but Shinruo didn't intend to just throw Gisilpha into the holy temple like that. For Shinruo, getting into the holy temple himself was more important. Didn't Gisilpha think that once inside the holy temple, the steel spirit couldn't use magic or mimicry, and that the celestial fox would have a combat advantage over the stone spirit? Shinruo found it amusing. If we're talking about pre-planned battle locations, wouldn't the holy temple be the most suitable race for humans? Although humans aren't as physically imposing as other races, magic is forbidden in the holy temple, and humans can't use magic anyway. The holy temple at least puts humans on a level playing field with other races in this regard. Shinruo's act of throwing Gisilpha ignited Gisilpha's fury. He felt slighted by this Phantom Clan member. To keep such a slender and frail physique and then grab and throw him, Shinruo charged towards the holy temple, and Gisilpha gave chase without hesitation. He wanted to see if the Phantom Clan would reveal his true colors inside the holy temple. However, he was disappointed. Shinruo didn't change at all. He simply held the short sword that had pierced Tianshua's body. Hearing the whoosh behind him, he turned around, the sword flashing, and forced back the ambushing Gisilpha. Could it be that the holy temple's constraint on the Illusion Clan is such that upon entering, they will retain their current racial appearance, unable to change again? Heh, I don't know why you're so fixated on your human appearance, Gisilpha said to Shinruo. Just as they were confronting each other, the dragon candidate's water elemental power enveloped Steelstone, condensing into a water sphere. Steelstone was actually moving rapidly. The dragon candidate's ability to so accurately seize Steelstone's body with water elemental magic was due to his understanding of the laws of space. Steelstone knew that for any other race, the competition within the Holy Temple was purely based on martial arts. Only for the Stone Elf clan, if they entered the Holy Temple, would it truly be difficult to unleash their full potential. What he didn't know was that the Stone Spirits and the Horn Tribe, both born from the power of the Earth Elemental God, were the same races. Why then did the Stone Spirits, without flesh and blood, possess an entire world? Furthermore, it was the Stone Spirits who were chosen by the gods as candidates. This was because among the 4 elemental forces that constitute the framework of the world, wind, water, earth, and fire, only Earth Elemental Force condenses into the earth, possessing real texture. Therefore, in the world created by the power of the Earth Elemental God, the naturally formed intelligent race, the Stone Spirits, naturally possessed a higher limit in using Earth Elemental magic than the Frost Serpents, Sky Foxes, and Illusion Tribes. However, this power came at a price. The price was that the Stone Spirits possessed bodies lacking the 5 senses. The Horn Tribe was a race created by the Earth Elemental God, who, feeling a sense of incompleteness, attempted to recreate on the Dust Sand continent using his own power. But this race's talent was far inferior to that of the Stone Spirits. Steelstone didn't know what the gods' wills were concerned with when the world was created, But he knew very well that this was his most important battlefield if he wanted to survive. Grabbed by the dragon candidate's water sphere, he gathered his spirit-level earth elemental power to envelop himself and fight against the dragon's water elemental magic, while simultaneously retrieving the sacred relic he had collected. The dragon candidate felt a sharp pain emanating from his branded area. He knew this was because Steelstone had taken out the quest item he hadn't yet collected. The dragon candidate now stood within the magical barrier, not far from the entrance to the gap, able to escape at any moment through the barrier. Upon landing and discovering a gap, he didn't mind entering this side of the plaza. He could easily slip through the gap and enter the holy temple. If Twin Towers wanted to use any weapon employing sacred relics to harm him, he only needed to enter the holy temple. The magic would dissipate upon touching the divinely defined boundaries of the holy temple. Even magic cast with sacred relics would be the same. As for physical strength, the holy temple only prevented dragons from flying above it. It didn't forbid them from displaying their dragon forms. A dragon in its dragon form against other races, under the same circumstances where magic was forbidden, what race possessed greater physical strength than a dragon? Or even without transforming into its dragon form, a dragon in human form could still develop scales on its skin. In short, in a contest of physical strength, dragons feared no race. The only potential threat was probably the dragon's might that had forcibly broken through to the spirit rank. However, he hadn't come alone. At this moment, the elemental colors representing the magical barrier were flowing, and the dragon candidate knew it was caused by his own kind attacking the barrier. Having the idea of using the holy temple to deal with the sacred relics and weapons of Twin Tower City, the dragon candidate was in no hurry to leave the magical barrier. Even entering the core area of Twin Tower City meant facing numerous ambushes, but here, even if Twin Tower City possessed any magical arrays capable of trapping him, their number would be limited, because this was already the edge of the magical barrier. Furthermore, due to the sacred temple's unique nature, Twin Tower City likely didn't pre-plan the location of the dragon candidates as the main battlefield. They might have made contingency plans for the dragon candidates entering and exiting from here, but this was definitely not the main battlefield. They must have also considered preventing Gisilfa from sabotaging their plans, or from launching a surprise attack on Twin Tower City during the battle. Therefore, there must be magic circles and traps prepared by Twin Tower City here. But what if he didn't leave the edge of the magic barrier and attracted them all here? The dragon candidate decided to fight Steelstone here. If Zhizha dared to interfere, he would leave through the gap. The dragon candidate, true to his dragon nature, didn't seem to consider leaving through the gap as an escape or a disheveled retreat. Even while considering the possibility of being outmatched by Twin Tower City's ambush, he used the word dare in his thinking. The sacred relic that Steelstone retrieved was an ancient stone hairpin. This was something he obtained in the kingdom of Washan, a nation of the Horn tribe, in exchange for another sacred relic that wasn't actually a quest item. This quest item was said to have been left behind by the god of earth elements in the birthplace of the Horn tribe in the kingdom of Washan. It could only be activated using earth elemental magic of the spirit rank. In the plaza, at Steelstone's feet, a small hill rose from the ground, separating the water elemental power of the dragon candidate as it rose. The dragon candidate continuously concentrated his water elemental power on Steelstone, and where Steelstone connected to the hill seemed to possess a life of its own. Earth elemental power seeped out from the hill, and upon encountering this earth elemental power, the dragon candidate's elemental power vanished without a trace, like a clay ox sinking into the sea. The dragon candidate was secretly astonished. He had never seen a sacred relic with such an effect before. If this sacred relic could absorb all the elemental power connected to it, wouldn't it be invincible? The stone spirit candidate, on the other hand, remained unassuming. He possessed such a sacred relic, but had never used it, leaving him completely unprepared, the dragon candidate thought. However, the truth was, the dragon candidate was overthinking it. The magical effect of the ancient stone hairpin was simply the mound that resonated with the earth elemental power of the stone spirit who used it. The reason the dragon candidate felt his water elemental power vanish like water was entirely due to the relationship between elemental powers. It's like pouring water into dry sand and soil. The water seems to disappear, but it doesn't. The soil absorbs the water, but the soil's absorption of water isn't limitless. Once it reaches saturation, the excess water that can't be absorbed will manifest as water. The dragon candidate only needed to continue fighting Steelstone and relentlessly pour his water elemental power towards its location to quickly obtain an answer. However, he was currently intimidated by the effect of the ancient stone hairpin, and withdrew the water elemental magic orb he had used to envelop Steelstone. Just then, Long Wei, having transformed back into human form and placed the candidates Hishi, Jizha, and Jiching down, spread his wings and flew from the center of Twin Towers towards the dragon candidate in the plaza. He was now relying entirely on the resonance between his elemental power and the fire elemental power in the air particles to perceive things, instead of his eyes. The dragon candidate, who hadn't initially realized why Long Wei was able to attack him, understood after the arrival of dragon reinforcements. Long Wei didn't learn of the dragon candidate's presence through this method. Rather, Jizha and Hishi, responsible for defense, informed them of the changes recorded by the crystals in the plaza via crystal communication. Upon hearing this message, Long Wei flew towards the plaza without hesitation. He could accept joining other beings to end the lives of the dragon candidates to complete his revenge, but he could not allow the dragon candidates to die somewhere else without his participation. Chapter 433. Shenruo looked at Jisilfa. This was their best battlefield, and he didn't want Jisilfa to return to the plaza on the other side. If, at the final settlement of the gods' game of dust and sand, the candidates could decide their own fate, and Jisilfa was still here, Tianxiao still wouldn't be able to return to the Thousand Desolate Plains. Shenruo had told Tianxua that if Tianxua had decided to risk her life to stand on the same side as Jisilfa, then the wise ruler would be Tianxiao. How could this not be considered his promise? Thinking of this, Shenruo said to Jisilfa, "You wouldn't dare to fight against humans who can't use magic here, would you?" The statue of the god looked down at the tiny humans and celestial foxes below, each representing a god, who would decide whether they could become true gods. Shenruo felt that this dueling arena was filled with a sense of destiny. He brought the 3 sacred relics here, but they didn't manifest the divine legacy as he had imagined. It seemed that conditions still existed for the divine legacy to appear. Shenruo didn't want to awaken the divine legacy himself. He didn't have any desires that required a divine response. If he had a wish, he wanted it fulfilled by himself, not by the gods. He valued the process of fulfilling his wish, not the idea that everything would become reality simply by a god exhaling. "You think I'm afraid of you?" While Jisilfa was intelligent, the bestial nature within him was undeniable. Provocation might have been ineffective against Jisilfa by a dragon candidate, but it was entirely different when used by Shenruo. Afraid of a phantom clan member who's been hiding his true identity and still hasn't dared to admit it. "You wouldn't believe me if I said I was human," Shenruo said. "In that case, you can assume I'm confident I can kill you in this racial form. Who are you looking down on?" Jisilfa drew his weapon in anger, a long-handled curved sword, bladed on both sides. This was a tacit agreement to Shenruo's demand for a duel in the Holy Temple. Shenruo gripped his short sword tightly. Although Jisilfa couldn't use magic, the Skyfox clan, as a race that retained some beastly characteristics, had superior hearing, jumping ability, and fighting talent compared to other races. However, regardless of talent, Shenruo's martial arts training was aided by the technological civilization of his home planet, Earth. This aid allowed him to use a wide variety of techniques and random attack combinations to improve his individual responsiveness. Therefore, although Shenruo had never witnessed the martial arts of the Celestial Fox clan, and weapons, like the long-handled scimitar, were rare in his training system on his home planet Earth, which primarily focused on Eastern martial arts, it didn't hinder his ability to counter Jisilfa's moves. The scimitar attacked Shenruo's midsection. Its length made it more powerful. As long as Jisilfa hadn't revealed an opening, Shenruo, using a short sword, was forced into a defensive posture. Just as Shenruo leaned back to dodge the scimitar's rounded blade, Jisilfa's scimitar spun at an unpredictable angle, seemingly about to sever Shenruo's foot. Jisilfa's attack showcased his power and skill to the fullest extent. Even the greatest strength comes with its limitations. His long-handled scimitar didn't seem like a light weapon at all. Before the momentum of its swing was fully released, Jisilfa swung it in the opposite direction, seemingly believing Shenruo's feet had no chance to dodge. However, Shenruo's backward lean turned into a backflip. Before the scimitar struck, Shenruo's feet left the ground. The inner edge of the scimitar grazed the heels of Shenruo's already off the ground, but only grazed them. The blade tore the surface of the boot, but caused no injury. As soon as Jisilfa's scimitar changed direction, Shenruo changed the angle of his body's movement. He braced himself with one hand on the ground, completing a one-handed backflip in a way Jisilfa couldn't have imagined, using the hand still holding the sword. Because the angle was no longer easy to adjust. Everything happened in an instant. Jisilfa's attempt to deflect the inertia of his long-handled scimitar was already at its limit. After Shenruo landed backward, he saw Jisilfa's opening. If it were any other human on the continent, they would have been unable to seize this almost vanished opening, no matter what. But Shenruo was not one of the other humans. Gisilpha's movements appeared a beat slower to Shinruo. In reality, Shinruo had altered his perception of time. The holy temple sealed magic, but it couldn't seal away this ability to change one's senses. In such a battle, Shinruo had no energy to ponder why this was happening. He simply focused on delivering his sword to Gisilpha's impending exit. The sword flashed in and out, the short sword drawing a spray of blood that landed on the holy temple, beneath the gaze of the gods. Gisilpha cried out in pain, but the battle was far from over. Shinruo had seized an opening, not a vital point. The opening Gisilpha had created allowed for a strike that wouldn't hit a critical spot. However, the mindset of the one who is wounded first changes. Gisilpha found it hard to believe he was the first to be injured. But after this back-and-forth exchange, they had reached the center of the holy temple. He now had no chance of escape. He wouldn't accept Shinruo's surrender, so he didn't believe that surrendering would stop Shinruo's pursuit of his life. Gisilpha now thought that only a more aggressive offensive, injuring Shinruo as well, could bring them back to square one. This change in mindset creates an opening. Combined with the effects of his wound, after Gisilpha's curved blade attempted a side slash at Shinruo, which Shinruo dodged, the tip of the blade fell to the ground. The floor of the sacred temple was unaffected by any magic or physical attack. As long as the divine power hadn't completely dissipated, not even a small piece of the stone floor would be broken. However, the tip of the scimitar touching the ground would cause a brief pause in the attack. Even if Gisilpha's pause was brief enough, it wouldn't prevent Shinruo from seizing the opportunity. Shinruo lightly leaped, landing on the hilt of the long-handled scimitar. His movement appeared as light as a feather, but in reality, he gathered his inner energy and used the force of 1,000-pound weight as he stepped onto the hilt. Gisilpha found himself unable to swing the scimitar because Shinruo was standing on it. He felt fear. At the same time as feeling fear, Gisilpha sensed a flash of white light before his eyes. After Shinruo stepped onto the hilt of the scimitar, the distance between him and Gisilpha was enough for him to swing his short sword and slit Gisilpha's throat. Gisilpha tried to speak, but found no sound coming out. Then, blood gushed from his neck. He reached out to cover his neck, but it was too late. Shinruo had already leaped off the hilt of Gisilpha's scimitar. Looking at the blood on the ground, as red as plum blossoms, he was momentarily bewildered. Killing beautiful women is always a pity, even if the celestial foxes aren't human. Moreover, Shinruo had killed 2 extremely beautiful celestial foxes in one day. He would still feel regret. Turning his head, the narrow gap, barely wide enough for one person to pass through, offered little of the view beyond the plaza. The flowing light of the magical barrier obscured most of his vision, making it impossible to see the battle unfolding there. However, at that moment, beams of light, identical to magical radiance, fell upon the statues that had previously remained unresponsive to the ritual. Above Twin Tower City, the dragons had just torn a hole in the magical barrier at its weakest point. The Hershey candidate knew he was running out of time in life, so he rushed to the plaza after the dragon's might. He intended to use his last moments to give the dragon a shock. The Hershey candidates came from a world that, at least in appearance, resembled the universe Shinruo inhabited. The similarity lay in the fact that, because this world was created by the god who ruled the dark elements, it was mostly devoid of light. But intelligent life needs light. The Hersheys born in this world could resonate with the omnipresent dark elemental force through their magical fluctuations, achieving unrestricted vision in the darkness. However, they were not dark creatures stripped of their sight. Although the god of dark elements and the god of light elements have different understandings of the laws, they were born at the same time and, in a sense, are truly capable of reading each other's thoughts. Compared to human twins, being of a lower dimension, possess a stronger telepathic connection, allowing them to easily understand each other's laws, whether they like it or not. Therefore, the god of dark elements also left light in the world he created. Knowing the power of the god who created Shinruo's universe, he sought guidance from that god during the creation of his world. That god then began creating the universe where Shinruo was born before him. Inspired by this, in the universe of the Hershey candidates, their world also possesses starlight. The power of this starlight can be drawn by the Hershey wizards of that world, igniting a special type of stone on the earth. The Hershey continuously increased the number of these stones. The light elemental power within the stones is consumed, and they use stones consumed at different times in different situations. Ultimately, even in the eternal night, the Hershey of that world could obtain sufficient light. In a world like the Dust Sand continent, where light and darkness alternate, and with judges capable of wielding light elemental power, the Hershey candidate not only didn't dislike them, but actually wanted to have more interaction with them. However, in their respective universes, each candidate was a pinnacle being. While this caused his arrogance and the initial misconception that the king of soldiers, Hershey, should revolve around him, being at the pinnacle was itself proof of strength and wisdom. An intelligent being wouldn't be unable to correct their misconceptions due to the gap between reality and their own. While searching for the quest item, he revised his understanding, but also gained a profound understanding of the relationship between Zhe and Hershey in this world. In the abyss, even a cultivation fanatic like Junja, who had no interest in dealing with the provocations of the Hersheys on his side, and was willing to cooperate with travelers, including himself, could still sense a kind of rejection from Junja. What was the wish he wanted to fulfill through the gods? Probably to change the world he originally inhabited. This idea only arose after he had lived on the Dusan continent. Chapter 434. The Dragon Clan candidate was taken aback when Hershey candidate reappeared. However, the Dragon Clan candidate wasn't completely ignorant of the continent. He quickly recalled the stone spirit on Lungwei's back. Having dared to leave Twin Tower City to help Zhe pursue him, and considering Lungwei's 2 full years in the Eternal Tower, the Dragon Clan candidate thought of the Plant Spirit Clan's healing sap. This kind of substance, which couldn't be traded, was basically obtained by the Plant Spirit Clan at the cost of their lives, and then directly given to those in dire need. Only a few Plant Spirit Clan members, already nearing the end of their lives due to the spread of the infection, were willing to exchange their remaining lifespan for the healing sap to try and treat the infection. However, the quantity of this sap was limited, and the lifespan it granted was very short. Thinking this, he scoffed, "The stone spirit of the 10 deadly dusts used healing potions on you? How much longer can you live? A day, half a day? Or perhaps, just as you were about to unleash some incredible magic on me, you suddenly passed away halfway through the incantation?" The Hershey candidate had followed Longwei here precisely to give the Dragon candidate a shock, but the Dragon candidate had revealed his own imminent death, leaving him feeling powerless and regretful. However, no matter how powerless and regretful he felt, he couldn't afford to lose face. Longwei didn't know how to activate the magic circle in the Twin Tower City Square, but he knew it perfectly well. However, the square wasn't only occupied by Dragon candidates. Steelstone, the stone spirit candidate wielding the ancient stone hairpin, was currently confronting the Dragon candidate atop a small mound radiating divine power. After the Dragon candidate's elemental power was absorbed by the mound, he changed his attack method. The Dragon candidate also possessed a sacred relic, but he didn't yet understand the specific function of the one used by the stone spirit before him. Was it the absorption of all elemental forces, or the absorption of magic? Would magic used with other sacred relics also be absorbed? For Steelstone to utilize the ancient stone hairpin's function, he had to remain constantly on the mound created by it, preventing the stone spirits from fully utilizing their agile movement abilities. The Dragon candidate, on the other hand, could simply use Steelstone as a stationary target, slowly testing which attacks would be effective. The arrival of dragons might distracted the Dragon candidate somewhat, but against a half-baked spirit-level dragon like Dragon's Might, and a stone spirit candidate, who could only remain fixed on the mound, the Dragon candidate still had ample resources. Because Steelstone couldn't leave the mound, which was located on the plaza, this affected the Hershey candidate's use of the magic circle in Twin Tower City. Because the magic circle's attack range covered both the Dragon and Steelstone. If the Hershey candidate still has a long lifespan and believes he will inevitably achieve his desire to change the world, he might not hesitate to sacrifice the steel to try and temporarily trap the Dragon candidate using the magic array here. Although, given the Dragon candidate's abilities, breaking free from the magic array wouldn't take long. As the Dragon candidate suspected, this is the edge of Twin Tower City's magical barrier. To deal with him, layers upon layers of magic arrays are needed, which can only be found in the pre-planned battlefield of Twin Tower City. Twin Tower City certainly has a plan to gradually send him into the pre-planned battlefield, but it's not being implemented now. The plan was likely prepared for the formal prayer dance ceremony. Presumably, the opposing side also witnessed the descent of the god of space, and some vision seen through the eyes of the Celestial Fox clan. The reason for the Twin Tower City priest's assumptions is unknown, but they roughly judged that the battle would only begin at the start of the ceremony. Although the intervention of the Dragon Clan candidates could alter this future, and they had contingency plans for such events, their plans did not include a surprise attack by a Dragon Clan candidate. In fact, even now, with the Celestial Fox's future already altered, the Star Spirit priests still saw the future descent of the god of space in the living Celestial Foxes. Shenrua did not kill all the Celestial Foxes. The Celestial Foxes that intercepted him were struck at pressure points near the viewing platform. However, striking these pressure points inflicted damage on the Celestial Foxes, rendering them unable to fight, not taking their lives. He took Tian Shue's life not because he absolutely needed her, but because Tian Shue was stronger and more determined than these near-spirit level celestial foxes. In a duel, the ability to cripple an opponent without harming them is a clear indication of a significant disparity in strength. Shenrua couldn't maintain such composure against Tian Shue's all-out effort. He could only exert his own strength. Life or death is a phrase used only against evenly matched opponents. Therefore, the Star Spirit Priests immediately observed the future fragments seen by the injured Tianhu, and found that the future fragments related to Tianhu, at least those showing the descent of the god of space, remained unchanged. Could it be that the god was originally destined to descend after the rehearsal, following the attack by the dragon candidates? The glimpses of the future seen through the Celestial Fox clan were actually a reflection of the present? The Hershey candidate ultimately did not engage in the battle indiscriminately. This allowed the dragon candidate to still fight 3 opponents, although he now had to use a weapon forged from sacred relics to contend with Dragon Might, Steel Stone, and the Hershey candidate. The dragons above tore through a weak point in the magical barrier, and continued to expand the damage. The powerful beings below used their magic to create a protective barrier. Many of these beings were spirit rank, so as long as their elemental power was not exhausted, those within the barrier were safe. Since these beings were mostly in the spectator stands, they could gather together, with 3 to 5 spirit rank individuals taking turns ensuring the survival of the spirit rank magical shield. The spectators now had the urge to shoot the dragon down. If the battles in the plaza and the sacred hall were between candidates, and they only needed to wait for the gods to choose the final winner, and then follow him, then the dragon above was not a candidate at all. The dragons aided the dragon race candidates against Twin Tower City, but at this moment, the magical barrier was torn apart, and various elemental forces poured down upon the audience, who were not affiliated with Twin Tower City. The audience came to witness the exquisite dance of the Celestial Fox clan, and to sense the power of the gods. Some beings anticipated the battle between the candidates, and did not want to miss the crucial moment of divine manifestation, determining the candidate who would ultimately lead the continent out of the cataclysm. Others had a gentleman's agreement with Twin Tower City, willing to cooperate in eliminating the dragon race candidates, but they also knew that they could not proactively attack the candidates. The main assistance they could offer Twin Tower City was maintaining a portion of its defensive magic arrays. Their willingness to cooperate stemmed from the fact that Twin Tower City had meticulously documented the attack on the Hershey candidates group by the Dragon Clan candidates outside of Shilai, a process recorded in a unique, expensive, and highly accessible manner. They deciphered the records and realized that the Dragon Clan candidates were likely the ones secretly hunting spirit rank beings. Therefore, they were willing to work with Twin Tower City to resolve this threat they couldn't handle alone. Especially since the records indicated that the Dragon Clan candidates controlled the legendary evil will of holy demonic fire. These beings, for various reasons, harbored murderous intent towards the dragons aiding the Dragon Clan candidates in the air, but they lacked the equipment to kill them. Twin Tower City certainly possessed such equipment, but like the Eternal Tower's previous defenses against dragons, using it for dragon hunting required significant resources and preparation. Dust and Sand's 10 Absolutes approach was to deliver a decisive blow to one of the dragons, even sparing their most valuable target, the Star Dragon Lord. When the dragons attacked the Tower of Eternity, they weren't worried about casualties. Their sole aim was to unilaterally cripple the tower's credibility. The situation is different now. The dragons have bet their chosen candidate will be the victor. They desire to become the true masters of the continent, a desire that has long been ingrained in their blood. What has always suppressed them are the laws established by the god of space, and their inability to unite and form a cohesive force before becoming dragons. Although the Star Dragon Lord's actions were carried out in the name of the dragon candidates, the dragons themselves did not witness their own race's candidates raising their arms in celebration. At that time, the dragon candidates merely stated that they were injured and needed to recuperate in the city, and that the Star Dragon Lord would lead the dragons to find a way to cure the infection. The Star Dragon Lord also lacked the resolve to have the dragons disregard their own survival, as the Twin Tower City served as a check on them. Now, however, the dragon candidates themselves were leading their horde to the Twin Tower City. There has always been a division of opinion among the dragons. The dragon warriors currently living in the Eternal Tower, formerly residing in the Holy See, belong to the group that holds the view that the dragons do not need to be the absolute rulers of the continent. Those holding this view are few in number remaining in the kingdom of Shilai. To be precise, they are a tiny minority within the dragon race. However, they are also unwilling to be enemies with other dragon races. In the past, Longwei's father, Long Chen, was also a supporter of this view, which is why there has always been a tense relationship between the Star Dragon Lord and him. The Star Dragon Lord was a staunch supporter of the idea that dragons should be superior to other races, believing that only dragons represented absolute power. Therefore, he also supported the idea that the dragon candidate would become the sole winner by killing the other candidates. However, he hadn't anticipated that the dragon candidate's purpose in ordering him to attack the Tower of Eternity was to take his arm. Now, he had lost his arm, and was imprisoned in a dungeon specifically built for dragons beneath the kingdom of Shilai. Since Shilai was a dragon-dominated nation, but its dragon population was far smaller than other races, the dungeon was rarely used unless serious internal strife created a situation detrimental to internal relations. The Star Dragon Lord was one of the few dragons imprisoned in this dungeon. Hearing the dragon candidate promise the other dragons, "I release you after I conquer Twin Towers," he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. But he couldn't share this regret with the other dragons. He could only pray that the dragon candidate would truly win. Chapter 435. The dragon hunting equipment that Twin Towers City currently possesses was only prepared after it gradually replaced the Holy See. The treasury and power of an organization are always the most difficult parts to transfer during a handover. Therefore, Twin Tower City's equipment is insufficient to deal with the large numbers of dragons in the sky. However, Twin Tower City cannot remain inactive. The Tower of Eternity must consider a single, decisive strike when using dragon hunting equipment, but Twin Tower City's current situation is different from that of the Tower of Eternity. They have more equipment than the Tower of Eternity, and more dragons circling in the sky. Furthermore, because the Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes philosophy is neutrality and trade, their design emphasizes defense and protection for the large number of beings within the Tower of Eternity, especially the safety of those traveling to and from trade. However, Twin Tower City, having taken over the organizational power of the Holy See, and the alliance between the Zhuzha candidates and the He-Shi candidates, is based on the common enemy of dragons. Therefore, what they need to consider is how to attack the dragons. In Twin Tower City, the very top of many rooftops features a small section made of metal. This tiny metal dot at the very top is a feature introduced to the architecture after the Holy See became Twin Tower City. This dot is very small, merely replacing a small section of the original rooftop, so those who come to Twin Tower City rarely notice this gradual replacement. Now, beams of magical light shoot from these metal sections, soaring into the sky, far exceeding the range of a normal mage's magical attack. These beams of light intertwine in the air, dense enough to directly annihilate the hovering dragons in the sky. Beneath the roofs of these houses were rows of metal pillars. These pillars connected to metal magic circles below. The mages of Twin Tower City stood in turn within these magic circles, channeling their elemental power into them. A limited number of spirit rank mages were assigned to several magic circles. Their power, fused with that of other mages through the magic circles, possessed the strength to pierce the magical armor and scales of most dragons. However, not every magic circle could be assigned a spirit rank mage. Some dragons in the air reacted quickly enough to transform into human form to better evade the magical beams. Others directly burned their elemental power, attempting to resist the massive beams of magical light shooting from below. The lucky dragons of this type escaped the magic containing spirit rank elemental power, suffering only skin damage. The unlucky ones were pierced through the body by the magical beams containing spirit rank magic. The particularly unlucky dragons were struck in vital areas, and several plummeted from the sky. The buildings of Twin Towers were massive stone structures, legacies of a historic, sacred church. These buildings were incredibly sturdy, yet they were still crushed by the dragons. However, even with Twin Towers' prior preparation, the sheer scale of this magical attack was overwhelming for the mages. The number of dragons killed in this attack was only about 1/10 of the total number of dragons that had come to attack. Many mages were already exhausted after the first strike. The most important purpose of this attack was to demonstrate force and intimidate. It also aimed to deter the dragons from continuing to unleash their magic upon Twin Towers in their massive dragon forms. To advance the next phase of the war, they needed to first shrink their opponents to the same size as themselves. To inflict effective damage from a distance in the air, the dragons needed to use their dragon form. However, they didn't know how many more magical attacks like the one they had just unleashed could be launched by Twin Towers. Therefore, they had to use their human form. This way, even if the previous attack created a giant net, it wouldn't be able to trap them, who were smaller than the mesh. But in human form, they couldn't maintain a safe distance to attack and had to enter Twin Towers to effectively destroy them. Twin Towers wanted to lure them into their predetermined battlefield. The dragon candidate didn't care about the dragon casualties. He only needed to eliminate the candidate before him and find the location of the candidate Zhuzha, and he would achieve final victory in this war between candidates. He had discovered that the ancient stone hairpin of the steel stone wasn't what he had imagined. It couldn't dissipate and absorb all elemental magic, including spirit-level magic. Otherwise, this sacred relic, used by a spirit-level being who had mastered earth elemental power, would be invincible. The gods of the Dust Sand continent, at the very beginning of their creation, established laws for all existence. Nothing is absolute, and nothing is an unbreakable force or creation. For him, dealing with the steel stone was only a matter of time. The greatest impact of the ancient stone hairpin on him now was actually the pain emanating from the brand. However, at that moment, the dragon sensed some power from the other side of the sacred temple, drawing upon the evil will that now shared his thoughts, and simultaneously affecting his body. The five-colored radiance representing the power of the remaining 5 gods fell into the statue, because the blood of the candidate who had fallen into the sacred temple had attracted the lingering will of the gods. This blood had flowed from the short sword forged by that god. It seemed something terrible has happened over there. The dragon candidate transformed into his dragon form. By now, the magical barrier had dissipated under wave after wave of dragon attacks, turning into elemental power and merging into the particles of the air. The pull from the gods, the evil will clamoring for the key to godhood, caused the dragon candidate, who also aspired to godhood, to abandon the battle on this battlefield and fly towards the sacred temple. However, flight is forbidden within the sacred temple. The dragon candidate flew to the edge of the sacred temple's influence, his wings automatically folding behind him. In his dragon form, he entered the sacred temple. The human whose blood was so delicious was now standing in the sacred temple, holding a sword. Beneath the colossal statue, before the dragon candidates in their dragon forms, he appeared pitifully small. Longwei followed him into the sacred hall, transforming into his dragon form. His elemental power was exhausted. Although magic couldn't be used here, the depletion of his elemental power left him feeling weary and powerless. He had to come. Shenrua could pierce the dragon candidate's skin with his short sword, but given the thickness of the dragon's scales and skin, Shenrua's sword could only barely reach below the skin, failing to penetrate any vital organs. Even with the longest weapon Shenrua could wield, a full-force strike aimed at the dragon's vitals would only pierce the flesh, not reach the heart of the dragon. Can you sense his movements even without elemental power? Shenrua asked Longwei. He knew he could, but that was because he had to deal with blurred vision, and Shenrua could make all 5 senses incredibly sharp, something Longwei might not be able to do. I haven't trained very well, Longwei said, but what can I do? We're already here, I've done my best. Even if we try our best and still fail, we still die together, with all 8 gods witnessing our bond of life and death. Longwei didn't say these words aloud. He felt it was too sentimental. But that's just who he was, a dragon. Hearing him say this, Shenrua didn't demand anything further or ask Longwei to leave. He stepped on Longwei's outstretched paw and jumped onto Longwei's back. To be honest, you all been somewhat special to me, that's why I gave you that little bit of time. The dragon candidate spoke, thank me, and then die here with gratitude in your hearts. With that, he charged at Longwei without hesitation. Melee combat between dragons in their dragon forms had ceased after the emergence of the human dragon race. Dragon might suffered greatly under these circumstances, as the dragon candidate had been a wild dragon before arriving on the continent. Before becoming a spirit-ranked dragon, when his magic was still developing, the dragon candidate relied on brute force in combat using his dragon body. While he lacked martial arts skills in human form, he was highly proficient in using combat techniques in his dragon form. Longwei was knocked backward by the impact, blood seeping from beneath his scales. The damage humans could hardly inflict on dragons was easily and simply accomplished between dragons. However, while Shenrua couldn't inflict much harm on the dragon candidates, he had his own ideas. The exposed parts of the dragon candidates weren't entirely unharmed. There was one part, not a vital spot, but very vulnerable. That was the dragon's eyes. Longwei had adapted to fighting without relying on his eyes, even though he would be weaker here because he couldn't use elemental power, but the dragon candidates hadn't trained in combat under the state of ignorance. Blinding the dragon's eyes would give them a chance to win. The dragon candidates entered the battlefield of the Holy Temple, while Gangshur could only watch the battle from afar in the passageway. His disadvantage in entering the Holy Temple was too obvious. Going there would likely only increase the pressure on Shenrua and Longwei. The Hishi candidate wanted to rush over, but found his vision beginning to blur. The 8 statues in the sacred hall seemed to have been imbued with life, a fact felt by everyone present. The gods were also watching the battle between the candidates. Candidate Zhezhi caught candidate Hishi's collapsing body, kneeling on the ground. My dear friend, are you leaving me? Candidate Zhezhi asked softly. Zhezhi, and he-she were natural enemies in this world. They represented their respective races. The candidates were in a competitive relationship. Candidate he-she, along with his followers, had mocked Zhezhe. Candidate Zhezhe had once wanted to lead the armies of the Holy See and the White Tree Kingdom to conquer the he-she race's reserved territory, even ignoring the warnings of the god of dark elements. Therefore, their eventual cooperation was something neither of them could have imagined. One of their worlds was filled with light, devoid of darkness, the other was only illuminated by scattered starlight. To their surprise, they shared such similarities at their core. Stripped of their strengths, weaknesses, and those early interactions that were both laughable and embarrassing in retrospect, they were surprisingly able to understand each other naturally. This was actually similar to the relationship between the gods, who created their respective worlds. "I'm probably going to die," said the candidate Hershey. "But it's alright, if you can gain the gods' approval." "I know, our world should have both darkness and light," the candidate Zhezhe replied. Chapter 436. Long Wei was hit hard, and Shenruo, riding on Long Wei's back, was also impacted. However, he didn't waste the force, he used it to leap up and forcefully swung out a grappling hook. The grappling hook, connected by a rope, hooked onto the dragon candidate's scales. Gripping the rope, Shenruo used the automatic retraction device to quickly close the distance between himself and the dragon candidate. His short sword pierced the dragon candidate's scales, allowing him to cling to the dragon candidate's body. "Hey human, what's the use of this?" the dragon candidate said. Shenruo was somewhat optimistic about the short sword's length. In reality, even after piercing the dragon's scales, the short sword hadn't penetrated the dragon's dermis. The dragon candidate shook its body, then raised its dragon claw, not to sweat Shenruo off, but to strike Long Wei with its palm. Long Wei barely managed to dodge the wind, but not completely. His skin was scratched by the dragon claws, making him look rather pitiful. The dragon candidate had initially thought a flick would throw Shenruo off, but Shenruo drew another weapon and, using both hands, crawled precariously across the dragon candidate's body like a rock climber. The dragon candidate was unsure if he could change forms inside the holy temple, so he had entered in dragon form beforehand. Now somewhat annoyed, he decided to try transforming into human form first, then back into dragon form. However, the instant he transformed into human form, Shenruo hurled a dart at the dragon candidate from midair at an incredible speed and angle. Magic was forbidden here, but Shenruo used a hidden weapon. To throw a hidden weapon between the dragon candidate's two transformations and hit the human form dragon candidate was incredibly difficult. Shenruo was already struggling to maintain his balance, trying to shake off the dragon candidate, and was aiming for his eyes. The sudden change caused him to lose his grip, and to switch to a hidden weapon under these circumstances and throw it midair was an unimaginable feat for ordinary people. Therefore, the hidden weapon missed the dragon candidate's vitals, grazing his arm and drawing a sliver of blood before falling to the ground. The dragon candidate, seeing the rapidly changing color of his wound, transformed into his dragon form, gulped down an antidote, and then poured healing potions on his wound. Long Wei could hear the sounds, but couldn't pinpoint what was happening. He asked anxiously, "What's going on?" Shenruo didn't answer, because the earth was shaking. After Shenruo entered the sacred hall, the event of awakening the divine legacy did not occur, so he stopped paying attention to it. The divine will's remaining essence, after attaching itself to its corresponding statue, showed no further change, and the arrival of Long Wei and the dragon candidates prevented him from thinking too much about it. He slashed the dragon candidate's arm, and something seeped into the ground along with the candidate's blood. It was the evil will, fused with sacred demonic fire, hidden within the dragon candidate's body. He already possessed the power, like the gods, to separate a wisp of his consciousness. Now, he only left a wisp of his consciousness within the dragon candidate's body, the majority of it having burrowed into the ground with the candidate's blood. There, something powerfully called to him. The legacy of the gods, the key to becoming a true god. Shenruo didn't know if this was true, but the gods had no reason to deceive him. He could feel the vast disparity between himself and the gods from any perspective. Now, the evil will had made its choice before Shenruo could even process it. He was overjoyed. He realized he finally had a chance to become a god. The god who ruled the fire element was obsessed with becoming a true god, and this obsession was precisely the obstacle to his ascension. Therefore, the god who ruled the fire element unhesitatingly separated this part of himself and suppressed it beneath the abyss. Even so, the remnant will of the god who ruled the fire element, in the long wait for the candidate to appear, increasingly hoped that his candidate could win this game of the gods. As the god who ruled the wind element said, Their expectation of winning the game of the gods was inversely proportional to their own strength. If they had already touched the threshold of becoming true gods, why would they care about becoming true gods through the outcome of a contractual game? Besides, even the gods, who created the continent, couldn't fully understand why their divine legacy allowed them to become true gods. According to that god, each of them combined their understanding of the laws, along with a part of themselves, to form this divine legacy. Therefore, if a god's remaining will completely inherits this legacy, ultimately, that remaining will can obtain complete power, indistinguishable from that of a true god. They should be suspicious, because that deity claimed he wasn't a true god, but merely a god who controlled the laws of time, the laws of time being among the most difficult to comprehend in their dimension. There was no doubt that this deity was stronger than them, and he had relinquished the opportunity to become a true god in this way. Perhaps he had found another way to become a true god, or perhaps he genuinely found merging with the world he created most interesting, and he didn't want to witness a higher dimensional world. However, the powerful attraction from the earth made the evil will completely lose control. It eagerly plunged deep underground, where there lay a body that embodied the power of all the gods who created the continent. Becoming the master of this body, I can become a true god, even surpassing those 8 statues outside. The evil will's heart surged with excitement. It impatiently burrowed into the body, and then, the earth trembled. Faced with this increasingly violent tremor, even the flightless dragons became powerless. The ground here couldn't be destroyed by ordinary methods. Even trying to hold it in place or create a foothold wouldn't work. Yet, the ground cracked on its own. This cracking wasn't instantaneous. Rather, intricate cracks first appeared at the center of the 8 statues, then spread outwards along those cracks. It was as if the cracking had been preordained. The cracks in the ground separated Shenrua, Long Wei, and the dragon candidates. The tremor forced them to fall to the ground, and then a being with a female torso and a massive snake tail, as large as half a statue, floated up from the ground. What Nuwa legend? Shenrua looked up at the scene before him. The legacy left by that deity? Was it Nuwa? What a joke. This being, seemingly related to Nuwa, the goddess of ancient legends on their home planet Earth, suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, endless power, all laws. I am a god. This voice came from an evil will. It had successfully merged itself with this divine legacy. This was the body he desired. Neither the lowly evil creatures beneath the abyss, nor the body born from the female demon's life force, containing sacred demonic fire, could compare to this perfect body, worthy of being called a divine legacy. He felt that with a mere flick of his finger, even the 8 divine statues would be reduced to ashes. On the Twin Tower City side, both sides still engaged in battle stopped, watching the being who possessed the divine legacy. They could both sense the evil power emanating from that being. Could this be the true evil entity formed from the very source of the cataclysm? Was this terrible cataclysm caused because the candidates used unethical methods to compete for the sole victor, even polluting the sacred temple with their blood? However, just as the evil will thought it could manipulate stars and pluck the moon, controlling everything, the spatial totem stone in Shenrua's necklace suddenly sucked Shenrua into it. The spatial totem stone could contain living beings, even the remnants of divine will. Shenrua had already experienced this in the far eastern dragon tomb. He now didn't know why the spatial totem stone had suddenly sucked him in, nor did he understand what was happening outside. Unseen by Shenrua, the space totem stone suddenly enlarged, and the god of space withdrew a wisp of his will from the statue. The god of space had always existed within the space totem stone. He had never left. Space was the embodiment of his power, and the space totem stone was his omnipresent space. Manipulating the space totem stone, now a gigantic totem pole, the god of space suppressed the human-bodied, snake-headed creature, claimed a divine legacy but now harboring evil will, onto the newly closed ground, beneath the totem pole. The image he had conjured to help Shenrua better understand now represented him, arrogantly seated atop the space totem pole. He extended a finger, and the dragon candidate was drawn by a force, hovering above the god of space's head. A perfect sacrifice, the god of space said. What are you doing? The remaining will of the god of wind elements also left the gigantic statue, revealing its usual form, standing atop the statue. I will open this sky. The god of space revealed a smile the god of wind couldn't comprehend. The will of the gods descended upon the sacred hall, in a way incomprehensible to all beings on the continent. You're insane! You're violating the rules of the dust and sand realm. This will make you. This will make you. The god of wind rebuked the god of space, but he realized the god of space might not care about the consequences. They were both gods who had lived for millions of years, waiting for the dust and sand realm, this divine game, to begin. Although the god of space was the strongest among them, and perhaps the least concerned with winning or losing, he clearly wasn't unaware of the game's limitations for gods. I lose my qualification to become a true god, he said that, right? Heh. The god of space laughed. A so-called true god created this way. Whoever wants to be one can be one. I just dragged him here. We're all maintaining this continent for the game he told us about that can make us gods, while he himself is hiding somewhere watching the show. It won't be that easy. I make him show himself today. Chapter 437. You don't want to become a god this way, I do, said the god of wind elements. I was just one step away. Are you a more powerful god than me, able to easily break our agreement and prevent me from reaping the rewards of victory? When it came to matters concerning his own dimensional ascension, the god of wind elements finally revealed a side that wasn't that of a true god. He still cared, still had emotions, and still wanted to win. Do you know why you're still abiding by the rules, and haven't been eliminated from the game? The god of space coldly replied, it's because he gave you a chance to win. Otherwise, you would have long since become like that unknown thing in that shell below, corrupted by your own improper desires over millions of years. I shouldn't call you the wind god anymore, I should call you the evil will. Why are you still arguing with me here? It's only because he told you that if his candidate wins, victory belongs to you. But you all accepted those conditions, and humans can't use magic anyway. The chances of a human candidate winning were already extremely slim. The candidate who arrived is excellent because it should be me. As a god who governs the laws of space, can't you understand that? We were persuaded by him because, in the beginning, none of us truly understood the world. The god of space paid no heed to the struggles of those suppressed beneath the spatial totem stones, nor to the dragon candidate bound in the air by his spatial power. They all wanted to become gods, but only when the real gods intervened did they realize the gap between their power and that of the gods. The evil will inherited the divine legacy, but like a child receiving a weapon incompatible with its abilities, it sensed the power within its body to contend with these gods, yet didn't know how to wield it. Those on the Twin Towers side could only witness the events unfolding in the sacred temple, but the gods' words were completely blocked by divine power. At this moment, they could only see the god of space easily suppressing what they perceived as a cataclysmic event beneath a massive totem pole, seemingly engaged in a heated discussion with the god of wind. The gods protect the continent. The continent's inhabitants had worshipped gods since ancient times, believing that the god's existence was to avert the impending catastrophe. However, they failed to consider one crucial point. If the gods themselves could resolve the impending catastrophe, why was a candidate necessary? The existence of the laws prevented them from pondering this question. This continent existed solely to determine which god would attain the status of a true god. While they were beings of flesh and blood, to the gods, they were likely merely more amusing puppets. To make this game, which would determine who would become the true god, even more exciting. Meanwhile, Long Wei, beneath the statue, had fallen into a coma under the influence of divine power, and was tossed onto the plaza of Twin Towers City by the god of space. Indeed, we were unable to understand the world at first. Another remnant of a god manifested his usual form. This time, it was the god of life. It is because of this continent that we have gained a better understanding of the world and each other's laws. It can be said that the existence of this continent has brought us closer to the dimension of true gods. Although this has led us to have more doubts about him, it has also given us the opportunity to touch upon higher dimensions. Of course, it's very possible that we will vanish forever before we can truly touch them, but at our level, would we still care about such things? The god of life's strength is second only to the god of space among the 8 gods, but he has always been very silent. Shenrua could only sense indifference from him, seemingly unrelated to the words. God of life. In Shenrua's understanding, life should be full of emotions, but the god of life possesses a cold indifference that treats all things as mere straw dogs. You were originally easier to approach than me, but you. The god of life hesitated, but finally revealed his opinion. You searched for the laws he left behind in this world, and stayed in his world for a long time. You thought too much about him, which has become an obstacle to your touching upon the laws of higher dimensions. This shouldn't be you. Space. The will of the god of fire elements manifested in his statue. Couldn't you have let this game continue until the end? When the wind god merges with the legacy, perhaps he will come too. Why must you destroy everything at this crucial moment? The god of fire elements desperately wanted to win this game, but with the elimination of the heavenly fox, he had accepted the outcome. This was something a god, even one of insufficient dimension, could do naturally. That silent sigh, felt by everyone in Twin Tower City, was the sigh of him letting go of everything. His lingering will enter the statue, also to await the awakening of the divine legacy. What the god of space was doing now was clearly something none of them had anticipated. They hoped one of them would obtain the divine legacy, because the divine legacy contained their understanding of the natural laws. Because seeing him is more important than winning or losing the game. The god of space acted unilaterally, and the lingering wills of the other gods manifested on their respective statues. To the beings on the Twin Towers side, it appeared as if the gods were performing some kind of ritual for the continent. At the center of the ritual was the god of space. They were unaware that 7 of the 8 gods they worshipped intended to prevent one of them from opening the sky. The evil wolf felt its consciousness power suddenly being drained by the massive totem pole pressing down on it. The next second, it was forced into the body of the god of fire. The god of fire, sensing a will and power that was neither his own nor strangely familiar, understood what the god of space had done, and his expression changed. For a god, even one of limited dimensions, to change color was truly remarkable. The god of space's actions were extraordinary. Because the place where the god of fire resided was also space, the will he embodied was also space, and the physical body of the divine legacy, a vessel embodying the power of 9 gods, was also space. The god of space had transferred the evil will from one space he could control to another. This meant that even the god of fire himself was within the spatial laws of the god of space. Are they still in the same dimension? The god of fire felt fear, only to hear the god of space laugh. All right, none of you can stop me today. That human candidate possesses something related to his power. I don't know how to describe this connection, I can sense it, but his power is too different from ours for me to comprehend. Sacrifice this dragon above my head, the legacy of this god beneath my feet, and the human within the spatial totem stone to open a passage to his world, to find him. That should work, right? The god of space spoke like an evil god, yet he had already proven that the remaining 7 gods would likely find it difficult to stop him. The god of space raised his hand, and the dragon candidate ascended to a higher point in the sky. Then, centered on the dragon, cracks seemed to appear in the sky. Subsequently, the dragon candidate's body vaporized, disintegrating into countless particles that smeared the sky above the god of space's head. This made the god of space appear even more like an evil god. Alright, this farce ends here. The sky shattered like a mirror, and through the crack, a dark, star-studded spacetime could be seen on the other side. A voice came from that spacetime, and the next second, Shinruo found that the will of all the gods had entered the spatial totem stone and appeared around him. Seemingly very understanding of his insignificance, although the gods maintained their forms as they appeared on the continent, they were all the same size as Shinruo, completely lacking the oppressive feeling of the statues in the sacred temple. Why didn't you reveal yourself when you arrived? The god of space questioned, leaving Shinruo, who was completely bewildered by what had happened before. Because my current form isn't suitable for me to reveal myself, the voice replied, seemingly with a hint of helplessness and languor. Shinruo looked around and immediately understood something. This voice represented the one who created his universe, the 9th god mentioned by the remnants of the wills of other deities. This game can continue, the voice said, but in a different way. You still want to continue? The god of space questioned. Of course, do you intend to deprive the other gods of their waiting? You already violated the rules, you can't. Never mind, you killed all your candidates, so there's no point in discussing qualifications anymore. The voice sounded quite human, but Shinruo knew this was the strongest one mentioned by the other gods. This meant he was the one Shinruo couldn't understand, the one Shinruo shouldn't consider human. Those of you who are still qualified, decide for yourselves who the winner is based on the performance of the candidates you've seen on the continent. This deity clearly had no concern about the gods having ulterior motives, simply changing the rules of the game. However, the other gods, except for the god of space, seemed to readily accept the changes made by the 9th deity. Shinruo. 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 The speakers were the god of light, the god of earth, and the god of wind. The lives of the other candidates had ended. They were clearly no longer eligible to participate in this competition, so they remained silent. Then, the god of wind receives the divine legacy. After the voice finished speaking, a female body with a giant serpent tail appeared inside the spatial totem stone, and the remaining will of the god of wind became the master of this body. Chapter 438. Unlike the evil will, which could not control the power of this body, the god who governed the wind elements felt himself completely integrated with it. Moreover, his perception of this body was not that of flesh and blood, but rather a form that could be changed at will. If that's the case, then why condense the legacy of the gods in a human-headed, snake-bodied female form? He couldn't understand, so he asked this question. The voice, having heard his question, answered with a hint of amusement, This is because you are going to the world of the true gods. There is more than one true god there, and each true god represents their own order. You will become the maintainer of that order, and you need power to match it. This power has several different sources. One of them is the faith of all the people in the universe created by a true God. The divine legacy is your trust in me, entrusting me with a portion of your power, your understanding of the laws. And I, while peering into the world of the true gods, obtain the remains of a god. This is the remains of a true God, corresponding to the faith of all the people in the universe she created when she used this body. Only by obtaining this power of faith can you integrate into the world of the true gods. Now, I will send you there. There, a true god will greet you. As soon as he finished speaking, the wind elemental god, who had obtained the body, had already left the space inside the totem pole. The god of space can control the spaces containing the bodies and wills of several other gods, and his abilities are enough to instill fear in the other gods. So, what kind of power does this god possess to so easily control the space of the god of space, and even send the god of wind to the world of the true gods? You can send him there? If you're not even a true god, how could you do that? If he were to become a true god, shouldn't he have a dedicated passage to dimensional ascension? What exactly are you? Where are you? You made us play this game, yet you don't participate yourself. What's your purpose? The god of space asked several questions in quick succession. For the first time, Shinruo felt a deep connection with the god. How coincidental, he also wanted to know. You, a god who breaks the rules, what right do you have to ask questions? The game isn't over yet. The voice said this, but it didn't sound angry. It asked Shinruo, candidate, what is your wish? How many wishes can I have? Shinruo asked. It depends on my mood. The god seemed to be in a good mood. You're no ordinary, greedy human either. How do you know I'm not greedy? Shinruo said curiously. Actually, I'm quite curious about the question the god of space asked, and I have another question I'd like to ask. I just don't know if you can answer me. What an interesting child. The voice replied, ask whatever you want, I try my best. Are you treating him too differently? The god of space was very dissatisfied with being ignored. He said, I suspect your appearance isn't because I broke the rules, but because you don't want me to sacrifice this human. I suspected before that he carried traces of your power fluctuations, but even after I beat him until he vomited a lot of blood, you didn't show yourself. Now, dare you say you didn't come for him? Not entirely. I do need one of you to complete this game and become a true god. Shinruo was certain that this god was genuinely in a good mood. He answered all questions, including those about the god of space. How should I explain my relationship with Shinruo? Am I his adoptive father? Shinruo was greatly shocked. He had always lived on that island, and the people who came each time were different. Was this god playing some kind of game of changing appearance? However, the god quickly answered his confusion. I am actually that island. Now that the god of wind elements has been sent away, there's nothing left to hide. But I don't want the victorious god to know these things. That god should ideally be the god of wind elements. You truly are a human I watched grow up. You helped me accomplish this. Shinruo was both confused and deeply shocked. Well, let's start with the topic of true gods. Although I'm not sure how much you can understand. All existence is divided into chaos and order. Order arises from chaos, and as order progresses, it eventually returns to chaos. Chaos and order are like Ouroboros, or symbols, extending in two directions from a single point, developing independently, and finally moving from that point to the other. The deity explained, you were actually born from a very rudimentary form of order within the chaotic world, and then consciousness arose upon that order. This is the rudimentary form of the gods in an ordered world, but it's very early. The world you inhabit is still in chaos. Within this chaos, all nascent orders, like yours, are merely there to nourish the main gods within the chaos, and there's more than one. The main gods of chaos are incomprehensible, devoid of order. Perhaps you are products of their dreams, or perhaps unconscious byproducts of their chaos. It sounds like a Cthulhu mythos story, but these stories don't have the root of god worship, rather. Shinruo wanted to say it was a creation initiated by an author from a certain era or country on her home planet Earth, which later gained popularity and became a secondary creation. But then she remembered that humans cannot imagine things that don't exist at all. Although the other worlds created above the core, and the Dust Sand continent, have many races and things different from human imagination, they all bear some resemblance to those fantasy novels. The world I created, the world you were born into, is a product of my laziness. The deity didn't hesitate to explain how they did it. The entire core is actually located within chaos, in the gaps between the attention of the chaos gods. Their so-called attention. Well, you wouldn't understand, and frankly, I don't understand either. The characteristics of chaos are incomprehensible, while order corresponds to understanding. Therefore, to become a god of order is to understand the laws, create the laws, and deconstruct the laws. However, because the laws are omnipresent, and their operation is inextricably linked to the myriad worlds of order, the gods of order actually have many things to manage, unlike the gods of the chaotic world, who only need to sleep, or turn over in their sleep. Their unconscious tentacles reach towards the end of order, then devour the crumbling order there, turning it into chaos. Sometimes, the end of order also draws new order from chaos, becoming the end of order itself. Therefore, the god who governs the wind element is now a newly born god of the end of order. As for me, who has existed for a very, very long time on the end of order, I sometimes feel weary of the endless, ever-generating laws and universes of the world of order. So I came here to escape my work. Of course, that's the explanation you can understand. In reality, the gods of order are naturally willing to do this work. I'm a special case. Among the gods of order is a powerful chief god who created a world. I copied it. Another god in the world of order is involved in a war with the gods of chaos. Actually, it's not really a war. Chaos and order naturally reach a point where they each erode each other's worlds. For example, some life forms in the worlds on the end of order, upon reaching the end of order, sense the call of chaos and thus begin to worship some gods of chaos. Among the gods of order, some specifically resist this corruption. This is part of the mission bestowed upon them by order, to maintain a balance between chaos and order. The god with the human body and snake tail has already perished in battle. Her order has thus declined. I carried her remains, wanting to find a place where I could empty my mind and not concern myself with anything, but my power was too great. I could not disguise myself as a created race. So, after much thought, I first disguised myself as a god of insufficient dimension, then gathered gods of insufficient dimension together, letting them create the world together. Then I transformed into an island, so my aura and power could be perfectly concealed, and I wouldn't have to worry about the other gods in the order finding me. Shenrua was shocked. He had heard that there was a period in human civilization where people worked themselves to the bone, but later machines gradually replaced human labor, liberating humans from repetitive tasks. Because it involved the interests of various parties, this process took quite a while. How could this god, who sounded like a high-ranking deity in the order, have caused all this trouble just to escape the work that had liberated humans from engaging in something that could be called slacking off? Then what about the god who governs the wind element? Shenrua couldn't help but wonder about the whereabouts of the bird that had lived in his earring for so long. Of course, he went to work. The order is always short of gods. If I leave, a god will probably come looking for me. Right? Let him work. Every extra laborer is a laborer, and I can already imagine his main job in the future. That deity, probably imitating himself, had spent too long in the world created by the powerful god he spoke of. His speech sounded very human, yet Shenrua could sense from his voice alone that he wasn't human. But rather, he was a being far superior to humans. However, foster father, work, finding labor, slacking off. These words, spoken by this deity, were utterly devoid of any restraint. The god of space's inexplicable actions were all to find this deity and demand an explanation, while this deity's inexplicable actions were all because he didn't want to do any work related to order. Of course, the gods of the order realm have their own enjoyment. I escaped the work of order because I experienced and played with everything related to order, and I want to empty my mind. You haven't experienced it yet. Becoming a god of the order realm would be a great new experience for you. Do you know why you dissipated? It's because you were born from the chaos realm. Without guidance, entering a segment of order, you would ultimately only disappear at the chaos realm. The order realm is generally much more interesting than the chaos realm. The chaos realm is filled with a large amount of unconscious, illogical, and incomprehensible turbulent currents. The chaos gods are also very powerful, but they don't know their own. They possess neither the power nor the purpose for it. They simply devoured order instinctively. They were chaos itself. You have now glimpsed one end of order from the worlds you created. If you wish, I can grant you a chance to enter that end of order. But not as gods, but by becoming beings within those myriad worlds. Your soul dimensions dictate that you will be extraordinary there. Then you may very well enter the system created by the god of order and gain the opportunity to become true gods. Shenrua could not see what this god did besides speaking, but he knew that such words alone would hardly persuade the gods present. However, the gods agreed to his suggestion one by one, even though this god was evading his work within this order. Even the god who governs space. However, Unlike the other gods who were silently sent away by this deity, the god of space viciously threatened the other god. So you have incarnations playing games in different worlds. You wait, I drag you out. Heh, if you can do that, then I be watching. As the other god spoke, he saw off the god of space, who transformed into a final streak of light, and departed from the spatial totem pole. Chapter 439. How did you convince them? Only Shinru remained in the space, but she knew that the god's consciousness remained there, though they couldn't see it. These gods, newly born from the edge of chaos, have a very limited understanding of the world. Moreover, each of them still possesses qualities that don't conform to what a god should have. As long as they see that what they want exists on the other side of order, they will want to go. This god was very patient with Shinrua, perhaps because he was bored as an island, and Shinrua's growth on the island had provided him with a lot of amusement. It's not boring either. The deity, knowing Shinrua's thoughts, said, "Actually, the island merely condenses my power. Power is the deity itself. My consciousness will manifest as different beings, wandering in different worlds. They won't possess my memories. Only when they come into contact with the realm of a deity will they become memories, becoming a part of me. But for the incarnations, they experience the life of the being they transform from. Then what will happen to this continent if they all leave?" Shinrua suddenly asked. I can separate the world I created. That world is already on the verge of destruction, becoming part of chaos. As for this continent and the world they created, don't you still have a wish? Aren't you considering using your right to fulfill your wish? The deity said to Shinrua, "Shouldn't children of the human world be filled with anticipation for the rewards of winning games? Did I fail to raise you well?" Shinrua felt helpless. Did this deity have some misunderstanding about adoption? However, his original inability to control his heightened hearing and sleep had indeed changed on the island. He didn't know how he had mastered the method to alter these sensory sensitivities. He believed it was the result of cultivation, but now it seemed that the power of this deity had likely influenced everything. Perhaps it wasn't intentional on the part of this deity, but the existence of divine power could accomplish the incredible. Those who went to the island couldn't live there long, rarely surviving more than a month. This was probably also due to the influence of this power. He didn't know how, by some twist of fate, he had become the adopted son of such a powerful deity. Perhaps it was because he was the only person who could survive on the island for more than a month. I can merge this continent with the world they created, creating a world where laws and order are perfectly self-consistent, the deity said. But your universe is destined to perish, because the energy fluctuations created by the humans there triggered its collapse. In a normal, orderly world, deities would maintain order, preventing collapse. But there are also times when they cannot maintain it, and can only let it return to chaos. I do not wish to continue maintaining it. Because my arrival here, my sending them away, and finally leaving the continent behind to become a world where laws and order are self-consistent would expose me to the sight of the deities searching for me. On the chaotic side, time does not exist. Time itself is part of order. Therefore, the millions of years here are merely the time I made them perceive, not true time. In the world of order, perhaps not much time has passed at all. I wanted to relax and play for a while longer, not wanting to be found by these gods searching for me at the edge of order. Therefore, the world that gave birth to you could not be preserved. I had no attachments there. Although Shinrua said this, she felt a sense of loss. What wish of the Stone Spirit Clan? It's just a matter of lifting a finger. This god could even condense universes and decide their fate at will. As he said, the number of wishes Shinrua could have was entirely up to his mood. He said to Shinrua, "Your consciousness is tainted by my power. To me, this power is nothing more than a grain of sand, but to an intelligent life that is multiplied in a created universe, this power is already immense. When your life ends, your consciousness will not disappear. We will meet again then." "Then, can you let me see your true form?" Shinrua suddenly asked, "And the encyclopedia, can it be upgraded?" "What a strange idea." The deity laughed. "This kind of thought that even surprises me is quite interesting. I don't have a so-called true form. A deity's body is merely the sum of their power. You can think of it as energy. That deity's remains were actually a portion of the energy she was dissipating, about to be absorbed by chaos, which I collected and gave to the first world she created, the form in which she was worshipped by the beings there." "Encyclopedia upgrade? How do you want it upgraded?" "I will spend the rest of my life on the continent. You said we would meet again when my body perishes. Then, will my consciousness travel to other worlds in the future? If so, how will I survive? An encyclopedia that can help me understand more about the various things in these worlds would be very important," Shinru explained. That depends on whether you still have this thought many years from now. If you do, then I can grant your request. Well then, I must leave now. The god bid farewell to Shinrua. Shinrua didn't actually acknowledge the god's self-defined adoptive father status, even though the god acted like a patient elder to a child who needed a reward when speaking to him. However, he couldn't sense any humanity in this god. This god, if he wanted to, could act like a human better than any other god. This was probably what he meant by the memories of his countless incarnations. When the ninth god descended upon the continent, he froze all time here. When time resumed its flow, the continent had undergone tremendous changes. First, a light source appeared, casting shadows on objects on the ground. Perhaps it was laziness again, but this looked exactly like the characteristics of Shinrua's home planet, Earth, in his birth universe. Shinrua reached out and touched his earring. It was still there. He thought for a moment and said, "A book." An encyclopedia appeared in his hand. Opening the encyclopedia, Shinrua's fingers covered its surface. He was thinking of the world introduction. New content appeared in the encyclopedia. Dust and Sand Universe. This is a world that embodies the will and imagination of all the gods who originally created the Dust and Sand continent, further perfected by the world laws created by a powerful god of order. The continent beneath your feet resembles your home planet Earth, though its laws differ slightly. Magic has been preserved. Magic will become the technology of this world, with a wider range of applications. The original inhabitants of other worlds were not directly transferred to this planet. This world has become a universe with multiple star systems, where they will exist as extraterrestrial life. However, this universe lacks the laws for space-time folding, making it impossible to create a singularity for interstellar travel. Even with magical spaceships capable of reaching the speed of light, it's impossible to reach planets tens of thousands of light years away inhabited by other life forms. This is to ensure that life forms from different worlds do not interfere with each other. All surviving candidates, as well as the original inhabitants of the Dust Sand continent, will continue to live on this land beneath your feet. The gods and their separated will disappear here, and all life will be its own master. This universe has been incorporated into the Order End. How about it? Do you like this reward? The entry displayed in the encyclopedia has become like a dialogue between the god and Shinrua. Is this considered an upgrade? Hey, what are you looking at? Long Wei had already woken up, and was told that Shinrua was standing alone in the sacred hall where the 8 statues had disappeared, and that the dragon candidates had also perished. He opened his eyes, and noticed the changes in the world. He flew toward Shinrua, with Duing, Ji-chung, and Feng He quickly following behind. So, while Shinrua was still reading the encyclopedia, Long Wei flew up from behind, and gave him a hug from behind. The gods exhausted their power to regenerate the continent, ensuring there will never again be a cataclysmic event causing its collapse. Shinrua pondered for a moment, finding an answer acceptable to a native like Long Wei. The candidate just sensed the changes on the continent in an instant, the sudden appearance of light and shadow. He realized that perhaps his, and the candidate he-she's wishes had come true. He had no concrete evidence, it was all just an intuition. He even thought it might be because he had witnessed the death of the candidate he-she, and thus harbored a strong desire for their wishes to be fulfilled. Soon afterward, Shinrua watched him lay flowers on the candidate he-she's tombstone, telling him that it had all truly happened. Their friends from the other world now lived in the same universe as them, though they could not interfere with each other or see each other. To convince the candidate Zhizhe, Shinrua even produced an encyclopedia. However, among the candidates, only Shinrua could produce the encyclopedia again. Or rather, with the departure of the god of space, the initial spatial storage items of the other candidates all turned into ordinary gems. The sacred relics inside had also vanished. The only sacred relics left on Shinrua were the spatial totem stone and the short sword. Was this a reward left to him by that god? Shinrua didn't know what the god was thinking, but the spatial totem stone was indeed very useful, and the short sword was also very handy. Of course, he didn't know if he would need to use the short sword again in the future. Many traces related to the god had disappeared from the continent, such as the demon abyss, where the demons and the strange air no longer existed. However, some gases, similar to those found in the miasma forests on their home planet Earth, which Shinrua had read about in books, swirled beneath the rift. The infection was the same, it was originally pollution related to divine power, but it had now subsided. However, the previously polluted river water was now murky, supposedly due to large amounts of silt being washed into it. Steelstone had become human. Now he was very troubled. It turned out that becoming human, aside from being able to experience the pleasures of food, made many things less convenient than when he was a stone spirit. More importantly, he was used to solving problems with magic and mimicry, which he couldn't do now. He also lacked the training to become a human craftsman. Fortunately, his studious nature, coupled with his past as a candidate, allowed Zhizhe, a candidate himself, to persuade the documentation management office in Twin Tower City to allow Steelstone to work there. Because he loved all kinds of food, Steelstone quickly gained weight. His new worry was finding a way to lose weight, ideally achieving a fit physique, so he could find a suitable partner. Junja was one of the more oblivious friends Shinrua had met on the mainland. When the changes occurred on the mainland, he was still cultivating. However, as a spirit rank being, he was naturally sensitive to changes in the laws. He felt he should ask other spirit rank beings what this meant, but by the time he learned that Shinrua was a candidate for survival, several days had passed. Shinrua wasn't outside his scope of consultation. It's just that when he used the communication crystal, the influence of the sacred temple hadn't completely dissipated, and the residual power fluctuations of the gods prevented the communication crystal from lighting up. After everything had settled and Junja had digested the changes on the continent, his first words to Shinrua were, "So, can we have a serious fight now?" It must be said that Junja's reputation as a cultivation fanatic was well deserved. At Shinrua's suggestion, Tian Shao returned to the Thousand Desolate Plains. Many years later, the Heavenly Fox clan lived peacefully on the Thousand Desolate Plains. The plants beneath the Thousand-Eyed Sea were cultivated, and Tian Shao also reached the spirit rank. This time, the Heavenly Fox clan, without the power of the Heavenly Fox Jade, also possessed spirit rank members. SAC of the Mutual Aid Society received a letter. Because the Mutual Aid Society had regrouped after the infection disappeared, they were spreading their self-composed epic about the black-eyed humans as candidates to save the continent. However, Shinrua objected to idolizing him, and argued that the infection was an organization's hasty arrangement to expand its power. Shinrua didn't judge the right or wrong of this, because such things actually happen in most organizations. He only objected to publicizing his deeds. In the letter, Shinrua told SAC that the gods were no longer there, so there was no need to care what the heavenly poem said. However, if his deeds continued to be publicized, Shinrua wouldn't mind finding a way to destroy the Mutual Aid Society. As long as the Mutual Aid Society stopped doing anything related to Shinrua, he wouldn't care about their development. From then on, the reason why humans were inferior to other races would be unrelated to the gods. All races equally lost the gods' protection. Shinrua combined some cultivation methods from his home planet Earth with the current situation of the human race on the continent and wrote several books. The first reader was still the impatient Junja. Long he left the Darkfall Kingdom, and he, Shinrua, and Long Wei formed an expedition team. After the world was reconstructed, new adventures awaited those willing to take risks and dragons.